It's been 40 long years since our boy was first dragged into this brutal, unforgiving world. Hess spent every waking second fighting for survival, carving through demon beasts with pure, concentrated mana. Looking back, he remembers starting as a trash tier level 1, with absolutely nothing to his name. Hess clashed with monsters that would make a normal man faint, refusing to let his journey end here. With a massive leap, he positions himself to deliver a strike that will finally end this nightmare. He pours everything into one final slash, splitting the very air as he cuts down his final obstacle. The resulting blast levels the surroundings, proving that our boy is no longer that weak, level 1 kid. As the dust settles, a pillar of light signals that his long-awaited objective is finally within reach. He calmly sheathes his blade, the metallic click echoing through the silence of the now empty battlefield. Walking away from the carnage, he sighs in relief, knowing his 40-year-long trip has finally come to an end. Sungwoo stands in the ruins of his victory, finally hitting level 255 after decades of pure hell. His party catches their breath, a group of misfits who somehow survived the world's most brutal marathon. Just as the dust settles, a divine light pierces the gloom, signaling that the big boss upstairs has arrived. The goddess Gaia makes her grand entrance, looking every bit the radiant deity she is supposed to be. She offers a sweet smile, telling our boy she never doubted his ability to end the Demon King's reign. But Sungwoo isn't buying the act, his face twisting into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. He snarls at her, asking if she thinks the last 40 years of his life were some kind of joke. Gaia flinches as he rants about how she handed out legendary cheats to everyone but him. Our boy starts reaching for his steel, while she stammers about running out of mana during his summoning. It takes the full strength of his orc buddy to stop him from making goddess-flavored stew right then. Gaia scurries back, realizing our boy has become a monster far beyond the limits of any normal human. She is internally screaming, wondering how a mere mortal could ever reach such a terrifying level of power. Trying to play it cool, she clears her throat and offers everyone a reward for their hard work. The orc warrior steps up first, asking to be sent to another battlefield where he can fight for justice. The saintess just beams, claiming her only wish was the wonderful adventure she shared with her amazing friends. Hansu isn't having any of that cliché trash, and pinches her cheek for being so embarrassingly sentimental. Then the elf drops a bombshell, demanding the power to travel realms and the right to use lethal force. Gaia is completely dumbfounded, asking why on earth a simple archer would need permission for interdimensional warfare. He points a finger toward the heavens, declaring that his true goal is to start a massive global uprising. Turns out he wants to ignite a revolution for every oppressed race across the multiverse, toppling the old order. Hansu calls him a communist elf, and the archer just takes it as a huge compliment. Gaia is basically at her limit, rubbing her temples while asking what our boy actually wants. He goes quiet, weighing his options because he knows this is his one shot at true freedom. Gold and legendary items are just shiny trash to him since his pockets are already overflowing. He could have all the glory and power in the world, but being a king sounds exhausting. Since he can already hop between realms or conquer nations, he needs something much more grounded. His eyes narrow as he realizes that the ultimate flex is actually living a quiet, ordinary life. He envisions a peaceful town where nobody knows his name or his level 255 status. He finally starts walking toward the exit, ready to trade his godhood for some much-needed peace. Now back at level 1 and looking like a total hobo, Sungwoo finally feels like himself again. Our boy's stomach starts screaming for mercy after his long and exhausting journey. He stops dead in his tracks when a familiar, savory scent hits him right in the soul. Turns out, a local tavern is just a few steps away, looking like a literal oasis. The sign of a spoon and fork has never looked more like a holy relic to him. He quickly finds a seat, feeling completely out of place in his current trash-tier hobo state. When a regular shouts for his usual meal, Hansu realizes he has no idea what to order. He awkwardly flags down the innkeeper, asking to have the exact same meal as the regular. A plate of glistening meat rolls arrives, looking better than any legendary loot he's ever found. Hansu can't help but sigh in relief because real food is the one thing he truly missed. Tears of joy stream down his face as he finally tastes the simple life he's been craving. He stabs into the meat, savoring a texture that feels more rewarding than any legendary loot he's found. Gaia snaps him out of his trance, poking his cheek and wondering if he's lost in his memories. Our boy suddenly grabs her hand, his grip firm as he prepares to make a life-changing declaration. He admits he was thinking of fond memories, making the goddess tremble under his intense, unreadable gaze. He recalls the harsh reality of arriving in this world with absolutely nothing, not even a basic potion. As he walks away, Gaia is left sweating, realizing he's finally reached a definitive conclusion about his future. Standing tall, Hansu announces his grand plan to return to Earth and open a simple, honest diner. The entire party stands there completely dumbfounded, unable to process such a trash-tier career choice for a hero. Gaia can barely find her voice, struggling to understand why a godslayer would want to run a kitchen. He explains his new mission is to share the incredible flavors of this world with the people back home. The elf archer is dumbfounded, wondering if our boy actually intends to serve this world's trash-tier cuisine. Hansu explains that Earth already has its own food, so bringing something unique is the entire point. The rest of the party looks on with pure judgment, convinced their hero has finally lost his mind. Gaia is sweating bullets, knowing this realm's food is actually the most disgusting garbage in the entire multiverse. Suddenly, the vibe turns gritty, as Hansu's grip tightens around his sword with a menacing clench. He smashes his blade down, sending a shockwave that nearly makes the poor goddess jump out of her skin. With a dark shadow over his eyes, he confirms his resolve to bring his twisted vision to life. The group gulps in unison, realizing that arguing with a man this unhinged is a one-way ticket to disaster. He then flashes a bright smile, claiming it would be unfair if he were the only one tasting it. Meanwhile, back in Peaceful Seoul, the citizens have no clue what kind of culinary nightmare is headed home. A lonely street lamp flickers in the dark, signaling the end of the peaceful nights Seoul once took for granted. Massive claws smash through the concrete as the city's nightmare finally takes a physical, bloodthirsty form. High above, a hellish gate screams open, pouring out trash-tier monsters that erased Seoul's name from the map. These beasts now claim the rooftops as their own, turning a vibrant metropolis into a desolate hunting ground. A heavy boot steps firmly onto the ledge, belonging to a man who seems entirely unfazed by the carnage. Looking over the ruins of Sector A, our boy surveys the wreckage of a world that fell too fast. Baek Hangyu curses under his breath, clearly frustrated that he has to deal with this absolute mess again. A stern official approaches from behind, reminding him that his status as a top-tier hunter requires some decorum. She demands he behave with the dignity expected of the First Order, regardless of how annoyed he feels. Ignoring the lecture, Baek Kanghyuk just lights a cigarette, looking every bit the exhausted superstar the world needs. Kanghyuk complains about the never-ending work, but his handler explains these trash-tier gates aren't worth his time. Our boy is clearly hitting his limit with the overtime, even if this city is an S-rank nightmare. Even the stone-faced secretary admits the sheer volume of monsters lately has been completely abnormal. Kanghyuk notices something off, and points toward the streets, his eyes sharpening through the cigarette smoke. Down below, even the vicious beasts are acting like prey, scurrying away as if something terrifying is hunting them. She mentions another high ranker expects a boss soon, before sternly swatting the cigarette right out of his hand. The lit smoke tumbles toward the ground, a small spark lost in the darkening atmosphere. Suddenly, the sky opens up, and Kanghyuk realizes his luck has officially hit rock bottom today. Deciding he's done with the impending boss raid, he turns his back and announces his immediate vacation. The secretary stands there dumbfounded, wondering where on earth their top hunter is heading in such a rush. Kanghyuk is in a foul mood, standing in the pouring rain while his secretary watches his back. He scans the rain-slicked streets, looking for any place to escape the soul-crushing chaos of hunter life. A devious smirk plays on his lips as he finally spots a potential sanctuary through the downpour. Our boy points decisively, having finally made up his mind about where his vacation will officially begin. He sets his sights on a cozy-looking diner, its warm light offering a brief respite from the storm. Between the endless overtime and the pressure of combat, his stomach lets out a loud rumble for mercy. With his stress levels hitting an all-time high, he decides a good meal is his only priority. He marches toward the entrance, internally threatening to shut the place down if the food is trashed here. He cackles at the thought of punishing the chef by eating there every single day if it's good. Just as he reaches for the handle, he suddenly pauses, sensing a strange presence from within. The closed sign hangs mockingly in the rain, acting as a final barrier between our boy and his meal. Baek Kanghyuk stares in disbelief, offended that a trash-tier piece of wood would dare stand in his way. He sighs deeply, feeling like the entire world is conspiring to keep his stomach empty after a long day. If a sign won't change its mind, he decides hell just have to change the sign's physical state instead. With a single punch, he pulverizes the wood, proving that a first-order superstar doesn't follow operating hours. He lets out a manic laugh while kicking the door, determined to get his food regardless of the rules. Inside the quiet shop, Hansu focuses on his to-do list, planning out the future of his new sanctuary. He takes a calm sip of coffee, surrounded by moving boxes as he settles into his role as owner. It has only been 4 days since he ditched the hero life, yet the peace feels incredibly natural now. He chuckles softly, realizing that for the first time in decades, he finally has no reason to rush anything. Our boy finally digs out a movie, ready to enjoy the perks of his hard-earned retirement. He figures a hot brew and a classic film are the only things he needs for a perfect night. Suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere is obliterated when Baek Kanghyuk kicks the door right off its hinges. The superstar hunter waltzes in with a smug grin, completely ignoring the lack of other customers. Hansu stands there dumbfounded, still clutching his movie while processing this absolute lack of common courtesy. He tries to stay calm while explaining that the restaurant isn't even officially open for business yet. Baek Kangyuk couldn't care less about the rules and plops himself down at the counter like he owns it. He demands the best dish on the menu, acting like his hunter status makes him a VIP everywhere. Hansu is internally fuming since this trash-tier intruder just ruined his highly anticipated movie night. As he stares the brat down, he starts to realize this customer might actually be someone he recognizes. Baek Kangyuk taps the table impatiently, clearly not used to waiting for anything in his pampered life. He stares off with an entitled scowl, wondering why the service in this dump is so slow. When he catches Hansu staring, he snaps at him, but our boy just plays it cool. Hansu narrows his eyes, beginning to analyze the so-called superstar with a veteran's sharp gaze. He notices the hunter's arms are surprisingly thin, lacking the raw muscle you would expect from a warrior. Even his legs look fragile, like a single low kick from a real fighter would snap them. Hansu concludes that this brat is not only physically weak, but clearly lacks the brains to read. He actually starts feeling bad for the guy, thinking he must be malnourished and mentally stunted. The superstar's ego takes a massive hit when he realizes he is being looked down upon. He slams the table in a rage, demanding respect for his elite status as a first-order hunter. Hansu ignores the superstar's shouting, focusing instead on finding the right ingredients in his fridge. Baek Kangyuk finally sits down, grumbling that the meal better be worth the wait. Our boy looks over his stock, wondering if these high-tier ingredients are overkill for a brat. He spots a prime cut of meat that practically glows with an otherworldly, sparkling energy. Deciding to be generous, he grabs the rare slab and tells the kid he is in for a treat. The meat hits the counter with a heavy thud as Hansu prepares to get to work. This isn't just any beef. It's shoulder meat from a red dragon, a legendary and dangerous beast. With the precision of a master, he draws his knife to begin the delicate preparation process. He slices through the dragon meat, knowing exactly how to handle such a volatile, mana-rich ingredient. Since it's infused with fire spirits, he plans to use fruit juice to balance the natural charred flavor. Hansu grabs some grape juice to balance out the intense fire spirits within the dragon meat. He pours the juice over the sizzling steak, letting the sweet liquid soak into the legendary beast's fibers. Next, he prepares a special glaze, knowing the meat needs a perfect finish to satisfy a top-tier hunter. The liquid splashes onto the pan, creating a fragrant steam as the dragon meat absorbs every drop of flavor. Our boy stands amidst the roaring flames, determined to make this first meal on Earth a total masterpiece. Despite his past as a world-saving hero, he realizes that his true passion lies in the art of cooking. Suddenly, a ghostly wail erupts from the pan, nearly making the superstar hunter jump out of his skin. Kangyuk breaks into a cold sweat, desperately trying to convince himself that he is just hearing things from exhaustion. He nervously asks if the meat just screamed, but Hansu just looks back with a perfectly innocent expression. The hunter is left completely dumbfounded, swearing on his life that the dinner he ordered just tried to haunt him. Hansu plays it cool, telling the hunter he just misheard the oil hissing in the pan. He adds a final touch of seasoning, ensuring the flavors are perfectly balanced for a picky eater. With a master's precision, our boy plates the dish, making sure every garnish is in its rightful place. He sets the meal down, finally ready to see if his cooking can tame a trash-tier personality. The steak looks like a literal masterpiece, radiating an aura that even a top-tier hunter can't ignore. Kangyuk leans in, his sharp eyes searching for any flaw in this suspiciously perfect-looking meal. He hates to admit it, but the overwhelming aroma is starting to break down his arrogant defenses. As Hansu watches confidently, the superstar hunter realizes this chef is truly in a league of his own. Kangyuk admits the fire show was impressive, while our boy just wants to know if it tastes good. Finally dropping the act, the hunter prepares to dig in, completely won over by the incredible scent. The steak looks and smells divine, perfectly seared with a scent that promises a legendary feast. Kangyuk is practically drooling, his eyes sparkling as he realizes this might be the best meal of his life. When he asks for the name, our boy casually calls it Liu's steak, a dish from another world entirely. The hunter eagerly grabs his cutlery, ready to tear into the meat without a second thought. But as soon as the knife touches the surface, something feels incredibly off about the texture. He puts his back into it, but the meat won't budge, making the superstar look like a total amateur. Even with his hunter strength, he is actually trembling just trying to make a single dent in the steak. Frustration takes over as he starts hacking away like a madman, yet the steak remains completely unscathed. Out of breath, he complains it is too tough, while Hansu realizes he forgot a crucial detail. Realizing the mistake, our boy offers to cut it himself since normal tools cannot handle monster-tier meat. Hansu thinks it is no shock the hunter failed, considering the beast he is trying to eat. His mind drifts back to a dark, frozen lair where he once faced a true nightmare. Back then, our boy was just a hero in training facing down the most dangerous creatures imaginable. He remembers calling his opponent a cunning brute as the tension in the cave reached its peak. The foe was none other than Kalius, a legendary elder red dragon with nearly 2 millennia of experience. As the Demon King's right hand, the massive beast completely dwarfed the young hero in size and power. The dragon let out a deafening roar, ready to turn the intruder into a charred pile of ash. Even though it was a desperate struggle, our boy eventually delivered the finishing blow to the ancient monster. Now, that same legendary dragon meat is being sliced like butter by a simple kitchen knife. While the superstar hunter grumbles about the meat being impossible, Hansu just smiles and finishes the job. Hansu serves the dragon steak, noting that the hunter looks like he is about to drop from exhaustion. Bae Kanghyuk blushes at the attention and decides to finally take a bite of the legendary meal. He starts chewing, unaware that he is about to experience a flavor profile from a literal different world. Suddenly, a jolt of pure draconic energy surges through his entire body like a violent lightning strike. The hunter starts trembling as the raw power of the elder dragon meat begins to take hold. The heat becomes too much to handle, and he literally erupts into a massive pillar of draconic flames. He desperately clamps his mouth shut, terrified that he is actually breathing fire inside a quiet neighborhood diner. Tears stream down his face as the overwhelming, disgusting taste of raw power nearly breaks his spirit. Hansu just smirks, satisfied that he successfully made the most revolting, yet buff-heavy meal possible. The hunter slams the table, realizing this is not gourmet food, but a survival buff meant for war. Hansu gives a cheerful thumbs up, claiming this is just standard fare from his old world. Our boy Kanghyuk is absolutely losing it, wondering why he can't just spit out this disgusting, powerful meat. He starts sweating bullets, caught in a mental battle over whether he should actually swallow this literal fire. With a heavy gulp, he finally forces the dragon meat down, sealing his fate for the next few minutes. Suddenly, his entire body rumbles as the draconic energy starts tearing through his internals like a wild beast. His vision begins to sway, his mind turning into mush as the overwhelming power takes its toll. The hunter hits the floor with a heavy thud, completely defeated by a single plate of food. As he lies there with spinning eyes, he can only think about how truly trash-tier the taste was. An hour later, the superstar hunter springs back to life, gasping for air after his soul-crushing ordeal. Hansu just lets out a bored yawn, waiting for his guest to finally stop being so dramatic. Bae Kanghyuk snaps, accusing the chef of nearly sending him to the afterlife with that insane dragon meal. Infuriated by the chef's bored attitude, the superstar hunter lunges forward to teach the cook some manners. Without even breaking a sweat, our boy casually catches the high ranker's fist like it was absolutely nothing. Bae Kanghyuk freezes in pure shock, unable to believe a mere restaurant owner just neutralized his strike. Hansu just lets out a tired sigh, calling the hunter weak for struggling after such a boost. Turns out that Kalia's steak was a 3-star masterpiece designed to grant massive buffs and dragon-kind abilities. The hunter is completely dumbfounded, pointing at himself while wondering if he really just got called weak. With a playful flick, the chef confirms his low opinion of the superstar's current power level. The realization hits Bae Kanghyuk like a bolt of lightning, shattering his ego into a million pieces. He stands there trembling, caught between his pride as a top hunter and the terrifying reality before him. Bae Kanghyuk is absolutely rattled, his mind spinning over the fact that he was just called weak. He tries to reclaim his pride by shouting his high rank, lunging forward with everything he has left. Our boy doesn't even flinch, casually reaching out a single finger to put the superstar in his place. With a simple flick, the hunter is sent flying across the room like a piece of trash-tier debris. Hansu just sighs, thinking the guy really went overboard by trying to punch a simple chef. He tells the unconscious hunter to just take another nap while he starts digging through his pockets. Curious about the noise the guy was making, he pulls out his phone to research this first order. He scrolls through the hunter wiki, looking for any info on the top 100 strongest people. The chef is genuinely dumbfounded to learn that this weakling is actually considered one of Earth's greatest. If this clown represents the peak of humanity, he fears Earth is doomed, yet he prefers staying uninvolved. Hansu realizes he might have been a bit too harsh on the guy. Our boy just snickers while the superstar hunter trembles on the floor in absolute terror. Outside, the rain pours down on the quiet diner as the power dynamic shifts completely. The hunter immediately prostrates himself, begging for forgiveness for his earlier trash-tier behavior. Hansu casually sips his tea, noting how quickly the guy lost his attitude after being humbled. He asks if the superstar usually acts this way at other diners, making the hunter sweat in anxiety. As he drinks, a sudden thought crosses his mind about the hunter's true intentions. The superstar realizes he's dealing with a repatriate, someone who returned from another world with insane power. The hunter feels like dead meat, sensing a terrifying aura from the chef who could end him instantly. With a soft clack, Hansu sets his mug down and decides to finally hear the guy out. Hansu looks down at the prostrate hunter and decides he is actually going to help the guy out. Our boy Baek Kang-yuk is completely dumbfounded, wondering why this monster of a chef is suddenly acting nice. Hansu reminds him that as a top-tier hunter, he has a literal duty to protect the planet. He begins a massive lecture on how true education is about guiding people toward a path of dignity. The superstar hunter starts getting a bit of an attitude, questioning if he even needs these boring lessons. Suddenly, Hansu's aura turns pitch black as he cracks his knuckles, sending a clear message of doom. Terrified for his life, Baek Kang-yuk snaps into a salute and begs to be educated by his master. Hansu dives back into his speech about benevolence while the hunter's ears literally start to bleed. The poor guy is in total agony, wishing this endless nagging would finally stop before his brain melts. When asked about his past, Hansu casually reveals he used to be a middle school ethics teacher. Hansu claps his hands together to signal the end of his lecture and the start of a meal. Our boy flashes a saintly smile, reminding the hunter they should be grateful for the food provided. Baek Kang-yuk immediately loses it, pointing at the dish and calling it a literal biohazard instead of a meal. Hansu's terrifying aura returns as he suggests the hunter needs to reflect on his rude behavior. Completely defeated, the superstar hunter stares at the plate in a state of pure, unadulterated gloom. He asks with a trembling voice if he really has to finish it, and our boy confirms his fate. The hunter starts wailing like a baby, but Hansu insists the taste will eventually grow on him. When he tries to toss the trash-tier food away, Hansu catches his arm with a chilling warning. Tears stream down the hunter's face as he begs for mercy from this culinary nightmare. Hansu just gives him a dark, wide-eyed grin, confirming there is absolutely no escape from this meal. Hansu shoves the meal down the superstar's throat, leaving no room for negotiation or dignity. As the hunter swallows the biohazard, he sees his life flash before his eyes and cries for his mother. The elite hunter hits the floor with a heavy thud, finally passing out from the sheer intensity of flavor. Our boy grabs the unconscious hunter by the ankle, knowing he will likely throw a tantrum upon waking. He drags the dead weight across the floor, refusing to let any of that mana-infused food go to waste. Hansu eyes the basement door, contemplating the grim reality of Earth's destruction if these hunters don't improve. With a chilling grin, he decides that these trash-tier heroes desperately need to get stronger to survive the future. Meanwhile, the sun sets over the massive ISAC headquarters, where the higher-ups are starting to get nervous. Inside a quiet office, a pen taps rhythmically against a desk as someone's patience reaches its breaking point. The secretary is absolutely fuming because their top-ranked superstar has been completely off the grid for 2 days. A sharp blade slides out with a shing as a new hunter prepares to find our missing superstar. Meet Min O'Keefe, a second-order support leader who definitely doesn't have time for these trash-tier games. He doubts the top-tier hunter was kidnapped, since nobody on Earth is strong enough to take him. Min wonders if the guy just ran off because of some petty relationship drama or a stupid mistake. The secretary warns that a massive boss monster is due tomorrow, making this a full-blown national emergency. Min groans at the thought of babysitting the First Order's most unreliable screwball during a literal crisis. He decides to head out and drag the hunter back before the city gets leveled by a monster. Under the cover of night, he stalks through the quiet streets, following a trail only he can see. Suddenly, he halts his pace, as he senses something odd lingering in the cold night air. He tesks in annoyance, hating that he has to waste his precious tracking skills on such a schmuck. Min crouches low, his tracking senses tingling as he hones in on the superstar's lingering trail. He focuses his mind, letting his specialized mana filter out the noise of the sleeping city. A mental ripple expands through his consciousness, signaling that his target is finally within arm's reach. Our boy jolts as the signal hits him like a lightning strike, pinpointing the exact location nearby. He rises with a sharp gaze, knowing the hunt is finally over and the superstar is close. The trail leads him straight to a humble building that looks more like a diner than a hideout. Min breaks into a cold sweat, wondering why a top-tier hunter would be lurking inside this random shop. He tries the handle but finds it firmly locked, realizing the owner isn't expecting any late-night visitors. Since he's a professional, he pulls out a lockpick to make quick work of the simple door. The mechanism clicks open with a heavy sound, and he prepares to confront the missing First-Order hunter. Min O'Keefe carefully peeks inside, hoping his target is as vulnerable as the intel suggested. He scans the quiet diner, certain that the missing hunter must be hiding out in the basement. As he moves deeper into the shop, a dark presence suddenly looms right behind his shoulder. Our boy freezes in terror, feeling a chill down his spine as his stealth is instantly shattered. Hansu stands tall, calmly reminding the intruder that breaking and entering is a serious crime. Min is completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a mere shopkeeper completely erased his presence. Han-soo flashes a terrifying smile, claiming that whatever happens next is strictly a matter of self-defense. Meanwhile, deep underground, the superstar Baek Kang-yuk is busy swinging a pickaxe like a common laborer. The heavy tool thuds against the stone, marking another grueling hour of his forced manual training. He collapses in exhaustion, realizing this hellish workout is far more lethal than any monster he's faced. Baek Kang-yuk suddenly hears a noise, his heart racing as he wonders if his tormentor has returned. He watches the stairs in pure dread, fully expecting another round of soul-crushing training from the chef. Instead, a familiar face appears as Min O'Keefe trudges down, looking completely drained of all his energy. Our boy is ecstatic, thinking his rescue has finally arrived to end this manual labor nightmare. The superstar is dumbfounded when Min ignores the exit and silently grabs a heavy tool from the floor. Min admits he's also been captured, shattering any hope of a grand escape from this basement. Left with no other choice, the two hunters start working together to dig out the new basement. The rhythmic clanging of metal on stone becomes the depressing soundtrack to their new shared reality. When Min asks why they're doing this, Baek Kang-yuk explains they're now the shop's unofficial construction crew. Min snaps in frustration, cursing their luck for ever crossing paths with such a terrifyingly overpowered chef. Baek Kang-yuk stares at the broken hunter, realizing Han-soo is likely a high-tier repatriate from another world. Our boy asks for a power comparison, wondering how the chef stacks up against the legendary warrior Haken. Min O'Keefe confirms Haken's rank, but his face shows he knows they're dealing with something far worse. He admits that even at level 85, Haken is trash tier compared to the chef's incomprehensible power level. Despite being completely drained, Min grips his tool, knowing that laziness will only bring more divine punishment. Min snaps and swings his pickaxe, blaming the superstar for provoking that absolute monster of a chef. Baek is dumbfounded by the outburst but barely flinches as the sharp metal taps against his hair. The superstar takes over the heavy lifting, mocking Min for being too weak to handle his own share. He grows serious, realizing a boss monster could spawn while the sector's top defenders are stuck digging dirt. Min pants in agreement, terrified that the city's safety is at risk because they're trapped in a basement. Baek flinches as his stomach growls, while Min looks like he is finally reaching his physical limit. Our boy Bak tries to laugh it off, claiming his intense labor is the reason for his sudden hunger. Min just sighs at the superstar's antics, suggesting they should just apologize to the owner and leave. While Baek worries about being held captive, Min is confident the chef will understand their situation. Suddenly, the chef appears and casually tells the two hunters that they are finally free to go. Baek is absolutely dumbfounded by the news while Min bows deeply, showing his gratitude for the mercy. The chef then addresses Min by his full title, leaving the hunter startled by the sudden recognition. He reveals he simply looked them up on his phone, proving even a legendary warrior uses modern technology. As they prepare to leave, the chef begins tying his apron, stopping them in their tracks. He insists on treating them to a meal, refusing to let his guests leave on empty stomachs. Baek throws a tantrum about the food, but Han-soo just offers a choice between delicious and disgusting. Obviously, our boy Baek isn't an idiot and demands the delicious option without a second thought. Han-soo decides on baked salmon, making Baek celebrate while Min realizes they actually had a choice. Min initially tries to follow suit, but he can't shake the feeling that something is seriously off. He wonders why a master like Han-soo would offer such a blatantly obvious trap of a choice. The more he overthinks, the more Min suspects there is a hidden test behind this simple question. In a wild move, Min asks for the disgusting meal, leaving Baek shocked while Han-soo finds it adventurous. Han-soo just shrugs and grabs a fresh slab of salmon from the fridge to start the prep. He carefully unwraps the fish, preparing to show these hunters what real god-tier cooking looks like. With a clean slice, he begins prepping the salmon, his movements as precise as a master swordsman. Han-soo grabs the mirim, moving with the casual grace of a man who's slain gods and sautéed onions. He splashes the liquid over the salmon, letting the marinade sink into the high-quality cut of fish. Our boy starts dicing vegetables with surgical precision, his blade work putting most high-tier hunters to shame. Min watches in awe, realizing that even the simplest movements from this chef are refined beyond belief. Baek calls Min a total idiot for choosing the mystery trash over the glorious salmon they're witnessing. However, the superstar hunter stops mid-insult, sensing something fundamentally strange about the way the air is shifting. While Han-soo explains the science of removing fishy odors, he begins grinding fresh pepper over the tray. Min's jaw drops as he realizes Han-soo is actually using mana to perfectly distribute every single grain. It looks less like cooking and more like high-level sorcery, leaving the seasoned tracker completely dumbfounded. With the prep done, Han-soo tosses the foil-wrapped masterpiece into the pan to let the heat work. Our boy seals the deal by slapping the lid on, letting the heat do its magic. The foil-wrapped salmon begins to steam, locking in all those god-tier flavors and mana. Hansu lets out a sigh of relief, knowing the hard part of the prep is finally over. Suddenly, he turns to Min and asks if the tracker is dealing with any liver or kidney issues. Min looks pretty sheepish as he admits his digestion has been trashed here lately. Hansu warns him that these internal weaknesses are a massive liability when things get real in battle. Baek just loses it, laughing at how Min always runs out of steam after just 5 minutes. Realizing his guest is a mess, Hansu decides he needs to whip up some specialized recovery food. He reaches for a fresh pot, his mind already calculating the perfect recipe to fix the hunter's gut. Our boy starts stirring the next dish, proving he's just as much a doctor as he is a chef. Baek looks at the stove and pouts, wondering if all this buildup was just for some basic kanji. He mocks Min, joking that even a trash-tier cook couldn't possibly screw up simple rice porridge. Our boy just smiles and lifts the lid, revealing that the real medicine is finally ready. It is a perfectly steamed salmon, glistening and packed with the nutrients Min's body desperately needs. Baek is completely dumbfounded as the aroma hits him, his eyes sparkling like Hez found a treasure. The fish is so incredibly tender that even a light touch with the chopsticks makes it flake. He prepares for the first bite, his mind racing as he anticipates a god-tier flavor profile. The taste is so divine that Baek feels like his entire being is literally melting into bliss. He slams the table and swears, frustrated that someone this talented is just playing chef. Hansu calmly dismisses the praise as a mere hobby while serving a special sauce. Baek is absolutely losing it, claiming the secret sauce makes this already god-tier meal even better. While Baek guzzles down the food, Min watches nervously and wonders if he is the next victim. Our boy stays focused and keeps a cool head while expertly pouring a fresh concoction into a bowl. Min is genuinely disgusted, convinced that Hansu is trying to serve him some straight-up trash-tier slop. He figures this must be a tactical sacrifice, comparing the suspicious dish to a bunt in a baseball game. Despite his fear, he resolves to endure the foul flavor just to uncover the chef's hidden motives. Hansu doesn't sugarcoat anything and honestly warns him that this particular dish won't taste good. He flashes a bright, innocent smile and tells the hunter to enjoy the meal, regardless of the warning. Min is left staring at a bowl of glowing blue kanji that looks more like poison than food. Even Baek looks a bit dumbfounded as Min prepares to face the most suspicious meal of his life. The bowl of bubbling blue sludge looks more like a biohazard than a meal to any sane person. Hansu just glares back when the hunters ask if he seasoned the dish with literal uranium or chemicals. Baek scoffs and waves it off, convinced that the glowing mess is completely inedible trash-tier slop. However, Min can't look away, feeling a strange pressure emanating from the bowl that demands his full attention. Baek nudges him to speak up, but Min is too busy trying to process the overwhelming energy he senses. As he lifts a spoonful, he realizes the mana flow within the kanji is unlike anything he's ever seen. It hits him that this isn't just food. It has the exact same restorative properties as a high-grade potion. He starts sweating, wondering how a simple chef could condense such pure mana into a dish so quickly. Our boy just stands there with a satisfied smile, knowing exactly how much Hez blowing their minds right now. Min looks up in total shock, finally understanding that he's dealing with someone far beyond a normal cook. Our boy just signals for silence, letting the magic of his kitchen do the talking. Min realizes that despite the suspicious look, this meal is his only ticket to a full recovery. He finally takes the plunge, swallowing the first spoonful while bracing for the absolute worst. Suddenly, a massive surge of healing energy erupts through his body, repairing his damaged cells instantly. While Baek is enjoying a 5-star experience, Min feels like Hez chewing on actual scrap metal. He starts trembling under the sheer intensity of the mana, knowing he has to finish every last drop. Adopting a do-or-die mindset, he shovels the food down, determined to survive this grueling meal. Baek finishes his plate with a massive grin, feeling completely refreshed and ready for more. He turns to check on his partner, only to find Min looking like his soul left his body. Min is dumbfounded as he realizes the dish actually regrew his lost kidney and stabilized his mana. Min feels better than he has in years, his body finally humming with perfectly restored mana. He suddenly stands up, leaving Baek completely confused by his partner's weirdly intense and sudden behavior. Without hesitation, Min bows deeply, swearing he will never forget the life-saving favor our boy just did. Hansu just keeps it cool, acting like regrowing organs with a side dish is just standard service. Baek is totally dumbfounded, wondering why the vibes in the diner suddenly turned into a sentimental drama. Despite the brutal taste, Baek demands another helping, clearly hooked on the insane buffs the food provides. The trays start piling up to the ceiling as the two hunters eat their way through a fortune. Baek finally hits his limit, looking like a happy balloon while Hansu starts cleaning up the mess. Min gets serious, asking if the chef would consider helping them take down a boss monster tomorrow. Baek immediately shuts him down, insisting they cannot drag a simple diner owner into their dangerous hunter business. Bake argues that while our boy is insanely strong, he shouldn't be forced into their messy hunter business. He figures the chef is keeping a low profile for a reason, and would have volunteered if he wanted in. With a smug grin, Bak suggests the chef is probably just staying on the sidelines for their own growth. Han-soo just stands there looking completely dumbfounded by the weird logic being thrown around his diner. Baek shrugs it off, claiming that relying on a pro would just rob them of a chance to level up. He gets all fired up about overcoming challenges alone, while our boy just offers some polite, confused applause. Min isn't buying the act for a second and bluntly tells the superstar he's absolutely full of it. Getting right in his face, Min reveals he knows exactly why Baek is acting so high and mighty. He points out that if the chef joins the raid, the association will definitely draft him into the elite. Min starts jabbing Baek, mocking him for being terrified of losing his precious rank to a simple cook. Baek just laughs it off, trying to act cute now that his secret fear has been called out. Min isn't amused and vows to beat some sense into the superstar for being so incredibly selfish. Our boy just leans back, realizing that the superstar's logic about self-reliance actually holds some weight. He remembers how kingdoms that leaned too hard on a single hero always ended in total ruin. The weight of that grim reality hits the two hunters, leaving them completely speechless and drained. Min finally decides it's time to head out, dragging the pouting knucklehead along with him. Han-soo sends them off with a smile, promising a free extra dish for their next visit. He specifically tells Baek to come back soon, making the terrified hunter flinch at the thought. The door shuts with a quiet clack as they finally leave our boy's quiet diner behind. Walking through the night, Min scolds the superstar for being shameless enough to order 10 whole servings. Baek is absolutely fuming, calling the meal trash tier, and questioning if Min has lost his sense of smell. Min just scoffs internally, knowing the superstar is too dumbfounded to realize he just ate a legendary dish. He tells the brat he missed a massive opportunity but hopes he will understand the value of it eventually. The next day, a monstrous demon beast emerges in the city, snarling as it prepares to hunt. It lets out a bone-chilling roar, turning the urban landscape into a chaotic boss raid battleground. Perched on a nearby rooftop, the two hunters watch the disaster unfold while Min calmly smokes. When the support helicopter finally arrives, Min signals that it is finally time for them to get to work. Baek realizes he feels incredible today, his body buzzing with a strange, newfound strength he cannot explain. Both hunters draw their weapons, ready to show this beast why they are top-tier professionals. With a satisfying clunk, Baek readies his equipment, feeling completely refreshed and ready for the slaughter. Our boy Baek and Min leap into the fray, determined to steal the spotlight from the local monsters. The news quickly picks up the story, reporting that a dangerous A-rank beast has terrorized the city's main sector. It turns out the beast was no match for the superstar duo, who completely vaporized it in record time. Watching from his couch, Han-soo is just glad to see the government recognizing their hard work with medals. He chuckles when the anchor mentions Baek is dodging the press, supposedly due to a bad case of indigestion. Our retired hero continues his snack, feeling relieved that the world is in capable hands while he stays hidden. After a loud burp, he realizes the gate likely opened because the monsters were literally fleeing from his aura. He takes a calm sip of coffee, content to let the younger generation handle the flashy heroics for now. With a satisfying stretch, he reminds himself that his dream diner is finally set to open in a week. Looking out at the horizon, he prepares to tackle another day of his brand new, quiet life on Earth. Han-soo hears a strange noise outside and wonders who could be visiting his diner this early. A small, caped creature splashes through the puddles, while lugging a heavy cardboard box toward the shop. Opening the door, our boy is greeted by a furry delivery worker who seems quite dedicated to its job. The little fella holds the package high, announcing that a special delivery has finally arrived for the chef. The morning sun hits the diner, as the peaceful atmosphere is briefly interrupted by this unexpected, pint-sized visitor. Han-soo can't help but notice how soft and squishy the creature's paws look as it makes itself comfortable. The visitor politely asks if it can take a seat, and Han-soo naturally invites the guest inside. This being is an Ailuros, a creature known for being incredibly sharp despite its adorable cat-like appearance. They are actually legendary cooks with heightened senses that allow them to master flavors far beyond human capability. Han-soo smiles while watching the guest, knowing these loyal creatures genuinely enjoy taking care of people. These little guys are the ultimate multitaskers, handling everything from laundry to battlefield medicine without breaking a sweat. They'll even dig up buried treasure, making them the most versatile support any adventurer could ever dream of. But there's a catch. Their service is so top tier that it turns even the fiercest warriors into lazy bums. Why bother being a hero when you can just lounge around while your cat handles every single chore? Back in the day, our boy watched other warriors constantly bickering over whose feline companion was the absolute cutest. Han-soo felt completely left out, his eyes welling up because he was the only one without a partner. He even begged the heavens, screaming at the top of his lungs for a cat of his own. Gaia just looked down from her cloud, completely unimpressed and wondering why this brat was bothering her with nonsense. Thinking about how he was ignored back then still makes his blood boil and his fist clench in frustration. Turns out his old friend Renato finally came through, sending a legendary helper along with the requested pudding slime. Hansu reminds the feline that he's just a simple chef now who can't deal with messy cat hair. The little guy insists it doesn't shed a single strand, even daring our boy to give its fur a tug. He actually tests it out, giving the coat a firm pull only to find it's as solid as mana-reinforced armor. Impressed by the quality, Hansu realizes this isn't some trash-tier pet but a high-level companion with serious utility. As he gives the cat some well-deserved scratches, he wonders how such a legendary creature ended up at his doorstep. The feline puffs out its chest, claiming it had to literally throw hands with the cat god to get here. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, wondering if this tiny furball is actually a hidden powerhouse, or just a delusional talker. Seeing his skepticism, the cat begins to recount the epic tale of its departure from the divine realm. It all started in the celestial court, where the massive, fluffy cat god sat upon a throne of pure gold. Back then, the little helper was shaking in its boots, sweating bullets while facing the absolute ruler of its kind. The cat god shuts him down immediately, refusing to let him descend to the human world. Our boy tries his ultimate weapon, hitting the big boss with some god-tier puppy dog eyes. But the ruler isn't buying it, warning that the human he's after is a straight-up dangerous monster. Crushed by the rejection, the poor furball just slumps over and starts leaking tears like a faucet. The cat god just sighs, realizing the little guy has no clue how terrifying that chef actually is. Instead of being scared, the cat just brags that a dangerous master is exactly what makes him awesome. This leaves the absolute ruler of felines completely speechless, wondering where he went wrong with this one. He eventually gives up, deciding to just let the crazy kitten go find whatever hero he wants. Later, the little guy is wandering through a forest alone, wondering if he'll ever meet his destined master. Suddenly, a blue butterfly flutters by, instantly distracting him from his tragic quest for a brief moment. The blue butterfly continues its peaceful flight, completely unaware of the tiny stalker watching from the shadows. It zips away into the light, leaving the little guy alone with his heavy, self-deprecating thoughts. Our boy just stares, realizing that if he can't even catch a butterfly, he's trash-tier hero material. Suddenly, it clicks that he is nowhere near ready to serve a legend like that terrifying chef. Driven by pure determination, he decides right then and there to start his own hellish training arc. He unleashes a flurry of rapid-fire strikes, pushing his tiny feline body to the absolute limit. But a hero's helper needs brains too, so he hits the books to sharpen his tactical intellect. From master-tier cleaning to high-speed mopping, he grinds every day to become the ultimate support. Back at the diner, Hansu looks completely dumbfounded as he processes this insane, over-the-top backstory. Turns out, the cat even beat the literal god of felines just to prove he was worthy. The cat stands tall, proudly confirming that every word of his insane journey is the absolute truth. Hansu watches the feline's frantic energy, and finally understands why his old contact sent this little guy. He shudders, sensing the same chaotic airheadedness he dealt with back in the day with his former comrades. Despite the warning signs, the feline is dead set on proving he is the ultimate support for a hero. Our boy tries to play it cool, reminding the cat that his days of world saving are long over. That is when the little fluffball unleashes the ultimate weapon, using those sparkling eyes to melt his resolve. He cannot handle the cuteness and awkwardly agrees to take him on as a new staff member. The cat is absolutely over the moon, leaping into the air with pure joy at his successful recruitment. He sticks the landing perfectly, ready to trade his warrior training for a life of kitchen service. With a polite bow, the two officially start their partnership. Though Hansu knows things just got complicated, Hansu ponders the cat's name, thinking Niobe is a bit too much of a mouthful for customers. He settles on Nabi, and our boy is surprised by how quickly the feline accepts the new title. The hero's diner is finally ready, standing as a quiet sanctuary in the middle of the city. But peace never lasts long, as a mysterious figure watches from the shadows with clear ill intent. A pair of local rivals are scouting the place, feeling their territory is being invaded by a pro. They are dumbfounded that a fully furnished restaurant just materialized out of thin air while they slept. For these two, the culinary world is a cutthroat war zone where only the strongest businesses survive. They vow to take down their common enemy, hoping to protect their own mediocre shops from the newcomer. Park Dalsu spots a high-end coffee machine and immediately starts sweating over the competition's massive budget. Otasek realizes this isn't some trash-tier amateur, but a serious player who might ruin them both. Park Dalsu and Otasek are fuming because they think this new guy is overstepping by running both businesses. They decide to play dirty and use the same underhanded tactics that crushed their previous competition. Just as they prepare to strike, something at the front door catches their attention and stops them cold. Standing there are massive congratulatory wreaths sent by none other than the superstar Baek Kangyuk and elite Min O'Keefe. The sight of those legendary names sends a physical jolt through the two rivals as they realize the stakes. They start sweating buckets, wondering how a random shop owner could possibly have ties to such high-ranking hunters. Park Dal-soo is absolutely livid that he has to bribe low-level guards while this newcomer has top-tier connections. A spark of realization hits them both, and they understand that a direct frontal assault would be suicide. Calling the place an eyesore to save face, they decide they need a better plan before coming back. The two trash-tier villains hightail it out of there, realizing they have bitten off way more than they can chew. Before they can even run, two soft paws tap them on the back, stopping them in their tracks. The two trash-tier rivals freeze as they feel a surprisingly firm grip on their arms. Nabi looks up with big, innocent eyes and asks if they have come to grab a bite. They nearly jump out of their skins, dumbfounded that a literal cat is speaking human language. Seeing potential marks, the feline staffer sparkles with joy and invites them in for a meal. Before they can even protest, Nabi drags the two stunned owners right through the front door. They find themselves sitting at the counter, feeling completely out of place in this high-end atmosphere. Oh, Taesik nervously whispers to his partner, wondering if this creature is actually some kind of high-level monster. Nabi professionally serves them water, leading Park Dal-soo to believe it is just a harmless, tame anthropomorph. The two schemers exchange a wicked look, deciding to use this bizarre service to stage a massive complaint. Park Dal-soo runs his finger across the counter, desperately searching for even a single speck of dust. He stares at his fingertip in disbelief, wondering how a place with a cat can be this clean. To his horror, the surface is so pristine it literally sparkles back at his face. The two trash-tier owners start scanning the entire room like their lives depend on finding one flaw. Every single corner of the diner is blindingly spotless, leaving the duo absolutely dumbfounded. Oh, Taesik starts panicking, realizing that even as a frequent health code violator, he can't find anything wrong. Nabi just tilts her head and mentions that her special fur doesn't shed a single hair. They start aggressively rubbing the cat's fur, but not a single strand comes loose from her fluffy coat. When they wonder if a professional crew cleaned the place, Nabi proudly admits she handled it all herself. Oh, Taesik slumps over in defeat, feeling a wave of pure jealousy over this god-tier feline worker. Nabi politely asks the two trash-tier owners to place their order while they sit there looking annoyed. Since their first attempt to find dirt failed, Park Dal-soo decides it's time to move to Phase 2. Oh, Taesik gives a greasy smirk, fully on board with whatever shady plan his partner has cooked up. Park Dal-soo taps the menu and demands 2 servings of the daily special to test the food's quality. Nabi dashes off with a smile, completely unaware that these two are secretly snickering at her. Han-soo steps out and calmly accepts the challenge, ready to show them what real cooking looks like. While Oh Taesik suspects he's a retired hunter, Park Dal-soo is busy being distracted by his looks. Oh, Taesik is absolutely startled when his partner starts complimenting the competition instead of hating on them. Han-soo effortlessly raises a massive wok, preparing to whip up a meal that'll blow their minds. Park Dal-soo just stares in a daze, his brain short-circuiting as he watches the master chef at work. Park Dal-soo can't help but admire our boy's physique, noting those arm muscles are definitely not for show. He watches Han-soo handle that heavy wok like it's weightless, realizing this guy is on another level. Oh, Taesik gets heated and snaps at his partner, reminding him they aren't here to fanboy over the competition. Park Dal-soo tries to play it cool with a cough, but internally admits it's impossible to look away. He takes another sneaky glance, his trash-tier pride slowly crumbling as he witnesses a true master at work. Han-soo stays perfectly calm amidst the flames, his confidence radiating as the sizzle fills the air. It's clear our boy is actually enjoying himself, showing a passion Park Dal-soo has never seen before. Nabi trots out with the finished plates, her movements as smooth as her master's cooking skills. She serves up the squid rice bowls with a cheerful meow, leaving the two rivals completely dumbfounded. The steaming dishes hit the table, looking so perfect they might just end this rivalry before it starts. Park Dal-soo and Oh Taesik stare at the dish, surprised the menu changed based on the morning's fresh catch. Park Dal-soo realizes the ingredients are so simple he won't even be able to fake a trash-tier allergy claim. He hesitates for a second, knowing the only thing left to judge is the master's actual taste. Oh Taesik feels the same pressure, his eyes locked onto the steaming spoonful of rice and squid. Park Dal-soo finally takes the plunge, his pride on the line as he takes a massive bite. As he chews, Oh Taesik is dumbfounded and desperately wants to know if the flavor lives up to the hype. Seeing his partner's reaction, Oh Taesik can't help himself and dives in for his own taste. Suddenly, any thoughts of sabotage vanish as the two rivals start inhaling the food like starved animals. Within seconds, the plates are picked clean, leaving nothing behind but the clack of their spoons. Our boys lean back in total defeat, forced to admit that the meal was nothing short of legendary. Park Dalsu wipes his mouth, admitting that even a pro like him can't resist such a classic taste. Oh, Tasik laughs it off, realizing this soul food is on a whole different level than his cafe snacks. The two rivals finally drop the act, agreeing that this place won't even compete with their own businesses. They happily pay up, realizing that having a local spot this good is actually a win for everyone. Nabi gives them an enthusiastic multi-armed send-off, making sure they know they're welcome back anytime. Our boys head out in high spirits, their previous plans for sabotage completely forgotten in a food coma. As they stroll through the park, they even consider sending a congratulatory wreath to their new favorite chef. Back at the counter, Han-Soo quietly reviews a document, his calm expression hiding a sharp mind. Nabi trots over, curious about the mysterious list that has her master looking so thoughtful. Turns out it's a blacklist from Kangyuk, and ironically, those two happy customers were right at the top. Han-Soo jokingly brags that a simple squid rice bowl was enough to conquer his supposed rivals. He realizes that maintaining peace with the neighbors is far more rewarding than any battlefield victory. Our boy carefully designed his diner to avoid competing directly with the other local shops in the area. While he values coexistence now, his mind drifts back to the brutal habits of his warrior days. The peaceful atmosphere vanishes as he remembers a massive arena filled with the deafening roars of bloodthirsty spectators. A younger, battered Han-Soo gasps for air, feeling the crushing weight of a life defined by combat. He struggles to lift his blood-stained sword, thinking about how heavy the burden of killing has become. The crowd shows no mercy, screaming at him to end his opponent's life without a moment of hesitation. These trash-tier spectators thrive on the gore, demanding he take a head to satisfy their twisted entertainment. Standing alone amidst a field of corpses, he reflects on the hollow nature of his former glory. Han-Soo looks down at his defeated opponent, who is completely spent and gasping for air on the sand. The battered warrior stares back with gritted teeth, telling our boy to just finish the job already. He raises his blade high, the weight of the crowd's bloodlust pressing down on his tired shoulders. Instead of taking a life, he drives the sword into the dirt, narrowly missing the man's head. Han-Soo leans in close, making it clear that he isn't interested in playing their sick games anymore. He scoffs at the whole situation, deciding right then and there that he's done being a gladiator. As he turns his back on the arena, the trash-tier crowd starts pelting him with rocks and insults. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoes from his gut, reminding him that he hasn't eaten in ages. The legendary warrior hits the deck, not from a wound, but from the sheer agony of starvation. He realizes that even a god-tier swordsman is nothing more than a hungry human at the end of the day. Back in those trash-tier pits, our boy was literally dying for a taste of home-cooked kimchi stew. Fast forward to the present, and that desperate craving finally becomes a reality on a dinner table. Min O'Keefe finishes every last drop, admitting that the meal was nothing short of legendary. Han-Soo just stands there dazed, his mind clearly drifting back to those brutal, starving gladiator days. Sensing something is off, the hunter waves his hands to snap the chef out of his deep trance. Han-Soo quickly apologizes, explaining that the food just brought back some heavy, unwanted memories from his past. Little Nabi hops in to clear the empty bowl, confirming that the spicy stew was a total hit. While the cat scurries off, Han-Soo asks if this was actually his guest's first time trying it. Min nods while taking some tea, mentioning his US roots make him a complete newbie to authentic kimchi. Outside, the rain starts to pour, matching the somber mood of a man still haunted by his history. The trio enjoys a quiet moment while the rain pours outside, finding some peace after the legendary meal. Min O'Keefe admits that the atmosphere here is surprisingly peaceful compared to the chaotic life of a hunter. He finally stands up to leave, making sure to show his genuine gratitude for the top-tier cooking. Just as he is about to head out, he realizes there is one more crucial thing he needs to mention. He warns our boy that City Hall is sending an auditor this weekend, leaving the chef totally dumbfounded. Crouching down, he explains they need to verify if a magical feline serving customers is actually safe. Han-Soo wonders how they even tracked him down to register him as a returned hero from another world. Min just laughs it off while ruffling the cat fur, saying the government has a manual for everything. Since repatriates are seen as gate victims, the authorities just want to make sure everything is officially in order. With a final glance, the hunter departs, leaving the chef to worry about the upcoming bureaucratic headache. Min drops a final bombshell, mentioning the auditor is actually another repatriate who might not be so easygoing. As the sun sets over the diner, our boy is left wondering if his peaceful life is about to crumble. Outside, Nabi is busy keeping the place spotless, humming a little tune while she sweeps the yard. Suddenly, a scruffy-looking man creeps up and whispers a greeting, catching the poor feline completely off guard. Startled out of her fur, she launches into the air like a rocket, her heart nearly stopping from the shock. She immediately goes on the offensive with her broom, while the stranger blames his stealthy approach on a class trait. The man looks genuinely exhausted and apologizes, admitting he just couldn't contain his excitement at seeing a real Ailuros. Nabi is shocked that a human actually recognizes her species, especially one who claims he was once a hero in training. Realizing they are cut from the same cloth, she gets hyped while the hungry warrior asks if they're still serving. Despite the friendly vibe, she can't help but feel a bit worried about bringing more trouble to the shop. Hansu warns them from behind the door not to dare interrupt his precious movie time. Nabi politely informs the scruffy guest that the shop is already closed for the day. Seeing the man look so utterly defeated and hungry makes the kind-hearted feline start to waver. She decides to take matters into her own paws, offering to whip up a meal herself. The warrior is absolutely thrilled at the prospect of tasting legendary cooking and thanks her profusely. However, she suddenly realizes she has no clue how to actually make the kimchi stew he requested. As the guest waits expectantly at the table, the pressure starts weighing heavily on our girl. She panics, remembering her sensitive cat tongue and her total lack of knowledge regarding human spices. Determined not to fail her first solo customer, she scurries into the kitchen to find a boost. She hops onto a stool, ready to prove that even a tiny helper can produce god-tier results. Nabi starts by expertly dicing the pork, trying her best to mimic the master's rhythm. She gathers the essentials, knowing that high-quality kimchi and pork shoulder are the backbone of this dish. With a determined look, our girl tosses the meat into the pot to finally get things moving. As the water begins to bubble, she focuses on creating a rich, savory broth from the simmering pork. Everything seems to be going smoothly, and she starts feeling a bit more confident in her culinary skills. Suddenly, panic sets in as she realizes she has no clue how to balance the salt and sugar. In a moment of pure desperation, she decides to just dump everything in and hope for a miracle. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she figures the only thing missing now is a healthy dose of vegetables. A sudden spark of inspiration strikes her as she remembers a very specific ingredient hidden in the back. She pulls out a terrifying onion jack, completely unaware that a normal leek would have been much safer. Nabi collapses in utter despair, realizing her first solo dish is a complete and total failure. Park Sung-han stares at the bowl, sensing that the recipe went south the moment she started. The stew looks thick and gloopy, resembling a strange porridge rather than the masterpiece she intended. Our boy Sung-han tries to stay positive, even if the meal looks like a trash-tier culinary experiment. Nabi trudges away in tears, while the warrior reminds himself that it's the genuine effort that counts. A sudden creak at the door interrupts the gloomy silence, catching everyone off guard. Hansu enters and stands there dumbfounded, wondering what kind of chaos unfolded while he was out. He sees his assistant wilting in shame and a hungry stranger waiting for a proper explanation. The man bows politely, introducing himself as Park Sung-han, a repatriate who just returned from the abyss. Hansu notices his gaunt features, sensing they are cut from the same cloth of survival and hardship. Hansu quickly assesses the situation and offers to whip up some kimchi stew for his fellow repatriate. The guest feels like he is intruding, but our boy insists the diner is basically just a hobby anyway. He sets down the failed experiment first, telling the man to hold his hunger with the cat's attempt. As he walks away, he reflects on how important a first meal back on Earth truly is for survival. With a determined smile, he rolls up his sleeves to show what a real master chef can actually do. He tightens his apron, shifting from a friendly host back into his lethal element behind the stove. He starts by slicing into a picnic shoulder, knowing exactly how to handle the tough front leg meat. His blade moves with the precision of a god-tier swordsman, turning the pork into perfect bite-sized pieces. While the cut is trash-tier cheap, he knows its firm texture will provide a much richer flavor. He scrapes the meat into the pot, ready to transform simple ingredients into a legendary homecoming meal. Our boy clicks the stove to life, ready to turn this cheap pork into something truly divine. He knows a quick sauté is the secret to unlocking those deep, hidden flavors within the meat. From the shadows, the little feline helper peeks out, completely mesmerized by the master's effortless technique. Hansu notices her and kindly offers to teach her the ropes instead of letting her hide. He stirs the kimchi directly into the rendered pork fat, letting the two flavors fuse together perfectly. Next comes a spoonful of soybean paste, a crucial addition for any high-level dish involving pork. As Nabi nods along, he explains that the paste is essential for killing off any gamey meat smells. While some use alcohol, he prefers the garlic-heavy kimchi to neutralize the scent and add some kick. He breaks down the culinary logic, explaining how this method respects different dietary needs and flavor profiles. Finally, he tosses in a handful of onions to round out the texture of his legendary homecoming meal. Hansu adds the final seasoning, making sure the balance of the stew is absolutely perfect for his guest. Our boy smiles, satisfied that the dish has reached the peak level of flavor he was aiming for. Nabi is busy scribbling down every secret, determined to become a master chef just like her mentor. She hops with joy when he suggests she should take the lead on the next batch of stew. The finished meal is finally served, looking like a masterpiece compared to the trash-tier food of the other world. The silver-haired warrior stares at the bowl, his eyes reflecting the exhaustion of a man who is finally home. He mentions how this specific dish was the only thing that kept him going during his darkest days. Hansu realizes they are cut from the same cloth, both having survived through sheer culinary nostalgia. A single spoonful of the spicy broth is lifted, shimmering with the promise of a long-awaited homecoming. As he takes a bite, the warrior is completely dumbfounded by the taste of a home he nearly forgot. The silver-haired warrior realizes this is exactly the flavor he's been dreaming of for over a decade. He compares this feast to the trash-tier cafeteria slop he was forced to endure back in Terra. Tears start flowing as the overwhelming sense of belonging finally hits him right in the soul. After scraping the bowl clean, he reveals he spent 13 grueling years trapped in that other world. Our boy watches silently as the warrior explains how time moves differently between the two dimensions. Hes devastated to find that while he aged 13 years, only 6 have passed here on Earth. Hansu realizes time dilation is totally random, since his 40-year journey only cost him 9 Earth years. The warrior admits he reached level 51, proving he wasn't just some low-level mob in that hellhole. Hansu correctly guesses he was a silver-class adventurer, a title the man proudly confirms with a nod. Having finally found peace through a simple meal, the weary traveler stands up to face his new life. As the warrior leaves, he admits Earth's organized gate response makes the world feel strangely alien. Despite the safety here, his expression is heavy with a deep, painful longing for the world of Terra. Our boy is caught off guard, suddenly realizing the man didn't actually choose to return to Earth. Turns out, he was forcefully banished while exploring a dangerous underground dungeon run by a dark cult. Hansu is dumbfounded that a high-level banishment spell was the catalyst for his dimensional travel. These spells are designed to fling victims into the void, casting them entirely outside their current realm. He notes how statistically impossible it is that the spell coincidentally dropped him right back on Earth. While Hansu calls it a lucky break, the warrior slumps over, viewing this miracle as a tragedy. His hollow eyes reveal the soul of a man who feels like a stranger in his own birthplace. Our boy finally understands that, for this silver-class adventurer, Terra was the only home he truly knew. The poor guy laments, leaving behind a wife and a loyal pet back in that other world. He remembers his family clearly, realizing 13 years was more than enough time to make Terra his home. Overcome by the crushing weight of his loss, he collapses and slams the wall in pure agony. Even Nabi can't stand seeing him like this, offering a cloth to dry the broken man's endless tears. Our boy feels the awkwardness thick in the air, unsure how to handle a grown man's emotional breakdown. Hansu keeps it cool, casually asking if the silver-class hunter actually wants to return to his life. The question hits like a freight train, leaving both the warrior and our feline helper completely dumbfounded. He lunges forward with desperate hope, swearing he'd give anything to return to his family right now. Seeing his resolve, Hansu just gives a simple nod and snaps his fingers to make it happen. Suddenly, a massive surge of mana erupts beneath the silver-class hunter as the teleportation begins. He can hardly believe his eyes, realizing his desperate wish to see his family is finally coming true. Hansu just offers a chill smile, wishing the man well on his journey back to his home. With a final scream, the warrior is sucked into the dimensional rift, leaving Earth's misery behind for good. The portal snaps shut in an instant, leaving the diner quiet once again as if nothing ever happened. Nabi starts panicking, wondering if messing with dimensions like this will piss off the goddess Gaia. Our boy just dismissively digs his ear, admitting he only sent the guy back to stop the crying. Since the emotional drama is over, they decide it's finally time to lock up and call it a night. Nabi decides to take the leftover failed dishes down to the basement to feed their resident pudding slime. Hansu snatches the leftovers, but Nabi tries to stop him from eating trash-tier scraps. Our boy just gives a carefree smile, insisting that a little bit of bad food won't kill him. This reminds him of the dark days when he was just another face in the arena's cold cells. Back then, he was just a broken kid, named Yu, rotting away in a cage with no hope. Suddenly, the silence is broken by the harsh sound of metal clanging against his prison bars. A fellow gladiator named John shows up, noting that he's survived 200 days in this hellhole. Hansu just glares back, claiming he doesn't care enough to keep track of the time he's wasted. Instead of getting angry, the man just chuckles at the kid's cold and prickly attitude. He slides over a pot of kimchi stew, offering a rare taste of home in this godforsaken place. Our boy is genuinely shocked, wondering where on earth John managed to find something like this. John just laughs, explaining he bribed some random otherworlder with a single bronze coin for the ingredients. The absurdity of a hero carrying fermented cabbage makes Hansu burst into a rare, genuine laugh. He eagerly lifts the lid, the steam carrying a scent that feels like a distant, fading memory. However, as he looks closer, he has to break the news that this isn't actually a stew. It turns out the cook was a bit of a hack, serving up thick kimchi porridge instead. John looks absolutely dumbfounded, groaning at the realization that he might have been scammed by that traveler. Hansu just smiles warmly, telling him it doesn't matter because he's been craving this for ages. Relieved, John gives a thumbs up and tells him to fill his belly so he can survive tomorrow. Back in the pits, our boy was so starved he'd devour anything just to keep his heart beating. Now, he wonders if that weird onion flavor from his youth actually came from some trash-tier monster's head. Even if the cooking was amateur, every bite brings back the grit and survival of those early arena days. He realizes how lucky he was to survive a world that treated otherworlders like disposable entertainment for aristocrats. Instead of holding on to bitter rage against the elites, he chooses to remember the few who showed him humanity. John was the light in that dark hole, a genuine soul who looked out for him when nobody else would. He scrapes the pot clean, honoring the memory of the man who helped him endure the impossible. If that boisterous gladiator hadn't been there, Hansu knows he never would have made it back home alive. He shrugs off the potential stomachache, satisfied that a meal this meaningful was worth every bit of discomfort. Our boy heads to Sector A Market, a place that still carries the nostalgic scent of home. The air is thick with the hustle of vendors hawking their goods to the local crowd. Every corner is packed with fresh produce, reminding him of the simple life he once craved. He and his feline assistant stroll through the stalls, happily munching on some street food snacks. While chewing his corn dog, he notes that while the vibe is the same, the infrastructure is crumbling. He asks if she's still hungry, but she's too busy devouring her own treat to decide yet. A rare, genuine smile touches his face as he soaks in the familiar warmth of the neighborhood. To him, the real charm of a traditional market lies in the variety of authentic ingredients available. He scans the shelves, appreciating how everything is laid out right in front of his eyes. Being able to personally inspect the quality of the goods makes this place better than any high-end store. Hansu thinks market shopping beats any grocery store, while Nabi treats the whole trip like a treasure hunt. Our boy stops to scan the stalls, wondering if anything here is actually worth his time and gold. He decides there is nothing of quality and turns to leave, but his feline assistant isn't done yet. Suddenly, the cat's eyes widen as she catches the scent of something truly legendary hidden among the mundane. She dashes off toward a nearby stall, leaving her master completely confused by her sudden burst of energy. She points toward a massive, craggy object that looks more like a boulder than a piece of seafood. Hansu gives the giant shell a pat, amazed that a clam of this size even exists on Earth. As he leans in, he realizes the texture is hauntingly familiar, sparking a memory from his days in Terra. He stands there dumbfounded, wondering how a mythical creature from another world ended up in a local market. Turns out it is a haragagas, a legendary giant clam usually reserved for the plates of literal giants. Hansu asks about the massive shell, and the lady explains her husband found it somewhere random. Our boy is stunned, realizing that lugging a 200-kilogram monster home is no easy feat for a normal human. The lady just laughs it off, proudly claiming her husband is built like a tank and handled it easily. Feeling the ancient ridges, he confirms this is definitely a haragagas, a rare find in this trash-tier market. He decides to buy the legendary ingredient on the spot, his chef instincts screaming at the potential flavor. She warns him it is basically a rock that won't open, suggesting he only use it for shop decor. When he adds 10 mackerels to the order, the lady thinks he is just some overambitious home cook. He casually mentions he runs a diner, causing the lady to completely lose her mind in shock. She starts berating him, shouting that 10 fish won't feed a real crowd and he needs way more. The lady starts aggressively tossing extra stock his way while Nabi cheers for the massive haul they are scoring. Our boy easily hoists the massive haragagas over his shoulder, making the legendary ingredient look light as a feather. He politely thanks the lady, who is absolutely floored that this skinny-looking guy is stronger than her tank-like husband. Back at the diner, Hansu and Nabi stare down the giant rock-like clam, wondering how to even start. He ponders the culinary possibilities, his mind racing through high-tier recipes for such a rare find. He decides the first step is simply prying the beast open, and Nabi is totally down for the challenge. Realizing a normal kitchen knife is trash tier against this shell, he decides to use his bare hands instead. His eyes sharpen with the focus of a god-tier swordsman as he prepares to exert his hidden strength. With a violent crack, he forces the stubborn shell apart, proving that physical limits don't apply to him. Both of them are left dumbfounded by the sight of what's actually waiting for them inside the ancient shell. Turns out the meat inside is absolutely massive, dwarfing Nabi, and glowing with the quality of a divine ingredient. Our boy decides it is finally time to see if this monster tastes as good as it looks. He carefully slices into the shimmering meat, the blade gliding through the muscle like it is soft butter. A quick dip into some spicy sauce is all this legendary ingredient needs for a proper taste test. One bite in and he is already dreaming about how well this would pair with some cold soju. Looking at the mountain of leftovers, he tells his feline assistant they should whip up some chowder next. The result is a creamy masterpiece that looks way too high tier for a simple neighborhood diner. He plots out his meals, figuring the chowder will be the perfect cure for tonight's inevitable hangover. Suddenly, a devious look crosses his face as he thinks about the hunters currently under his thumb. He taps a nasty-looking dark lump, identifying it as a highly concentrated and lethal poison gland. While deadly, surviving this toxin grants total immunity to every other poison in existence. Hansu notes the ingredient's potency while his feline assistant trembles at the sheer intensity of its aura. Our boy flashes a villainous grin, planning to feed this toxic treat to that little rat Kanghyuk later. Somewhere else, Kanghyuk suddenly shudders as if a cold grave just opened up right beneath his feet. Back at the diner, the master chef rolls up his sleeves and prepares to perform some high-tier butchery. His blade moves with surgical precision, slicing through the massive shell like it was made of cheap paper. Just then, the silver-haired repatriate walks in, completely unaware of the madness unfolding behind the counter. Hansu yanks out the meat while the cat cheers, making the whole scene look like a ritual. The visitor peeks over and asks what is happening, only for the chef to casually mention he is filleting. The hunter is absolutely dumbfounded, wondering if that monstrosity from the riverbank is even safe for human consumption. Hansu just turns around with a blank stare, clearly not seeing what the big deal is. The silver-haired hunter is baffled that this monster came from a local riverbank, but our boy just shrugs. Hansu sets his blade aside, his interest piqued by the mention of unusual activity in the city. The visitor explains that 2 days ago, locals were complaining about some eerie, loud noises coming from the sewers. He recalls the moment hunters arrived on the scene, sensing that something was definitely wrong with the local mana. Turns out they discovered a dimensional chasm, a jagged tear in reality crackling with unstable energy. Hansu's expression shifts as he connects the dots, realizing the situation is far more dangerous than simple pollution. If a chasm is leaking this much energy, it means a full-blown gate is likely about to burst open. Even for a retired god-tier swordsman, a sudden gate opening in the middle of Seoul is a major headache. Despite the looming disaster, Nabi stays professional and trots over with a freshly prepared dish for their guest. She presents the clam sashimi, a master-tier meal that looks way too good for something pulled from a sewer. Hansu confirms that a chasm appearing in the sewers is a dead giveaway for an upcoming gate. The warrior explains that the situation is so volatile, the higher-ups have already sent in a special team. Our boy finally realizes why that lazy superstar Baek Kanghyuk hasn't been hanging around the diner lately. The guest is absolutely dumbfounded by the chef's skill, staring at meat sliced thin enough to see through. Hansu casually mentions the meat is too tough otherwise, and offers up some wasabi or hot sauce. He grabs a massive jug of soy sauce, keeping the hospitality flowing while his mind stays on the mission. Even as he serves, he can't stop thinking about that chasm and the chaos it's bound to bring. It reminds him of how this silver-haired warrior barely survived the impossible odds of returning to Earth, especially since a massive Haragigus was just found washed up, which is a massive red flag for any hunter. Turns out those level 90 brutes called gigantes usually eat them, meaning something truly nasty is lurking nearby. Hansu clenches his soy sauce bottle, realizing these coincidences are starting to feel way too deliberate. Our boy starts sweating bullets as the pieces of the puzzle finally begin to click into place. He stands there absolutely dumbfounded, coming to the grim conclusion that this whole mess is actually his fault. Meanwhile, deep in the damp sewers, a few miserable tents mark the spot of a very unofficial stakeout. Turns out the superstar hunter is currently living like a trash-tier hobo and hating every single second of it. His secretary isn't having any of his whining, coldly suggesting that he should just quit if he's miserable. She even offers to write the resignation letter herself, since he is currently bundled up like a caterpillar. After a month of trying to play nice, she has finally reached her limit with his constant antics. The top-tier hunter starts sobbing, lamenting how he wasted his vacation days camping in a literal sewer. When she asks what a first-order hunter should actually be doing, he springs up with indignant energy. Our boy Beck starts daydreaming about being a superstar again, imagining himself slaying monsters for a live audience. His secretary just gives him a death stare, suggesting he should just quit and join show business already. He immediately starts sulking like a literal child, refusing to speak while wriggling around in his sleeping bag. Secretary woman looks away, clearly exhausted from managing a top-tier hunter who acts like a total brat. Suddenly, a strange blue energy begins to crackle through the dark, damp sewer walls. She lets out a heavy sigh, questioning how much longer they actually have to rot in this place. Despite his whining, she admits he is trying to match the work ethic of much higher-ranked predecessors. She reaches out to suggest calling in a rotation team so he can finally get some real rest. Before she can finish, a massive rumble shakes the entire tunnel, putting her instantly on high alert. She whips around with a look of pure shock as she realizes something dangerous is finally showing up. A massive blue portal erupts, and she realizes the situation has officially hit red alert status. The tactical team doesn't waste a second, charging toward the source of the overwhelming mana signature. Our boy Beck draws his weapon, cursing the fact that his peaceful training just got interrupted by chaos. She glances at the scanner, her heart dropping as she tries to determine the gate's true rank. Suddenly, the measuring device cracks, unable to handle the sheer pressure of the energy pouring out. She begins to shudder, realizing that the equipment failing means they are facing something truly monstrous. Her legs give out as she concludes this threat is far beyond a standard S-rank disaster. Trembling in fear, she realizes the energy level is literally off the charts and completely unmeasurable. She stares at the vortex, wondering if the entire city is about to be wiped off the map. Even the veteran soldiers are left dumbfounded, whispering in terror as they face their potential doom. Beck grabs her shoulder, snapping her out of her paralyzing fear as the gate continues to expand. He bluntly states that someone has to dive into that mess before things spiral completely out of control. Recalling the emergency manuals, our boy mentions the specific protocol for handling a chasm of this magnitude. He explains that a stabilizer is their only shot at holding the line until actual reinforcements show up. With a mischievous grin, he adds that this mission basically requires a sacrificial lamb to get the job done. Terrified but loyal, the secretary springs up and insists that they should all face the danger together. Bike just brushes her off, teasingly noting that without her boss around, she would just be dead weight. He gives her a reassuring pat, though his casual attitude toward the life-threatening situation is honestly a bit unsettling. He makes it clear he is going in solo to secure the area, despite her desperate protests. Looking her dead in the eye, he tells her to listen closely to his final set of instructions. Beck tells her to find the hero's diner and bring the owner back as fast as possible. The secretary is completely dumbfounded by the request, wondering why a chef would be their only hope. Giving her a final pat, he insists she must beg for help if they want to survive this. He suddenly shouts at her to move, making it clear that this is an absolute order. Realizing there is no room for argument, she salutes and prepares to follow his command. As she dashes off, our boy starts rummaging through his gear, looking for a way to calm down. Turns out his cool exterior is just a front, as his hands are trembling while reaching for a smoke. He accidentally drops the cigarette, cursing his nerves while the weight of the situation finally hits him. One of the soldiers offers him a fresh pack, clearly impressed by how composed he appeared moments ago. He accepts them with a smirk, admitting he only acts cool because the body cameras are always watching. The soldiers laugh, thinking our boy is just putting on a show for the body cameras. Baek Kang-hyuk ignores the chatter, lighting up while prepping his weapon for the incoming slaughter. He dives headfirst into the fray, declaring he is going in while the soldiers salute his bravery. He vanishes into the swirling blue vortex, leaving the safety of the tunnel behind. Brass casings rain down on the concrete as the front line erupts into absolute chaos. The tactical team opens fire, desperately trying to keep the tide of monsters from breaking through. Trash tier bats and a massive red beast surge forward, completely unfazed by the hail of bullets. One soldier panics while reloading, realizing the sheer number of enemies is becoming impossible to manage. He drops low to find cover, his heart hammering against his ribs as the situation turns south. Suddenly, he spots a strange dark mist creeping toward him and wonders what new nightmare just arrived. A massive purple beast looms over the front line, its glowing eyes promising nothing but a quick, messy end. The monster swings a heavy limb, ready to crush everything in its path into a fine red paste. One soldier grits his teeth, silently calling out for his mother as he prepares to meet his maker. Just as the end seems certain, a sharp, metallic sound rings out as a blade is finally drawn. Hansu moves like a blur, delivering a devastating slash that cuts right through the high-tier threat. He lands perfectly, his movements showing the absolute discipline of a man who has seen 1,000 wars. A swarm of trash-tier bats surges forward, but they are nothing more than flies to a true master. Hansu remains calm, barely breaking a sweat as he turns to assess the rest of the battlefield. Blood sprays across the tunnel walls, painting a gruesome picture of the absolute slaughter he just unleashed. The tactical team sits there dumbfounded, completely covered in gore, while wondering who this monster of a man is. Hansu effortlessly blocks a final strike, his face remaining completely stoic amidst the carnage. The ground is now a graveyard for trash-tier bats and the massive beast he just shredded. The tactical team stands there dumbfounded, trying to process the absolute slaughter they just witnessed. Our boy doesn't stick around for thanks, turning his gaze toward the pulsing blue gate ahead. With a powerful leap, he He dives headfirst into the portal to hunt down the remaining threats. The shockwave from his movement sends the soldiers flying back as the air itself screams. They quickly regroup to confirm the kills, still searching for the man who moved like a ghost. Deep inside the gate, Baek Kangyuk is sweating bullets, his superstar ego replaced by pure, unadulterated fear. He huddles on the floor, desperately hoping his energy shield can hold out for just a bit longer. Tiny and helpless, he watches the massive gigantes stomp past, certain that his luck has finally run out. A pack of gigantes surrounds a flickering energy shield, wondering why the barrier hasn't expanded to crush them. Since their tiny brains can't solve the puzzle, they decide that a good old-fashioned punch should do the trick. One of the brutes winds up a massive fist, pouring every ounce of its monstrous strength into the strike. The impact rattles the very air, sending ripples across the glowing surface of the superstar's last line of defense. Inside, Baek Kangyuk is losing his mind, horrified that these trash-tier monsters are actually trying to punch through mana. The rest of the pack joins in, turning the shield into a punching bag as they relentlessly hammer away. Cowering like a child, our superstar desperately begs for the repatriate to hurry up before he becomes monster food. With a deafening crack, a single fist shatters the barrier, proving even god-tier tech has limits against raw power. Shards of mana rain down around him as the protective dome finally gives way to the overwhelming physical pressure. Baek stares up, completely dumbfounded, realizing his flashy title won't save him from the nightmare closing in. Our boy hits the dirt hard, his scream echoing through the ruins as his shield finally gives out. The nearby brutes stop in their tracks, their glowing red eyes searching for the source of that noise. Terrified of being spotted, the superstar hunter desperately covers his mouth to keep his breathing silent. He steals a frantic glance around the pillar, realizing he is completely surrounded by these trash-tier monsters. The true scale of his nightmare becomes clear as a massive shadow looms over his tiny, trembling frame. Pushed past his breaking point, he starts laughing hysterically, his mind snapping under the weight of certain death. The pack closes in, cruelly deciding that mashing him into the pavement sounds like a fun afternoon activity. Suddenly, his survival instincts flare up, and he draws his weapons with a snarl of pure, unadulterated desperation. He unleashes a hail of lead, shouting at the top of his lungs that he won't die easily. But the bullets just ping harmlessly off their thick hides, proving his flashy gear is utterly useless here. The trash-tier giants raise a massive foot, ready to turn our boy into a human pancake. Baek Kangyuk cowers in the shadow of death, realizing his superstar status means nothing to a stomp. Suddenly, the monsters freeze as Hansu casually slips through the gate like he owns the place. Seeing his savior, the hunter slumps against the wall, relieved that his terrifying teacher finally arrived. Hansu doesn't say a word, simply drawing his blade with the cold precision of a master. He steps forward with terrifying calm, his presence alone making the dungeon air feel heavy. The giants realize they aren't the predators anymore, sweating as they desperately try to flee. With a single, blinding flash of blue light, our boy unleashes a slash that rends the air. The monsters are reduced to nothing but a memory as the floor shakes from the impact. Watching from the sidelines, Baek Kangyuk just laughs hysterically, calling his teacher an absolute monster. Baek Kangyuk is sweating bullets, realizing just how suicidal it was to ever try and punch Hansu. Our boy just gives a cold glance, sensing the idiot lurking nearby with zero stealth skills. Baek Kangyuk tries to hide behind a pillar, but he is basically a neon sign to a master swordsman. Before he can even blink, a swift smack to the head sends the superstar hunter seeing stars. He hits the floor hard, completely out cold after failing his secret mission to observe the master. Hansu crouches down, wondering why his student was acting like a total creep behind a pillar. He sighs, realizing he accidentally wiped out the giants when he only meant to test their strength. Looking at the mountain of corpses, he notes they were actually a serious threat to the safety of Earth. Since the job is done, he starts packing up all the high-tier loot and artifacts into his inventory. He hauls the loot and his cheeky student over his shoulder, ready to head back home. Our boy just tosses the unconscious superstar through the portal, figuring the other hunters will eventually find him. He wears a smug grin, feeling pretty good about wrapping up another day of cleaning up trash-tier monsters. Back at the diner, a desperate cry for help rings out as the feline assistant faces a new nightmare. Turns out, the poor cat is being smothered by overzealous fans who just can't resist those little toe beans. Hansu stands there completely dumbfounded, watching his master-tier chef get treated like a common household pet. He sighs, realizing that leaving a legendary feline alone in a shop full of cat lovers was a massive mistake. As he tries to rescue his staff member, a sharp presence suddenly cuts through the chaotic, fluffy atmosphere. A stern woman grabs his arm, demanding to know if he's the man in charge of this establishment. She introduces herself as Hwang Jihyun, an elite aide who has a high-priority request that simply cannot wait. Han-soo is internally crying, wondering why he can't just rest after literally crawling through the sewers. Flashbacks reveal that Kang-yuk sent his aide for help, while Han-soo had already sensed the gate's shifting energy. Back in the present, our boy plays the polite host, offering the frantic woman a seat to talk. Ji-hyun looks completely drained, clearly overwhelmed by the weight of managing a potential S-rank disaster on her own. They settle in with some coffee, as she prepares to explain why the situation has spiraled out of control. She reveals that the superstar hunter supposedly made a heroic sacrifice by jumping into the dangerous chasm alone. Han-soo starts trembling, barely able to suppress his laughter at the thought of his student acting like a martyr. He sips his drink with a smirk, realizing the brat might actually have some potential after all. Our boy tells her to just relax, confident that the situation isn't nearly as dire as she thinks. He realizes she hasn't received the latest update yet, knowing full well that the threat is already neutralized. He notes that the only real emergency is his poor feline assistant being smothered by a crowd of fans. Nabi is absolutely miserable, because these trash-tier humans won't stop pulling at her fluffy tail. Our boy is fuming because these people think his restaurant is just some kind of free petting zoo. He doesn't care about the customer being king and starts physically tossing the freeloaders out the door. He slams the entrance shut, deciding that his piece is worth more than a few rude patrons. Turning back to Ji-hyun, he asks if she is actually an awakened hunter despite her boring office job. Our boy flashes a devious smirk, realizing she is the perfect test subject for his next experiment. He tells the exhausted official to just relax and eat while comforting his traumatized feline assistant. While Ji-hyun panics about the time, Han-soo calmly ties his apron, knowing the crisis is already handled. He clenches his fist in frustration, wondering why local hunters have been avoiding his shop lately. Turns out, his god-tier cooking tastes like absolute garbage to anyone without the proper legendary physique. Han-soo realizes that immediate healing dishes are the perfect bait to lure in exhausted, high-ranking hunters. He slams the table, startling Ji-hyun as he prepares to use her as his first culinary test subject. Our boy points out she is coming down with a cold, while she blames it on endless overtime. He scans her body like a pro, pinpointing exactly where the stress and cold spots have settled. With a confident thumbs up, he promises to whip up something special to fix her low body temperature. Ji-hyun watches him walk away, wondering if this eccentric chef is actually just trying to scam her. He reveals a massive ingredient harvested from Gigante's brutes, proving he is not just some ordinary cook. She starts connecting the dots, realizing only a monster of a man could stay this calm during crises. Checking her phone, she is dumbfounded that the gate hasn't opened, meaning someone already cleared the threat. She stares at the screen, beginning to suspect that the legendary powerhouse she needs is standing right there. Ji-hyun watches our boy crack open that massive shell, convinced he is the powerhouse who cleared the gate. She recalls the official manual for dealing with repatriates, reminding herself to treat them like live explosives. Han-soo notices she has finally calmed down and asks if she is ready to follow the protocol. He starts the prep by tossing a handful of fresh aromatics into the scorching hot pan. A quick splash of oil hits the heat, sending a savory aroma wafting through the quiet diner. With the skill of a master, he tosses the ingredients, making the wok sizzle with intense heat. He presents a bowl of thick, juicy meat that looks far too high quality for a neighborhood shop. Ji-hyun peeks over the counter, wondering if those massive chunks are actually just regular clams. Our boy explains he is whipping up some clam chowder to help her fight off that nasty cold. She stares in awe, dumbfounded by how big and juicy the ingredients from that monster shell look. Han-soo mentions these are harajigas, but Ji-hyun admits she knows nothing about seafood as a city girl. Suddenly, she sees the massive, pulsating meat of the creature, and her heart nearly stops from the sheer size. It clicks that our boy is actually using a high-rank monster clam as a basic soup ingredient. She slams the table in a panic, terrified that he is trying to feed monster meat to a government official. Han-soo looks genuinely confused by her outburst, while she struggles to find the words to refuse the meal. She realizes that repatriates are ticking time bombs, and offending him might lead to a total catastrophe. After imagining the entire city leveled in his rage, she forces a smile and pretends everything is perfectly fine. Unbothered, Han-soo starts the base of his legendary chowder by sautéing fresh garlic, potatoes, and savory bacon. He then pours in rich Minotaur milk, knowing its high-fat content makes for a far superior broth. With a steady hand, he stirs the mixture together, letting the magical ingredients meld into a perfect, healing meal. Han-soo infuses each ingredient with a shwoom of mana, stirring the pot to ensure the flavors blend perfectly. Our boy takes a quick sip to check the seasoning, making sure his godly skills haven't rusted. He gives a satisfied nod, knowing this simple meal is far superior to anything found in a trash-tier restaurant. The finished clam chowder radiates a magical aura, providing massive regeneration and warmth to anyone brave enough to eat. He serves the dish and tells her to eat slowly, while she remains dumbfounded by his incredible speed. Han-soo downplays his masterpiece, claiming it is just a basic milk congee, despite the legendary ingredients used. When he offers dried parsley, she panics and refuses, terrified that he is actually seasoning it with monster scales. The spoon makes a clack as she stares at the bowl, her mind racing with fear of the meal. With a nervous nom, she finally takes a bite, bracing herself for the overwhelming power of the meat. Han-soo just stands there confused, wondering why she is acting like he served her a bowl of poison. Ji-hyun takes a bite and is immediately hit by a wave of warmth that feels like pure magic. Her mind drifts to a freezing landscape, comparing her previous state to a lonely walk through a blizzard. Suddenly, she spots a glowing cabin in the distance, representing the salvation found in this legendary meal. She imagines herself finally thawing out by a cozy fireplace as the mana-infused broth heals her weary soul. Back in reality, the heat is so intense that she starts sweating, realizing this isn't just ordinary food. The temperature keeps rising until she is forced to loosen her collar just to catch a breath. Giving up on professionalism, she tosses her blazer aside, completely overwhelmed by the dish's hidden power. She fans herself frantically, her face flushed, as the restorative energy of the clam chowder works its magic. Our boy just smiles, knowing his cooking is the ultimate remedy for any exhausted hunter. Ji-hyun can only agree, feeling more refreshed and alive than she has in years. Ji-hyun admits it is her first time eating monster ingredients, but the flavor is absolutely god-tier. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, the higher-ups are clenching their fists in pure frustration over recent reports. A formal hearing is underway to figure out what really happened during that chaotic S+ rank gate crisis. Kang-hyuk just pouts, insisting he is simply reporting the insane reality he witnessed with his own eyes. Director Lee Jung-hoon is not buying it, demanding to know more about this supposed unidentified threat. Our boy Kang-hyuk groans, clarifying that the threat is not a monster, but just a simple diner owner. Jung-hoon finds it laughable that a chef could massacre dozens of S-rank monsters in mere minutes. Kang-hyuk snaps back, reminding him that the rank detector literally exploded because those beasts were so powerful. The director grits his teeth, internally cursing the brat for being so difficult during this serious investigation. With a heavy sigh, he asks one last time if a single man truly cleared that nightmare alone. Baek Kang-hyuk is bored out of his mind, telling them to just blame him if they won't believe the truth. Director Lee Jung-hoon can only sigh in frustration because our boy's story sounds like a complete fairy tale. He slams the desk, demanding to know how an immeasurable power could be living right under their noses. Kang-hyuk just grins, asking the director if he really thinks a man that strong would bother with hiding. He points out that the chef registered as a repatriate immediately, and the association's own rules protect him. With a smug look, he explains that the man just wants to run his diner in peace. Suddenly, he slams his hand down to get the director's full attention for the real truth. Leaning in close, he makes sure Jung-hoon understands exactly what kind of monster they are dealing with. He confidently notes that someone with that level of power has absolutely nothing to fear from them. Kang-hyuk casually sits on the desk, reminding the dumbfounded director that the world isn't just allies and enemies. Jung-hoon argues that they must consider every risk, because the lives of the citizens are their sole responsibility. Our boy Kang-hyuk just grins, reminding the director that the big shots will make the final decision anyway. He even tells the secretary to underline his field report, acting like he owns the room while lounging. Jung-hoon is absolutely fuming inside, wondering if this hunter thinks a few words can solve such a mess. The weight of the situation sinks in as the director desperately tries to find a way to proceed. He vividly remembers how an entire sector was leveled elsewhere just because someone pissed off a powerful repatriate. Time is ticking away, and the pressure in the room is becoming almost unbearable for the association staff. Kang-hyuk finally decides to wash his hands of it, saying he will leave the headache to the higher-ups. He stands up and asks to leave, claiming he has something way more urgent to take care of. Turns out his top priority is buying land, leaving the director completely dumbfounded by his casual attitude. Lee Jung-hoon is completely floored, his face twitching as the sheer absurdity of the situation finally sinks in. Our boy Kang-hyuk leans in close, whispering about how the land around the diner is the ultimate investment. For a fleeting moment, the director actually laughs, looking like he might be considering the massive profit potential. The mood shifts instantly as he delivers a heavy whack to the hunter's head for prioritizing real estate. He fumes with rage, screaming that his blood pressure is rising, while the superstar whines about their wallets. Elsewhere, Min O'Keefe leads his squad through the city, still processing the repatriate's overwhelming display of power. They arrive at the shop, though the soldiers are skeptical that a legendary warrior lives somewhere so ordinary. The squad gets defensive when told to be respectful, insisting they aren't arrogant trash-tier hunters like the others. The door creaks open as they step inside, finding the master chef waiting calmly behind his wooden counter. Han-soo greets them with a radiant, welcoming smile, ready to serve his latest batch of hungry customers. Min O'Keefe presents his squad, while Han-soo acknowledges the successful arrival with a calm nod. Feeling a bit awkward, the team leader thanks our boy for preventing a total disaster earlier. Han-soo just laughs it off, humbly insisting he barely lifted a finger during the whole ordeal. Since they couldn't help him back then, the squad decides to support his business by grabbing a meal. The soldiers sit in silence, staring intently as they try to size up the supposed legendary warrior. They are dumbfounded that he doesn't look like the battle-scarred, scruffy monster they had imagined. However, the more they look, the more they realize the master chef is actually incredibly good-looking. Their disappointment turns into pure jealousy, wondering if this handsome guy is some top-tier celebrity instead. While Han-soo preps the counter, Nabi skillfully balances a tray of hot soup for the new guests. The rich aroma wafts through the air, signaling that it's finally time for these weary soldiers to eat. The squad finally digs in, eager to see if the hype behind this meal is actually real. The moment the broth hits their tongues, their senses are completely overwhelmed by an impossible explosion of flavor. These hardened soldiers are suddenly blushing, unable to stop themselves from slurping down every last drop. One guy confesses to Min O'Keefe that he never thought a simple dish could leave him so dumbfounded. Hez actually moved to tears, feeling like Hez discovered a literal paradise hidden inside a soup bowl. Min O'Keefe watches awkwardly as his elite team completely loses their composure over the master chef's cooking. Before long, the table is stacked with perfectly clean bowls as they finish every single scrap. Our boy just smiles to himself, realizing he's just recruited 5 perfect marketing agents for his business. He knows they'll head back to headquarters and brag about this meal to every hunter they know. Soon, a massive crowd will be charging toward the diner, desperate to experience the legendary taste themselves. Han-soo plots to break their disgust for monster meat, turning them into his most loyal, addicted customers. He knows that once they taste his cooking, regular trash-tier food will never satisfy them again. His villainous laughter echoes through the diner as his master plan to dominate the culinary world takes root. Later, our boy heads out into the city, completely unaware of the trap the weather has set. He wipes away sweat, cursing the sudden heat wave that replaced yesterday's chill, without any warning at all. The local students whisper about the weird guy wearing long sleeves while everyone else is practically melting. He finally checks his phone, realizing he's the only idiot who didn't look at the weather app today. Suddenly, something catches his eye, distracting him from the embarrassing stares of the judgmental crowd. He stops in front of a local supermarket, probably looking for a way to cool down his core. Our boy starts rummaging through the freezer, desperate to find the perfect ice cream to beat the heat. Our boy finally grabs a refreshing blue popsicle, desperate to lower his temperature before he actually starts to melt. He pops the treat open and snaps it in half, ready to enjoy a rare moment of icy bliss. Han-soo reminisces about how the seasons used to be stable, instead of changing every single month like now. He stares at the snack, confirming to himself that these simple popsicles are still the ultimate summer survival tool. Since the diner is closed for the day, he wonders what kind of trouble he should get into first. A local cinema stands tall against the bright sky, promising a cool escape from the oppressive afternoon heat. He nods in total agreement with his own plan, thinking there is absolutely nothing better than a movie day. Our boy feels like luck is finally on his side after snagging a ticket for a show starting soon. Suddenly, a loud commotion from the street catches his ear, making him pause right outside the theater doors. He spots a bustling market where citizens are shouting about cheap prices and trading in their old monster-hunting weapons. Han-soo is dumbfounded to find a flea market filled with trash-tier gear right in the city. He spots Nabi near a stall, seemingly being followed by a curious little girl with blue hair. Our boy smiles, feeling a bit relieved that his feline assistant is actually making a friend for once. Realizing his movie starts soon, he decides to let them be and checks his phone for the time. He heads into the theater, humming a tune while looking forward to escaping the oppressive afternoon heat. Back at the market, the blue-haired girl is having the time of her life exploring the colorful stalls. Nabi is completely distracted by the savory scent of street food, wondering if he can snag a bite. The girl is absolutely starstruck, thinking she has just discovered the cutest and biggest cat in existence. She starts tiptoeing toward him, hoping to make a new friend without the cat noticing her approach. Suddenly she hesitates, wondering if this creature is cut from the same cloth as the monsters her mother mentioned. A mysterious woman explains that making friends is easy if you just keep giving them gifts until they're satisfied. Yunha's eyes sparkle as she realizes this is the perfect strategy to win over the giant cat. She immediately dashes toward a nearby stall, leaving a very confused Nabi wondering what she is up to. The little girl confidently orders a delicious chicken skewer, her mind set on the ultimate bribe. The snack glistens under the sun, looking like a high-tier treat that no feline could possibly resist. When she offers it, Nabi plays hard to get, claiming he never takes food from total strangers. Yunha doesn't miss a beat and simply suggests they become best friends right then and there. Nabi is dumbfounded by her logic, processing the sudden idea of having a human friend on this planet. Suddenly, our boy Nabi starts hopping with joy, thrilled to finally have his very first friend on Earth. Yuna beams with happiness as she successfully completes her mission, officially securing a bond with the magical cat. Nabi takes a massive bite, finally tasting the street food bribe Yuna offered him. He starts hopping around in pure bliss, realizing the skewer is actually incredibly delicious. However, our boy suddenly stops and asks what kind of magical status effect this food provides. He is absolutely dumbfounded when he realizes there are no buffs or hidden stats attached to the snack. Yuna just scratches her head, wondering why being tasty isn't enough for a simple cat. The realization hits Nabi hard as he looks at the skewer with a sense of impending doom. He starts drooping, lamenting that this isn't proper cooking if it doesn't have magical properties. If he keeps eating this trash-tier junk, he fears he will end up as a useless, chubby furball. Yuna suggests he just control his portions, but Nabi trembles, knowing his self-control is non-existent. The little girl is left speechless, watching her new magical friend have a total meltdown over a snack. Yuna starts lecturing our boy about how self-control and focus are the most important things in life. She gently holds the skewer with him, trying to teach the legendary feline a lesson in moderation. The little girl explains that while too much food is bad, eating just enough is perfectly fine. She adds that trying yummy dishes helps with studying and sports, which completely catches the cat off guard. When she warns him that being picky with food is a bad habit, Nabi is absolutely dumbfounded. The poor cat trembles, torn between his high culinary standards and the girl's simple human logic. He takes a hard gulp, staring at the street food like it is a high-stakes boss raid. Ultimately, the taste wins out as he happily munches away, forgetting all his worries about trash-tier nutrition. The duo skips off together, eager to hunt down the next delicious snack in the market. Meanwhile, far from the peaceful market, the heavy atmosphere shifts toward the imposing headquarters of the association. Our boy Baek Kang-yuk is fuming, cursing out the ball director for this mess. Min O'Keefe tells him to pipe down before someone hears his loud mouth complaining. Baek loses it when he hears the ISAC president is personally visiting the sewer crisis zone. Min just sighs, comparing the situation to a high-ranking military inspection that nobody wants. Baek screams that this is way worse, regretting they didn't clear out the sewer mobsters earlier. He stomps around in a rage, hating how those trash-tier gangsters always hide in the filth. Realizing they have work to do, Baek assigns the search and destroy mission to the detection specialist. He starts sniffling, feeling pathetic that he's stuck on patrol while everyone else is on dates. With a heavy heart, he activates his stealth mode to disappear into the shadows for the mission. Min takes point, leading the tactical squad deeper into the zone to handle the dirty work. The dim, flickering lights of the concrete tunnel set a grim stage for the upcoming slaughter. Heavy boots echo through the corridor as our boy marches toward his next target. Suddenly, a group of trash-tier thugs in suits corners him, thinking their guns give them an edge. The silver-haired warrior just glares at them, looking completely bored by their pathetic attempt at an ambush. He calmly reaches for his hidden blades, knowing these mobsters aren't even worth the effort. In a blur of motion, he moves so fast the tunnel lights seem to zip past. Before the thugs can pull a trigger, their weapons clatter uselessly onto the dirty floor. Blood sprays across the walls as he carves through the group with surgical, cold-blooded precision. He huffs in annoyance, frustrated that he has to waste time on such weak opponents. Joined by the tactical squad, he realizes these vermin are endless as the survivors tremble in fear. The silver-haired warrior wastes no time slapping cuffs on the trash-tier thugs who dared to cross him. He looks down at them with pure disdain, lecturing them on how their greed blinded them to reality. With the area finally secured, he stands over the captured mobsters while the tactical squad moves in. When a soldier reports they've rounded up 13 of them, our boy just groans at the sheer tediousness. He orders the squad to stay sharp and maintain formation as they push deeper into the sewer gloom. Miles away, Director Lee feels a sudden chill, instinctively scratching at the growing tension on his neck. He paces his office with a heavy heart, unable to shake the feeling that a disaster is looming. Reaching for a drink, he tries to steady his shaking hands before the next crisis hits his desk. He takes a desperate gulp, hoping the cool liquid will drown out his mounting fears for the city. His peace is shattered when an official bursts in reporting a total power outage, causing a massive spit take. Lee Jung-hoon is losing his mind, screaming about how a massive blackout happened despite their heavy security. His assistant explains that Min O'Keefe's team accidentally trashed an electrical facility while chasing some low-life syndicate. She looks completely stressed, knowing the explanation for this mess sounds like a total joke to her boss. Turns out, some trash-tier ability user is literally sucking the grid dry to supercharge his own weak powers. The guy is having the time of his life, feeling like a god as the electricity surges through him. Min O'Keefe reports the situation, predicting the idiot will probably fry himself from the massive overcurrent soon. Right on cue, the villain collapses into a heap, his body unable to handle the raw voltage he stole. Meanwhile, our boy is completely oblivious to the city's chaos, focusing only on his bucket of snacks. Han-soo is just chilling in the theater, munching popcorn while enjoying a dramatic flick on the big screen. The movie actress wails about waiting centuries for her love, making for a perfect, peaceful afternoon for our hero. The movie reaches its peak, as the heroine finally finds her man after 2 centuries of searching. The leading man leans in close, looking like he is finally going to confess his undying love. Suddenly, the plot takes a dark turn, as he reveals his true intent is actually cold-blooded revenge. Our boy is completely blindsided by the twist, losing his grip on his popcorn in pure shock. Right at the climax, the screen flickers and dies, leaving the entire theater in a sea of static. Han-soo sits there looking totally dumbfounded, his soul practically leaving his body from the sheer frustration. The staff tries to play it off with a power outage excuse, but the crowd is rightfully fuming. He cannot believe his luck, looking like a man who just lost everything over a ruined movie. He trudges out of the building, devastated that the sequel he waited 40 years for ended like this. Finally, reaching his breaking point, he screams at the heavens, cursing the goddess for his miserable afternoon. Up in the divine realm, Gaia just scratches her ear, looking completely unbothered by the hero's plight. Our boy is left pouting in the street, wondering why he even bothers begging that useless goddess for help. He eventually trudges back to the safety of his diner, hoping to find some solace within its quiet walls. The first thing he does is check the fridge, terrified that the city's power outage ruined his precious stock. He nearly loses it thinking about his ingredients spoiling, knowing that would be the final straw for his sanity. He realizes that even small bouts of anger can pile up into a mountain of soul-crushing stress. Standing alone in his kitchen, he decides he needs to take drastic measures to fix his sour mood. He starts rummaging through the high cabinets, searching for the one thing that can actually relieve his frustration. Suddenly, he pulls out a legendary relic of the past, a classic penguin ice shaver that looks surprisingly pristine. His eyes light up with pure, nostalgic joy as he prepares to treat himself to something sweet and cold. Han-soo decides that since it's boiling outside, a bowl of shaved ice is the perfect stress reliever. He thinks about the classic Korean bingsu, usually packed with sweet red bean paste and crunchy cereal toppings. Suddenly, a specific childhood memory flashes in his mind, shifting his focus away from the standard recipes. He remembers the wine bingsu his father always loved, a sophisticated taste he couldn't grasp as a kid. Our boy realizes he's finally an adult who can appreciate the complex flavors his father once promised him. Feeling motivated, he starts cranking the handle of his penguin shaver to bring that memory to life. He uses his magic to flash freeze sweetened milk, grinding it down into a pile of soft, glittering snow. A generous drizzle of condensed milk follows, ensuring the base has that perfect, creamy kick he craves. He begins expertly dicing fresh strawberries, knowing the tart fruit will perfectly complement the rich wine he'll add. He smiles while prepping the melon Min gifted him, silently acknowledging that the hunter is actually a good kid. Han-soo carefully layers the fresh fruit atop the ice, prepping for the final, most important ingredient. He reaches into a dimensional rift, rummaging for the special bottles he once received from a king. Our boy pulls out a legendary 500-year-old vintage, a reward for finally taking down the Demon King. He splashes the rich, red wine over the glittering snow, watching the colors bleed into the fruit. Taking a small bite, he pauses to let the complex flavors dance across his palate for the first time. The fiery heat of the wine clashes perfectly with the freezing ice, creating a sensation that's pure bliss. He chuckles to himself, finally realizing that this sophisticated profile is exactly what his father described. As he continues eating, he feels a deep connection to his father's memory, understanding his old man's perspective. With a satisfied smile, he wonders if appreciating such refined tastes means he's finally become a true adult. Suddenly, the door creaks open as his feline helper returns home, announcing her arrival with a tired meow. Nabi proudly leads Yuna to the diner, where the polite little girl offers a respectful bow at the entrance. Since the city is suffering a power outage, our boy welcomes her in, dumbfounded by her incredible maturity. Even though the shop is closed, Han-soo decides to treat Nabi's new friend to a special snack. The two small companions share a quiet, uncertain glance, wondering what kind of legendary treat is coming their way. Their eyes sparkle with pure anticipation as they watch the retired hero prepare to work his culinary magic. Han-soo turns his attention to the trusty penguin ice shaver, knowing exactly what will beat the summer heat. He begins grinding away, the sound of crushing ice filling the quiet diner as a snowy pile starts forming. Deciding to keep this batch alcohol-free for the kids, he carefully prepares the refreshing treats for his guests. As the sun rises and the birds begin to chirp, the peaceful atmosphere of the diner remains undisturbed. That peace is short-lived when Min O'Keefe and Baek Kang-yuk show up looking like they crawled out of a gutter. Han-soo greets the pair with a calm smile while drying the morning's first stack of clean dishes. Min O'Keefe is absolutely fuming while a soul-crushed Baek Kang-yuk drags his feet into the diner. Our boy Baek completely loses his will to live, face-planting onto the counter while begging to quit. Han-soo just watches the chaos, realizing his two regulars have been through a literal hellish night. He listens as they explain the nightmare of clearing out a syndicate only for the VIP to cancel. The two hunters immediately start clawing at each other, arguing over who actually suffered more in the trenches. Han-soo sighs, comparing their wasted effort to soldiers cleaning barracks for a commander who never shows up. They both explode in agreement, feeling like trash-tier dogs after being played by the association higher-ups. Baek practically weeps while begging for a meal that won't set his entire internal system on fire. Han-soo just chuckles to himself, finally understanding that these two warriors just need some culinary therapy. Han-soo finally caves, promising to whip up a legendary meal to heal their shattered spirits. Meanwhile, over at the Chasm Maintenance Division, the bureaucratic grind is just as soul-crushing as any dungeon. We meet Pero, a polite anthropomorph who got caught in a rift and ended up working a desk job. The workload is relentless, with massive stacks of paperwork being dumped onto his desk without a second thought. The bear looks up in surprise when a familiar face interrupts his monotonous cycle of filing and data entry. It turns out Ji-hyun has been assigned to support his division, much to the hardworking bear's relief. Suddenly, his stomach lets out a thunderous rumble, betraying the fact that he hasn't eaten a decent meal. He admits that Earth's trash-tier food just doesn't sit right with his otherworldly constitution during their shift. Even though he finds the work meaningful, his body is clearly screaming for something more than office snacks. Ji-hyun praises his sincerity, wishing the lazy superstar hunter had even a fraction of his incredible work ethic. Pero tells Ji-hyun to ease up on the praise, fearing his boss might overhear and increase his workload. He nervously balances a pen, insisting that his physical slump isn't just because of the endless paperwork. Ji-hyun ponders if the problem is the preparation, wondering if he'd actually prefer eating his meals raw. Turns out even raw meat fails him, proving he truly needs authentic cuisine from his distant home world. The thought of his lost home makes the poor bear's heart sink as he dwells on his isolation. He breaks down sniffling while Ji-hyun offers a sympathetic pat, realizing how much the big guy is struggling. As he loudly blows his nose, she reminds him that surviving 3 years of Earth's food is impressive. Suddenly, Ji-hyun's eyes widen as she realizes there's one person in the city who can fix this. She hands him more tissues, and mentions a mysterious individual who might hold the key to his hunger. The focus shifts back to the quiet streets where our boy's diner is surely waiting for a guest. Pero lets the local kids climb all over him, proving he's a gentle giant despite his beastly appearance. Even while babysitting, his mind is on the legendary meal Ji-hyun promised would finally cure his homesickness. He carefully sets the little ones down, telling them he has an important appointment to keep today. The big guy ruffles their hair and promises to return for more games once his business is finished. As the kids head home, Pero waves them off, finally ready to face his own salvation. He adjusts his glasses with a sharp claw, hoping this diner isn't just another trash-tier disappointment. Standing before the Harrow's diner, he feels a strange pull from the modest building's unassuming entrance. The door creaks open as our boy steps out to greet the massive visitor waiting on his lawn. Han-soo welcomes him by name, mentioning that he already heard a hungry bear was on his way. Even a retired god-tier swordsman gets a bit dumbfounded when a literal polar bear in a suit approaches. Han-soo awkwardly explains that he cannot allow a massive, shedding bear into his pristine kitchen. Pero starts bawling instantly, forcing our boy to clarify it is just a hygiene issue regarding the fur. The big guy finally calms down, relieved to know it was not a personal attack on his character. He settles down on the grass outside, waiting patiently while the neighborhood begins to take notice. A couple of local girls spot the fluffy visitor and immediately start debating his favorite snacks. They wonder if he is a cola fan, unaware that the bear's sensitive ears are catching every word. Pero internally grumbles about trash-tier soda, wishing someone would just bring him some high-quality salmon instead. The girls keep squealing over how cute he is, completely oblivious to his actual predatory cravings. Han-soo brings out a warm drink, mentioning he heard about the bear's crippling homesickness from the association. Pero slumps over, admitting that the constant crying and sluggishness are making his life a total misery. Han-soo looks at the bear and realizes these are the classic symptoms of a deep, soul-crushing homesickness. He snaps internally, wondering if the lady from the association thinks he's a therapist instead of a chef. Our boy decides that comfort food is the best treatment, even if Earth's ingredients are honestly pretty trash tier. As the bear slumps over in total despair, Han-soo starts brainstorming a menu that might actually work. He remembers seeing bear anthropomorphs back in the other world, but he highly doubts they were this soft. Those warriors were known as Urks, a clan of absolute monsters summoned to Terra for one purpose: war. They were famous for their fiery tempers and for smashing everything in their path without a second thought. Looking at the sad heap before him, he shakes his head, certain this gentle soul isn't an Urk. He stands up and tells the big guy they should probably just talk this out over a meal. Right on cue, the cat rolls out the heavy artillery, bringing a full kitchen setup to the yard. Hansu starts pulling out the big guns, beginning with feathers from a fire-eating bird. He adds leaves from a 1,000-year-old tree spirit, hoping the ancient mana does the trick. Our boy even summons a rock-eating drakewing, determined to give this bear a taste of home. He smiles confidently, certain that this legendary spread is more than enough to fix anyone's mood. 3 hours later, that confidence is long gone as the weight of failure starts sinking in. The entire crew is slumped over in total despair because their hard work yielded 0 results. They sit together in the dark, looking like a bunch of trash-tier losers after a failed raid. Hansu is genuinely dumbfounded, unable to believe that none of his high-tier dishes actually worked. When the bear starts apologizing, Hansu quickly waves it off, admitting the situation is just plain weird. Looking at the massive heap of empty plates, he realizes even god-tier cooking has its limits. Pero looks completely defeated, realizing his hometown must be further away than he ever imagined. He stares up at the moon in silence, probably wondering if he'll ever see his family again. Eventually, the bear stands up and apologizes for the trouble, while Hansu regrets not being more helpful. Suddenly, Nabi hops up and decides it's high time to burn off some of that excess energy. The little guy lets out a massive roar, looking like he's ready to take on the entire world. He starts throwing a flurry of strikes so fast they practically tear through the night air. Pero asks what's happening, so Hansu explains that Nabis race are actually born warriors. The bear finds it hard to believe since they're so cute, but Hansu knows better. Nabi blurs into a streak of motion, proving that his small frame hides some seriously high-tier combat stats. He finishes his routine with a majestic leap, silhouetted against the moon like a true master of his craft. Hansu suggests that Pero should join Nabi for a run to stretch out those stiff muscles. The bear hesitates, admitting he has done nothing but work and read for the past few years. Our boy is absolutely dumbfounded to learn that this guy hasn't exercised once in 3 whole years. He reminds the bear that despite his suit, he is still an anthropomorph who needs to move. Hansu warns him that ignoring his natural predatory instincts will eventually lead to a serious illness. Pero looks like he has seen a ghost, terrified by the thought of falling sick on Earth. Hansu points at the bear's bloated belly, calling it living proof that lethargy is already winning. Driven by fear, the bear starts running until his tongue is practically dragging across the pavement. He staggers around like a trash-tier mob, huffing and puffing while complaining that his knees are failing. Hansu just checks his stopwatch, completely unimpressed that the big guy only lasted 30 measly minutes. Pero hits the deck hard, looking like he is about to meet his maker after a light jog. He gasps for air, desperately questioning if this torture is even doing anything for his health. Hansu casually mentions this was a human-tier workout, which only makes the bear fume with rage. Suddenly, Nabi pounces onto the bear's stomach, catching the poor guy completely off guard. The little feline starts kneading away, telling the big guy to just stay still and take it. Pero turns beet red, feeling utterly humiliated to be getting a massage from a tiny cat. Nabi does not hold back, calling him squishy and blaming his lack of exercise for the extra weight. Hansu explains these are secret feline techniques that double the fat-burning effect of any workout. Looking at the pathetic sight, our boy realizes this bear does not have a single ounce of wildness left. Deciding it is time for the big guns, he prepares his knives to cook a truly legendary dish. Our boy decides to whip up some Franzberg baby food, a legendary dish from a warrior house on Terra. This family of warriors believes fighting is the ultimate virtue, making them far grittier than your average knight. If a kid born into this house is a lazy bum who hates combat, the family takes drastic measures. The maids force-feed the brat this special meal to fix his trash-tier motivation and spark some aggression. The food's nourishing effect is so insane it forcibly imbues the child with an unstoppable fighting spirit. Although he usually hates such forceful methods, Hansu figures it is exactly what the lazy bear needs. He starts with the thigh meat of a pit trident, a beast known for being absolutely ferocious. Reaching for his tools, he knows the prep work is key to making this edible for a child. He takes a deep breath, focusing his mana to ensure the dish is soft enough for anyone to digest. With a sharp glint in his eye, our boy raises his blade to begin the legendary culinary transformation. Hansu minces the meat with god-tier speed, ensuring the texture is perfect for the bear's weak stomach. The result is a shimmering mound of high-quality beast meat, ready for the next stage of the process. He seasons it precisely and shapes the mixture, treating every press like a high-stakes tactical maneuver. Although these look like ordinary meatballs, our boy knows they are still missing their signature magical punch. He invokes the ice spell La Therese, channeling draconic energy to flash freeze the nutrients deep inside. The ice dragon's magic swirls around the dish, maximizing the restorative effects needed to fix a lazy spirit. Seeing the mana settle perfectly, he nods with satisfaction, knowing his legendary culinary work is finally complete. Nearby, Pero is completely zonked out, looking like a total trash-tier mess after his long day of suffering. Hansu startles the exhausted bear by offering the glowing plate and telling him it is time for dinner. Dumbfounded by the incredible scent, the bear's eyes sparkle as he realizes he is about to taste heaven. Pero devours the legendary meatballs, finally tasting the home-cooked manna he has been desperately craving. He licks the plate completely clean, not wanting to waste a single drop of the restorative draconic sauce. Suddenly, his eyes bulge as the flash-frozen nutrients ignite a dormant, primal fire deep within his soul. Hansu smiles at his feline helper, knowing the bear is finally about to reclaim his warrior spirit. A low, guttural growl escapes the bear's throat as his lazy civil servant persona begins to crumble. The mana overload forces him to hulk out, shredding his suit as his eyes glow a predatory red. He roars at the sky, finally shedding his homesickness for the raw, destructive power of his ancestors. Our boy quickly sets up a training dummy, baiting the energized bear into a much-needed physical workout. The bear smashes through the target with ease, his movements no longer sluggish but sharp and violent. Hansu claps in approval while the little cat brings out more targets to keep the momentum going. Pero is completely lost to his primal instincts, his eyes glowing with a newfound hunger for battle. He spends the entire night tearing through the training grounds, finally venting years of suppressed frustration. By the time morning rolls around, the chaotic sounds of destruction are replaced by peaceful birdsong. Jihyun looks absolutely exhausted as she explains that their bear friend had to take a sudden sick day. Hansu just laughs it off, reminding her that his people are legendary warriors built for this intensity. She bows deeply in gratitude, mentioning that despite the muscle aches, the bear feels more alive than ever. When our boy suggests the bear should be the one to pay him back, she won't hear it. She insists that as his supervisor, the responsibility to settle the debt falls squarely on her shoulders. A mischievous smirk creeps across Hansu's face as he realizes he can finally cash in a favor. He immediately heads for the fridge, leaving her sweating as he proposes a very different kind of payment. Hansu pulls out a slab of meat, telling the terrified official that bad taste is her only worry. Jihyun panics, desperately offering any other form of payment just to avoid his legendary, soul-crushing cooking. Our boy just laughs and starts the prep work, ignoring her pleas as the kitchen comes to life. He starts hacking away at the ingredients with the speed and precision of a god-tier warrior. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks when his cheap factory knife snaps under his immense physical pressure. Nabi pokes her head in to check the commotion, and he admits he forgot to hold back his strength. Since his regular tools are trashed here, he decides to rummage through his dimensional inventory for a replacement. Turns out his hoard is full of world-ending holy and demonic blades, but not a single kitchen knife. Nabi agrees that using a legendary holy sword to slice vegetables would be a total insult to the weapon. Both of them stand there dumbfounded, wondering how a retired god-tier hero can be so broke for basic cutlery. Our boy decides it's finally time to upgrade his gear and head out for a proper blade. Since grocery store tools are trashed here, he suggests visiting a blacksmith, leaving Nabi wondering if Earth even has those. He explains that modern workshops are just high-end smithies, pointing out the repatriate warrior as proof of hunter shopping. They arrive at Crystal Valley, a sleek facility that looks more like a corporate headquarters than a gritty forge. Hansu flashes a special invitation he snagged from City Hall, acting like he belongs in such a fancy place. Inside, a professional guide waits to assist the high-profile clients expected at such a prestigious, sparkling workshop. The guide, Sayonare, welcomes him warmly as he casually mentions he's just there to browse for a knife. She beams with excitement, assuming this mysterious man wants a top-tier one-handed or two-handed sword for high-rank combat. Hansu quickly corrects her, gesturing that he's actually looking for a simple cooking tool, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Nare is secretly fuming, thinking this guy is a total joke for bringing culinary requests to an elite hunter establishment. Sayonare admits they lack kitchenware, so our boy decides to go big with a custom order. She secretly sneers, convinced this guy is totally clueless about the multi-million-won price tag for such work. While tapping her tablet, she asks if he has a specific master in mind for the custom job. Hansu asks for a dwarf or elf, and luckily, they have a single elven smith on staff. She leads them toward the elevator, keeping up her professional act despite her internal judgment of his request. They head deep underground, hitting the button for the 25th basement floor to reach the elite workshop. Suddenly, Nabi starts looking completely miserable, prompting Hansu to wonder what's bothering his feline assistant. Turns out the poor cat is terrified because elven-made weapons historically have a massive grudge against her. Hansu explains that while dwarves judge the person, Elven blades are picky and choose their own masters. They finally reach their destination, as Sayonara bows them out into the heart of the facility. Hansu explains that elves use frost instead of heat, making Nabi tremble from the sudden, biting chill. Deep in the workshop, the rhythmic clanging of a hammer echoes as a lone figure shapes glowing blue metal. Our boy is genuinely surprised to see a woman, knowing elven smithing secrets are usually guarded by men. The smith looks up, revealing herself as a sharp-eyed elf who clearly doesn't care about traditional gender roles. Hansu smiles, realizing her sheer talent must have been enough to shatter any outdated cultural restraints. She apologizes for her tunnel vision, but Hansu insists it is his own fault for dropping in unannounced. Poor Nabi is so spooked by the elven craftsmanship that she tries to vanish behind Hansu's leg. When she introduces herself as Alistair, our boy notes that it is usually a name reserved for sons. She simply explains that it is a hereditary title, proving she is carrying her lineage with immense pride. Hansu realizes she is the head of her family, making her a much bigger deal than he anticipated. Before taking the job, Alistair stretches and warns him that there are strict conditions for her legendary craft. She explains that while she won't judge him, her creation is the one that truly chooses its master. Our boy just nods along as she clarifies that there are absolutely no refunds if the blade rejects him. It turns out she has been in Korea for 2 years, yet not a single hunter has been deemed worthy. Poor Nabi is vibrating with anxiety, realizing that coming all this way might be a total waste of time. Despite the warnings, Hansu is unfazed and agrees to the terms, much to the elven smith's amusement. When asked for his request, he specifies that he needs a heavy-duty cooking knife, specifically a Chinese-style cleaver. Nabi is absolutely dumbfounded by the price tag, but our boy thinks the astronomical cost is a fair trade. Alistair grabs her gear, ready to show off her pride and joy to our boy. She playfully nudges Hansu, asking if he'd like to babysit her precious weapon children for a bit. When he declines, she just cackles and dares him to try stealing them if he thinks he is worthy. Our boy is visibly exhausted by her energy, firmly repeating that he has no interest in her games. Ignoring his protests, the elven smith drags him along as he wonders why all blacksmiths are this eccentric. She swings the doors open, leading Hansu and a worried Nabi into her private treasure trove. The room is filled with top-tier gear that she proudly introduces as her own flesh and blood. Her ego inflates as she brags, making Hansu realize he has dealt with this exact personality before. Before things get weirder, he clarifies that he already rejected her offer and wants no part of this. The heavy hammer on the wall starts to tremble as if reacting to a hidden, overwhelming power. Suddenly, a shield gets ripped from its mount, flying across the room with a heavy thud. Even the massive red blade and the staff begin to hum, vibrating violently under the sudden pressure. The ornate pistols on the plaque start to creak, moving as if they have a mind of their own. They begin spinning at a blinding speed, turning the legendary weapons into a chaotic, whirling blur. Alistair collapses in shock, screaming about her precious children, while our boy just stands there feeling awkward. Hansu watches the chaos, casually noting that the spinning pistols look like some trash-tier fidget spinner. This sends the smith into a total rage, roaring that her masterpieces are definitely not toys. As weapons fly everywhere, Hansu reminds her that he warned her an incident like this might happen. A decade ago on the world of Terra, our boy was just a hero looking for gear that wasn't trash tier. He visited the local elven forges, but the smiths had no clue a walking disaster had just entered their shop. Alistair was acting all high and mighty, bragging that this new blade was the greatest masterpiece she had ever forged. She treated the steel with extreme care, convinced that her handiwork was finally cut from a different cloth. But the moment Yu Seung-woo gripped the hilt, the legendary weapon simply gave up and shattered into pieces. Her rival smith couldn't stop laughing while Alistair had a total mental breakdown over her ruined child on the floor. Hoping the defense would hold, he reached for the shield, only for it to snap like a dry, brittle twig. He stood there completely dumbfounded, holding a set of divine gear that was now nothing but expensive, useless junk. After he accidentally trashed 6 different masterpieces in a single afternoon, the elven smiths were fuming with pure rage. That's how he earned a legendary nickname that still makes him cough in total embarrassment to this very day. Our boy stands surrounded by legendary loot, but he's not exactly feeling the hype right now. Alistair is absolutely losing it, wailing that her precious weapon children shouldn't have chosen this guy. Hes completely dumbfounded when she starts calling him a playboy for attracting so many of her blades. He tries to play it cool, insisting he never even wanted to enter the workshop anyway. But she's fuming, claiming that nearly 90 of her masterpieces have already fallen for his touch. She rants about the elven struggle, clearly reaching her breaking point with this weapon-breaking monster. Turns out, this is the 7th time he's had to listen to this exact same sob story. She starts shaking him like a rag doll, asking how a mother could lose so many kids. When she demands to know his total body count of broken gear, he actually starts doing the math. He casually mentions the number is closer to 500, leaving the poor smith totally soul-crushed. Alistair is absolutely losing it, imagining her precious masterpieces being handed over to a serial weapon breaker. She realizes our boy doesn't even carry the gear he has, which just adds salt to the wound. Her mind goes to a dark place as she envisions the tragic fate awaiting her beloved creations. She pictures them gathering dust in some trash-tier warehouse, never to see the light of day again. It is a nightmare scenario for a smith who poured her heart and soul into every single blade. The thought of them being forgotten forever is enough to push her right over the edge. She starts clutching her head in a full-blown mental spiral, unable to process the sheer disrespect. The poor girl finally hits her limit and faceplants right onto the workshop floor in total despair. Hansu just stands there looking dumbfounded, realizing he might have accidentally broken the blacksmith herself. Since elven custom demands respecting the weapon's choice, he tries to quietly tiptoe away from the wreckage. Hansu decides that since the weapons chose him, he might as well take the whole lot. He inspects the burning sword, noting its anti-regeneration properties and how it laughs at ice-type enemies. Our boy then tests a massive hammer, appreciating its simple strike amplification because sometimes simple is just better. He picks up Alistair's masterpiece, the dual dragon pistols, which took a whole year of elven passion to craft. They are too high tier for a trash-tier hunter like Kang Yuk. Yet they still don't quite match Hansu's level. He promises the gear he'll treat them well, unless he finds a more suitable master for their skills. With a quick flick of his wrist, he starts packing the legendary loot away into his dimensional storage. Suddenly, he notices a pair of blue gauntlets quivering in what looks like absolute terror or excitement. He realizes the gear isn't reacting to his presence, but rather to someone standing right behind him. Hansu calls Nabi over to see what's up, leaving the poor cat completely dumbfounded by the situation. Hansu points out that the sentient gauntlets are actually looking for Nabi, much to her surprise. Our boy watches as the feline assistant cautiously tiptoes toward the vibrating armor, unsure of what to expect. Suddenly, the gauntlets flash with a bright light and lunge forward, startling the poor cat mid-step. Hansu laughs and tells her that the gear is simply accepting her as its new master. The little helper is overjoyed, hugging her new legendary weapon while Hansu gives her an encouraging pat. She strikes a heroic pose, finally feeling like a true warrior with her high-tier equipment equipped. Hansu can't help himself, snapping a dozen photos of the adorable scene to capture the moment. Meanwhile, Alistair is in total despair, weeping as she's forced to forge a kitchen knife for her enemy. Hansu tries to act friendly, but the elven smith just screams that he's officially barred from her workshop. When he asks for a progress report, she loses it, hammering away while insisting it's almost finished. Alistair finally presents the finished product, a sleek cooking knife she forged with her signature, begrudging perfection. Our boy is genuinely impressed, but Alistair feels insulted that he's praising a tool made in an hour. He gently strokes the blade, feeling the incredible craftsmanship that only a legendary elven smith could produce. The blade even bears her name, marking it as a true masterpiece despite its humble purpose in a kitchen. Hansu tests the balance and realizes it's flawless, perfect for the high-speed chopping his legendary recipes require. When he gives a thumbs up, Alistair absolutely loses it, screaming at him to actually use her other weapons. He promises to find worthy masters for her other children as he casually tosses his new gear into storage. Alistair remains skeptical, worrying that no one strong enough to wield her masterpieces will ever actually show up. Hansu just shrugs with a confident smile, knowing he already has a plan to lure in some top-tier talent. By the next day, a bold new challenge appears outside the diner, promising rare equipment to any brave hunters. The sign goes up, promising legendary gear to anyone who can survive Hansu's lethal cooking challenge. Our boy starts prepping his ingredients as a crowd of hungry hunters gathers to test their luck. Watching from the sidelines, Yunha notices the massive crowd and wonders what all the fuss is about. Nabi explains that they've launched a new challenge, though he seems more interested in the chaos. The little girl just can't wrap her head around why adults enjoy eating such bitter, disgusting things. To distract her feline friend, she pulls out a special toy she specifically asked her mother for. It turns out this isn't some cheap trash-tier toy, but a high-durability ball designed for actual monsters. Yunha tosses the ball into the air, and Nabi immediately shifts into predator mode for a pounce. He catches it with ease, his claws digging deep into the supposedly indestructible material during the struggle. The ball pops instantly, leaving the girl dumbfounded since it was rated to survive a literal lion's bite. Yuna looks up at the roof, wondering if her toy was just defective or something else is up. High above, her bodyguard Seo Taiji keeps watch, packing a level 55 magnetism ability to keep her safe. He checks his tactical HUD and is dumbfounded to see that the cat is a level 80 beast. If the pet is that high tier, Taiji realizes the owner must be an absolute monster in human skin. Our boy Han-soo just looks up and gives a chillingly calm smile like He's seen right through him. Taiji panics because his high-tech optical camouflage suit is apparently useless against the retired hero's sharp gaze. Han-soo turns back to his work, leaving the rooftop stalker completely rattled by the brief eye contact. Even though he's been spotted, the bodyguard decides to stay low and keep playing his part in hiding. He watches as Han-soo starts kneading dough, wondering what kind of legendary dish is being prepped now. Below, the tactical soldiers wait in formation as the master chef gets ready to feed the entire squad. Han-soo grabs the mic and announces he's starting a strange food challenge for the hungry squad. He warns them it's not about quantity, but surviving a single portion of something that tastes absolutely vile. There are 3 levels of this culinary nightmare, and they can't advance without finishing the previous plate. With a 30-minute clock ticking, our boy promises a certified masterpiece for anyone who manages to clear it. The catch is a steep 100 million won entry fee, though he claims all the cash goes to disaster recovery. A soldier looks completely dumbfounded, wondering if this chef has actually lost his mind with that price tag. The rest of the guys start whispering that paying that much for a meal is just plain trash-tier logic. Suddenly, Han-soo reveals the level 1 reward is the Burning Sword Spirit of Fire, a legendary grade weapon. The soldiers immediately start drooling, realizing that getting a masterpiece for that price is an absolute steal. They laugh and joke that the rich repatriate must be trying to go bankrupt just to help them out. A set of heavy boots approaches the table as the first brave soul finally steps up to the plate. This guy plops down with a smug grin, clearly confident he can handle whatever our boy cooks up. Turns out he is Kim Chanzik, a defender whose endurance makes his body as tough as his mind. Han-soo nods as Chanzik officially accepts the level 1 challenge, hoping to snag that legendary fireblade. Our boy fires up the mic and announces that the strange food challenge is officially underway. Thunder rumbles in the distance, setting a heavy and ominous mood for the culinary battle ahead. Han-soo looks at the darkening sky and realizes the monsoon season is right around the corner. He thinks there is nothing better for a rainy day than some traditional paejeon and rice wine. He tells the crowd he is making an otherworld dish called kwak, leaving the soldiers completely confused. He gestures to his eyes, explaining the name means to look and never look away from the plate. Kim Chanzik is completely dumbfounded, wondering why on earth a dish would have such a bizarre name. Our boy cracks his knuckles and warns that this meal takes only 5 seconds to cook before burning. The soldiers start whispering among themselves, trying to figure out if it is just a fancy foreign pancake. Han-soo clarifies that while normal food is for eating, strange food is designed to be a struggle. Chanzik tilts his head in confusion, unable to imagine how anyone could make a simple pancake taste disgusting. With a cheerful clap, Han-soo signals that it is time to stop talking and start the work. Nabi trots over with the ingredients, acting as the perfect sous chef for this high-stakes culinary experiment. As he pours the batter, he reflects on how most cooking history is a quest for delicious perfection. However, he notes that the cuisine of Terra was forged through a desperate search for truly revolting flavors. The mixture begins to sizzle and hiss, releasing a scent that definitely is not your average street food. The tactical soldiers are already drooling, convinced this is just a top-tier pancake that looks way too good. Our boy Han-soo flips the batter, thinking that making food taste good is actually a total sin. He smiles, explaining that the true mark of a master is turning delicious ingredients into something utterly revolting. The soldiers just stare in silence, completely dumbfounded by the absolute nonsense coming out of the chef's mouth. Despite his warnings, the finished dish shimmers with a golden glow that would make any hungry hunter fold. He slides the masterpiece onto a plate, moving with the casual grace of a retired god-tier swordsman. With a cheerful shout, he presents the full spread, complete with a bottle of refreshing rice wine. Kim Chanzik is caught off guard by the divine radiance, his skepticism quickly being replaced by pure hunger. He rips off a piece, wondering how something supposedly strange can look so incredibly appetizing to his eyes. Smirking, he pours himself a drink, ready to see if this legendary cook is just full of it. Kim Chanzik laughs off the warnings, diving into the shimmering meal with the confidence of a top-tier hunter. He takes a massive bite, the steam rising as he expects a flavor explosion that matches the divine glow. The surrounding tactical soldiers lean in, eagerly asking if the legendary dish actually lives up to the hype. Suddenly, his face pales, and he begins to tremble as the truly revolting nature of the food hits him. Our boy reflects on how cooking history is usually a noble search for the most delicious flavors imaginable. Usually, when a chef masters a dish, it's celebrated for being a masterpiece that everyone wants to devour. Those legendary methods eventually become the gold standard, filling recipe books and scrolls for future generations to follow. For instance, everyone knows that using pure potato starch is the only way to make a perfect, crispy pancake. However, Han-soo smirks because the people of Terra have a twisted culture that values the exact opposite. He reveals his secret ingredients, explaining how lukewarm water and ant starch create the most pathetic, squishy texture possible. The entire area falls silent as the poor guy at the table starts trembling from the first bite. One of the soldiers looks completely dumbfounded, wondering why anyone would cook with something called ant starch. Our boy just smiles and explains that the starch comes from a tree-like monster found back on Terra. He casually mentions the green buds contain poison, while the challenger looks like he is meeting his maker. Another soldier snaps, yelling that feeding someone this trash-tier poison is basically an assassination attempt. Hansu insists he is a pro and claims the poison actually helps build a natural resistance. He adds that he swapped scallions for Winter Ghost, causing the poor hunter to literally freeze from within. Turns out, this legendary dish is actually a top-tier delicacy back in the world of Terra. If he ever served this monstrosity to regular citizens, his diner would turn into a funeral parlor overnight. He cannot help but giggle, knowing exactly how much suffering he is putting these modern hunters through. Hwang Jihyun looks at the suspicious dish, wondering if she really has to risk her life sampling this. Our boy just beams with pride while Nabi helps him serve the plates like it is a 5-star meal. She stares at the greasy pancake, her stomach already churning before she even takes a single bite. Seconds later, she is face down on the table. While Hansu wonders just how much poison a human can take, he gives a confident thumbs up, insisting he ran plenty of tests on himself before serving anyone else. Kim Chanzik prepares to dive in, unaware that this trash-tier meal actually grants him a rare poison resistance. The poor guy starts trembling as the toxic ingredients begin to wage war against his internal organs. Even though it looks like a normal omelet, the hidden mana-infused herbs are enough to floor a dragon. He finally hits his limit and slams onto the table, officially failing the most painful challenge of his life. The surrounding soldiers watch in absolute horror, realizing their comrade just got taken out by a simple snack. Kim Chanzik is barely clinging to life, desperately dipping his finger into soy sauce for one final message. With his last ounce of strength, he scrawls a warning that this trash-tier food belongs in another dimension. The surrounding soldiers are completely dumbfounded, wondering how a normal-looking meal could possibly be this lethal. Despite the carnage, one overconfident soldier steps up, thinking he is built different and can handle the heat. Turns out he was wrong, as the entire squad ends up quivering on the floor in a pathetic display. Our boy's little friend Yuna is amazed to see the piggy bank overflowing with the soldiers' entry fees. Hansu just stares at his defeated customers, realizing his business model might be a bit too intense. He lets out a heavy sigh, disappointed that not a single hunter could actually finish the challenge today. It is frustrating because he put so much effort into crafting a dish specifically designed for poison resistance. He knows that even the strongest warrior is useless if they cannot survive a little bit of toxic seasoning. Hansu remembers how even legendary warriors would drop like flies the moment a poisoned blade touched them. In the demonic realm, the very air is a death trap, making poison immunity the ultimate survival skill. Back on Earth, our boy realizes these modern hunters are trash tier when it comes to handling a little toxin. He looks at their fancy gas masks and scoffs at the idea of relying on mere human technology. He rants that a mask is useless if it breaks, reminiscing about the days he literally swam in poison. Yunha just tilts her head, completely dumbfounded by the logic of her scary but talented chef friend. She innocently asks why he cannot just make the medicine taste like a 5-star meal instead of garbage. Hansu crouches down, trying to explain the harsh reality of high-level alchemy to a literal child. He explains that the more disgusting a dish is, the more potent its restorative effects become for the body. Realizing she will not get it, he leads her back inside, deciding some secrets are better left unexplained. Yunha is all sparkles, begging our boy to explain more about his crazy world and culinary secrets. Hansu just smiles and tells her it is way past her bedtime, patting her backpack for departure. She pulls a trash-tier face, clearly not ready to end her playdate with the magical cat just yet. Suddenly, the door creaks open, signaling that her ride back to reality has finally arrived. Her bodyguard, Taiji, steps in and taps his watch, reminding her that they are on a strict schedule. Yuna puts on her best puppy dog eyes, asking her protector if they can stay just a little longer. She starts throwing a full-blown tantrum, stomping her feet because Nabi is still busy in the bath. She is obsessed with feeling the cat's warm paws and refuses to budge until she gets a snuggle. Taiji glances at his watch again, clearly losing the battle against the kid's sheer, adorable persistence. He finally gives in and grants her 30 more minutes, making Eunha the happiest girl in the world. Eunha is absolutely thrilled to stay, while Taiji finally takes a seat at the counter to relax. Knowing a powerhouse repatriate is nearby, the bodyguard figures it is finally safe to lower his guard. His eyes land on the legendary food challenge poster, promising rare gear for anyone with a strong stomach. Taiji decides to shoot his shot, asking if he can take on the challenge despite the late hour. Hansu just gives him a calm smile and says he is more than welcome to try. They move the operation outside where Unha can keep playing with Nabi while the men get to work. To show he is serious, the bodyguard slides over a massive check worth a cool 100 million won. Hansu accepts the payment and suggests they drop the formalities, since the guy looks pretty young. Our boy is dumbfounded when he sees the name on the check belongs to a legendary pop star. Taiji just sighs, clearly used to the confusion, and explains he has zero relation to the singer. Hansu apologizes for the name mix-up, but Taiji admits he's dealt with that annoyance his entire life. While our boy gets to cooking, he can't help but feel the massive generational gap between them. The chef serves up a golden pancake, finally setting the stage for this high-stakes culinary trial. Taiji stares at the simple-looking dish, doubting it could actually cause the chaos he's heard about. When Hansu asks for his motivation, the bodyguard simply states that eating this is a dire necessity. He looks dead serious, clearly carrying a heavy burden that drives him to seek out this lethal meal. Turns out he's been microdosing poison for years, a habit Hansu actually finds quite impressive. Taiji explains his mentor is obsessed with poison resistance, yet he hasn't seen any real progress lately. Hansu wonders if the guy is just ill-suited for the skill or if his training is trashed here. Our boy suggests the real problem is the poison isn't strong enough, and this dish is the cure. Taiji pours some water, figuring that while strong poison might hinder his work, this dish looks perfectly balanced. He grips his chopsticks tight, refusing to let such a rare chance for growth slip through his fingers. Hansu watches silently, wondering if this guy actually knows what he's getting himself into. With a final word of thanks, the bodyguard lifts a piece of the golden pancake toward his mouth. Our boy stands back and observes as the hunter starts chewing, the silence in the diner becoming heavy. He takes a hard gulp, sending the mana-infused meal down to face his internal defenses. For a brief moment, everything seems fine as he processes the initial shock of the flavor. Suddenly, the poison hits like a truck, leaving him quivering and drenched in a cold, agonizing sweat. He realizes the taste isn't just bad, it's aggressively hostile, literally attacking his body from the inside. Desperate, he recalls his mentor's advice to keep a level head and try to analyze the situation. The portion seems small, tempting most to just swallow it whole and get it over with. Taiji realizes that's a trap and decides to treat this meal like a life-or-death combat encounter instead. He visualizes the dish as a high-level monster with massive attack power far exceeding his own defenses. If he takes the full force at once, he's toast, so he wonders if splitting the damage is better. By breaking it down into smaller hits, he calculates he can actually survive the toxic mana's onslaught. The hunter decides to take tiny bites, intending to use every second of the time limit to his advantage. Even with this strategy, the sheer intensity of the poison has him trembling and fighting for his life. Our boy watches with a smirk, impressed that the hunter actually figured out the correct way to survive. He encourages the gasping man, explaining that overtaxing the body is the only way to build resistance. Of course, he keeps the most dangerous secrets to himself just to keep things interesting for his guest. Yunha dries off the cat while marveling at how only a true adult could stomach such nasty-looking food. Back at the table, the bodyguard continues his grueling battle, nibbling away at the toxic dish with intense focus. With a final, shaky breath, he stares at his empty plate and realizes he actually survived the ordeal. Our boy gives him a round of applause, genuinely impressed that the guy didn't just keel over and die. Suddenly, a notification pops up confirming he just unlocked a rare poison resistance skill thanks to the lethal meal. He stands up feeling like a new man, clenching his fist as he senses his newfound strength surging within. A rare smile creeps onto his face as he wonders if his success would make a certain someone proud. Hansu reaches into his dimensional storage to grab a reward, even though the guy admits he's no swordsman. He pulls out a wicked red blade, which the hunter immediately recognizes as a masterpiece from the legendary Alistair. He remembers his past failure with her gear, knowing her weapons are notorious for rejecting every single wielder. Hansu tells the dumbfounded hunter that he's already reached a special agreement with the legendary equipment. He explains that to earn their respect, the man must overcome a trial to impress these picky princesses. Our boy uses a classic story of a warrior asking a beautiful princess for her hand in marriage. To prove his worth, the princess demands he bring her the head of a mountain-dwelling dragon. Hansu shrugs and notes that completing the challenge and winning her heart is the only way forward. The hunter finally gets the hint, realizing he needs to treat these high-tier items like royalty. Hansu smirks, clarifying that surviving his lethal cooking was the actual trial and quest all along. While the hunter groans about the difficulty, Hansu casually mentions that this was only the first level. The man then asks about a specific belt that had utterly rejected him during a previous encounter. With a swish, Hansu presents the golden masterpiece, wondering if this is the item he's after. Seotaiji is absolutely dumbfounded that he finally secured the legendary belt he has been eyeing for so long. He realizes this high-tier magic suit eliminates his heavy equipment baggage, making his bodyguard duties much easier. Our boy Han-soo is just glad the guy is satisfied after surviving that trash-tier training meal earlier. The bodyguard is literally moved to tears, feeling like he has finally leveled up his protection game for Yunha. While they talk shop, the little lady and her feline companion have already drifted off into dreamland nearby. Turns out Yunha was secretly hoping to miss her curfew, just so she could snag a legendary sleepover. She is out cold now, cuddling Nabi like they are two peas in a pod after a long day. Suddenly, reality hits the bodyguard like a truck as he checks the time and starts sweating bullets. He looks down at the sleeping duo, knowing he is about to face a boss-level scolding from her mother. Even with his new gear, he realizes no amount of armor can protect him from a parent's absolute fury. Rain pours down on the diner as the second day of this insane food challenge officially kicks off. Our boy Han-soo scratches his head, wondering if these hunters actually know what they're signing up for. A squad of tactical soldiers huddles up, psyching themselves up for what they call a diner raid. One guy even brings out a heat pack, trying every trash-tier trick in the book to survive. He checks with Han-soo if their prep is legal, and our boy says anything goes without buffs. The soldier just smirks, insisting that his secret red bottle is definitely not a magical potion. Suddenly, the whole group starts chugging the liquid fire, hoping to numb their senses before the first bite. They end up gasping in agony from the hot sauce, while Han-soo watches their self-inflicted misery unfold. With their spirits ablaze, the squad locks in, determined to conquer the meal with pure, unadulterated grit. Han-soo just watches them, thinking their desperate need to get stronger has reached a level of overkill. The tactical squad starts digging in, but the magical spice hits them like a freight train to the gut. They start shoving each other aside, desperate to finish the challenge and escape the culinary nightmare. Even with their trash-tier heat packs, the magical frost from the meal leaves them shivering and utterly broken. Our boy Han-soo doesn't mind the chaos at all, happily counting the fat stacks of cash rolling in. Just then, little Yunha pops in from the rain, looking like a bright yellow ray of sunshine. Han-soo greets her warmly while Nabi practically vibrates with excitement at seeing her best friend again. He starts hauling away the unconscious soldiers so the kids can have some space to play nearby. Across the street, the local business owners can't help but gossip about the insane crowd at the diner. A massive line of high-ranking hunters stretches down the block, all waiting for their turn to suffer. The greedy neighbors realize each of those desperate hunters is basically a walking goldmine for the neighborhood. Tae-sik and Park Dal-soo are absolutely fuming as they watch the diner's success from across the street. Tae-sik can't believe our boy is charging 100 million won just to serve trash-tier food. Park Dal-soo is dumbfounded that anyone would drop that much cash for a slim chance at one item. They start comparing it to their own overhead, realizing they barely make a scratch at the day's end. A local waitress just sighs, clearly exhausted by these two jerks making a scene in the cafe. When they hear Han-soo is donating billions in profit, Park Dal-soo's head nearly explodes from the shock. Tae-sik refuses to believe it, claiming the chef is definitely just pocketing the money for himself. Since they can't prove embezzlement, they decide to pivot and weaponize the Food Sanitation Act instead. The trash-tier duo snickers while plotting to call in a fake emergency inspection to ruin his reputation. Park Dal-soo is fully committed now, vowing to shut down the diner and bury Han-soo for good. Tae-sik gets the bright idea to start serving literal garbage to mimic Han-soo's poison dishes. They plot to charge a fortune under the guise of charity, essentially turning their business into a scam. The trash-tier duo cackles at the thought of finally becoming filthy rich from their pathetic scheme. They're practically drooling over the easy money they'll milk from hunters through this legal gambling ring. Suddenly, a hooded figure looms over them, putting a chilling end to their greedy little celebration. Our boy Han-soo grabs them by the skulls, deciding it's time to personally correct their sheer stupidity. He explains the diner is a registered training ground, meaning the Food Sanitation Act doesn't even apply here. Since hunters are trained to eat monster meat or trash, their plan to report him is utterly useless. The two cowards try to play it off as a joke, desperately hoping they can talk their way out. Han-soo isn't buying it and slams the table with enough force to send their souls flying. Han-soo warns the trash-tier duo that he isn't some greedy amateur like they are. Park Dal-soo and Tae-sik are absolutely terrified, clinging to each other as their world crumbles. He gives them a final warning to keep their mouths shut or face a real legal nightmare. Our boy just turns around with a whip, leaving the two cowards shaking in their boots. They don't waste a second and bolt out of the cafe like their lives depend on it. The cafe waitress is left completely confused as her boss abandons his own shop in a panic. Han-soo gently taps her on the shoulder to snap her out of her daze. He calmly asks for another iced coffee as if he didn't just mentally break two men. While the duo runs through the pouring rain, Hansu watches them go with zero pity. The waitress quickly recovers her professional smile, asking him what size drink he'd like. Several days pass, and the sun finally breaks through the clouds over our boy's legendary diner. Hwang Ji-hyun is back at the counter, looking a bit hesitant while browsing the latest menu with Nabi. When Hansu mentions a new food challenge, she immediately panics and refuses to be a test subject. Our boy just laughs it off, while the poor administrator slumps over, exhausted from her own internal conflict. She admits to herself that despite the past trauma, finding food this delicious anywhere else is basically impossible. Looking up at the retired hero, she can't help but admire how easy he is on the eyes. Her mood flips instantly when she sees carbonara on the menu, and Hansu heads off to cook. Suddenly, something about his appearance catches her off guard, making her freeze in her tracks. She springs up from her seat, calling out to him before he can even reach the kitchen. Hansu is left completely dumbfounded when she bluntly asks if Hez actually put on some weight recently. Hansu grabs his jaw, feeling the terrifying softness of a double chin for the first time. Our boy lets out a soul-crushing scream as the reality of his physical situation finally sets in. He can't believe a god-tier swordsman like him is actually falling victim to a little extra body fat. He wobbles in despair, remembering that even as a legendary adventurer, his weight never shifted an inch. When the administrator asks about his recent diet, he mentions his habit of pizza and cola during movies. Hwang Ji-hyun just sighs, thinking that a single cheat meal shouldn't be enough to cause this much damage. Hansu mumbles to himself, realizing that eating 8 whole pizzas every single day might be the problem. The administrator nearly flips the table, demanding to know exactly how many movies he is actually watching lately. He innocently explains that there are so many good films he has been binging 10 of them daily. Hwang Ji-hyun shouts that she has found the culprit, completely dumbfounded by the retired hero's insane caloric intake. Hwang Ji-hyun slams the counter, demanding to know exactly how much soda our boy is actually chugging. He casually admits to drinking liters of cola with his pizza, making the administrator wonder how he's still alive. She stares him down, dead serious as she asks if his trash-tier diet includes anything else besides junk. Looking at him, she's honestly dumbfounded that the retired hero hasn't ended up in a hospital bed yet. Hansu squishes his own face, genuinely worried that his legendary self-control has completely vanished on Earth. He trudges away in shame while she reminds him that he can't keep eating like a glutton. Suddenly, he serves up a massive, mountain-sized plate of carbonara that looks absolutely divine but dangerously caloric. Hwang Ji-hyun stares at the heap of pasta, realizing that this portion size is borderline criminal for one person. When she asks if he's trying to sabotage her figure too, he just turns away with a petty attitude. With the diner finally closed for the night, the weight of his dietary sins hangs heavy in the air. Our boy is spiraling, realizing he was too distracted by Earth's delicacies to notice his body changing. He slams the table in despair, feeling like a trash-tier hero who can't even conquer his own appetite. Even Nabi joins the pity party, showing off a tiny bulge and blaming the local child's constant snacks. Hansu snaps at the cat, pointing out that a little fluff is nothing compared to his own situation. He stares at his reflection, horrified that the legendary gladiator now sports a soft, unrecognizable face. The magical cat tries to play it off as cute, but Hansu isn't buying that nonsense for a second. Determined to fix this mess, he tightens his apron and prepares to get back into peak fighting form. He reaches into his dimensional storage, declaring that it's time for some serious, self-inflicted culinary discipline. A massive slab of premium meat hits the counter as he gathers the ingredients for a true warrior's meal. He cracks his knuckles, ready to cook a dish far beyond the 3-star trash he serves the local hunters. Hansu locks in, realizing only a 4-star dish can burn off this stubborn, trash-tier belly fat. He starts with overseer meat, a cut so rare it makes dragon steak look like common street food. Our boy begins sprinkling Flame Spirit King's crystals, while his magical assistant cheers on the legendary seasoning process. These crystals are basically edible grenades, requiring perfect mana control to keep the kitchen from blowing sky high. Next comes Ent powder from the Elsewhere region, a sweetener so potent it makes even the cat drool. Known as the taste of sin on Terra, this forbidden spice is the secret to supercharging a meal's effects. He then grinds up Calypto fruit, a plant so dangerously spicy it's usually reserved for the battlefield. While it's technically a weapon, its fat-burning properties are exactly what a retired gladiator needs right now. With the seasoning complete, the duo applies the finishing touches to ensure every inch of meat is perfect. The magical cat effortlessly hoists the massive slab, ready to begin a cooking process that defies human logic. Hansu channels mana into the meat, beginning a process of forced dehydration to concentrate the flavors. He uses his pressure to squeeze out excess fat while forcing the seasoning deep into the fibers. Nabi jumps in to help, flipping the massive slab with the agility of a master-tier assistant. Our boy admits that even for a god-tier chef, Having a reliable partner makes the workload manageable. The kitchen becomes a whirlwind of manna and clattering pans as they synchronize their movements perfectly. Finally, the meat emerges looking like a charred hunk of wood, though its mana density is insane. Hansu wipes his brow, acknowledging that while it looks trashed here on the outside, the inside is different. He draws his blade and makes a clean cut, revealing the perfectly preserved, mana-infused center. Taking a small bite, he braces himself for the intense effects of the forbidden seasonings. Suddenly, his eyes widen as the sheer explosive power of the flavor hits him like a physical blow. Hansu takes a bite and is immediately blasted by a force stronger than a dungeon boss. The sheer density of the mana launches our boy across the room like a discarded ragdoll. He slams into the floor, realizing that this culinary experiment is far more dangerous than he anticipated. Trembling from the impact, he notes that the flavor profile hits as hard as the Demon King himself. Despite the near-death experience, he proudly presents the finished diet dish, while Nabi cheers for their success. They celebrate in the kitchen, with Hansu determined to finally shed the extra weight he's been carrying. By the next morning, the local administrator arrives at the diner to check on the situation. Hwang Ji-hyun steps inside with a polite greeting, expecting to see the same retired hero as before. Instead, she finds a sparkling, slimmed-down Hansu who looks like he just walked off a movie set. She stands there completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how someone could lose that much weight in one night. Hansu casually explains to the stunned crowd that since food caused his weight gain, food should fix it. Hwang Ji-hyun stands there completely dumbfounded, unable to wrap her head around the logic of eating to lose weight. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as the patrons realize our boy holds the holy grail of effortless weight loss. They remember the constant struggle of being overweight, a modern-day curse that brings nothing but illness and misery. No matter how hard they pushed themselves or ran, the stubborn fat just wouldn't leave them alone. Now, their predatory instincts kick in as they stare down the chef with desperate, glowing eyes. They demand the miracle meal immediately, forcing a nervous Hansu to try and de-escalate the growing frenzy. The polite facade vanishes as they scream for him to sell them every last scrap of that diet food. Wallets fly open and shoving matches begin because everyone wants to be first in line for a total transformation. Our boy just scratches his head, realizing he might have started a riot with his latest culinary masterpiece. Hansu drops a truth bomb, explaining this lethal cuisine is strictly reserved for high-tier awakened hunters. The regular office workers are absolutely crushed, realizing their dream of a shortcut just went up in smoke. When our boy suggests old-fashioned exercise, Ji-hyun perks up, hoping her hunter status is a golden ticket. He shuts her down instantly, warning that this specific dish is far too dangerous even for someone like her. Ji-hyun throws a total fit, reminding him that his previous training meals weren't exactly a walk in the park. She clings to him desperately, but Hansu insists that the physical strain would be way too taxing. He explains that shedding pounds overnight isn't a miracle. It's a violent process that defies all natural laws. Turns out, the diet involves destroying and regenerating muscles and nerves, which could literally end her life. Ji-hyun looks dumbfounded, questioning why his top-tier magic can't just bypass the lethal side effects. Hansu just sighs, reminding her that no matter how magical the food is, her mortal body has limits. Ji-hyun clenches her fists, finally accepting that her current physical state just isn't cut from the right cloth. Our boy confirms her suspicion, knowing full well her mortal frame would snap under the magical pressure. Suddenly, she's fired up, deciding to tackle his lethal poison resistance challenge just to qualify for the meal. She celebrates her new plan, but Hansu is left dumbfounded since she already looks great to him. He genuinely wonders why she's so obsessed, considering her current form is already top tier in his eyes. Ji-hyun just scoffs, claiming a legendary hero like him could never grasp the vanity of a normal woman. She rants about the nightmare of midnight jogs and calorie counting that keeps her looking this sharp. When Hansu admits he's never struggled with weight, his casual honesty only fuels her growing frustration. She goes nuclear, screaming that out-of-touch repatriates have no clue how hard regular people have it. Hansu just sighs, reminding the elite hunter that she's hardly what anyone would call an ordinary citizen. Ji-hyun continues her explosive rant, screaming that office-bound hunters like her are basically just regular, overworked citizens. Our boy is completely overwhelmed by her intensity, while the nearby customers cheer for her fiery office worker spirit. She finally declares she will take on his lethal challenge, offering to pay without needing any extra reward. Hansu is so annoyed by her attitude that he secretly plans to make her dish extra disgusting. He turns back to his regular patrons, promising to deal with their needs once they finish their current meal. The customers just sigh, lamenting that burning off these delicious calories is the only way to stay in shape. The woman stares at her plate, feeling the crushing weight of every calorie despite how amazing it tastes. They both slump over in total despair, completely defeated by the reality of their slow, office-life metabolisms. Watching them struggle, Hansu starts to realize that he might have been a bit too insensitive about weight. He reflects on his time in Terra, where obesity wasn't even a concept, and regrets his lack of empathy. Our boy Hansu wonders if there's anything he can actually do to help his depressed, overweight customers. Suddenly, it clicks in his head that he has a literal magical feline assistant standing right next to him. He calls Nabi over, realizing her species might hold the secret to the ultimate weight loss routine. When he asks about the legendary warrior exercise, Nabi just laughs because every single Ailuros knows the drill. Hansu snaps his fingers in delight, finally finding a way to fix his patron's trash-tier metabolisms. The customers and the high-ranking official just watch him, completely dumbfounded by the sudden change in his mood. With a bright smile, he offers to teach them a special routine that'll melt their fat away instantly. Back in Terra, these magical cats were so helpful with housework that they actually made warriors incredibly lazy. The heroes would just lounge around all day, turning into total slobs while their pets did the heavy lifting. Even the most advanced feline massage techniques were useless if the warriors refused to put in any real work. Nabi shakes a lazy warrior awake, warning him he is about to become one with the bed. She explains that the gods gave her kind a secret routine specifically to fix such pathetic laziness. Back in the present, the magical cat starts the count for a divine weight loss routine in the park. Ji-hyun and the other customers follow along, hoping this routine finally melts their stubborn fat away. The difficulty spikes as Nabi demonstrates a leg-twisting move that looks physically impossible for any human. Ji-hyun's body literally screams in protest as she tries to mimic the cat's insane level of flexibility. Turns out Yuna is a natural, pulling off the move perfectly while the adults struggle to survive. Hansu watches the chaos from the side, noticing Ji-hyun's back making some very concerning cracking sounds. Soon, the entire group is stretching and meowing together, looking completely ridiculous in the public park. Nabi plays the role of a strict drill sergeant, telling a sweating Ji-hyun to stop being so shy. Ji-hyun is dying of embarrassment, her face turning beet red as she forces out a pathetic, shaky meow. Nabi isn't having any of it, stomping around and demanding the group drop their backs lower for maximum results. Our boy Hansu can't help but lean in, mockingly whispering that the cat wants way more enthusiasm. Ji-hyun snaps and calls him incredibly annoying, though she's too busy struggling with the posture to actually fight. The feline drill sergeant keeps the pressure high, hopping around until Ji-hyun finally breaks and agrees to commit. She lets out a soul-crushing shout, meowing so loud it probably echoes across the entire neighborhood. The whole group looks like a total circus act, but Hansu knows a little public humiliation builds character. Watching from the shadows, Taiji just scratches his head, wondering what kind of madness is supposed to be guarding. Back at the diner, the quiet morning hides the fact that this place is turning Seoul upside down. Min-ok finishes his soup, silently deciding it's finally time to step up and face the lethal challenge. Hansu decides it is finally time for his student to graduate from the basic recovery kanji. Min-ok realizes the magical food has completely erased his fatigue, leaving him looking and feeling brand new. Our boy just gives a satisfied smile, glad to see his culinary training is actually producing real results. When Hansu asks about the superstar hunter, Min-ok admits that Kang-hyuk has officially gone on hiatus. He explains that the guy was showing serious signs of burnout after pushing his body way too far. Turns out the relentless overtime and lack of rest have finally broken the top-tier hunter's legendary composure. Hansu is genuinely dumbfounded to hear that the situation is actually that dire for the guy. Min-ok reveals that being rank 100 creates a constant, soul-crushing fear of falling out of favor. Our boy scratches his head, never imagining a high ranker would be the type to suffer from such anxiety. It seems the superstar is just rotting at home now, drowning his career worries in booze instead of training. Hansu ponders the situation, wondering if his next culinary lesson will actually help the struggling hunter. He presents a steaming plate of level 1 food, designed to test the limits of a hunter's constitution. Min-ok stares at the dish, his throat tightening as he prepares for the inevitable magical backlash. After a deep breath, he tries to steady his nerves, knowing this meal is his only path to recovery. He grips his chopsticks tight, reminding himself that he needs to maintain focus to survive this training. Suddenly, our boy pulls out his phone, announcing he'll be documenting every hunter who manages to finish. Min-ok is completely caught off guard, panicking because he hasn't even taken a single bite yet. Hansu just smiles, comparing him to a tiger hunter who only reloads when they're certain of victory. Hearing those words of confidence, Min-ok finally relaxes, feeling a rare sense of genuine encouragement. With his resolve restored, he finally dives in, ready to see if this legendary cooking can truly change him. Half an hour passes and the plate is licked clean, proving our boy's cooking is truly addictive. Min-ok joins the Wall of Fame as a level 1 winner alongside the legendary Kim Chanzik. As a reward, he receives the stunner, a magical blade that packs a serious electrical punch. Hansu offers up an old cutting board as a target, daring him to test the weapon's power. Without hesitation, Min O'Keefe lets the blade fly, eager to see what this elven gear can actually do. The dagger hits the wood with a massive crackle of mana, proving its ability to paralyze any foe. Our boy just laughs and mentions that the weapon has one more trick up its sleeve. He sends the blade spinning back through the air, demonstrating its unique homing capabilities. Min O'Keefe effortlessly catches the returning weapon, looking completely dumbfounded by its incredible utility. Hansu explains that it always returns to its owner, making it the perfect tool for a hunter. Min O'Keefe is absolutely beaming while admiring his new high-tier gear, feeling like a true hunter at last. Suddenly, Hansu snaps a photo of that goofy grin, catching the veteran hunter completely off guard and embarrassed. Our boy refuses to delete the evidence, teasing him that the smile actually suits his usually stiff personality. He decides to keep the embarrassing shot for himself, wearing a smug look that says he's won this round. Min can only sigh in disbelief, realizing that the legendary chef is actually a massive trash-tier prankster at heart. Hansu just shrugs it off, noting that his playful nature is exactly why he runs those lethal challenges. As night falls over the city, the moon shines down on a much lonelier scene, far from the diner. Baek Kang-yuk is currently drowning his sorrows in soju, wondering if being a top-tier guardian is even worth it. He laments his lack of a social life, realizing the only person he can call a friend is Min. Yet, as he takes another swig, he doubts if the feeling is even mutual in their cutthroat world. Baek Kang-yuk keeps chugging his drink, desperately trying to wash away the bitter taste of his lonely reality. He hiccups while staring at the ceiling, wondering if Min will ever actually wear the coat he got her. Another empty bottle hits the floor as he tosses and turns, unable to find any peace in his room. The floor is a mess of glass and regret, perfectly mirroring the chaotic state of his superstar life. He sighs into the bottle, convinced that in the grand scheme of things, absolutely nothing matters anymore. His mind drifts back to Hansu, that terrifyingly powerful chef who moves with such effortless, god-tier grace. He slumps back down, deciding that the invincible repatriate can just handle the world's problems while he rots. The alcohol finally wins the battle, sending our boy rolling right off the bed in a pathetic, drunken heap. He just lies there face down on the cold floor, completely defeated by his own spiraling, dark thoughts. He slams the floor in pure frustration, wishing things had turned out differently for a guy like him. Baek Kang-yuk sobs into the floor, wishing he were a repatriate, so he could finally be strong. He crawls through the trash-tier mess of bottles, desperate for some kind of otherworld cheat skill. In a fit of drunken rage, he hurls a bottle, screaming that he could have succeeded too. The effort drains him instantly, and our boy hits the floor with a pathetic thud. A stray drop of alcohol hits his eye as he stares blankly into the void of his room. He closes his eyes, desperately clinging to the fading dream that he can still be a hero. Finally, the superstar drifts into a deep, snoring sleep, completely unaware of his surroundings. Suddenly, Hansu enters the room, having fully expected to find the hunter in this exact state. He carefully tiptoes through the minefield of glass, noting how surprisingly soft the superstar actually is. Hansu reaches down and lifts a bottle, ready to clean up the mess his student left behind. Hansu watches his student snore, finding the brat's drunken ramblings about wanting a hero's life quite amusing. He remembers how the world went to hell 9 years ago when gates opened and people just vanished. 3 years later, the first survivors crawled back from the abyss, looking like they stepped out of a fantasy. These repatriates claimed they gained godlike powers, turning them into instant celebrities in the eyes of the public. Every trash-tier civilian glued to the news started dreaming of a shortcut to greatness through those dangerous gates. They were green with envy, screaming about how they wished they could be the ones chosen for another world. Little do they know, even a superstar like Baek Kang-yuk was just a regular guy before the madness started. Hansu knows the truth, and wouldn't recommend that hellscape to anyone who actually values their own sanity. Since our boy is so desperate for a challenge, Hansu decides to grant his wish and hoists him up. The hunter blinks awake, completely dumbfounded, as he realizes his peaceful slumber is officially over. Baek Kang-yuk wakes up to a mysterious voice welcoming him to a place called Terra. Hansu sits there looking smug, reading from an ancient manual like he is a grand guide. Our boy is totally lost, wondering why his mentor is suddenly acting like a quest-giving NPC. Hansu snaps the book shut, telling the hunter to pipe down and listen to the explanation. Kang-yuk starts flailing like a lunatic, demanding to know what kind of trash-tier prank this is. Hansu admits usually a gorgeous goddess like Gaia handles this, but he is doing the honors. The superstar hunter stands there completely dazed, his brain struggling to process the absurdity of the situation. He frantically looks around the endless void, searching for any exit from this bizarre dream. Suddenly, the realization hits him like a truck. and he starts trembling as the pieces click together. He collapses in pure despair, convinced he died from alcohol poisoning and is being isekai'd for real. Hansu explains that normally, you'd need to get hit by a truck or die of exhaustion to get isekai'd. He notes that while our boy isn't dead yet, his trash-tier drinking habits might eventually seal the deal. With a smug look, he reminds the hunter that he was the one begging for a trip elsewhere. Baek Kongyuk is completely dumbfounded, screaming that he never said anything so ridiculous in his entire life. Hansu just stares him down, recalling how he bragged about being a better hero than any repatriate. Our boy starts to ponder, vaguely remembering his pathetic, drunken self sobbing over a bottle of cheap booze. He roars in embarrassment, insisting that nobody should ever take a drunk man's rambling seriously. Baek Kongyuk keeps barking about trespassing and home invasion, while Hansu just offers a trash-tier apology. The superstar hunter grits his teeth, wondering if his mentor is actually crazy enough to follow through. Suddenly, a chilling thought crosses his mind about the true reason he was brought to this void. Hansu realizes that since he brought the hunter here, he can eventually send him back home too. Our boy flashes a devious grin, suddenly seeing a golden opportunity to exploit this situation for personal gain. He leans in close, practically breathing down his mentor's neck while thinking this is his big break. Realizing escape is impossible, the superstar hunter plays along while Hansu mocks his hilariously quick surrender. His eyes sparkle with pure greed as he asks what kind of broken cheat skill he'll be receiving. He starts listing every trash-tier trope from time travel to infinite inventories, hoping for a massive power-up. While shadowboxing, he prays for a divine weapon and begs his mentor not to give him a shield. Hansu just groans internally, realizing this brat has clearly read way too many web novels in his downtime. He shuts down the fantasy immediately, telling the dumbfounded hunter he won't be getting any special abilities. Hansu explains that relying on cheats is for losers, insisting that mastering the basics is the only way. Kongyuk rages that a cheat skill that doesn't work on everyone is basically useless, trash-tier garbage. Hansu recalls how even the most broken cheats failed against the Demon King, leading to many warriors' deaths. He insists that slow and steady growth is the only real path, despite his student calling him a jerk. The superstar hunter is convinced his mentor is just bitter because he never received any cheat skills himself. Hansu encourages him, noting that his current hunter experience already puts him miles ahead of any rookie hero. Suddenly, a glowing portal opens beneath his feet, revealing a lush forest that definitely isn't in Seoul anymore. Before he can even process the situation, the ground vanishes, and he begins a terrifying freefall into the unknown. Our boy screams in pure terror while Hansu just watches calmly, satisfied with his latest training method. He smiles as the summoning manual officially tasks the new warrior with saving the world of Terra once again. Falling through the sky, Kongyuk curses his mentor's name, realizing his hellish training has only just begun. Hansu calculates that a few days on Earth equals months of grueling training in this new world. He reveals he actually gave his student some cheat skills, like instant language mastery and a status window. The master is confident that this experience will finally turn the superstar into a real warrior. If the training fails, Hansu plans to just toss him right back into the fire for more. The summoning manual glows as the contract with Baek Kongyuk is officially sealed across dimensions. A whole month passes on Terra, where the medieval streets are a far cry from modern Seoul. Our boy is now a full-blown adventurer, staring down a quest board filled with trash-tier jobs. Baek Kongyuk sighs, realizing that being a hero in another world is mostly just boring busy work. His small companion, a kobold named Kuja, jabs him and asks if he's finally ready for lunch. They head toward a local diner, hoping the food is at least half as good as the master's. A plate of lamb chops and fruit is served, looking decent enough at first glance. Baek Kongyuk is absolutely revolted, claiming this trash-tier meal is nothing more than glorified animal feed. The meat reeks like rotting socks, making him wonder how anyone could actually stomach such a stench. Kuja just keeps slurping away, reminding our boy that he has been eating this garbage for a month. Turns out the dish actually provides a massive stamina boost, leaving the little kobold feeling completely refreshed. Baek Kongyuk does not care about stats and screams that the taste is the only thing that matters. The local crowd gives him the death stare, clearly not appreciating the outsider insulting their local cuisine. Realizing he has no other choice, he finally bites the bullet and chomps down on the stinky meat. He immediately regrets it, gagging as he finally understands just how spoiled he was by the master's cooking. Staring at his status window, he laments that simply eating to survive has become his greatest challenge yet. Just as he's about to lose hope, a blue holographic window suddenly flickers to life before him. The system warns that his nutritional balance is critical, demanding a 4-star meal to fix his broken stats. He stares at the meat in his hand, realizing his survival now depends on finding actual gourmet food. If he completes this emergency quest, He finally regains access to his precious inventory and all its treasures. Kujay tries to crack a joke about local idioms, but our boy is far too dumbfounded to care. He shoves the kobold's face away, demanding a moment of silence so he can actually think for once. While the little guy sulks, Baek Kangyuk ponders the rare phenomenon of receiving a quest from the heavens. Legend says the goddess Gaia only selects the truly worthy to receive her divine guidance and power. He begins to wonder if he's been secretly chosen by a god without even realizing it. Baek Kangyuk nurses a massive headache while trying to process the absolute absurdity of his current situation. He tries to get some answers from Kujay, but the greedy little kobold demands a snack first. One terrifying glare from our boy is all it takes for the mutt to settle for bronze coins. He cuts to the chase, asking what actually separates the chosen ones from the trash-tier commoners. Kujay explains that gods grant their favorites special quests and rewards to help them grow exponentially stronger. When asked about the selection process, the kobold points out that being summoned from another world is key. He adds that anyone brought here by divine order is guaranteed to be one of the chosen elite. Baek Kangyuk suddenly realizes that if this logic holds, that terrifying diner owner must be a literal god. He quickly shakes the thought away, refusing to believe a mere repatriate could possess that kind of divinity. Baek Kangyuk tries to snatch his coins back, feeling like the information he just bought was totally worthless. Desperate to keep the cash, Kujay mentions that finding a hidden piece can also grant elite status. He explains that catching a god's eye through secret dungeons or treasures allows anyone to be chosen later. When the kobold mentions the term originated on Earth, our boy smugly claims he found tons in games. In reality, he only found 2, but he figures that technically counts as a massive haul. Kujay is genuinely dumbfounded, starting to believe he might actually be sitting across from a legendary chosen hero. Looking at his glowing status window, Baek Kangyuk realizes he might have stumbled onto a quest by accident. It turns out his month-long diet of trash-tier food triggered a hidden condition requiring a high-quality meal. Kujay is left reeling as our boy suddenly understands that his month of starvation was actually a test. Our boy leans in with a devious grin, asking Kujay how to track down the god behind this quest. Kujay points out a crest and suggests visiting a priest, proving he's more than just a trash-tier chatterbox. Baek tosses over some coins and heads out, leaving Kujay to dance around with dreams of buying dog chews. He eventually finds himself at a pristine temple, hoping the divine can explain the weird mark on his screen. Inside the halls, he shows the crest to a temple priest, admitting he has no clue which deity it represents. The priest drops a bombshell, explaining it belongs to the god of swords, victory, and strange food. Baek is absolutely dumbfounded with joy, ignoring the food part to celebrate being backed by the king of weapons. He starts hyping himself up, convinced that having the god of victory on his side means he'll crush everyone. But his excitement hits a wall as he considers the final part of that title, sensing a looming disaster. Baek is reeling from the priest's description, wondering what kind of weirdo god focuses on bizarre culinary choices. The priest admits he's clueless about a triple-titled deity, while our boy pouts over his weird luck. He facepalms hard, but his mind immediately shifts to the ultimate gamer prize of a magical inventory. Hes tired of lugging around heavy gear and stuffing his gold in his underwear like a total amateur. Fueled by greed and convenience, he slams his fists together, ready to crush this quest no matter what. He quickly pivots to the next objective, confirming the location of a winter festival happening up north. His eyes literally flare with a burning passion for that sweet, sweet storage space. Without wasting another second, he bursts through the temple doors, charging toward his next big payday. High above the clouds, the journey begins as he leaves the sanctuary behind to face the frozen unknown. We arrive at the Temple of 10,000 Gods, where every legendary feat is permanently etched into history. Hansu stares at his own ridiculous titles, ranging from the God of Swords to the God of Strange Food. He chuckles, noting that level 98 is the human limit before one finally ascends into true godhood. Upon reaching that peak, the temple carves a divine title that reflects the essence of a hero's entire life. Back then, his first title was simply the Sword, marking him as the greatest martial artist to ever live. After a grueling journey to level 200, he finally ended the Demon King's reign once and for all. However, these divine titles are a double-edged sword, serving as both proof of power and a strict limitation. If a god fails to maintain the standards of their title, they lose their divinity and powers immediately. Our boy just shrugs it off, confident that no one can outmatch his blade or hand him a defeat. Hansu paces around, still totally dumbfounded that his final divine title ended up being Strange Food. He plops down, wondering if he somehow shattered another human limit after returning to Earth. It turns out our boy actually gains experience points just by forcing his lethal cooking down people's throats. He stretches out, questioning if he's only the god of strange food, because Hestia is still kicking. The retired hero falls into silence, realizing his path to godhood has taken a very bizarre turn. He flops onto the floor, genuinely relieved that there's still room for him to grow even more powerful. If another monster like the Demon King ever appears, he knows he must keep honing his skills. He lets out a laugh, feeling glad that opening a simple diner was actually the right move. Suddenly, a notification pops up confirming that his student Bae Kang-hyuk has finally finished his grueling quest. Han-soo checks his logs and sees he just siphoned a massive chunk of experience from his struggling student. He grins, recalling how he made Gaia confess that gods naturally leech points from those they supposedly guide. His smile fades when he realizes an A-rank sword was also snatched away from the poor guy's inventory. Our boy springs up in a cold sweat, realizing he forgot to disable the automatic offering function for loot. Meanwhile, out in the snow, Baek Kang-hyuk screams at the sky, cursing the heartless god who robbed him. He seethes with pure rage, unable to believe his first high-tier weapon vanished the moment he touched it. Just as he breaks down into tears, the stolen blade suddenly drops out of the sky like a meteor. The heavy hilt smashes into his face with a sickening thud before he can even blink in surprise. He collapses into the frost, convinced that the heavens are personally out to get him with this divine punishment. The sun blazes over the frozen wasteland of Terra, where survival is the only thing that matters. Our boy Baek Kang-hyuk is currently hauling tail across the ice, his lungs burning with every desperate step. He realizes that if those thugs catch him, he is going to be a permanent part of the scenery. A pack of trash-tier adventurers swarms the area, screaming for his head while brandishing their heavy weapons. Suddenly, the Winter Ghost Festival begins, summoning blue-skinned monsters that are basically walking ingredient baskets. The mob shifts their focus, stabbing the Ghost Chief to secure the legendary S-Class loot hidden inside. Turns out the prize is the Trail of the Winter Ghost, a rare herb that makes any dish god-tier. While the warriors clash with the ghosts, Baek Kang-hyuk wriggles through the snow like a sneaky worm. He flashes a devious smirk, realizing he does not need strength when he has the ultimate luck. He tiptoes through the carnage, planning to snatch the prize while everyone else does the heavy lifting. Baek Kang-hyuk crawls through the snow, smugly thinking his skills are way better than just relying on dumb luck. Suddenly, our boy bumps right into the freezing, bandaged leg of a massive monster and freezes in pure shock. A winter ghost looms over him like a nightmare, roaring as it prepares to turn him into a popsicle. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, realizing his sneaky little plan just hit a massive, blue-skinned roadblock. A sudden burst of energy slams down, creating the perfect distraction while the ghost is busy with the chaos. Despite being a legendary First-Order hero on Earth, he accepts that Terra has branded him a lowly thief. He deactivates his stealth mode, right in front of the prize, ready to play the part the world gave him. His hand shoots out to grab the glowing herb, knowing this single plant is his ticket to a better life. With a devious grin, he yoinks the legendary ingredient, deciding that being a master thief actually suits him perfectly. He makes a break for it, huffing as he runs, convinced that his heist went exactly according to plan. Our boy finally secures a shiny A-class sword and looks like he's found true love at last. The honeymoon phase ends instantly when the blade smacks him in the face as a heavy divine punishment. Suddenly, he's forced to book it as every greedy soul in the vicinity starts chasing after his head. A trash-tier mob leader leads the charge, looking way too excited to gut him in the snow. He grits his teeth, refusing to let a bunch of local nobodies catch a former First-Order hero. With no other choice, he takes a massive leap of faith off the edge of the snowy cliff. He tumbles down the mountain like a human snowball, laughing because his daring escape is actually working. Far above the chaos, a silent temple stands on the cliffside, watching over the world's strange new developments. Back at the source, Han-soo calmly checks his manual, wondering if his student survived the ordeal. The book glows with success, confirming the mysterious thief officially completed the quest and accessed his inventory. Our boy is now a high-tier thief, using his new inventory to vacuum up every shiny treasure in sight. Hess basically turned the entire city upside down, laughing like a maniac while he parkours across the moonlit rooftops. Back at the temple, Han-soo stares at his manual, realizing his little experiment might have gone too far. He feels a cold chill down his spine as the Saintess stands behind him, radiating pure, unadulterated judgment. She sighs deeply, questioning why a supposed hero like him is walking around with such a trash-tier divine title. When she demands a real explanation, Han-soo just sweats bullets, wondering how to explain his questionable teaching methods. He finally snaps the book shut, admitting he definitely underestimated just how much chaos that brat could cause. He explains that the kid's superstar ability is a double-edged sword that thrives on being the center of attention. It's a total disaster because the more infamous he becomes as a thief, the more his power levels skyrocket. Han-soo realizes he basically gave a monster wings by letting him access that bottomless inventory. Bae Kang-hyuk is living his best life as the king of thieves, reaching level 80 through pure chaos. The Saintess is absolutely dumbfounded that someone with Hansu's legendary eyes could make such a massive blunder. Our boy activates his human tier eye of observation to prove he can see right through a person's heart. She still isn't buying it, wondering how a common criminal could possibly possess any shred of true justice. Hansu nervously laughs it off, suggesting the kid just doesn't feel any loyalty to the people of Terra. The Saintess realizes the brat's moral compass is strictly limited to his own inner circle and nobody else. Suddenly, her eyes glow with a demonic power that allows her to detect even the smallest hint of evil. To her surprise, she confirms the thief isn't actually acting out of malice or a desire to hurt. Hansu jokes that the kid probably just snapped from the pressure of being a top-tier hunter back home. She gives him a terrifying glare, demanding he take his trash-tier teaching methods back to Earth where they belong. Hansu flips through his divine ledger, checking on the progress of his newest disciple. Notifications flood in as the brat sends over massive amounts of experience and rare, high-tier crafting materials. Our boy can't help but smirk, imagining the look on the kid's face when he realizes his god is actually him. However, his mood sours when he realizes these greedy aristocrats were hoarding such legendary ingredients during the Great War. He starts cooking up a devious plan to have his student strip the local kingdom of its entire treasury. Suddenly, the Saintess creeps up behind him, nearly making him jump out of his skin with her sudden presence. Her eyes glow with a divine light as she senses the growing darkness swirling within his twisted heart. He tries to play it cool, awkwardly apologizing for his student's chaotic behavior while sweating under her intense gaze. She decides she's seen enough and prepares to send her own divine representative to clean up this mess. Clenching her fist, she invokes the power of the god of resurrection to bring some order to this chaos. Baek Kangyuk sneaks through the night, feeling like a total boss as he prepares for his next big score. Out of nowhere, a winged judge of punishment looms over him, ready to end his career with one strike. He barely has time to process the incoming divine strike before the word punishment burns into his very soul. Our boy suddenly snaps back to reality, screaming at the top of his lungs as he wakes up mid-panic. He looks around like a madman, realizing he's somehow back in the diner instead of on a cold roof. While Nabi tells him to just go home and sleep, he realizes that execution felt way too real. He checks his phone and is completely dumbfounded to see that only a single day has gone by. A cold sweat breaks out as he wonders if his entire struggle on Terra was just one massive dream. He starts losing his mind, screaming for his status window to appear while Nabi just judges his sanity. He's convinced he spent half a year in that hellhole and desperately tries to summon the game system interface. Baek Kangyuk checks his status and sees he hit level 43, proving that hellish training actually worked. He nearly flips his chair in shock, realizing he jumped 15 levels in a single day of torture. A creepy grin spreads across his face as he realizes the insane power behind Hansu's cooking. Our boy starts praising Hansu like a literal deity, calling him the absolute god of strange food. Hez so overwhelmed with joy that he starts kissing the floor, completely throwing his hunter dignity away. He vows to build a massive statue for Hansu, making the retired hero hide in pure embarrassment. If a statue isn't enough, he decides a temple is better, while Hansu begs him to stop. Min O'Keefe finally loses his patience and smacks the brat to shut him up before he causes more scenes. The focus shifts to the ISAC headquarters, the heart of Hunter operations where the real paperwork begins. Min O'Keefe looks completely dumbfounded when he's handed a mysterious document that might lead to his next headache. Baek Kangyuk casually hands over a ranking match application, leaving Min O'Keefe wondering what our boy is planning. Min O'Keefe remains skeptical, questioning why a guy who never cared for rankings is suddenly so eager. When Baek Kangyuk claims he visited another world, Min O'Keefe just scoffs at the ridiculous repatriate story. Our boy doubles down, demanding to be registered for a gauntlet against the top 99 rankers. Min O'Keefe reminds him that top-tier hunters won't lift a finger without a massive reward on the table. Suddenly, Baek Kangyuk pulls a glowing A-class magic sword out of thin air to prove his point. Min O'Keefe stands frozen, realizing there was no way to hide a blade that size on his person. It finally clicks that Baek Kangyuk unlocked a legendary inventory, confirming his wild story about the other world. Min O'Keefe grumbles while rummaging through his gear, clearly annoyed that he has to pay up now. He tosses a stack of cash, admitting the rumors about Baek Kangyuk losing everything at a casino were fake. Min O'Keefe gets roasted by his subordinates who think Baek Kangyuk just ran off after winning the lottery. Our boy snaps, threatening to actually blow the entire team budget at a casino just to spite them. Meanwhile, things are much quieter back at the diner as the day's work finally comes to an end. Hansu kicks back on the couch, watching the news report on Baek Kangyuk hitting rank 92. He chuckles to himself, noting that his student still hasn't quite managed to crack the top 90 yet. Stretching out, he decides it's time to reclaim his divine protection, while letting the kid keep the inventory. With the chores finished, He lets out a massive yawn and wonders what to do with his free time. A commercial for a local fishing spot pops up, advertising a free entrance period that catches his eye. He scratches his neck, weighing the pros and cons of spending his afternoon out by the water. Suddenly, his eyes sparkle with pure excitement, as the prospect of a fishing trip completely wins him over. Hansu moves with the speed of a god-tier warrior just to prep for his afternoon off. Our boy bursts out of the diner, announcing he's closing early to pursue his legendary fishing hobby. He tells Nabi to stay behind and play with Yuna as much as she wants today. The duo happily agrees, with the feline warrior promising to guard the house while he's gone. Hansu flashes a rare, relaxed smile, clearly excited to finally escape the kitchen for a bit. Giving them both a quick pat, he heads out, feeling lighter than he has in years. He reaches the scenic lotus pond, expecting the peaceful paradise he saw in the flashy television commercial. Instead, he finds a total dump covered in litter that looks more like a trash-tier wasteland. Hess completely dumbfounded by the state of the place, laughing at how easily he was scammed. Walking past the dilapidated building, he notes the lack of signs and wonders if any fish survive here. Hansu hits the booth where a grumpy attendant says entry is free but rentals cost extra. Our boy politely declines the rental since he brought his own gear, only needing a bit of bait. When asked for a hunter license, Hansu mentions his repatriate card is basically the same thing. The old man gets dead serious, warning him with a heavy tone that something is bound to appear. Hansu gulps, feeling the sudden tension as he asks exactly what he should be looking out for. The attendant trembles while mentioning a monster in a chasm, but Hansu just laughs it off. He figures it's just some trash-tier small fry. Otherwise, the authorities would have closed the place down. The old man insists only hunters can enter, making Hansu wonder why they even run television ads. Turns out the commercial was a leftover contract from better days, and Hansu finally gets the picture. The attendant gives him one last skeptical look, asking if he's truly ready to risk it all. Hansu smiles, thinking that tidying up this dump might actually be a rewarding task. Our boy starts picking up trash, proving he's not above doing the dirty work for a better view. He feels pretty satisfied with himself, knowing that even a god-tier swordsman needs to keep things tidy. If he cleans this place up, he'll finally have a peaceful spot to relax near the diner. The scenery triggers a memory of his father, a man who lived for the thrill of the catch. He looks out over the water, feeling a rare moment of peace while reflecting on his childhood. Turns out his old man was a fireman who used fishing as his only escape from the job. They were cut from the same cloth, always heading to the reservoir to clean and fish together. They'd spend entire days catching carp and catfish, building a bond that Hansu still treasures today. The best part was always the spicy fish stew his father would brew right there on the spot. He remembers how nothing in life could ever top the taste of that legendary spicy stew. It only makes sense that Head inherit his old man's obsession with the fishing life. With the cleaning finished, our boy finally settles in to see what's lurking beneath the surface. However, he notices the water is surprisingly murky and looks completely trashed. He questions if the nearby chasm is the reason the water stays so filthy despite the lotuses. He knows that when the water gets this polluted, only the pathetic small fry usually survive. A devious grin spreads across his face as he realizes what this means for his next meal. Suddenly, the line begins to tremble violently as something finally decides to take a bite. He laughs, realizing these weird, mutated fish are the perfect ingredients for his next strange dish. The rod bends under the pressure as he prepares to haul in his latest catch. Our boy strains against the rod, noting that whatever is on the line is putting up quite a fight. With a splash, he hauls up a lake skygazer, a fish known for being a total trash-tier nuisance. He examines the wriggling catch, realizing these pathetic small fry are practically everywhere you look. These things are the bane of every fisherman because they bite hard but offer absolutely zero reward. He tosses the creature into his bucket, already thinking about the legendary disaster its flavor truly is. Most people find them absolutely revolting, tasting like straight dirt soaked in stagnant, filthy lake water. Even cleaning them is a nightmare since the foul stench clings to your hands for hours on end. To make matters worse, they are packed with sharp, rigid bones that can easily pierce a person's skin. They are widely considered the absolute worst thing to eat, leaving anyone brave enough to try them completely wrecked. But for our boy, this level of trash-tier quality is exactly the kind of challenge he enjoys. Our boy smirks, thinking that catching these bottom feeders is actually a pretty decent start to his plan. Meanwhile, Lee Jung-hoon arrives at the scene, looking like any other middle-aged guy escaping his stressful job. Hess genuinely hyped because it's been a hot minute since he last had time to go fishing, but the reservoir is a total disaster zone now, smelling like a trash-tier swamp that's seen better days. Suddenly, he spots a local worker who looks absolutely terrified the moment their eyes meet. The old man doesn't stick around, scurrying away while looking like he's caught a lethal case of nerves. He ducks into the management office, leaving the director wondering why everyone here is acting so damn weird. Lee Jung-hoon scratches his head, realizing it's been nearly a decade since this place started going to hell. He remembers sitting in his office, constantly buried under paperwork demanding someone fix the reservoir's growing chasm. Despite his own love for the spot, he had to keep saying no because it wasn't a priority. Lee Jung-hoon groans, knowing he had no choice but to let this place rot, though it's still unfortunate. He keeps walking, remembering reports that claimed fishing was still technically possible in this dump. He recalls ignoring a low-tier slime monster here because its risk level was a total joke. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks when he spots someone already chilling at the docks. Our boy Han-soo gives a cheerful greeting, making the director nearly jump out of his skin. Lee Jung-hoon realizes his face-to-face with the legendary repatriate and curses his absolute trash-tier luck. He looks down and is dumbfounded to see a bucket overflowing with a fresh catch. The stench of the skygazers hits him like a truck, making him gag from the pure filth. When Han-soo mentions cooking them, the director wonders if the guy has finally lost his mind. Han-soo just smirks, explaining that these nasty fish are actually the perfect ingredients for biological weapons. Lee Jung-hoon scowls, convinced that Han-soo is secretly planning to assassinate hunters with those foul-smelling skygazers. He lectures our boy about the ethics of serving literal biological weapons to unsuspecting customers at a diner. Han-soo just lets out a hearty laugh, clearly finding the director's trash-tier accusations more funny than insulting. He quickly realizes the director knows about his business and figures the guy works in gate suppression. Our boy clarifies that he would never serve such filth at his shop, easing the director's immediate panic. Instead, he explains that the fish are actually bait meant to lure out the annoying local slime monster. Lee Jung-hoon is left dumbfounded, wondering if Han-soo has actually lost it by trying to hunt with garbage. Han-soo casually mentions his cooking can drop an elder dragon, so a slime shouldn't even be a challenge. In this world, dragons are the ultimate apex predators that represent the pinnacle of power and destruction. The director remains skeptical, picturing a legendary beast meeting its end from just one bite of Han-soo's cooking. Lee Jung-hoon is sweating, wondering if this crazy repatriate is just pulling his leg with such wild claims. He remembers a hero who cleared an SS rank gate and thinks maybe Han-soo is actually legit. When asked if food can really kill a slime, our boy says it's actually quite simple. The director is dumbfounded, feeling like Han-soo treats hunting monsters like spraying common roaches with poison. Han-soo explains that while dragons are massive magic users, they completely lack any form of restraint. He laughs and compares baiting the world's strongest predators to catching a simple, trash-tier carp. With a confident smirk, he notes that even the mightiest beasts are easily fooled by a good meal. He recalls his time in Terra, sneaking around to set a trap for the legendary dragon Kalius. Our boy carefully places a glowing cube of his specialized cooking, knowing the beast can't resist it. He's certain that because the dragon has never smelled anything this good, the hunt is already over. Han-soo cackles in the shadows, eagerly waiting for that oversized red lizard to take the bait. Back at the reservoir, the director wonders if dragons can't just stomach anything they swallow. He looks increasingly nervous, desperately wanting to know what kind of nightmare fuel our boy actually served. Han-soo casually explains that he prepared a fatal dish, specifically designed to end a life instantly. He remembers his old orc comrade fuming, screaming at him to at least pretend to be a swordsman. The director is dumbfounded, struggling to understand how a literal weapon can still be considered a meal. With a sharp glint in his eye, Han-soo confirms the slime is meeting the same delicious end. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the director stares at his rod with newfound, grim determination. He asks how he can assist, and Han-soo tells him he needs 60 skygazers for the recipe. Without a second thought, the director flicks his line, ready to fish for the sake of the hunt. Lee Jung-hoon is finally locked in, grinning as he decides to finish the job today. He starts thinking about legendary myths like nectar and ambrosia, the literal food of the gods. Legend says even a trash-tier human could ascend to godhood just by taking a single bite. But our boy knows a darker recipe called Ragnarok, a fatal dish designed to slaughter the divine. Han-soo admits his previous attempt was just a cheap imitation, since the real ingredients are impossible. Yet even that failed version was enough to send the mighty dragon Kalius straight to the afterlife. He wonders what would happen if he applied that god-killing logic to these ordinary, tasteless fish. A devious smirk creeps across his face as he realizes the chaotic potential of his new experiment. He gleefully decides to name this localized nightmare the Ruin of the Lake Skygazer. Watching the fish squirm, he hopes these experiments eventually lead him back to a true 6-star masterpiece. Night falls over the quiet reservoir as the stage is set for our boy's next culinary disaster. Buckets full of those tasteless skygazers splash around, completely unaware they're about to become experimental test subjects. The association director asks Han-soo if he visits often, only to hear it's been nearly a decade. Lee Jung-hoon sighs while remembering a time when this place wasn't just a dump for mutated monsters. Back then, the water was crystal clear and filled with actual catfish, instead of these trash-tier skygazers. He fondly recalls a legendary caretaker who used to turn his catch into the most delicious spicy stew. Han-soo realizes the old man is talking about his own father, a master cut from the same cloth. Our boy offers a rare, genuine smile, promising the director that he'll get to taste that flavor again. With the nostalgia trip over, it's finally time to get down to business and start the cooking process. Han-soo begins pouring water into the massive cauldron, ready to turn these fish into a localized nightmare. Han-soo snaps his fingers, igniting a spark of pure mana to get the party started. The fire flares instantly, leaving Lee Jung-hoon dumbfounded that he didn't even need a single piece of wood. The director stares in awe, convinced he's witnessing high-tier magic or some forgotten form of ancient alchemy. As our boy starts pouring, the old man wonders if this legendary cooking is actually just another lethal weapon. He dumps a massive load of those trash-tier skygazers into the pot to begin the ruinous recipe. A heavy dose of seasoning follows, coating the mutated fish as they prepare for their final, spicy transformation. Han-soo starts stirring the mixture, while the director watches the bizarre process with growing, nervous confusion. When asked if this is really just cooking, Han-soo tells him to shut up and let him concentrate. Closing his eyes, he prepares to unleash Ragnarok, a technique far beyond any ordinary chef's wildest dreams. His hands glow with divine power, ready to create a dish capable of making even gods tremble. The pot bubbles with fire and eternal life spells, creating a volatile, glowing concoction that looks absolutely lethal. This legendary dish, Ragnarok, forces the eater into an endless loop of death and rebirth, a true culinary nightmare. As the original body disintegrates into ash, the person is forced to endure the most agonizing transformation imaginable. If they survive the pain, they emerge with a physical form that actually surpasses the limitations of the gods. Our boy keeps stirring, knowing full well that this power comes with a price most people simply can't pay. He even admits to himself that even with his insane stats, surviving a bite of this isn't guaranteed. Using these trash-tier skygazers makes it even deadlier, since they offer zero buffs to help stabilize the energy. The director stands there completely dumbfounded, finally realizing that he isn't just watching a chef, but a literal mage. Meanwhile, deep below the surface, a biological weapon known as Specimen Zero lurks, waiting for its moment to strike. Turns out these things were originally engineered by alien scientists to act as a final line of defense against gate jumpers. A Gurnia scientist carefully handles the containment unit, unaware that their biological masterpiece is about to snap. Suddenly, Specimen Zero breaks free and wraps itself around its creator in a lethal, suffocating embrace. The creature begins absorbing the scientist to increase its mass. Realizing that everything in its path is food, it eventually devours the entire planet of Gurnia, before slipping through a dimensional chasm to find a new buffet. After arriving on Earth, the slime starts snatching up local fish to keep its massive, growing hunger at bay. With the reservoir nearly empty, the multi-eyed beast realizes it needs to head toward the surface for more. It splashes through the dark water, driven by a predatory instinct, to find a much more substantial meal. Suddenly, it spots a strange purple cube sinking through the depths, and wonders what this concentrated energy is. The monster gapes its massive maw, eager to swallow the mysterious scrap that just fell into its lap. As it munches down, the beast is completely floored by a flavor that puts its usual prey to shame. The beast lets out a blood-curdling roar as the bait starts taking effect from the inside out. It feels its very cells beginning to sizzle, panicking that it might be some kind of deadly nerve poison. Realizing it's actually a chemical weapon designed for cellular destruction, the monster curses those trash-tier otherworlders for the trap. Driven by pure survival instinct, it tries to endure the agony, hoping to adapt and become even stronger. But the pain is too much, as the creature begins to liquefy, wondering if this is finally the end. Its massive eye rolls in the dissolving muck, finally understanding the true power of an anti-dimensional weapon. Within seconds, the once mighty predator is reduced to nothing but a few rising bubbles and a tiny scrap. Back on the surface, our boy watches the eerie glow beneath the waves, waiting for the results. Han-soo wonders if that actually did the trick, while the association director stands there completely dumbfounded. Ultimately, he just shrugs it off, figuring that if it didn't die, it's not his problem anymore. Han-soo decides he needs to dive down and inspect the underwater chasm for himself. Deep below, a sinister red core pulses with an eerie light amidst the rising bubbles. Our boy is genuinely shocked when he sees the sheer scale of the threat he just neutralized. The creature is massive, far surpassing any normal slime, and reaching the terrifying tier of a demon king. He steps past the melting pile of sludge, satisfied that the job is finally done. Suddenly, a strange sensation jolts through his body, catching him completely off guard. Turns out, he actually leveled up, reaching level 257 after taking down such a high-tier monster. This beast was the same one that once brought the entire world of Gurnia to its knees. Hansu realizes the monster was much stronger than he anticipated since his cooking actually granted him experience. He smirks, noting that despite its immense power, its resistance to his lethal cooking was surprisingly trash-tier. Hansu realizes this monster was a planet killer, making its defeat even more impressive. He shudders, thinking what would have happened to Earth if this thing actually digested his lethal cooking. Our boy notices the soil is surprisingly rich despite the lack of mana in this world. He examines the dirt, realizing the quality is top tier for what he has in mind. A devious plan forms as he realizes this spot is perfect for growing his own ingredients. Since he cleared the beast and nobody owns the land, he decides it's officially his now. He prepares to leave a permanent mark to ensure no one else tries to claim his prize. With a flash of mana, a complex magic circle begins to manifest on the ground. He creates a dimensional gate, linking this fertile wasteland directly to his own restaurant's basement. Stepping through, he plans to bring his assistant back later to start their new farming project. At the ISAC headquarters, the atmosphere is heavy with the aftermath of the recent reservoir disaster. Lee Jung-hoon is practically over the moon now that the monster is dead and the chasm is sealed. His moment of peace is short-lived, as a frantic staffer interrupts his rare moment of celebration. This researcher is convinced they've discovered the ultimate bioweapon within the slime's remains. Hez desperate to meet the mastermind behind the poison, hoping to mass-produce it for the association. Lee Jung-hoon just looks at him with pity, knowing the truth is way more ridiculous than that. He leans in and reveals the secret ingredients are just fish, salt, pepper, and a bit of garlic. The director explains the complex manufacturing process is literally just boiling water and stirring it. He sighs, admitting the so-called ruinous poison is actually just a bowl of our boy's spicy stew. The researcher is left completely dumbfounded, wondering how a world-ending threat was defeated by a simple meal. The researcher's brain is completely fried as his equipment keeps spitting out errors regarding the stew's composition. He eventually gives up, deciding to just report the results as unknown, since science can't explain our boy. As the scientist slinks away in shame, a sharp-eyed hunter enters the room with a knowing smirk. Min O'Keefe chuckles, asking if the director finally understands just how terrifyingly incredible our boy really is. The team leader shrugs off the director's confusion, noting that Lee Jung-hoon is simply way too easy to read. The director panics, hilariously accusing the man of being a psychic who is invading his private thoughts. Once the drama settles, the hunter admits he finally sees why everyone is obsessed with the legendary repatriate. Lee Jung-hoon even blushes, daydreaming about the raw, masculine charm Hansu displayed while catching fish. Min O'Keefe sighs, suggesting our boy is a far better leader than the association's current trash-tier management. Lee Jung-hoon snaps back in a huff, desperately arguing that being a genius doesn't make someone a leader. Min O'Keefe clarifies he was comparing the director to that thief, Baek Kang-yuk, not our boy Hansu. He continues, ranking the director among his top 3 most trustworthy people, alongside the mysterious president of ISAC. Lee Jung-hoon breaks into a cold sweat as the hunter compares his soft style to the president's ruthless efficiency. Turns out Ju Hyuk-jin is a cold-hearted genius, with reflexes that make him undefeated in any battle of wits. The director gulps, terrified of the absolute chaos that would erupt if the president and Hansu ever met. He envisions a literal explosion, certain the world would simply crumble under the weight of their combined power. Desperate to avoid that fate, Lee Jung-hoon grants the team leader special authority to handle things on his own. The catch is that Min O'Keefe must stop reporting any information about our boy to the association office. The hunter roars in fury, realizing the director is using trash-tier tactics to maintain his own plausible deniability. Despite the blatant manipulation, the team leader can only grit his teeth and prepare today's report for his boss. Min O'Keefe mentions visiting the diner, instantly triggering the director's desperate need to remain blissfully ignorant. The team leader tries reporting a peculiar basement find, but the boss just screams to drown him out. Our boy is left fuming while the director literally sings like a child to avoid hearing another disaster. He slams the door and stomps away, dumbfounded that the association's leadership is this trash-tier and immature. Despite the dismissal, he can't ignore the faint, raid boss-level presence he sensed lurking beneath the floorboards. Down in the darkness, a massive purple slime bounces around while happily devouring a plate of food scraps. It turns out this weird organism is a culinary miracle that transforms literal trash into high-quality pudding. But it has a roommate, as a tiny green blob trembles in the corner while the giant eats. This pathetic little creature is actually Specimen Zero, the former world-ending weapon now reduced to a shivering puddle. It only survived the total oxidation of its original body, by repeatedly dividing into this tiny, miserable form. Specimen 0 spots the massive purple blob and decides they are basically cut from the same cloth. It pounces with everything it has, desperate to devour the larger slime and reclaim its former glory. After a successful gulp, the tiny terror burps, now sporting a weird bluish tint from its meal. It screams in frustration because despite the feast, its tiny body hasn't grown a single inch. The little monster is dumbfounded that its prey was so trash tier, it didn't even have copyable skills. Suddenly, its body pops and ejects a small green fragment, as if rejecting the low-quality energy. It huffs and pants, convinced that such a draining move must be some kind of god-tier hidden ability. The basement door creaks open as our boy descends, casually mentioning that the big blob was just pudding. Specimen 0 begins to shake and tremble, realizing the true predator of this world has finally arrived. Hansu looms over the shivering puddle, genuinely impressed that it managed to survive and hitch a ride. Our boy glares down, noting that his precious pudding slime has clearly been devoured by this intruder. He observes its stunted size, deducing the little monster must have lost its ability to grow entirely. Although he claims to be a forgiving guy, losing his specialized waste manager has left him seriously annoyed. He prepares to end the creature in a single strike, showing no sympathy for the shivering puddle. Specimen 0 can only sob in terror, desperately wishing for a mercy that isn't coming. Suddenly, a strange silence falls as a faint, shimmering scent begins to waft through the basement air. Hansu pauses mid-swing, his nose catching a familiar aroma that stops him dead in his tracks. He wonders where that specific scent is coming from, his murderous intent replaced by genuine curiosity. It turns out the rejected green fragment on the plate is the source of the heavenly smell. Hansu inspects the tiny morsel, completely forgetting his execution while the slime watches on, totally dumbfounded. Hansu squishes the green morsel, wondering if this tiny scrap is truly the source of that heavenly aroma. Our boy decides to take a gamble and tosses the glowing fragment right into his mouth for a taste. The flavor hits him like a truck, leaving him completely stunned by the sheer quality of the otherworldly snack. He realizes this flavor is unlike anything found on Earth or Terra, while the slime just shivers in fear. Even though it tastes better than his old waste manager, he can't forget this thing is a world-ending threat. Morally, he knows he should put it down, but the culinary potential is making him second-guess the execution. He stands over the sobbing puddle, preparing to make a final call on whether it lives or dies today. Before swinging, he decides to dig into its past, to see if this creature is worth keeping around. He activates a powerful artifact, the gears of fate beginning to turn with a sharp and magical whip. Using the Ring of Time, he prepares to dive into the creature's memories, to judge its ultimate fate. The little blue blob is absolutely terrified, wondering if our boy is really going to peek into its memories. Hansu activates the Ring of Time, the magical artifact glowing, as it begins to process the creature's history. He closes his eyes, focusing his mana to navigate the messy timeline of the world-ending threat. Suddenly, the slime feels the pressure lift, looking up in total confusion as the mental probe finishes. Our boy just stares at the puddle, weighing the culinary potential against the risk of keeping it alive. The creature quivers in fear, wondering why this terrifying human is taking so long to make a decision. Fast forward a few days, and the thief-turned-hunter is dragging his partner toward the diner for some stinky delicacies. He bursts through the door, claiming he only comes back for the unique texture and pungent smell. As he steps inside, his boot lands right on something soft and blue with a wet squish. He stops dead in his tracks, wondering what kind of trash-tier mess he just stepped on this time. Ba Kangyuk and his partner freeze as they find a squishy blue blob right at the entrance. Hansu just chuckles, claiming the creature is actually his newest employee and a high-end air freshener. Our boy Bake sniffs the air and gets lost in a tropical daydream while the slime glares daggers. Suddenly, he snaps out of it and screams that this thing is clearly a dangerous monster in disguise. He reaches for his gear, insisting that as a top-tier hunter, he can't let this threat multiply. But when Hansu flashes that terrifyingly calm grin, the superstar hunter instantly loses all his confidence. He realizes that if he tries to shoot the pet, he'll have to deal with the legendary gladiator. The poor guy just groans in frustration, trapped between his professional duty and his survival instincts. Despite the fear, he draws his weapon, determined to at least look like he's doing his job. He tries to convince himself that the gods are on his side as he prepares to speak his mind. Bake Kangyuk points his gun, screaming that a First Order member can't ignore a monster in a diner. Hansu just sighs, admitting he was actually hoping the association would have a better solution than shooting. Suddenly, Min O'Keefe steps in with a calm smile, claiming there is actually a perfect way out. She grabs the world-ending weapon and gives it a good squish. Much to the little blob's confusion, Min O'Keefe notes how harmless and pleasant it feels, while the slime struggles against being treated like a puppy. Hansu explains he spent an entire day scrubbing the toxicity out of the creature's body. Min O'Keefe suggests Hansu just register a taming skill, especially since he already has a cat assistant. When she asks for a name, Hansu casually drops Spec Zero, leaving the poor slime absolutely shook. She starts scribbling notes about combat subsidies, though she warns him about potential conscription during gate breaks. Finally, she suggests just forging some F-rank documents, leaving our boy and the superstar hunter completely dumbfounded. Min O'Keefe laughs and explains the director gave him the green light to handle everything regarding Hansu. Our boy realizes the investigator is sharp enough to see through the slime but is choosing to play along. Meanwhile, the former world-ending threat is having a total meltdown over being saddled with such a trash-tier name. The investigator officially registers the creature as an F-rank pet, leaving the superstar hunter completely dumbfounded by the absurdity. Nabi breaks the tension by serving a fresh cup of coffee, trying to make the guests feel right at home. The superstar hunter tries to act cool while browsing the menu, hoping the food isn't another lethal training exercise. He excitedly orders 3 servings of lamb steak, while Min O'Keefe just watches the chaotic diner life unfold. Shrugging, he brags that surviving half a year in Terra made him immune to any strange or disgusting food. Nabi is so impressed by his confidence that she offers a special treat on the house with a meow. Spec Zero carries out the foul-smelling meat, wondering why these strange otherworlders would ever want to eat such stinky trash. Bak Kangyuk is stoked to finally dig into his meal, while Spec Zero struggles with the heavy plate. He takes a massive bite, completely unfazed by the pungent aroma that would drop a normal person. The superstar hunter realizes this food actually tastes decent compared to the trash-tier rations he survived on Terra. Spec Zero watches in absolute horror, wondering how any sane creature could stomach such a lethal, foul-smelling concoction. Suddenly, a swarm of hungry customers floods the diner, eager to try Hansu's legendary weight loss cooking. The place becomes a total madhouse as everyone scrambles to grab a seat and place their orders. Our little blue slime is forced to zip around at max speed, cursing the humans for their endless appetites. He tearfully vows revenge, but realizes his world-ending powers are still sealed tight, leaving him as a glorified waiter. Meanwhile, a much calmer scene unfolds elsewhere as 2 old friends clink their glasses in a toast. Hansu's father and the reservoir manager enjoy a quiet drink, thankful that the recent crisis has finally passed. The reservoir manager finally breathes a sigh of relief as the waters settle back into their peaceful, normal state. Our boy's father approaches him, offering more than just a friendly face during these quiet, post-crisis moments. The old manager is stunned to hear that he will be receiving a recovery fund for his lost profits. As Hansu's father stirs a fresh pot of stew, he explains that this financial aid is finally coming. He places a warm bowl down, insisting that this isn't charity, but something the hard-working manager truly deserves. The steaming fish stew looks like a masterpiece, a far cry from the trash-tier food found in most dungeons. Overwhelmed by the sudden kindness, the manager breaks down, lamenting how the association failed him when he needed help. Hansu's father offers a comforting pat, acknowledging the decade of struggle the poor man endured just to survive. The sun shines over the serene pavilion, signaling a new chapter where things will finally start looking up. Meanwhile, the focus shifts to the towering ISAC headquarters, where the real corporate power players are likely plotting. Hwang Ji-hyun hands over a document that is about to flip the director's entire world upside down. Lee Jung-hoon looks absolutely livid as he questions if an official transfer order was actually placed. The purple ISAC seal on the paper confirms this isn't some trash-tier prank. It is the real deal. He is completely dumbfounded, wondering why the big boss would actually approve such a massive tactical dispatch. Ji-hyun admits she only requested help because half the staff is out sick from our boy's lethal cooking. She is already dreaming of a sunny holiday in Bali, thinking her workload is finally getting lighter. But the director knows the president isn't the type to hand out favors without a hidden, gritty motive. Since the man despises inefficiency more than anything, there has to be a catch to this sudden reinforcement. He asks which specific unit is being sent, sensing that things are about to get a lot more complicated. Ji-hyun drops the bombshell that the elite Full Metal heroes of ISAC are officially on their way. Lee Jung-hoon jumps out of his seat, screaming about why the elite are being deployed. He flinches as a terrifying realization hits him, fearing the worst-case scenario for the association. The director leans heavily on his desk, wondering if the president has finally discovered Yu Seung-woo's true identity. Since our boy is basically a walking nuclear bomb, sending an armored unit to suppress him is suicide. He lets out a hollow laugh, finding the absurdity of the situation completely ridiculous and terrifying. Regaining his composure, he decides he must stop this wrong call before the armored unit gets obliterated. He groans and taps his desk, realizing the only way out is a direct talk with the higher-ups. The director wonders if the president is playing a deeper game or knows something he doesn't. He quickly waves off the impossible thought of the big boss having a spy inside the diner. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Someone lets out a loud sneeze as the gears of fate start turning. A tired salaryman tries to ignore the miserable weather by diving into some low-calorie pork cutlets. He jabs the meat, realizing this isn't some trash-tier meal, but a masterpiece in disguise. Our boy opens wide, ready to see if the hype behind this legendary diner is actually real. One bite is all it takes for him to realize he's stumbled upon something truly god-tier. He chews in stunned silence as the rest of the staff starts giving him a standing ovation. Han-soo and the gang treat him like a pro athlete just for finishing his plate so fast. The guy is so hooked he begs for seconds, and Han-soo happily offers a massive refill. He offers his thanks but freezes when he notices a blue blob clacking onto the table. He's completely dumbfounded that a literal slime monster is working the floor as a busboy. Turns out the little guy is actually pretty funny, and carries a weirdly refreshing scent. The little blue blob jiggles around, looking way too innocent for a literal world-ending bioweapon. Our boy watches Yuna play with Nabi, but he can't shake the feeling that monsters are always monsters. He clenches his fist in silent resolve, swearing he won't let that creature lay a finger on the kid. He radiates a pure, protective fury, glaring so hard that even the slime starts to feel the pressure. His aura turns pitch black as he tries to figure out why this thing is even allowed inside. Specimen Zero glares right back, feeling totally insulted since it hasn't actually caused any trouble yet. Sparks practically fly between them as they engage in a high-stakes staring contest across the diner counter. Suddenly, Han-soo reaches out and snatches the little guy up before things can get even more heated. He stretches the slime like taffy, scolding it for being rude while the bodyguard just watches in shock. Han-soo promises the blob is harmless, while our boy admits his professional instincts just kicked into overdrive. Han-soo starts bouncing the world-ending slime like a basketball, making the bodyguard panic about setting a bad example. The poor blob looks absolutely miserable, though our boy insists this trash-tier creature is perfectly safe to handle. The bodyguard just sighs, realizing he's dealing with a man who has zero sense of common danger. He warns Han-soo to hide the creature immediately, leaving the legendary gladiator looking completely dumbfounded. The tension spikes as he reveals a mobile armored unit is currently en route to their location. Han-soo is totally lost, wondering if they're actually sending a literal tank division to a small diner. Since he isn't busy, he asks for the full breakdown of how these specialized units actually operate. It turns out the world relies on awakened hunters with superhuman abilities to keep the monsters at bay. These heroes act as shields for the weak, standing tall even when facing down the most terrifying demon beasts. Unfortunately, the narrator notes that the number of people willing to risk their lives like this is tragically small. Flashback to the dark days, when regular folks felt useless without superpowers, wondering if they were just bait. The desperation was real, as everyone wanted a chance to fight back instead of just being protected. They didn't need magic. They needed cold steel and weapons that could actually pierce a monster's hide. That's when a tech giant called Cyberdyne stepped up, promising to bridge the gap with high-tech weaponry. They birthed the War Gear, a massive single-person mech designed to turn an ordinary human into a walking tank. The bodyguard explains that while it started as a drone, electromagnetic interference forced them to put pilots inside. Our boy Han-soo is absolutely geeking out, thinking a giant pilotable robot is the coolest thing ever. But then he remembers the situation and asks what this high-tech unit has against a tiny slime. It clicks for him that if a slime slips into the gears, the whole expensive machine becomes a coffin. The bodyguard confirms that many pilots died this way, which is why the armored units despise slimes. Han-soo stares at the tiny slime, realizing even a god-tier machine is trash-tier against a simple clog. The action moves to the massive ISAC headquarters where the big players are gathering for a serious briefing. A battle-hardened soldier marches toward the association leaders, her presence demanding respect from everyone in the room. She halts her advance with military precision, ready to deliver her report to the branch director. Team leader Wu Haina officially checks in, saluting Lee Jung-hoon as the tension in the room spikes. Towering behind her is a war gear, a mechanical beast that looks like it is cut from different cloth. This is not just one unit. ISAC has an entire army of these steel giants ready to deploy. Lee Jung-hoon welcomes the armored unit leader, while the other hunters watch this display of corporate military might. Haina looks every bit the elite veteran, her stoic gaze proving she has seen her fair share of hell. Baek Kang-yuk just grins like a madman, clearly finding this whole formal military parade absolutely hilarious. Our boy Kang-yuk can't help himself, admitting he has a real soft spot for powerful women. He leans in dangerously close, teasing Haina about the tragedy of her being a married soldier. Kang-hyuk smirks, confident that his first order rank means this elite veteran will eventually fold. Instead of being flustered, Haina just lets out a dry chuckle like he's some harmless rookie. With a swift flick to his forehead, she casually marks this as his first strike. She warns the superstar kiddo that the laughter stops once he hits strike 3. Kang Hyuk stands there dumbfounded and blushing while the other officials struggle to hide their amusement. Lee Jung-hoon breaks the tension, offering the unit some well-deserved rest in their prepared quarters. As they head out, the director suggests they take a tour of the local downtown area. Haena suddenly halts, mentioning there is a specific place she needs to visit first. Haena mentions she heard rumors about a local diner that serves up literal monster parts for dinner. Jung-hoon immediately panics and waves his hands, acting like he has absolutely no clue what she's talking about. Kang Hyuk joins the act, shaking his head because he knows exactly how traumatic Han-soo's cooking can be. Even O'Keefe tries to play it cool with a shrug, desperately hoping she doesn't find the place. Haena just smiles and admits she's always wanted to taste the trash-tier flavor of a monster dish. O'Keefe breaks out in a cold sweat, warning her that the taste is beyond disgusting and not recommended. She laughs it off, claiming her palate is hardened by the world's stinkiest fermented fish, making O'Keefe flustered. When she specifically asks for a slime-based meal, O'Keefe nearly loses his mind at the thought of that poison. Our boy is internally screaming that they have to stop this crazy woman before she actually eats there. Unfortunately, Jung-hoon slips up and confirms the diner exists, leaving O'Keefe in total shock as Haena heads out. Haena marches off to find the diner while the guys watch her go in total disbelief. Min O'Keefe is absolutely dying inside, as he mentions the hero's place actually serves edible slimes. Lee Jung-hoon is floored when he hears they even have a mutated slime working on the staff now. The two start screaming at each other over the missed reports, while Baek Kang-hyuk just lets out a yawn. Our boy Baek Kang-hyuk smugly points out that their tragic lack of communication is the real problem here. They both snap and tell him to shut his mouth, but the damage to their sanity is done. Meanwhile, Haena finally arrives at the humble-looking diner, ready to test her hardened palate. Inside, Han-soo notices the new arrival, while a regular customer finishes up his meal. Our boy knew she was coming, and keeps his cool, as the elite commander steps through the door. Nabi immediately hops over to greet her, and Haena is instantly smitten by the adorable feline assistant. Our boy watches closely, wondering if his secret weapon can actually pull off this high-stakes undercover work. While the elite commander scans the menu, the world-ending weapon struggles to keep its human disguise from melting. Turns out, shifting into a human takes every ounce of concentration a trash-tier slime can muster. Hess pushing his limits, but realizes he can't maintain this fleshy form for much longer without popping. A suspicious sound catches the commander's ear, making her wonder if the furniture just made a wet noise. The elite pilot spins around, nearly catching the blob, but the feline assistant jumps in to save the day. Nabi quickly pivots to dessert talk, warning the guest that their special pudding is a total calorie bomb. Hiding behind a chair, the little slime lets out a breath, relieved he didn't get bagged and tagged. He's actually pretty annoyed that a planetary predator like him has to play hide-and-seek with a mere human. With only 20 seconds of juice left, the little guy hops off to hide before his form collapses. Our boy, Specimen Zero, is doing his best waiter impression, dashing around to keep his human form stable. He tries to tiptoe past the commander, praying his gelatinous nature doesn't give him away to her sharp senses. Maintaining this fleshy disguise is a nightmare, especially when the elite pilot is sitting right there eating. Suddenly, Haena freezes, her sharp instincts picking up on something that definitely isn't on the menu. The little guy's grip slips, his blue hand looking way too gooey to be considered human anymore. He flinches hard when she calls him out, realizing his cover is thinner than cheap diner napkins. She drops the hammer, asking if he's actually a slime while he trembles in absolute terror. The whole diner goes silent as Nabi panics, watching the planetary predator get cornered by a mere human. Haena reaches out to grab him, determined to see what this weird little creature really is. Before she can snag him, Nabi leaps into action while the slime pops right out of his clothes. Our girl Haena lets her aura flare, cornering the terrified duo with a gaze sharper than any blade. Her eye glints with a cold intensity, proving she's seen horrors far worse than a simple diner mystery. Memories of a hellish battlefield resurface, where massive demon beasts ruled the skies while mechs struggled to survive. Back then, she was just another pilot bleeding out in a cockpit, cursing her weakness amidst the carnage. Even after the fire died down, the crushing weight of their losses haunted the remaining armored units. Suddenly, a frantic distress call from Bishop cracks through the comms, dragging her back to that old nightmare. The poor guy was trapped as a rogue slime breached his armor, slowly melting him alive in his seat. Haena screams for her squad to push their engines, desperate to tear that metal coffin open in time. Since these war machines are bolted shut from the outside, the pilot is just easy prey for hungry monsters. She can only grit her teeth in agony, reliving the moment she failed to save her fallen comrade. Haena is absolutely losing it, her trauma triggered by the sight of the blue blob. She grabs a table knife, ready to end the creature that reminds her of her fallen friend. Before she can strike, she's suddenly frozen in place by an overwhelming presence. Our boy Han-soo calmly reminds her that cutlery is for eating, not for starting a war. He stares her down, making it clear he won't tolerate any trash-tier behavior in his diner. Nabi jumps in to shield the terrified slime while Hana remains locked in her murderous trance. Han-soo recalls the intel he got about her past, realizing she's just a broken soldier. Even as she glares with pure hatred, he understands the weight of the ghosts she's carrying. He knows everyone has a story, even the shivering specimen currently hiding behind his cat assistant. Turns out, the creature known as Spec-Zero wasn't actually a slime from the very beginning. Back on Gurnia, a terrified kid was cornered by a slime that didn't just kill, it consumed him. This wasn't an ordinary monster, as it could absorb the knowledge and traits of everything it ate. Trash-tier scientists eventually captured it, hoping to turn the creature into a weapon that could destroy the chasms. The plan backfired when the experiments caused the slime to become self-aware and develop its own consciousness. Its mind had fundamentally changed, taking on the personality and memories of the very first child it devoured. Forced to follow a single command to consume, the creature eventually left its home planet in total ruin. After seeing these memories, Han-soo realizes he can't simply blame the creature for its past actions. He understands that this lost soul doesn't need a slayer, but an adult to teach it right. Our boy steps forward and demands to know what the commander thinks she is doing to his child. Hana is left completely dumbfounded, unable to grasp why he would claim such a monster as his own. Nabi steps in to protect the trembling slime while Han-soo claims it's a legally registered pet. Hana grits her teeth, realizing that starting a brawl in a crowded diner is a trash-tier move. Even with her elite knife skills, she knows she's outclassed by a high-tier awakened like our boy. She takes a deep breath, trying to suppress the burning rage and trauma triggered by the creature's presence. Her eyes remain locked on the slime, desperately searching for a way to end its existence right now. She shifts her gaze back to the chef, trying to read his intentions through his calm exterior. It is useless because the man before her seems to have absolutely no openings or exploitable weaknesses. When she warns him about her unit's protocols, Han-soo just asks if she understands the price of attacking. Our boy just laughs at her offer of compensation, finding the idea of selling out his employee ridiculous. Hana gives him one final warning, but Han-soo just wonders what she will actually do next. Han-soo stands his ground, daring the commander to try something if she truly wants to find out. Hana grits her teeth in frustration, her trauma clashing with the chef's immovable and suffocating presence. A nearby customer is completely dumbfounded, wondering why his lunch break turned into a high-stakes standoff. She slams the table and threatens his livelihood, but our boy just warns her about picking this fight. Han-soo gives her a cold glance, signaling that her military title means absolutely nothing in his shop. The other patrons are practically choking on their meals, desperate for the suffocating tension to finally break. Even Nabi steps up and hisses, making it clear that the entire staff is ready to throw down. The terrified salaryman waves his hands frantically, pleading for the commander to stop before someone gets hurt. Finally hitting a wall, Hana clutches her head and realizes she let her past trauma cloud her judgment. She looks down in shame, regretting that she nearly started a bloodbath over a seemingly harmless tamed slime. Hana lets out a heavy sigh, finally deflating after her intense and misplaced outburst. She swallows her pride and bows deeply, admitting to Han-soo that she was completely out of line. To make amends for the chaos, she offers to cover the bill for every single customer present. Our boy just gives a calm nod, more than happy to let her wallet settle the score. He cheekily adds that this includes any extra helpings, leaving her sweating over the mounting cost. The terrified salaryman finally breathes a sigh of relief, thankful he won't be caught in a crossfire. He wonders if she was never briefed on the sheer danger of dealing with a repatriate like Han-soo. Suddenly, a soft clacking sound catches her attention, breaking her out of her spiral of regret. The little slime wobbles over, serving her a perfect plate of food to help settle her frayed nerves. She stares at the meal with a deep frown, feeling the weight of her actions finally hit home. Night finally settles over the city as the long, chaotic day at the diner comes to a close. Our boy heads back with a completely wiped out Nabi, who can barely keep her paws moving after the rush. Flopping onto the bed, she wonders why he didn't just hide the slime if he knew Hana hated them. Han-soo just shrugs, noting the slime did nothing wrong, and he won't change his diner for anyone. Nabi points out he still made the little guy hide in human form, but he calls it special training. Turns out, being chased by a traumatized commander is the perfect way to force the slime's evolution through fear. She just yawns, realizing her master is truly hardcore when it comes to leveling up his staff's potential. Seeing his loyal assistant finally drift off, Han-soo can't help but smile at how hard she worked today. The exhaustion finally hits him too, and he decides it's high time to get some much-needed shut-eye himself. With the lights flickering off, the neighborhood goes silent as the legendary gladiator finally finds a moment's peace. Specimen Zero can't stop fidgeting, absolutely touched that Hansu actually called him his child. He starts blushing like crazy, feeling a warmth he never experienced back on his home planet of Gurnia. After peeking around the corner, the little guy decides he wants to be closer to his new father. While Hansu and Nabi are dead to the world, the slime struggles to climb onto the sofa. With a soft plop, he finally makes it, snuggling up against Hansu's leg for the night. Our boy opens an eye for a second, clearly aware of the stowaway but too tired to care. The trio finally settles in, looking like a weirdly wholesome family in the middle of this gritty world. Morning eventually rolls around, with the sun hitting the diner as the neighborhood birds start their daily chatter. Hansu groggily wakes up, feeling the weight of another long day of training and cooking ahead. Suddenly, a sharp jolt hits his senses as he realizes something is definitely off about the morning air. Hansu groans as he wakes up, wondering why his back feels like it's been through a meat grinder. He quickly finds the culprits as he sees Nabi and the little slime snuggled right on his legs. Our boy just sighs, thinking it's definitely time to invest in a bed that isn't a trash-tier sofa. Looking down at the squishy stowaway, he wonders if the little fella is finally starting to trust him. He stretches out the kinks, noting that today's menu is simple since the local hunters are all busy. Outside, the sun is shining over the diner, making it look like a rare, peaceful day in the city. Since he's got company now, he decides to whip up some breakfast for his two sleepy roommates. His plans hit a snag immediately when he realizes the rice bin is completely bone dry. To make matters worse, he's fresh out of soup, leaving him scratching his head in the quiet kitchen. He stares at a mountain of pork cutlets, regretting the massive ordering mistake that's forced this repetitive menu. Hansu ponders how to repurpose those leftover cutlets into a quick and easy breakfast meal. A light bulb finally goes off as our boy realizes a pork cutlet sandwich is the perfect solution. He considers the endless variety of sandwiches, knowing they are a staple for every person on Earth. To him, it's basically the ultimate dish of freedom that breaks all the traditional culinary rules. Grabbing a fresh loaf of bread, he remembers the first time he introduced this concept to Theodore. Flashback to a cold night in Terra, where the party huddled around a campfire during their long journey. Theodore stares at the simple meal with total intensity, demanding to know the epic lore behind its creation. Hansu just blinks while chewing, thinking it's hilarious how even a basic snack needs a backstory here. The elf is convinced this masterpiece has deep roots, while our boy just thinks it's bread and meat. Theodore holds it up like a holy relic, claiming it represents a soul unbound by society's rigid norms. Theodore is convinced some legendary freedom fighter invented this snack and demands to know the truth. When Hansu mentions the Earl of Sandwich, the elf loses it, absolutely hating the idea of aristocratic origins. Our boy tries to explain the Earl was just a hardworking guy who needed a one-handed meal. Theodore decides to ignore that boring reality, because it totally kills the rebellious spirit of the food. He grabs the bread again, his mind already spinning with a much more dramatic narrative. Suddenly, he declares the dish is now officially named after him, leaving Hansu completely dumbfounded. Hansu asks if he even understands copyright laws, but the elf is just busy stuffing his face. He sighs, realizing that trying to explain modern legal concepts to a fantasy resident is a lost cause. Theodore starts devouring his namesake meal, fully embracing his new role as the sandwich's self-appointed creator. In Terra, the Theodore sandwich spreads like wildfire, becoming the ultimate symbol of the common folk's rebellion. The elf even gets a statue, worshipped as a revolutionary god with sandwiches served as holy offerings. Back in the diner, Hansu admires that initiative while preparing breakfast before his assistants finally wake up. He considers the tactical difference between a quick cold snack and a hearty, soul-warming hot sandwich. Deciding on a hot meal, our boy starts sizzling pork cutlets, knowing his crew needs the extra energy. He builds the foundation with a crisp bed of cabbage, ensuring every bite has that perfect crunch. When the sauce-covered cutlet hits the bread, he knows this trash-tier morning is about to get much better. While finishing up, he starts rummaging through the upper cabinets, searching for a hidden stash of supplies. His eyes widen as he finds something unexpected, realizing his morning routine is about to take a turn. He pulls out a jar of Meowbriand, a legendary sauce the catfolk brew only for true heroes. Most transmigrated warriors absolutely loathe the trash-tier food found in the world of Terra. However, the catfolk spent generations perfecting a secret delicacy just to satisfy those picky palates. This ancient recipe is surprisingly top-tier, becoming more flavorful as it ages over many years. Hansu is genuinely impressed that Naba's grandmother sent a sauce even he hasn't mastered. He adds a dollop of the 33-year-old vintage, knowing its rich flavor is practically priceless. The only downside is the insane calorie count, which threatens to ruin anyone's strict diet. Luckily, our boy still feels the lingering effects of the magical pancetta he ate previously. With the finishing touches applied, The most decadent breakfast sandwiches in existence are finally served. The sandwich looks god tier, with that legendary sauce dripping down and releasing a scent that could wake the dead. Our boy Han-soo hears a faint meow and realizes the aroma is already doing numbers on his staff. Turns out Nabi and the slime are completely wasted just from the fumes of that high-calorie catfolk delicacy. Outside, Baek Kang-yuk and the silver-class warrior approach the diner, completely unaware of the flavor bomb waiting inside. They suddenly catch a whiff of the sandwich and stop dead in their tracks, their hunter instincts going haywire. It is like a jolt to their systems as they realize this isn't some trash-tier snack, but something legendary. They burst through the door like lunatics, demanding to know exactly where that heavenly smell is coming from. Han-soo just stands there holding his passed-out pets, wondering how to explain this absolute mess to his guests. But the hunters are too far gone, drooling like addicts and begging for a taste of that sandwich. Han-soo looks at his two unexpected guests, feeling a bit skeptical about their sudden, ravenous hunger. He serves up a pair of sandwiches that look decent enough for any trash-tier hunter passing through. The silver-class warrior and Baek Kang-hyuk dig in, but their expressions immediately start to droop in disappointment. They admit the food is alright, but it doesn't quite live up to that god-tier aroma from before. Our boy explains that these are just regular snacks, since he didn't include the legendary Meowbrian sauce. He shows off his passed-out pets, proving the real stuff was way too potent for mere mortals. Baek Kang-yuk just smirks, finding the whole situation with the unconscious slime and cat absolutely hilarious. He tries to stifle a laugh before mentioning some interesting drama that went down at the council recently. As Han-soo listens, the narrative shifts toward the massive ISAC headquarters where the real trouble is brewing. We shift focus to the ISAC Korean branch, where the atmosphere is thick with corporate dread. Lee Jung-hoon is practically living on stress medication just to survive the day without a total collapse. Hwang Ji-hoon watches nervously as the director desperately tries to wash down his frustration with a drink. He slams his desk, fuming over having to manage yet another loose cannon who ignores every protocol. The director rants about how insane it was for a pilot to brandish a blade in a repatriate's restaurant. Ji-hoon reminds him that the pilot is under the president's personal command, suggesting some hidden agenda. She's visibly shaken when the director implies that this isn't just a simple mistake by a subordinate. He turns around, explaining that this entire disaster was likely a calculated test orchestrated by the president. With eyes across the globe, the president definitely knew about the slime hiding in that humble diner. Ji-hoon is left completely dumbfounded, struggling to grasp the terrifying scale of the president's true intentions. Lee Jung-hoon slams his desk, realizing the president is playing a high-stakes game with everyone's careers. He paces around, suspecting the president sent a warning to him while testing Haina's promotion potential. Our boy admits the president's information network is terrifying, especially since Haina's rival is waiting to pounce. Ji-hoon is left dumbfounded as the director confirms that Haina's chance at a promotion is officially dead. She sighs, trying to defend Haina by reminding him of the trauma she's endured from slime attacks. The director points out that having a husband with a fried face doesn't excuse unprofessional conduct. He turns away coldly, stating that witnessing her team's death shouldn't make her lose her cool. To him, a true commander must bury their feelings when thousands of lives are on the line. They settle on a salary cut and remote work as punishment for her failing the manual's protocols. As Ji-hoon leaves, the director collapses into his chair, completely drained by the political weight of it all. Lee Jung-hoon is drowning in stress, worrying that the president's harshness will drive everyone away. He pauses, realizing a cold calculator like the president would never do something so seemingly inefficient. Meanwhile, word of Haina's pay cut and remote work sentence reaches the local diner. Min sighs at the news while Baek Kang-yuk just laughs like a total jerk. Han-soo ponders the story, specifically curious about the state of Haina's husband. He gives Baek Kang-hyuk a sharp glare for using such a trash-tier nickname for a wounded veteran. Our boy wonders why modern medical tech or prosthetics haven't fixed the man's injuries yet. Min looks grim, unsure if the man should be considered lucky or the unluckiest soul alive. Turns out, surviving a slime attack inside a war machine is a literal miracle. Han-soo is dumbfounded, questioning if the man somehow awakened in the middle of that nightmare. Min explains that the man gained a powerful regeneration ability that could even restore severed limbs. Our boy starts to piece the puzzle together as the logic of this world's powers clicks into place. Han-soo calls the situation incredibly unlucky, while Min drops the bombshell about the man's specific save point. Turns out, a regenerator's body always tries to return to the exact state it was in during awakening. Han-soo realizes the poor guy's save point was set after his face already melted, making surgery useless. He goes quiet for a moment, likely weighing the ethics of intervening in such a tragic, permanent fate. Suddenly, our boy decides he needs to meet the man, leaving Min and Baek absolutely dumbfounded. Han-soo nods and claims that treatment is actually possible as long as the veteran is willing. Baek just glares and wonders why they should even bother helping someone who brought trouble to their doorstep. Min gives the trash tier hunter a quick smack for his attitude, while Baek keeps whining about the plan. Baek Kongyuk laughs like a maniac, claiming he wouldn't lift a finger for someone who acted so superior. Min O'Keefe finally loses his cool and tells the trash tier hunter to grow up with a physical reminder. Instead of backing down, Baek Kongyuk grabs him back, and the two start a petty mid-diner scuffle. Our boy just watches the chaos unfold from the side, seemingly lost in his own deep thoughts. Han-soo suddenly halts the brawl, surprising everyone by saying he actually empathizes with the woman's pain. He explains that revenge can be a powerful motivator, which is exactly why he's chosen to intervene. Min O'Keefe is left dumbfounded because hearing about bloodlust from a peaceful chef feels completely out of character. Han-soo just shrugs, noting that the common belief about revenge being empty isn't always the case. He looks at Nabi and realizes he'd be just as unforgiving if anyone ever touched his precious companions. With a calm smile, he concludes that helping these homeworld defenders is simply his duty as a repatriate. Min O'Keefe and the superstar hunter suddenly shudder, sensing a dark, familiar aura radiating from the kitchen. They suspect our boy is planning something devious, and the mention of a monster dish confirms their fears. Han-soo calmly explains that his new creation, a fresh start, is exactly what they need right now. He starts with Cusco fruits, a stimulant from Terra that's so bitter it makes coffee taste like candy. Then he reveals a Kilomansi carrot, which glows with enough raw electricity to make his skin crawl. These rare plants thrive on lightning strikes, storing a massive electric charge within their sour, crunchy cores. As he chops, he notes that an unprepared eater would be knocked out cold by a single bite. The process involves grinding these volatile ingredients into a paste before boiling them into a potent, restorative brew. Baek Kongyuk looks completely dumbfounded and begins to quiver as the traumatic memories of his training resurface. Han-soo just glances back with a knowing smirk, wondering if his student still remembers the agonizing flavor. Baek Kongyuk grimaces as he remembers the nightmare of eating those restorative ingredients during his time in Terra. While the healing effects are undeniable, the process of mashing them creates a flavor that is purely agonizing. Usually, a hero would just rely on standard health potions to keep themselves in the fight during an adventure. Unfortunately, these glass flasks are trash tier and have a nasty habit of breaking when things get rough. Between lethal poison traps and dark curses from the Demon King's army, a warrior's life is constantly at risk. If a fighter runs out of options to heal, they quickly realize their life is hanging by a thread. It's an instant game over for any poor soul who can't find a way to restore their health. Baek Kongyuk complains that sturdy flasks are too expensive, and healers are far too arrogant to help rookies. Min O'Keefe nods along as the former thief explains that Terra is a completely messed up place to survive. He remains skeptical, figuring his companion must have found a secret solution to stay alive in that hell. Baek Kongyuk begrudgingly stirs the pot, cursing the fact that he actually knows how to prepare this foul concoction. Our boy Han-soo just smiles, confident that this unconventional cooking is the only real answer to their problem. Back on Terra, desperate pilgrims discovered a natural remedy using basic farm ingredients to purge the deadliest of debuffs. Though the benefits are incredible, the soup bubbles with a stench so putrid it makes the former thief gag. Min O'Keefe looks on, completely dumbfounded by the idea of a meal that causes a literal internal explosion. Baek Kongyuk frantically explains that the dish is so potent it physically blasts the consumer away upon the first bite. The force is so violent it launches a three-headed wolf, while Han-soo coldly suggests it should have just died. It turns out this fantasy world logic strips away every status effect, leaving the consumer's body as a blank slate. Han-soo explains that by pausing passive regeneration, they can finally use surgery or magic to fix deep-rooted injuries. While it offers a fresh start, the team leader still worries about the mental trauma of tasting such filth. Han-soo wonders why he should worry about their trauma when the physical results speak for themselves. Peeking over the counter, our boy notes that causing a scene in his diner requires a steep price. Baek Kongyuk is genuinely unsure if his boss is being a generous saint or just a stingy devil. Han-soo just laughs it off, claiming his brutal methods are simply being thorough with the treatment. The duo realizes that crossing this chef is a one-way ticket to a very painful, smelly grave. Meanwhile, at the ISAC Sector A branch, the atmosphere is heavy with the scent of high-tech machinery. Deep inside the maintenance room, a man stares up at a massive blue war machine ready for battle. When a subordinate calls out, the chief engineer turns around to confirm that everything is finally ready. Known as Kyle, Kim Gynam hides his past behind a scar and a fake name to avoid attention. With only 23 hours until the big demonstration, he warns his team to stay sharp during final stages. A junior mechanic awkwardly apologizes to Kyle for the mess involving his wife's stalled career and promotion. Kyle just shrugs it off, jokingly noting that his wife definitely knows how to hold a serious grudge. He recalls getting splattered by slime ages ago. while his subordinate stands there completely dumbfounded and sweating. Our boy laughs and tells the kid to relax since his face was already trashed here to begin with. He quickly pivots back to business, ordering the crew to inspect the generator and the movement controls. As the subordinate heads out, Kyle is left alone to face the weight of the upcoming demonstration. He quietly urges Hana to get it together, knowing any mistake could put the entire team in danger. Staring at the cockpit, he wishes he could revert to his old self and help her out personally. The massive blue armored unit stands ready, a silent testament to years of high-tech engineering. With a sudden hum of power, the machine's systems flash to life, signaling the start of the test. Kyle tries to block out the noise and focus on the high-stakes work ahead of him. The rest of the ISAC staff stays glued to their monitors, knowing this demonstration is for public safety. Their massive blue armored unit stands tall, ready to prove that ISAC's tech is actually reliable for once. Every single bolt needs to be perfect, because a loose screw here means a total disaster in the field. Our boy finally finishes the tune-up, wiping away the sweat while hoping the machine doesn't fall apart. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps echoes through the hangar, putting everyone on high alert. Min O'Keefe walks right up to the chief engineer, catching him completely off guard during his break. Kyle's mood immediately sours when the visitor mentions his trash-tier real name and his connection to Hana. The team leader raises his hands to show he's not looking for a fight, just delivering a package. Kyle eyes him suspiciously, wondering why a big shot from the association is personally running errands. Kyle wonders if this surprise visit is about his wife, but Min hints it's actually much deeper. Our boy is left completely dumbfounded, wondering what kind of mess he's about to get dragged into. Min pulls out a mysterious bottle with a note, claiming he's only here to settle some personal business. Meanwhile, the massive war gear demonstration kicks off with heavy mechs stomping through the facility for the public. The local citizens are absolutely loving the show, completely unaware of the gritty reality behind these machines. Kyle looks at the steel giants, remembering the endless late nights his team spent, making sure they didn't fail. He subconsciously scratches the old scar on his face, a permanent reminder of the trauma he's survived. Despite the pain, he tries to stay positive, acknowledging that he's definitely seen his fair share of hell. Kyle questions if he needs a surgeon on standby before drinking this potentially life-changing or life-ending brew. Min just smirks, reminding him that he's already hit rock bottom and should just give it a shot. Kyle decides he has nothing left to lose and prepares to down the mysterious liquid. He chugs the whole thing right there in the middle of the facility while his team watches. Our boy immediately regrets it as the liquid hits his tongue like a bolt of lightning. It tastes like a century of boiled garbage, and his stomach starts doing some seriously violent flips. Suddenly, he releases a massive blast that earns him the most embarrassing nickname in ISAC history. But the humiliation was worth it because he wakes up to find his old scars completely vanished. Even his damaged eye has returned to normal, proving that Hansu's crazy concoction actually worked. Seeing him restored, Hana can't help but tear up with relief from behind the observation glass. Later, his subordinates try to get his attention, but he's still feeling a bit salty about everything. He sarcastically asks who they're calling chief, since they were just making fun of his explosive incident. Kim Gwynam is dumbfounded when his subordinate asks if Hell finally quit engineering to become a hunter. The guy points out that with his crazy new regeneration, staying in maintenance is basically a total waste. But our boy isn't interested in being a human punching bag just because he can heal from anything. He leans in close, accurately guessing that the subordinate just wants to snatch his chief engineer position. After shutting that down, he wonders what kind of thank you gift he should send to the legendary chef. Realizing his subordinate's ideas are trash tier, he decides to call his wife for some actual good advice. Suddenly, the tough chief turns into a total softie, leaving his subordinate cringing at the sheer cheesiness. A few days pass by as the peace returns to the neighborhood under a clear blue sky. A massive, high-quality wood-fired oven arrives at the diner, looking like a top-tier piece of equipment. Hansu is impressed by the thoughtful gift and immediately starts planning to add fresh bread to his menu. Jihyun is genuinely curious why a master chef like Hansu didn't have a basic oven until today. Our boy looks pretty embarrassed, admitting that he actually managed just fine without one for a specific reason. He explains that standard ovens are energy hogs that waste way too much heat during the cooking process. Turns out, he's still haunted by his days in a trash-tier studio, terrified of opening expensive utility bills. Luckily, this new oven runs on mana stones, meaning he can just hunt for an endless fuel supply. Nabi is hyped, thinking they can use that mana energy to make their training food taste even worse. Hansu then realizes that Hana sent over a few more thoughtful gifts for the rest of his staff. Nabi and Specimen Zero waste no time testing out their new high-speed lawnmower, turning chores into a literal race. Along with an apology letter, the package contains one final item specially crafted for the diner's resident slime. Specimen Zero looks surprisingly sleek in its new shock-absorbing vinyl outfit, looking ready for some serious work. Specimen Zero is absolutely loving the new gear, bouncing around and forgiving all past grievances in pure joy. Our boy watches the kids play, thinking it's a perfect day to just slack off and close early. Suddenly, Hwang Ji-hyun appears out of nowhere, looking completely dumbfounded by his total lack of professional drive. She's fuming because he treats this high-stakes diner like a trash-tier hobby, opening only whenever he feels like it. Turns out, she's been pulling massive overtime developing a whole review app just to keep his business afloat. Han-soo casually mentions whipping up some freshly baked pizza, instantly making her professional anger start to twitch. When he adds that he will load it with extra toppings, her resolve starts crumbling faster than ever. The mere thought of a cheesy slice has her brain short-circuiting in a wave of pure, hungry anticipation. She moves like a total blur, flipping the sign herself just to make sure she gets a seat. It's clear that her massive appetite is the one weakness this elite official can't ever hope to overcome. While the diner deals with hungry officials, deep within the Cyberdyne bunker, things are getting much more serious. Our boy Kim Gwynam stands before his team, finally ready to gamble his life on a mysterious brew. He chugs the liquid with desperate intensity, sweating as he waits to see if it heals or kills him. From his command chair, President Ju Hyuk-jin mocks his old friend, knowing they are cut from the same cloth. He sighs in frustration, thinking about how trash-tier their safety protocols look compared to this insane leap of faith. Relief washes over the room when the official confirms the surgery was a success, defying every known medical law. Even with his strength back, Kim Gwynam chooses his young son over the battlefield, retiring from hunting forever. President Ju Hyuk-jin clasps his hands in silent agreement, respecting the man's choice to leave the blood behind. Suddenly, with a heavy dun, he orders Yu Sung-woo's threat level downgraded from SSS to rank C. The official stands there completely dumbfounded, realizing the political landscape of the world just shifted on a whim. Ju Hyuk-jin reviews the latest reports, noting Han-soo chose healing over violence despite the insults. The data reveals that Baek Kang-yuk and the others have seen a massive 10% power spike. It turns out our boy is literally cooking up an elite army right under their noses. Satisfied with the progress in Sector A, the president decides it is finally time to disconnect. However, the official stops him, mentioning there is one more personal matter he needs to address. He asks when the boss is returning home, explaining that his daughter is missing him dearly. Ju Hyuk-jin goes silent, admitting that work will keep him away from Korea for much longer. He simply requests that the official tells little Yuna that her father loves her very much. Back at the diner, a blade strikes the cutting board with the precision of a master. Han-soo tells a curious Hwang Ji-hyun that today's special will be a classic Earth-style pizza. Ji-hyun feels a wave of relief now that our boy can finally distinguish her from a common pet. However, she still glares at him, unable to forget the gag-inducing trauma of his previous experimental dishes. Han-soo just offers a nervous smile, realizing his reputation for making delicious food is currently sitting at trash tier. He starts prepping the essentials, neatly organizing bowls of fresh tomatoes, onions, garlic, and mushrooms for the pizza. A smooth stream of olive oil hits the pan as he prepares to sauté the fresh ingredients. The kitchen fills with a satisfying sizzle as the vegetables begin to cook over the intense flames. Ji-hyun is genuinely impressed by the aroma, noting that the base sauce alone is already mouth-watering. To ensure perfection, Han-soo carefully retrieves a small vial containing 33-year-old Miaobriand from his stash. A divine scent wafts from the container the moment it is opened, signaling the arrival of something legendary. Ji-hyun is absolutely dumbfounded by the fragrance while Han-soo explains the sauce's secret feline origin. Han-soo explains that the sauce is way too addictive, which is why he only uses a tiny bit. He carefully adds a single drop, knowing even a tiny amount of this feline treasure changes everything. With the prep finished, the homemade tomato sauce just needs to simmer and be stirred to perfection. Suddenly, our boy hands Ji-hyun an apron, catching the high-ranking official completely off guard. He casually asks her to stir for 20 minutes, making her wonder if he's actually charging for labor. Ji-hyun realizes paying for this meal would wreck her salary, so she begrudgingly accepts the kitchen duty. She gears up and strikes a pose, trying to look the part of a professional chef for once. Han-soo can barely contain his laughter as he watches the serious administrator struggle with the new look. She glares at him, while he honestly admits she's the first person he's seen who doesn't suit an apron. He chuckles to himself, thinking her office worker aesthetic is definitely a much better fit than the kitchen. Ji-hyun finishes the sauce and asks how she did, receiving some rare praise from our boy for her effort. When asked about the secret to pizza, she confidently shouts that the dough is the absolute foundation of everything. She admits that while her cooking is trash tier, her eating skills are definitely top tier professional level. Han-soo starts kneading, silently noting that her food obsession makes her sound exactly like his old orc comrade. He carefully mixes in olive oil, knowing a single mistake could leave the crust greasy or bone-dry and ruined. He casually mentions that Nabi is actually the superior kneader, leaving Ji-hyun dumbfounded by the feline's hidden culinary talents. He explains that a cat's touch is legendary, claiming their soft paw pads are scientifically proven to enhance flavor. When she questions the source of that research, he just grins and admits it's a theory he just invented. Ji-hyun is completely fed up with his trolling, unable to tell when the legendary hero is actually being serious. Outside, Nabi and the little slime are busy playing with Yuna, enjoying a rare moment of peaceful domestic life. Our boy finishes the dough, noting that normally it would need hours to rise properly. Ji-hyun is floored by the wait time, realizing that gourmet cooking isn't for the impatient. Feeling lazy, Han-soo decides to cheat by using a high-tier fermentation spell instead. The dough becomes perfectly plump instantly, though he claims they still need another hour of resting. Ji-hyun officially gives up on her culinary dreams, deciding that ordering takeout is much less stressful. Once the timer finally hits 0, the real magic of the pizza-making process can finally begin. With the sauce spread thick, our boy asks if she's ready to start piling on the toppings. He reaches into his stash, wondering what kind of flavors this high-ranking official actually prefers. Ji-hyun gets dead serious, demanding nothing but pure meat to satisfy her professional-level hunger. Han-soo is dumbfounded, realizing she's cut from the same cloth as his old meat-obsessed orc comrade. Han-soo drops a massive slab of meat, making Ji-hyun's eyes sparkle with pure carnivorous joy. Our boy starts rummaging through his stash, wondering what else could possibly elevate this meat lover's dream. He spots something perfect, and thinks this is exactly what the pizza needs to balance the flavors. He pulls out a whole pineapple, convinced that the baked sweetness will be a total game-changer. Ji-hyun is absolutely disgusted, but Han-soo just laughs and accidentally calls her by his old friend's name. Realizing he slipped up, our boy panics because he didn't mean to compare an official to an orc. He awkwardly explains that Cry was just an old comrade, trying to play off the weird slip. Ji-hyun actually feels flattered, thinking she's finally earned a spot in his inner circle of trusted allies. She leans in curiously, asking what kind of legendary hero this Cry person actually was. Han-soo remembers the mighty orc warrior who could split stone golems with a single, brutal hand chop. Han-soo lies through his teeth, calling the orc a cool guy just to avoid a massive headache. He knows that telling her he compared her to a green-skinned monster would probably end his peaceful life. Our boy remembers the orc warrior's terrifying roar after slaughtering a demon legion before pivoting back to the pizza. He slides the dough into the oven where magical purple flames begin to bake the crust to absolute perfection. Ji-hyun watches the oven with pure anticipation, asking if they finally just have to wait for the results. Han-soo gives her a confident look, knowing his culinary skills are about to blow her mind once again. As the sun begins to set over the diner, the atmosphere is perfect for a high-tier outdoor feast. They set the table outside, preparing the stage for a variety of experimental pizzas that smell absolutely divine. The spread is finally ready, featuring everything from controversial pineapple toppings to a premium, god-tier seafood masterpiece. Ji-hyun ties her hair back with a determined look, ready to dive into the trash-tier-looking Hawaiian pizza. Ji-hyun is locked in, her eyes burning with the intensity of a hunter about to bag a legendary beast. Our boy just stands there, giving her a look that makes her realize her secret might be out. She panics and tries to justify her hunger, claiming it has been ages since her last cheat day. She acts like a pro, explaining that a cheat day is the only time she can truly go wild. Han-soo isn't buying it, reminding her that she basically inhaled 3 pork cutlets just last night. Ji-hyun lets out a heavy sigh, frustrated that her daily warrior training isn't showing any real results. Turns out, she's just perfectly balancing her hard work by eating every single calorie she manages to burn. Han-soo claps his hands, deciding it's time to stop the talk and finally start the feast. The whole squad gathers around the table, ready to dive into the god-tier spread our boy prepared. As the first slice is lifted, the cheese stretch proves this meal is anything but trash tier. Yunha takes a massive bite, her eyes sparkling as the flavors of the god-tier pizza hit her. Beside her, Nabi is having the time of her life, both of them completely lost in the cheesy bliss. Even Specimen Zero can't resist, unhinging its jaw to inhale a crust like it's the finest delicacy on earth. One of the regular customers is practically moved to tears, overwhelmed by how flavorful the shrimp and squid are. He freezes mid-chew when a sudden rattling sound breaks his concentration, making him wonder what's going on. It turns out Ji-hyun is eating so fast she's barely chewing, leaving the guy next to her totally dumbfounded. Seeing the kids are set with cola, our boy Han-soo wonders what the adults want to drink. Ji-hyun's eyes light up at the sight of beer, while the businessman politely declines the offer. With a satisfying snap, the cold cans are opened, signaling that the real party is finally starting. Now that the shop is closed, Han-soo finally sits down to enjoy his own slice of perfection. Han-soo munches on his pizza, wishing he had the time to make the cheese from scratch too. While everyone else is busy inhaling their slices, the atmosphere finally starts to feel like a real party. As the sun begins to set over the city, the frantic energy of the meal finally starts to settle. The table is left with nothing but sparkling clean plates and a mountain of empty beer cans. Both Nabi and the little girl are completely stuffed, looking like they are about to pass out. Ji-hyun finds the blue slime absolutely adorable, squishing it while noting how unique and fresh it smells. However, her eyes take on a strange glint as she starts blushing for a completely different, hungrier reason. She wonders if the slime tastes like tropical fruit or soda, looking ready to take a bite. Han-soo quickly hoists the little guy out of reach, asking if she is already drunk enough. The peaceful moment is cut short when his phone buzzes with a call from the director. Ji-hyun is hyped, thinking a sudden emergency call is her perfect excuse to escape the awkward dinner situation. That excitement shatters faster than glass once she realizes the director is actually onto her little feast. The scene shifts to the ISAC headquarters, where the atmosphere is thick with professional disappointment and late-night stress. Director Lee Jung-hoon sits at his desk, staring blankly at a report that defies all common sense. It seems Ji-hyun used an official ISAC stamp just to testify that the pizza was truly god-tier. Jung-hoon desperately sips lavender tea, hoping the herbal remedy can save him from a stress-induced aneurysm. He sighs deeply, realizing his elite administrator has been completely compromised by a few slices of dough. Ji-hyun stands her ground, boldly insisting that a 10-page apology was a small price for such flavor. The director is left dumbfounded, feeling defeated by the sheer audacity of his once perfect and reliable subordinate. When he mentions her old reputation as the cold-blooded empress, Ji-hyun finally feels a sting of embarrassment. Jung-hoon slams his desk in a rage, accusing her of turning her official duties into a restaurant promotion. He points out that she's clearly wasted, but Ji-hyun just burps and insists pizza requires a beer pairing. She narrows her eyes and argues that since she's off the clock, her drinking habits are her own business. The director loses it, shouting that she's crossing a dangerous line by getting way too close to their target. He fumes that she seems more loyal to the repatriate than to her own superior, Baek Kang-hyuk. Ji-hyun looks utterly disgusted at the comparison, clearly ready to throw hands with her cheeky boss instead. She throws a sharp kick, declaring that if a fight is what he wants, she's more than ready. As she continues her drunken shadowboxing, Jung-hoon realizes that trying to reason with her right now is totally pointless. He clutches his head in exhaustion, finally admitting the real reason he called her in was for something urgent. Our boy's headache intensifies as he stares at his rebellious subordinate, wondering how his life became such a mess. Ji-hyun freezes mid-swing when she hears the shocking news that the legendary Team B is returning tomorrow. She slams the desk in disbelief, forcing Jung-hoon to ask if the update finally made her sober up. A heavy sigh escapes her as she realizes that trash-tier troublemaker Baek Kang-hyuk is going to love this. She remembers their violent history, and secretly admits she was relieved when he was tucked away in a hospital. Jung-hoon slumps over in total defeat, ordering her to prep the evacuation protocols before things get messy. The door clacks shut, leaving the exhausted director alone with his mounting headaches and endless paperwork. Ji-hyun trudges through the hallway, mourning her freedom as she prepares for another soul-crushing round of overtime. Her gaze sharpens with a mix of annoyance and the grim realization that her night is just beginning. As night falls over the ISAC building, she figures one more drink is mandatory to handle the coming chaos. By the time the sun rises over headquarters, the stage is set for a massive repatriate headache. The sun rises over the ISAC building, but the peaceful morning chirps are about to be cut short. A heavy stomp echoes at the entrance, signaling that another high-tier headache has just arrived on the scene. Meet Yoon Yoon-hyung, a rank 65 first-order hunter who clearly didn't get the memo about acting his age. Our new boy struts through the halls with the confidence of a seasoned veteran despite being a mere junior. His sneakers squeak against the floor as he heads straight for a collision course with destiny. On the other side, a pair of expensive dress shoes clicks forward, belonging to someone equally trash-tier in attitude. The two powerhouses come to a sudden halt, the air thick with enough killing intent to choke a civilian. It turns out Yoon-hyung has run straight into Baek Kang-hyuk, who looks like he's having a terrible morning. The kid doesn't show an ounce of respect, coldly demanding that the older hunter get out of his way. Kang-hyuk is absolutely dumbfounded, wondering if this brat really thinks he can talk to his elders like that. Yoon Yoon-hyung and Baek Kang-hyuk are practically nose-to-nose, with the kid promising to teach the veteran a lesson. Nearby, Hwang Ji-hyun just wants a cold drink in peace, but hears the trash-tier bickering echoing nearby. She clutches her head in agony, realizing her hangover is way too intense for this early morning drama. Turns out, these two are cut from the same cloth, fueled by the association's obsession with celebrity hunters. Their popularity rankings are neck and neck, making this a petty battle for the public's fickle affection and fame. Yoon-hyung draws his blade with a smirk, fully intending to remind the old man who really leads. Baek Kang-yuk isn't backing down either, unsheathing his own glowing sword to settle this rivalry once and for all. Poor Hwang Ji-hyun finally snaps, screaming at them to stop acting like a pair of brainless grade schoolers. The brat ignores her and lunges forward, his blade whistling through the air in a lethal red arc. Baek Kang-hyuk barely avoids the strike, roaring back that he's the one who's going to end this today. The impact of their clash sends shockwaves tearing through the facility walls like they were made of paper. Hwang Ji-hyun panics, ordering the association officials to grab their gear and evacuate before the place collapses. A massive explosion rocks the headquarters, proving these top-tier hunters have zero chill when it comes to rivalries. Once the smoke clears, the building looks like trash-tier ruins, barely standing after that reckless display of power. Later, our boy Baek Kang-yuk tries to act cool, bragging about his perfect parry and tactical tackle. His ego takes a hit when his body finally remembers the brutal damage he actually took during the fight. Min O'Keefe isn't buying the lies, reminding him that he actually got his face punched in multiple times. He continues to tear into him, questioning why elite hunters are acting like children instead of protecting their image. Baek starts sobbing, feeling totally betrayed that he's the only one getting a lecture for the mess. Turns out, the law protects the other brat as a minor, leaving Baek to curse his rotten luck. The silver-haired warrior casually snacks, noting that Baek's childish mental state might actually be his saving grace. Baek snaps and cries out that he deserves protection too, completely missing the insult thrown his way. He just stares back, likely wondering how such a moron managed to reach the elite ranks of hunters. Surveying the wreckage, he realizes the military's armored units are the only thing keeping this sector from total collapse. Despite the blonde's stupidity, he decides that as a fellow First Order member, he'll ensure the brat wins. He offers to grab beers at the diner, making Baek's eyes sparkle with the hope of a free meal. The mood shifts instantly when he licks his poison blade, silently threatening Baek into splitting the bill instead. Night falls over the city as the duo heads to the one place where hunters can actually relax. Over drinks, they debate if Baek should ditch the sword and go back to his roots as a gunslinger. As the blue slime wobbles over with more booze, Baek admits he desperately needs a master to fix his coordination. Min O'Keefe is dumbfounded when the blue slime serves his drink, realizing this diner is anything but normal. Baek Kang-hyuk notices his companion's sudden silence, wondering if the reality of their situation is finally sinking in. Behind the counter, Han-soo focuses on his prep work, while the wobbly slime struggles to balance a tray. Min suggests that since Baek is a decent shot, he should learn swordsmanship from a master like Han-soo. Our boy Baek starts sweating, desperately trying to figure out if he should offer cash, or just use threats. Min shuts that down immediately, jokingly suggesting that threatening self-harm might be the only way to get a lesson. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Baek's head as he realizes he might actually have something worth trading. He excitedly proposes a trade, offering to teach his elite gun skills in exchange for some top-tier sword training. Min ponders the idea, skeptical that a legendary monster like Han-soo would ever care about puny firearms. Baek recalls seeing Han-soo playing with fancy pistols before, unaware that the chef was likely just curious. The trade seems like a solid deal, even if the gap in their skill levels is absolutely massive. Han-soo takes a moment to process the offer while finishing up his chores in the kitchen. He finally agrees to teach the basics, making our boy Baek celebrate like he just won the lottery. As Han-soo watches the excitement, he can't help but smirk at how hilariously things are playing out. We jump back 4 hours to a nearby park where the atmosphere is anything but peaceful. A trash can takes the brunt of someone's frustration, getting sent flying with a satisfying thud. Turns out Yoon-hyung is absolutely seething, tired of a certain someone constantly trying to pick a fight. He's losing his mind over being treated like a kid by a guy who acts like a total boomer. Despite the annoyance, he swallows his pride and admits that his opponent has actually become quite formidable. He remembers their earlier clash, realizing that even with serious effort, he couldn't just brush the guy aside. Baek Kang-hyuk manages to deflect a heavy strike, showing he is no longer just some trash-tier hunter. He follows up by tackling Yoon-hyung to the ground, proving that his recent training is actually paying off. Lying on the grass, Yoon-hyung admits he was outclassed in close combat, and fears for his future rank. He clenches his fist in frustration, knowing he has a trump card but refusing to waste it now. Suddenly, his sharp senses pick up a strange noise nearby, snapping him out of his deep, brooding thoughts. He sits up and wonders what that weird swishing sound is coming from the other side of the park. Turns out, a random warrior is desperately trying to catch Nabi, who is dodging like a literal gray blur. Yoon-hyung is completely dumbfounded, realizing these people might actually be on a totally different level of skill. The armored man is incredibly agile, swinging with a level of precision that most high rankers would kill for. His eyes are locked on the target, proving he is a high-level grappler capable of tracking the cat's movements. The warrior lunges, thinking Nabi is exactly the type of agile fighter he struggles against the most. He leaps forward with everything he's got, trying to close the gap on the feline blur. Nabi effortlessly dodges and notes that his attacks are far too straightforward to ever land a hit. With a sudden wham, the cat counters, proving that even a small pet can pack a serious wallop. The warrior grunts in pain, frustrated that he's being clowned on by a creature wearing a ribbon. Watching nearby, Yoon Hyung is ecstatic, realizing this close combat style is exactly what he's been missing. He figures if he masters those movements, even a trash-tier jerk like Baek Kang-yuk will be child's play. Yoon Hyung steps forward to interrupt the session, leaving both the warrior and the cat feeling pretty confused. Our boy is practically sparkling with excitement, desperate to learn the secrets of the cat's god-tier agility. Meanwhile, the sun shines over the diner, oblivious to the high-ranking hunter fanboying over a cat. Baek Kang-yuk is absolutely floored, unable to process the ridiculous situation unfolding right in front of him. Yoon Hyung isn't faring much better, his face twisted in a mix of pure shock and mounting irritation. The two start bickering immediately, each wondering why the other is acting like they own the entire diner. Yoo Sung-woo steps in to play peacemaker, offering to explain exactly how this bizarre team-up came to be. It turns out the trade between high-tier sword skills and basic gun proficiency wasn't exactly a fair deal. To bridge the gap, Baek Kang-yuk is stuck doing hard labor at the diner like a common prisoner. Yoon Hyung is in the same boat, forced to trade his elite hunter status for a waiter's vest. Baek Kang-yuk panics, asking Han-soo if he's really planning to teach the kid swordsmanship as well. Suddenly, Nabi hops onto a chair and proudly declares that she is actually the one in charge here. Both hunters are left completely dumbfounded, staring down at a cat that's clearly way above their pay grade. Baek Kang-yuk and the bratty kid keep barking at each other while Nabi watches them in total disbelief. Han-soo isn't having any of it and immediately humbles both trash-tier waiters with a swift physical correction. Our boy calmly explains that any further fighting during business hours will result in a heavy financial penalty. Baek Kang-yuk is absolutely horrified, wondering who gave a simple diner owner the right to garnish his wages. Han-soo just laughs it off, threatening to snatch an entire month's salary before the taxman even sees it. Turns out Hwang Ji-hyun already got the association's top brass to sign off on this ridiculous new disciplinary policy. She adds that their lost wages will go straight to charity, sending Baek Kang-yuk into a blind, helpless rage. Desperate to save his paycheck, he tries to plead his case to the director still supposedly on the line. Hwang Ji-hyun just giggles because she already hung up, leaving the veteran hunter to seethe in total humiliation. Meanwhile, Yoon Hyung grumbles to Nabi that while the job is fine, her loser partner is totally unbearable. Nabi gives him a sharp glare, questioning if he's really pathetic enough to give up right now. Yoon Hyung worries that if his rival gets stronger through training, he'll be left behind like trash. Determined to stay ahead, our boy tightens his apron and vows to outwork everyone in this kitchen. He smirks while planning to steal the cat's secrets and use them to humiliate his annoying partner. Meanwhile, Baek Kang-yuk plots to bait the kid into attacking so he can sue for his savings. Han-soo senses the murderous intent thick in the air as his two employees plot each other's downfall. Just then, a crowd of noisy schoolgirls gathers outside the shop, causing quite a stir on the sidewalk. They start squealing for their favorite idol, holding up posters of the first-order superstar they adore. Baek Kang-yuk immediately starts posing, fully convinced the girls are there to bask in his glorious presence. He smugly tells his dumbfounded coworker that a regular guy like him just wouldn't understand this level of fame. Yoon Hyung grits his teeth, wondering if this washed-up hunter is actually trying to provoke him. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening draws the attention of the excited schoolgirls waiting outside. When they mention they are looking for a superstar, our boy finds their cringy abbreviations absolutely insufferable. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, he casually loosens his tie to give them a show. He puts on his best charming face and asks if they are finally ready to order something. The girls completely lose their minds and immediately order 5 specials just to stay in his presence. Watching from the sidelines, Baek Kang-yuk is absolutely fuming that his fan club has been hijacked. He trembles with pure rage, biting down on a rag while calling his coworker a shameless bastard. The young swordsman just smirks, mocking the old man for being too ugly to pull this off. Baek Kang-yuk snaps and rips his shirt open in a jealous fit, leaving Han-soo completely dumbfounded. Baek Kang-yuk bares his chest in a desperate bid to reclaim his glory from the younger waiter. He flexes his veteran hunter physique, hoping his abs can distract the fans from his trash-tier behavior. The schoolgirls go wild as both waiters turn the diner entrance into a shirtless, cringy runway show. Han-soo just sighs over his wok, deciding that happy customers are worth this absolute circus. Later, he drags the flashy hunter into the woods to beat some actual discipline into his soul. Our boy taps his wooden sword, preparing to show what real swordsmanship actually looks like. As he lifts the simple practice weapon, the atmosphere suddenly turns heavy and suffocating. He executes a perfect swing, proving that even a stick is lethal in the hands of a legend. Baek Kangyuk stands frozen in terror, realizing the massive gap between a rancor and a true monster. Hansu casually explains that complicated clan techniques are usually just masks for those lacking raw power. Hansu begins his lecture, explaining how every sword style branches out from a specific, singular purpose. Since the flashy hunter is still lost, our boy decides a hands-on demonstration is the only way forward. He tightens his grip, his gaze sharpening as he prepares to mimic a standard knight's combat style. With a sudden burst of speed, he brings the wooden stick down in a perfectly controlled, heavy strike. He explains that this style prioritizes stability to protect allies, though the trainee still looks completely dumbfounded. However, he notes that knights eventually started overcomplicating their techniques with a twisted sense of upper-class pride. He shifts his weight, demonstrating how they added unnecessary flourishes and complex twists to their basic movements. The air screams as he completes a low sweep, proving even these showy moves are lethal when mastered. Baek Kangyuk just claps like a total fanboy, completely missing the lesson while praising how cool it looked. Hansu sighs, explaining that ego often turns a tool for protection into a mere display of status. Hansu asks which path he wants to take, noting that a swordsman's foundation is built on their circumstances. Baek Kangyuk admits he doesn't care for philosophy. He just wants to crush that arrogant Yoon Hyung. Our boy reassures him that wanting to win isn't inappropriate, since his own style is built for dominance. He recalls his brutal days as a gladiator slave, where every move was designed purely for survival and victory. With a calm smile, he decides to give the trainee a taste of what a gladiator's sword truly feels like. He dares the hunter to either dodge or attack, leaving the poor guy completely startled by the sudden pressure. Hansu drops into a lethal crouch, his focus narrowing as he prepares a strike that feels anything but basic. Baek Kangyuk tries to read the move, guessing it's a quick draw aimed at his vitals, but he's clearly outclassed. Before he can even blink, a dark blur of motion tears through the air with terrifying speed. The wooden stick connects right with his face, proving that trash-tier predictions won't save him from a master's strike. Hansu sends the hunter flying with a single, unrefined blow that leaves him completely dumbfounded. Standing over his fallen student, our boy explains that gladiator combat is about winning, not looking pretty. He notes that as long as the skill gap isn't massive, this ruthless efficiency guarantees a total victory. Baek Kangyuk just sits there trembling, his body screaming in pain after that trash-tier prediction failed him. The superstar hunter grits his teeth, internally complaining that such a brutal method is just not cool. He imagines himself as a mindless monster, lamenting the total lack of romanticism or poetic flair in this style. His focus shifts as he realizes he needs a way to finally surpass his rival, Yoon Hyung. He bets everything on the idea that Hansu can teach him a more refined, noble knight style. Sensing the internal conflict, Hansu gives the trainee a final choice on which path to follow. The hunter bows low and begs for the knightly path, exactly as our boy predicted he would. A peaceful morning begins with the sound of birds, but the atmosphere inside the diner is anything but calm. Down on the training mat, a single foot trembles violently as the physical toll of the session sets in. Baek Kangyuk finds himself forced into an agonizing yoga pose, his entire body quivering under the intense pressure. He screams that this feels more like a gym class than combat, but Nabi insists flexibility is a weapon. The feline instructor explains that since the hunter lacks natural bulk, he must master the art of being nimble. When the superstar complains about his high metabolism, Nabi warns him that such words would enrage the dieting Jihyun. A nearby association official watches the spectacle, doubting if a human can truly master the movements of a cat. Nabi just flashes a confident look, announcing that it is finally time to reveal the secret technique of the Aileros. The official tries to remember an old wives' tale about drinking vinegar to make one's bones feel like rubber. He recalls legends of circus acrobats who used the sour liquid to maintain their impossible and bone-defying flexibility. Science suggests vinegar breaks down lactic acid, but in this world, logic works a bit differently. Yoon Hyung collapses in a heap, calling out the feline instructor for using outdated training myths. Nabi admits vinegar is useless for flexibility, leaving the exhausted hunter wondering what the real trick is. She starts fumbling through her tunic, mentioning a legendary food from Terra that grants instant physical pliability. Out comes a glistening skewer of grilled meat that looks far too delicious to be a training tool. As the association official stands by, Nabi begins to explain the unique properties of this mysterious monster cuisine. Yoon Hyung stares at the snack, thinking it looks nothing like the horrific monster trash he was warned about. He figures his aide was just being a buzzkill, since this grilled treat actually smells pretty amazing. Our boy takes a massive bite, ignoring every red flag in favor of a quick power-up. Nabi and the official are left dumbfounded, watching him munch away on something that definitely isn't ordinary eel. Yoonhyung's body makes a sickening sound as the monster snack takes effect with zero warning. His agonizing scream rings out, while his internal structure begins a violent and unwanted transformation. Every joint in his lower body starts snapping and twisting into impossible, bone-crunching positions. Our boy ends up contorted like a trash-tier pretzel, realizing too late that power-ups come with a price. Nabi just sighs at his recklessness while the association official watches the gruesome display in total shock. She explains that flightless dragons are basically just worms, and he just ate a prime specimen. Yoonhyung looks ready to hurl after learning he just feasted on a plate of literal desert crawlers. He feels completely humiliated getting a geography lesson about edible insects from a talking cat. These earthworms are legendary predators from Terra, known for their unique biological properties and medicinal value. While the red ones boost cold resistance, the yellow variety is what's currently turning his joints into jelly. Yoonhyung is literally folding under the pressure, while the association official wonders if this training is even legal. Nabi warns that once he finally wakes up, the real hellish training begins to fix his stiff body. A week passes by in a flash as the diner settles into its new, chaotic, daily routine. Our boys are now full-time janitors, scrubbing floors while Han-soo enjoys a peaceful morning brew. Nabi scoffs at their progress, noting that a single week isn't nearly enough to fix their pathetic skills. Han-soo just sips his coffee, completely ignoring the murderous glares coming from his two new employees. Kang-hyuk realizes that despite the humiliation, his body feels sharper and more responsive than it ever has. Yoonhyung groans through the labor, secretly hoping this year of torture actually makes him a god-tier warrior. The rivalry between the two remains explosive, with neither willing to back down from the other's massive ego. They both realize with horror that their losing streak has basically turned them into indentured servants for life. Kang-hyuk glares with pure intensity, declaring that their final showdown is happening the moment they clock out. Yoonhyung doesn't flinch, meeting that gaze with a cold promise to end their pathetic feud today. The sun hangs high over the city, as the neighborhood prepares for a clash between two top-tier hunters. A massive crowd gathers outside the diner, eager to see if the janitor duo actually learned anything useful. Our boy Kang-hyuk starts yapping about his newly honed skills, spinning his blade like a total show-off. Yoonhyung isn't having it and shuts him up instantly by chucking a scabbard right at his face. Han-soo watches from the sidelines, sighing because his employee just can't stop acting like a narcissist. Furious at the cheap shot, Kang-hyuk screams that he is done playing nice after such a cowardly move. He finally stops holding back, activating his superstar ability as a golden aura erupts around his body. Even Han-soo looks slightly dumbfounded, realizing the kid might actually stand a chance with that power boost. Kang-hyuk lunges forward with explosive speed, closing the gap before his opponent can even process the movement. Our boy swings his blade with newfound precision, catching the elite student completely off guard. Yoonhyung grits his teeth in frustration, feeling the overwhelming pressure of a strike he barely anticipated. With a white-knuckled grip, Kang-hyuk pours every ounce of his hellish training into his next heavy strike. The air screams as he delivers a brutal slash, forcing the arrogant high schooler to retreat in panic. The neighborhood crowd goes wild as the sharp sound of clashing steel echoes through the streets. Kang-hyuk laughs manically, boasting that his blood and sweat have finally mastered the knightly sword style. Han-soo watches the spectacle, dryly noting that his employee is already back to his narcissistic bragging. He realizes the kid's form has improved drastically, though he knows Naba's training was just as hellish. Yoonhyung struggles to block the onslaught, realizing this loudmouth might actually possess some legitimate talent. Yoonhyung refuses to back down, claiming he hasn't just been sitting around while the others leveled up. Suddenly, our boy Yoonhyung does the unthinkable, and deliberately lets go of his blade mid-clash. Kang-hyuk is completely dumbfounded as the sword spins away, leaving his opponent seemingly wide open for a strike. Instead of retreating, the high schooler lunges forward with a speed that catches the veteran hunter off guard. Before Kang-hyuk can react, Yoonhyung's arm wraps around his throat like a vice, instantly cutting off his air. It turns out he's mastered a secret feline joint lock, a technique designed to bring down the toughest warriors. This ancient Ailuros move is legendary for forcing even the most restless heroes into a deep, forced slumber. Yoonhyung tightens the squeeze with a cold smile, wishing his senior a very unpleasant and final good night. Kang-hyuk's vision begins to blur as he realizes that if he doesn't break free now, he's actually doomed. With his back against the wall, he realizes there's only one desperate move left to save his skin. Yoonhyung is completely stunned when the veteran hunter resorts to a desperate trash-tier hair pull to escape. Kang-hyuk slams him into the dirt, refusing to let a high schooler choke the life out of him. The young master swordsman winces as his hair is yanked, realizing this fight has lost all its dignity. They end up rolling around in a messy scrap, completely forgetting their status as top-tier hunters. The onlookers watch the pathetic display with growing disappointment, questioning the future of their country's protection. It turns into a total circus that ruins the reputation of the First Order in a single afternoon. Hansu and the association leader can only look away, feeling the crushing weight of second-hand embarrassment. The sun eventually sets on a 30-minute struggle that leaves both fighters exhausted and without a winner. Unfortunately, the entire shameful event was caught on camera and is already going viral across the web. Our boys end up battered and bandaged, standing in awkward silence while waiting for Hansu's inevitable lecture. Lee Jung-hoon feels like an absolute failure as he stares at the viral disaster sitting on his desk. The director's office is thick with tension while the two idiots responsible stand there looking like total wrecks. The footage of their trash-tier brawl is playing on loop, immortalizing their most embarrassing moment for the world. Our boys are covered in bandages, but they still have the nerve to act like they did something impressive. The director is so stressed he's literally losing his hair, clutching a clump of it in pure despair. Instead of apologizing, the brats just talk back and claim he was already balding long before this mess. That's the final straw for Jung-hoon, who explodes in a fit of rage at the two F-grade hunters. He brings up the morning papers, but the kids just joke about how only boomers actually read the news. Ji-hyun steps in with a cold summary of the media fallout, while the director's migraine reaches critical levels. Turns out their popularity is hitting rock bottom, with the public officially losing all faith in these top-tier jokers. Ji-hyun coldly calculates the massive financial hit their stunt caused to the organization's reputation and bottom line. The news of a 10-month pay cut hits the boys so hard they literally turn to stone in shock. Jung-hoon snaps that they're even banned from the company cafeteria, leaving them completely dumbfounded about how they'll survive. The reality sinks in that their previous 8-month penalty just got extended by 2 more months of pure misery. The director claims they're actually getting off easy, prompting Kang-yuk to wonder if the higher-ups actually like him. Turns out, the only reason they aren't fired is because of Kang-yuk's specific public image as a total clown. Yoon-hyung laughs at his expense until she realizes she's been demoted to clown number 2 right alongside him. Her reputation as a cynical genius swordsman vanishes instantly as she envisions her new life as a circus act. Jung-hoon finally loses it, screaming that feeding these two is a complete waste of the association's precious resources. After being tossed out, the two jokers are officially sentenced to 10 more months of hell at the diner. Sungwoo yawns at the quiet diner, realizing that winning those two trash-tier slaves actually made things way too peaceful. Meanwhile, at the ISAC maintenance branch, the sound of heavy machinery echoes as they scramble to repair battered gear. Guinam and Haina walk through the facility, completely drained after another brutal day in the disaster recovery zone. Wiping away sweat, Haina notes that the frequency of these dimensional chasms is becoming straight-up abnormal lately. They are burning through ammo and wearing down their mechs so fast that Seoul feels like a demonic realm. Guinam watches her closely, his heart heavy seeing his wife push herself to the absolute limit like this. He finally asks if she will ever consider getting her eye treated after all this time. Haina just brushes it off, claiming she is perfectly used to the darkness and does not need a prosthetic. To her, that eye patch is a mark of honor for every comrade she could not save on the battlefield. As her husband, Guinam just sighs and hands her a drink, knowing she is always cut from that cloth. Guinam wonders if the First Order heroes stationed here were actually as impressive as the legends say. Haina corrects him, noting that a single team managed to hold the entire sector despite being short-handed. Our boy is dumbfounded to hear that the flashy punk Baek Kang-hyuk actually handled the defense solo. Haina nods, acknowledging that despite his attitude, the man's team was a well-oiled machine of peak efficiency. Their strategy turned Kang-hyuk into a taunting tank, while Min O'Keefe coordinated concentrated fire on his marks. Guinam sighs, realizing their own unit is cut from the same cloth but lacks that vital mobility. He groans over the impossible trade-off between pilot safety and the firepower needed to survive the front lines. Without a miracle material appearing out of thin air, they are stuck praying for a breakthrough. Haina mentions that even the branch director is desperately searching for a solution to their mounting equipment failures. Meanwhile, the association is already drafting a radical plan to revitalize the entire market economy through new initiatives. Ji-hyun is visibly annoyed that the director keeps looping back to the same frustrating and repetitive topic. Jung-hoon points to the massive stack of guild petitions, proving the political pressure is reaching a breaking point. Ji-hyun scoffs, making it clear she has zero respect for these self-proclaimed heroes and their constant demands. These guilds are just clusters of ability wielders who think they are above the association's strict regulations. Everything changed when the gates opened, unleashing trash-tier monsters and apex predators that turned cities into graveyards. The association seized the moment, gaining public support by promising to chain down any superhuman who might turn rogue. Now, these groups are spreading globally, framing their greed as a struggle for basic human rights and self-defense. Jihyun slams her hands down, calling them hyenas who only care about looting rare materials from the gates. Junghoon can only sweat and agree, knowing their noble facade is just a cover for pure opportunistic hunger. Jihyun is losing her mind, asking why they are treating gate disposal like a simple business transaction for the economy. Junghoon counters that it is a strategic subcontracting deal to track unregistered hunters while giving their exhausted teams a break. By imposing heavy penalties for failure, the association can control the risks while keeping Yoon Yun-hyung on standby. Jihyun is still on edge, warning him that one mistake could bring the whole house of cards crashing down. Junghoon just rubs his neck, fully aware that his own career is on the chopping block if this fails. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Seoul, a trash-tier E-rank gate has hummed to life deep within the woods. The Red Tigers Guild arrives, but their leader, Jang Ye-yoon, is already shaking despite the low stakes. One of her subordinates notices her trembling and asks if she is actually going to be okay leading them. Her crew just laughs and tells her to go home, making the level 6 guildmaster snap in pure embarrassment. Jang Ye-yoon is blinded by greed, thinking only about the massive rewards waiting for her at the end. She brushes off her team's concerns, insisting her experience as a hunter is more than enough for this. As crows circle above, she foolishly assumes the boss will be just another trash-tier mob to clear. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the earth as something heavy stomps through the dense, dark forest. The entire Red Tigers Guild flinches in terror, realizing the sound they just heard wasn't normal. Another thunderous step crushes the ground, sending a clear message that they are now completely outmatched. A gargantuan shadow looms over the group, making the level 6 guildmaster feel like a helpless insect. Jang Ye-yoon begins to tremble, her previous confidence vanishing as she realizes she's in way over her head. Standing before her is a massive gigantes, a high-level predator that definitely shouldn't be in this gate. Back at the Red Tigers headquarters, the atmosphere is heavier than a mountain after their disastrous gate raid. Our girl Jang Ye-yoon is completely drained while her secretary, Park Se-ho, crunches the depressing numbers. She sighs in total defeat, feeling like her dreams of a top-tier guild are officially going up in smoke. Tears well up as she replays the absolute nightmare they just barely escaped with their lives. That massive gigantes still haunts her mind, a trash-tier hunter's worst nightmare that shouldn't have been there. Se-ho delivers the grim news that the medical bills for the injured team will cost them a literal fortune. Ye-yoon jokingly laments saving them, though Se-ho reminds her she was the one crying for their rescue. She realizes they are staring down the barrel of total bankruptcy after such a pathetic, failed assault. Se-ho claims there is still a way to survive and asks if she knows any other capable hunters. While she looks completely dumbfounded, he reveals he knows exactly who can fix this mess for them. Se-ho points out a viral review for Hero's Diner, claiming the owner is a legendary repatriate. Ye-yoon isn't buying it, thinking that pinning their survival on a random cook is a trash-tier plan. Our girl slams the desk, shouting that a high-level repatriate would never waste time on a bankrupt guild. Her heart sinks when she hears a crack, realizing she just broke the office's most expensive table. While frantically covering the damage, she reminds him that hiring such elite talent would cost a fortune. She's also certain that Isaac would just poach any powerful hunter they manage to find anyway. Se-ho just sighs, wondering how a supposedly smart guild leader managed to mess things up this badly. Enraged, the level 6 hunter shakes the poor non-awakener, screaming that the dungeon shift was impossible to foresee. Her mind flashes back to the trauma, still unable to comprehend how their easy mission turned deadly. A massive C-rank gigantes had appeared in an E-rank gate, turning their raid into a total bloodbath. Se-ho tells her to chill out, explaining that hiring a permanent repatriate is way out of their budget. He suggests a temporary fix instead, making her realize they only need a heavy hitter for one specific hunt. Ye-yoon agrees that killing the ogre is the priority, but she's stumped on how to actually recruit someone. When Se-ho claims he's already found a loophole, our girl practically glows with hope and excitement. He just gives a sly smirk, knowing exactly how to manipulate the situation to their advantage. The master plan is surprisingly simple. They just need to grab a bite at a certain local diner. They step into the quiet restaurant, unaware of the absolute monsters working behind the counter. Two elite hunters, now reduced to trash-tier waiters, glare at the new customers with pure, unadulterated salt. A hand slams the table in a burst of disbelief as the reality of the plan finally sinks in. Ye-yoon is completely dumbfounded, shouting that there is no way she misheard such a ridiculous suggestion. Han-soo happily agrees to help, claiming he's always wanted to experience a gate for himself. Ye-yoon is completely floored, realizing she might have judged the crazy recruitment plan a bit too harshly. She nervously asks what the catch is, sensing that things are moving way too smoothly for her. Our boy just smiles and warns her that the food served in this joint is a bit special. Nearby, a regular customer prepares to take a bite of the legendary dish with visible hesitation. As soon as he tastes it, The flavor profile hits him like a freight train of pure mana. The poor guy starts screaming from the intense chills, leaving our girl absolutely terrified of the menu. Customers are literally banging on the doors to escape the overwhelming physical reaction caused by the meal. Hansu hands her a tablet, explaining that a quick read will clarify why everyone is losing it. She stares at the screen, realizing she's just stumbled into the infamous strange food challenge. The tablet reveals a challenge where finishing the extreme food grants a rare artifact approved by the association. Since she is a newcomer, the massive entry fee is waived, making the offer seem too good to pass. Our girl is instantly hooked, her eyes turning into stars as she decides she is definitely doing it. But once the plate is actually in front of her, the reality of the situation starts to sink in. She realizes she was totally blinded by the word free and jumped into this mess without a plan. The dish radiates an ominous purple aura, making her wonder if she just made the biggest mistake ever. She slaps her cheeks to snap out of it, reminding herself that she is already bankrupt anyway. With her mind made up, she tells herself to just eat now and worry about the consequences later. As she grabs a bite, she desperately hopes that dying is the only real risk she is taking. Suddenly, the master swordsman kicks her out of the diner, ending her challenge before it even truly begins. Jang Ye-yoon hits the deck, her soul practically leaving her body after failing the first round of the challenge. The waiter duo watches with pure saltiness, clearly having zero love for any hunters from the local guilds. Our boy Han-soo stays perfectly calm, brushing his cat while admitting he doesn't actually hold a grudge. The trainees are completely dumbfounded when he explains that he views guilds as fellow entrepreneurs just trying to survive. He casually schools them on the market economy, noting that there is nothing wrong with chasing a little profit. Taking a closer look, Han-soo realizes the girl has way more potential than her current rank would suggest. He notes that her willpower is actually impressive since she finished half the plate despite the massive level gap. Baek Kang-yuk scoffs while clearing the table, claiming he would eat 10 plates just to boss Han-soo around. Han-soo just sighs at the pouting superstar, explaining that quest difficulty is always relative to the person's strength. He scratches his head, finally realizing that he really has become the one handing out the quests in this world. Our boy Han-soo enjoys a rare, quiet moment, pampering his cat while the slime rests on his head. He realizes the usual neighborhood kid hasn't stopped by lately to help with the grooming duties. The peaceful atmosphere is instantly vaporized when the front door is slammed open with a loud burst. Both waiters freeze in their tracks, completely dumbfounded by the sudden and aggressive entrance. The exhausted guildmaster stumbles in, gasping for air while demanding to take the food challenge once more. Han-soo advises her to rest since her body is already at its limit from the previous attempt. She collapses onto the counter, insisting that she has to succeed today while the meal is still free. Despite her pathetic state, she declares that hunters must face certain defeat with their heads held high. The superstar waiter breaks the silence with a round of applause, clearly impressed by her reckless spirit. Kang-yuk laughs and admits her lunatic energy is exactly his style, recognizing a fellow trash-tier dreamer. As the sun dips low, the diner settles into a rare moment of quiet after the storm. Turns out the desperate guildmaster actually licked the plate clean, leaving nothing but a sparkling finish. Baek Kang-yuk is totally dumbfounded, wondering if this is what people call having a true hungry spirit. Han-soo simply smiles and notes that her mental fortitude is actually pretty impressive for her rank. She is completely out cold, driven by a level of desperation that most trash-tier hunters would never show. Suddenly, an alarm starts screaming from her pocket, catching the superstar waiter completely off guard. He nearly has a heart attack seeing her level jumped from 6 to 12 in a single sitting. Our boy tells his loyal assistants to move the sleeping customer to a room to rest up. Nabi and Specimen Zero drag her off while the guys discuss the other waiter's sudden mission call-up. Baek Kang-hyuk warns that people will swarm like flies once they realize the boss's food is basically a cheat code. Baek Kang-hyuk scoffs, thinking it is impossible to ever truly know what is going on inside someone's heart. Han-soo just smiles, activating his observation skill to see the hidden truth behind their guests' desperate eyes. He looks toward the quiet room where the guildmaster is recovering from her intense culinary trial. Turns out Jang Ye-yoon has a good essence and a hyper-focus ability, even if she is a miser. Over at the Red Tiger's headquarters, the sun sets on a guild that was nearly at its breaking point. Park Si-ho is utterly dumbfounded, unable to process the insane news his boss just brought back. She proudly shows off the hero's business card, bragging about her elite skill in getting things done right. The secretary jokingly wonders if she used her charms, which immediately triggers her fiery temper. She tells the brat to cancel their recruitment ads since they finally caught a massive break. He starts deleting his own secret job applications, making her realize her only staff member almost quit. Seiho asks if they should cancel the monthly recruitment for mob clearing hunters, and our girl confirms they're done. He assumes the legendary returnee is going to solo the entire gate, finally seeing a light at the tunnel. but she shocks him by claiming she's leveled up enough to handle the heavy lifting herself now. Seiho isn't buying it, bluntly reminding her that everyone knows she's basically a trash tier level 6 hunter. Turns out that monster meal doubled her level to 12, proving the returnee's cooking is literally a cheat code. She explains the new strategy where the boss is handled while she mops up the respawning trash mobs. She demands he show some respect and call him Mr. Sungwoo, making Seiho think she's totally lost her mind. As she gears up, she tells him to focus on the logistics while he worries her hype is getting dangerous. She reveals that even first-order superstars are working as waiters at the diner, leaving Seiho completely dumbfounded. He wonders who this guy is, seeing his boss describe first-order hunters bowing to him in total submission. Seiho strokes his chin, wondering if having a powerhouse like that makes clearing gates a walk in the park. He points out that since they have a golden ticket, they might as well make it worth their while. The secretary suggests taking out massive loans for high-tier gates and throwing the returnee in as a meat shield. Yahyun is absolutely dumbfounded by the suggestion, her face twisting in pure horror at his cold-blooded scheme. She snaps and starts choking him, screaming that betraying a savior is a total trash-tier move. His screams echo through the night as she gives him a well-deserved beating for his greed. Later, they arrive at a low-rank gate while she complains that running a guild is a financial nightmare. Hansu walks alongside her, observing how most hunters are just hyenas, chasing mana stones and artifacts. Our boy asks why she doesn't just get a loan if the guild is struggling so much. She just sighs, explaining that the law makes it impossible for small fry guilds to get any real support. The crushing weight of endless tax codes and insurance laws makes running a small guild a total financial nightmare. Hansu realizes that even high-ranking hunters are basically just struggling small business owners after paying all their fees. As they walk, she explains that one failed raid means instant debt, since guilds have zero legal protection. She admits that the only way to stay afloat is to start finding sneaky ways to bypass the system. While some trash-tier leaders commit tax evasion and abandon their men, she refuses to gamble with human lives. Our boy just nods, finding it funny how she is basically admitting to dancing on the edge of legality. He realizes that whether it is Earth or Terra, people are always cut from the same greedy cloth. Suddenly, a heavy impact rattles the air as the first wave of monsters finally makes their move. Yahyun screams at him to stop daydreaming because she is currently getting her head caved in by mobs. A pack of kobolds swarms her, and she desperately begs our boy to stop watching and actually help. Hansu casually unfolds his fishing chair, reminding her that his contract only covers the final gate boss. He kicks back to watch the show, telling the struggling girl to give it her absolute best shot. Yahyun starts bawling mid-fight, suddenly regretting every mean thing she ever said to her loyal secretary, Park Seiho. The E-rank gate forest looks deceptively peaceful, though it is currently a literal hell for our desperate guildmaster. Our boy enjoys the fresh air, briefly wondering if he should have brought Nabi and Spec Zero along for once. He examines the massive trees, already calculating the fat profit he could make by selling this high-quality timber. He muses that despite the constant dimensional disasters, modern society still maintains a surprisingly high standard of living. When Yahyun finally staggers back into view, Hansu just waves casually, as if he helped the whole time. She looks like a total trash-tier mess, covered in leaves and gasping for air after her brutal solo struggle. She screams about how heartless he is, but he just chuckles and tells her to stop being a crybaby. The kobolds are absolutely wrecked, their souls practically floating away after the beating they just took. Our boy just yawns, telling her they need to move because he is actually getting sleepy. Yahyun is literally shaking with rage, forcing her hyper-focus to kick in just to keep from exploding. The sun beats down on the forest, making the whole scene look way too peaceful for this chaos. More trash-tier monsters lie scattered across the field, proving she actually did some work for once. Turns out, Hansu was just taking a nap with a cooking book covering his face the whole time. She stares at him with pure disbelief, wondering how someone can be this incredibly despicable and lazy. He finally wakes up, casually mentioning he was getting bored waiting for her to finish the job. While he stretches comfortably, she fumes about how her shield is shattered and she almost died. He just sighs, explaining that she was never in danger and simply doesn't understand her own limits yet. Hansu tells her she's more capable than she thinks and needs to start trusting herself more. Yahyun blushes hard, dismissively claiming her hyperfocus is only good for cramming for exams. Our boy just gives her a look, insisting that being able to focus like that is actually top tier. He explains that fast learning means rapid growth, making it the perfect foundation for any real warrior. Suddenly, he reveals a full outdoor kitchen, casually mentioning that her focus is also great for eating. She nearly loses it, screaming that a boss monster is coming and they have zero time for food. Hansu doesn't even blink, calmly telling her the hunt is already over and the job is done. She just stands there completely dumbfounded, her brain failing to process how he could be so fast. He pats a massive slab of fresh meat, revealing that the ogre boss has already been turned into dinner. While she was busy struggling with trash-tier mobs, he had already butchered the boss without her even noticing. Jang Yiyun starts to realize that our boy wasn't joking about his insane, god-tier strength. She stares at the massive slab of ogre meat, unable to believe a monster could look this appetizing. Even the glowing dungeon core is just sitting there, ignored while Hansu focuses on his true passion. It feels totally anticlimactic to her, especially since this boss nearly wiped out her entire trash-tier guild. She watches him with a blank stare, wondering why on earth he's acting like a professional chef now. Hansu casually ties his apron, insisting that monster meat is the ultimate fuel for a growing warrior. Despite her protests, her stomach betrays her as she catches a glimpse of that high-grade marbling. As he slices through the tender flesh, she starts to think that maybe it won't taste so bad. She suddenly jolts, her primal instincts warring with the common sense that says eating monsters is bad luck. She slaps her own cheeks, desperately trying to ignore the delicious smell before she loses her hunter pride. Jang Yeyun bolts like her life depends on it, claiming she needs to go collect some mana stones. Our boy just watches her flee, knowing full well she can't escape the inevitable dinner bell. He chuckles to himself, realizing she'll be forced to swallow his cooking whether she likes it or not. With a sharp thud, he begins butchering the monster meat to prepare a dish from his past. Back in Terra, every tavern had a massive pot of stew that never stopped simmering for the adventurers. Hunters like the legendary elf archer would toss in whatever they killed to keep the communal meal going. This infinite stew was a staple of survival, though the taste was always a complete roll of the dice. Hansu reaches into his dimensional storage, noting that while those stews were decent, he has control now. A dark grin spreads across his face as he prepares to get a little creative with the recipe. Since he's the only chef today, he decides to whip up a batch that tastes absolutely revolting. The peaceful forest air is about to be ruined by the stench of our boy's latest culinary experiment. Hansu stands alone in the clearing, stirring a pot of what can only be described as liquid trauma. He pours the dark, steaming sludge into a bowl, preparing the ultimate test for his terrified student. Finishing the prep with a satisfied sigh, he knows this revolting brew is exactly what she needs. When he calls out that lunch is served, Jang Yeyun nearly jumps out of her skin in fear. She hesitates as he promises it will boost her abilities, her hunger for power clashing with common sense. Remembering the agony of his previous dish, she decides that staying weak is better than dying of indigestion. Our boy activates his eye of observation, curious to see how much she has actually changed under his watch. Her stats reveal a shift from a greedy miser to a cautious warrior, proving his methods are working. He smiles, impressed that she is finally learning to prioritize survival over a free chance at getting stronger. Hansu warns that skipping the meal is a bad idea even if the raid seems finished. He drops the bombshell that this dungeon is actually a precursor to a deadly chain gate event. Turns out the boss was just a taste of the high-rank monsters about to flood through the rift. Our boy explains that if she wants to survive the coming storm, she needs an immediate power boost. He presents the toxic-looking stew again, asking if she is finally ready to stop being trash tier and eat. Poor Jang Yeyun is moved to tears, realizing she is trapped between certain death and culinary torture. Her scream of frustration echoes through the forest as she realizes there is no escape from his training. Meanwhile, at the Isaac branch in Seoul, alarms begin to blare as the dimensional readings go haywire. Tactical soldiers scramble into action, knowing a red alert means the city is in serious trouble. An Isaac staff member is already on the move, rushing to handle the chaos before it consumes everything. Hwang Ji-hyun bursts into the office, warning that a low-level gate is suddenly mutating into a chain chasm. Lee Jung-hoon tenses up, demanding to know the threat level before hearing it has jumped to a B-rank disaster. He lets out a sigh of relief, thankful they have an elite like Yoon Yun-hyung ready for immediate deployment. When he orders the dispatch, Hwang Ji-hyun hesitates because she knows our boy Han-soo is already on site. The director shuts her down immediately, refusing to let his organization look pathetic by relying on an outsider. He reminds her that they carry the weight of countless lives and cannot gamble on one man's mood. Hwang Ji-hyun worries that Han-soo might take the lack of trust personally, but the director just scoffs. He claims to know Han-soo's type perfectly, betting he would be more annoyed if no reinforcements showed up. To him, instructors are all cut from the same cloth, preferring to watch others struggle than do work. Deep inside the gate, Han-soo feels his ears burn, wondering which trash-tier person is gossiping about him. Han-soo stands over Jang Ye-yoon, who is already groaning and regretting her life choices during this training. She stares at the bowl in front of her, gulping as she senses the sheer lethality of the meal. The stew looks like a bowl of literal doom, filled with spikes and a bubbling, blood-red liquid. Despite her survival instincts screaming at her to run, she tentatively takes a small scoop of the concoction. With a trembling hand, she finally takes a sip, hoping her poison resistance is enough to survive. Immediately, her face flushes a deep red as the searing heat and toxins begin to ravage her system. She can't take it and sprays the liquid out, crying about how much the hellish soup actually hurts. Turns out her reaction was justified because the soup literally starts melting the ground where it landed. Our boy Han-soo just smiles coldly and tells her to finish up, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Her eyes well up with tears as she faces the grim reality of having to eat the rest. Staring into the bowl of liquid death, she wonders if this trash-tier-looking soup will actually help her. She clenches her jaw, realizing that since her master made it, she has no choice but to commit. With a final burst of courage, she decides to just gulp it down even if it kills her. As she chugs the toxic brew, our boy Han-soo watches, wondering if she can handle the heat. Elsewhere, a massive mana crystal pulses as the authorities prepare for the impending arrival of a chain gate. The soup hits her system like a freight train, leaving her trembling and completely dumbfounded by the pain. Every pore in her body opens up as she begins to sweat out the impurities and the poison. Her vision starts to blur, making her feel like time is slowing down as her life flashes by. Suddenly, a sharp snap breaks her trance as a hand appears to pull her back from the brink. Han-soo just chuckles, telling her she isn't dying, and to stop being so dramatic about a little stew. Han-soo explains that her senses haven't just vanished. They've actually been sharpened to a razor's edge. He reveals the secret ingredient is black asparagus from Terra, which clears the mind with its bitter properties. To purge her system, he added Hell Inferno, a plant that burns away impurities through sheer heat. Even ogre meat was thrown into the mix to provide the raw nutrients her body desperately needs. Han-soo notes she's currently in a trance-like state, a peak level of concentration where time seems to crawl. Jang Ye-yoon stares at her bowl, finally realizing her senses have been temporarily awakened by the master's cooking. Reaching this level of focus normally takes years of brutal training, but the soup provided a shortcut. Our boy tells her to burn this sensation into her memory, so she can find it again later. She looks up at him, completely dumbfounded by the sudden clarity and power surging through her veins. Pulling her hat down to hide a blush, she realizes Han-soo wasn't lying about her hidden potential. Jang Ye-yoon finally understands why the top-tier hunters bow to Han-soo, and thanks him for the lesson. As the sun sets over the forest, the peaceful atmosphere is just a mask for the coming carnage. Suddenly, a streak of blue energy cuts through the air as someone moves with blinding speed. It's Yoon Hyung, the Black Hawk, who is pushing her limits to reach the target on time. Her tactical support confirms the coordinates, keeping a sharp eye on the battlefield through his high-tech visor. Kwon Nyunga calmly monitors the situation, warning her that she's about to run into some heavy resistance. His drones hover over a pair of massive ogres, trash-tier mobs that still pack a nasty punch. Our girl doesn't hesitate for a second, her hand gripping her blade as she prepares to draw. She drops in from above like a predator, her eyes locked onto the two hulking beasts below. The lead ogre is completely dumbfounded, barely processing the threat before the elite hunter is upon him. She cleaves through the trash-tier mobs in one clean motion, leaving them as nothing but a bloody memory. With a sharp click, she sheathes her blade, knowing the first wave is already dealt with. Our girl analyzes the situation, realizing this chain gate is designed to surround and annihilate anyone caught inside. The radar is lit up like a Christmas tree, making her worry if the guild can even survive. She sprints through the forest, hoping the legendary repatriate can keep the guild leader safe from the swarm. Even though she acts tough, she knows every life matters and refuses to let anyone die today. She lands a heavy step on a fallen beast, using its massive body as a mere stepping stone. Suddenly, she stops dead in her tracks, her eyes wide as she witnesses something completely unexpected. Perched high on a branch, she watches a blue ogre charge while her jaw nearly hits the floor. Turns out Han-soo is treating this raid like a casual chess match, shouting coaching tips mid-battle. Jang Ye-yoon takes her master's advice to heart, realizing that even her bare hands can be lethal weapons. A massive blue ogre lunges at her, but she doesn't even blink as the monster closes in. Another trash-tier beast joins the party, trying to sandwich our girl between two walls of muscle. She activates her hyper-focus, using the ogre's own arm as a springboard to launch herself into the air. Flipping through the sky like a pro, she completely bypasses their clumsy attempts to crush her. Watching from the sidelines, Yoon Hyung is absolutely dumbfounded by the low-level hunter's sudden surge in skill. Ye-yoon delivers a bone-shattering blow that sends shockwaves through the forest, taking on both monsters at once. Yoon Hyung wonders if this is the true potential of a mental enhancement ability like hyper-focus. High above, Ju Hyukjin watches through a drone, comparing her rapid growth to his own elite thinking skills. Even the cynical Black Hawk has to admit that the girl is fighting way better than anyone anticipated. Han-soo is having the time of his life, munching popcorn while barking tactical orders at his trainee. Up in the trees, Yoon watches in disbelief, questioning if this repatriate's training is actually working. She gets irritated seeing him so relaxed, and even considers trying to sneak up on him right now. But our boy just grins and looks right at her, sending a panicked chill down her spine. Terrified, she frantically asks her technician if the drone's cloaking field is even functioning properly. Realizing he saw through high-tier stealth tech, she finally understands that Han Su is a total monster. Meanwhile, Jang Ye-yoon continues her desperate struggle against the massive ogres under the master's watchful eye. Yoon decides to stay back, figuring it is better for the girl to handle this trial alone. However, the Black Hawk can't help herself, and decides it is finally time to showcase her own skills. She steps out to face the horde, ready to begin a full-scale annihilation of these trash-tier beasts. The crew actually manages to wipe out the ogre horde in just 2 hours of pure carnage. With the gate finally cleared, our boy steps back into the safety of the real world. Han Su carries the exhausted girl while Sungwoo and the secretary follow through a line of stunned soldiers. Sometime later, the steady drip of an eye marks the slow recovery of a battered hunter. Staring up at a generic hospital ceiling, the world starts to come back into focus. Ye-yoon wakes up feeling completely dumbfounded, wondering where on earth she has ended up this time. She winces in pain, vaguely remembering how she pushed her body past its limits during the raid. The memory of her dancing through the ogres in a trance-like state feels like a distant dream. Despite the aches, she can't help but feel a bit proud for surviving that trash-tier nightmare. Her internal celebration is cut short when a familiar voice suddenly calls out for their guildmaster. Seho bursts through the hospital curtains looking absolutely frantic while his boss is just relieved to see him. He starts shaking her like a rag doll, desperately trying to confirm if the crazy news he heard is real. Our girl nearly loses it when she checks her phone and sees her bank account looking like a phone number. Turns out Isaac dropped a massive bag for the raid, leaving the secretary wondering what she actually did inside. She proudly claims she personally deleted 5 massive ogres. But Seho isn't buying her trash-tier lies for a second. He hits her with the cold truth, guessing she just let the repatriate hero do all the heavy lifting. She pouts like a child, admitting she got a major boost from her new master and leveled up significantly. Seho explains that her injuries actually tore her muscles perfectly, essentially turning her into a better vessel for power. Now she's completely fired up, itching to jump back into a dungeon and keep this insane momentum going. She starts hollering about leveling up so loudly that Seho has to beg her to keep it down. A nurse suddenly rips the curtain back, putting an end to the loud celebration. She gives Jang Ye-yoon a cold glare, reminding her that she's sharing this ward with others. Despite her massive payout, the miserly guildmaster refuses a private room just to save some pocket change. Meanwhile, the morning sun hits the diner as the neighborhood wakes up to a peaceful day. Our boy is taking it easy, catching up on the morning news while enjoying a rare moment of peace. He takes a slow sip of his coffee, scanning the headlines to see how his students fared. The front page is plastered with news of the successful gate subjugation on the outskirts of the city. It mentions how the ogre remains are being repurposed into top-tier artificial muscles for military war gear. Even the elite Yoon is being honored with a medal for her contributions to the raid. Han Su is left dumbfounded when he reads that his student actually built a literal statue of him. Han Su figures the guildmaster is too busy grinding levels to worry about her public image right now. Our boy shifts focus to the diner, as Nabi reports that the morning prep is finally finished. Turns out Specimen Zero is the ultimate janitor, using his sticky body to roll up every speck of dust. Han Su gives the little slime a warm smile, clearly satisfied with having such a hard-working crew. With everyone pumped up, the team prepares to face another hectic day of serving hungry hunters. The open sign goes up, signaling the start of business for the world's most dangerous restaurant. Suddenly, a group of men in black coats arrives, looking like they're about to raid a high-rank boss. Their leader, Kim Chonzik from Isaac, stares at the door with the intensity of a man facing death. His squad is just as grim, determined to finally conquer Han Su's infamous and vile seafood pancake. He reaches for the handle, ready to use everything he's learned to survive this ridiculous culinary battle. Kim Chanzik pulls out his secret weapon, the legendary Galaxy Reaper's powder, to survive the upcoming meal. He even double-checks his high-tier insulation coat, hoping the gear can handle the internal heat. Without a second thought, he rips the bag open, ready to undergo a literal trial by fire. The whole squad starts inhaling the spice like absolute madmen to boost their resistance for the main event. They charge toward the diner with everything they've got, screaming about finally conquering that trash-tier seafood pancake. But Kim Chansik suddenly halts in his tracks when he spots a new sign posted outside the door. Turns out the pancake era is over, and Han Su has just introduced the Hellfire Stew of the underworld. The entire team just stands there completely dumbfounded, realizing all their preparation was for a dish that's gone. Inside, the pot is already bubbling with a crimson liquid that looks like literal molten lava. Hansu calmly stirs the pot, explaining that customers were developing a tolerance to his old, weak menu. Our boy Baek Kanghyuk recalls the absolute nightmare of eating nothing but trash-tier lamb steaks back on Terra. Hansu scolds him for being picky, but the former thief just scoffs at following anyone's rules. He gulps as the steam wafts up, realizing this new concoction is on a whole different level. Hansu calmly confirms his suspicions while stirring the bubbling crimson liquid that looks like pure liquid pain. This hellfire stew isn't just for show. It's designed to burn every last toxin out of a body. He starts sounding like a late-night infomercial, hyping up the energy-boosting properties of the ogre meat he used. Baek Kanghyuk glances back, feeling a chill as he wonders what happened to the earlier customers. Turns out Nabi has already taken out the trash, literally bagging up the hunters who couldn't handle it. Hansu is genuinely confused, since he thought everyone in this country was supposed to be a spice master. Kim Chanzik weeps with swollen lips, regretting his life choices after pre-gaming with chili powder for this challenge. Hansu is genuinely disappointed that these trash-tier hunters can't even handle a single bite of his masterpiece. Seeing his boss's frustration, Baek Kanghyuk leans in to suggest a classic marketing move to motivate the crowd. He steps forward with the swagger of a man who knows exactly how to manipulate a desperate soul. He addresses the terrified hunters, claiming he has some top-secret intel that they definitely need to hear. Our boy starts hyping up the stew as a legendary stamina booster that can fix any physical weakness. He describes how the nutrients will transform their pathetic frames into peak human specimens of pure power. To really seal the deal, he whispers a secret about how it improves their performance down there. The motivation works a little too well, causing the trash bags to rip open from the inside. Nabi is completely dumbfounded, watching in shock as the hunters she just bagged up start springing back. Fueled by the promise of becoming absolute units, the hunters prepare to go to war with the stew. The trash bags hit the floor with a heavy thud as the desperate hunters inside start moving. Every single one of them raises a hand, begging for a bowl of that legendary hellfire stew. Our favorite little blue slime wobbles over, carefully balancing a tray of the glowing red, spicy death. Baek Kanghyuk just scoffs, telling Hansu that these idiots will fall for any trash-tier marketing gimmick. He keeps laughing, thinking there is no way a spicy soup can actually fix their pathetic stamina issues. Hansu just shrugs and casually mentions that the stew actually does boost their masculine energy after all. He explains the ancient laws of the 5 elements, where intense heat and spice represent pure yang energy. Baek Kanghyuk freezes in place, his mind racing as he realizes he might have just sold a miracle. The hunters start shoveling the stew down, feeling their bodies ignite with a power they never knew existed. Desperate to get a taste for himself, Baek grabs onto Hansu and demands his own serving immediately. Baek Kanghyuk drops the waiter act and demands a bowl of that legendary hellfire stew for himself. Our boy Hansu just stares back, dumbfounded that his lazy waiter is suddenly acting like a paying customer. Suddenly, the repatriate warrior walks in and stops dead in his tracks at the sight of the chaos. The entire diner is a steamy mess as hunters desperately slurp down the spicy, red-hot broth to get stronger. Baek Kanghyuk is practically vibrating from the heat, convinced his manliness is reaching a whole new level. The repatriate warrior approaches the counter, wondering if this trash-tier marketing gimmick actually has some merit. Hansu leans in close and quietly admits that the whole masculine energy thing was a total lie. Turns out it just flushes toxins and boosts focus, making it technically more effective for women than men. He only made up the story because he wanted to humble Baek Kanghyuk for being so arrogant. Even after hearing the truth, the veteran warrior decides he can't miss out on a bowl of this stuff. The sun begins to set over the diner, signaling the end of a grueling day for the trainees. A carton of milk is slammed onto the table as a desperate lifeline against the searing underworld heat. Our boy Baek Kanghyuk is trembling in pure agony, dumbfounded that a 3-star dish is breaking his spirit. Hansu can barely contain his amusement while watching his arrogant waiter struggle to maintain any shred of dignity. He knows the secret behind the stew's overwhelming kick, but chooses to let the kid suffer in silence. The entire room is filled with defeated association officials who have been completely floored by the hellfire stew. With not a single successful challenger in sight, the bubbling red broth remains an undefeated, trash-tier hunter's nightmare. Outside, a heavy thunderstorm begins to rumble, perfectly matching the gloomy and exhausted mood inside the quiet restaurant. Hansu finally takes a breather with his coffee and slime companion, while Nabi looks totally drained nearby. The weary cat laments the pouring rain, and Hansu calmly remarks that the weather is behaving as predicted. Nabi stares at Yunha's tiny rain gear, her heart heavy with worry for the missing little girl. Our boy Hansu watches as his feline assistant and the slime spiral into a deep, tearful slump. He can't help but wonder why the kid who usually visits for lunch has vanished for days. Suddenly, the heavy restaurant door swings open with a loud clunk, cutting through the somber atmosphere. The trio freezes in shock, wondering who would brave the torrential downpour to visit them so late. A drenched figure in a dark raincoat steps inside, bringing the chill of the storm with him. Han-soo remains calm, simply asking what could possibly bring a visitor to his doorstep at this hour. The official slowly pulls back his hood, his voice trembling as he finally brings up Yoonha's name. It turns out the little girl has officially awakened as a superhuman, changing her life forever. Meanwhile, deep within the Cyberdyne HQ underground bunker, something far more secretive is beginning to unfold. Inside the high-tech ISAC office, the president calls for a secret meeting with the association's stressed-out director. The president starts with a basic question, asking if the director truly understands what separates humans from awakeners. The director explains that it all comes down to the mana core forming within a person's body. He continues, noting that leveling up usually requires grueling training or hunting, as cores rarely grow instantly. The president brings up talent, using our boy Baek Kang-yuk as a prime example of wasted potential. He swipes through the digital files, skeptical that a trash-tier hunter could suddenly reach the top overnight. Looking at Jang Ye-yoon's profile, he admits the data seems too good to be true and shouldn't be trusted. Turns out, he's interested because her hyper-focus ability is just a weaker version of his own power. He decides to swamp the Red Tigers with more missions, just to see how fast they can actually grow. Before ending the call, the president points a finger, signaling he has one more personal question to ask. The president taps his desk, noting the data they've gathered so far points toward a specific target. He brings up Yu Sungwoo, the legendary repatriate who seems surprisingly trustworthy compared to the usual trash-tier hunters. Lee Jung-hoon groans, finally realizing the boss wasn't eyeing the girl, but was actually focused on Sunwoo. He takes a moment to process the weight of the question, knowing his next words carry heavy consequences. Personally, the director believes our boy is a charismatic powerhouse whose true depth is beyond human comprehension. The president just smirks and asks what his official stance is as the director of the association. Professionally, he warns that letting such an uncontrollable monster roam free is a massive risk to their authority. Ju Hyukshin leans back, admitting he's reached a crossroads between his duty and his own hidden agenda. He grins, torn between being a cold-blooded leader and a father looking for a miracle for his family. The director is dumbfounded when the boss reveals he wants to send his own kids to the legendary teacher. Lee Jung-hoon is sweating bullets, desperately wondering which side of the president's heart will ultimately win out. Ju Hyukjin reflects on his strict rule of keeping business separate from family, something he never truly questioned. But looking at the possibility of a better future, he can't help but crack a rare, knowing smile. Back at the diner, the morning sun hits the pavement as birds chirp, masking the heavy atmosphere inside. Our boy Han-soo is busy flipping through a file, his expression turning serious as he reads the contents. The documents detail the catastrophic destruction that occurs whenever high-potential children accidentally awaken their powers without control. An association official bows deeply while handing over more paperwork, clearly intimidated by the legendary gladiator's presence. Han-soo looks up, completely dumbfounded by the elegant woman who just walked into his shop unannounced. She introduces herself as Baek So-hyang, revealing she's the mother of the little girl Yoona he's been worried about. The realization hits him like a truck as he connects the dots between the girl and this mysterious visitor. Baek So-hyang smirks, assuming a man of Han-soo's caliber already knows exactly who she is. She is the successor to Daemyeon Group, the biggest conglomerate currently crushing any trash-tier competition in the country. Her rise to power caused a massive stir, especially since she was hand-picked by the group's legendary founder. Even more shocking was her union with Ju Hyukjin, the pro-gamer turned cold-hearted president of ISAC. Han-soo pieces it together while his staff watches, realizing Yoonha carries the weight of two powerful families. He glances at the nervous official, realizing Yoonha's pedigree is even more insane than he first imagined. Despite her status, our boy wonders why such a high-profile figure would risk a personal visit to his diner. She explains that she's here because she owes him for helping her daughter, but she also has a favor. Han-soo's eyes sharpen as he asks if this favor involves the dangerous awakening of the girl's latent powers. Fearing a catastrophic accident, she pleads with the legendary gladiator to take Yoona in as his personal student. Han-soo is skeptical, wondering why this high-class lady would trust a former gladiator with her precious daughter. She starts listing his legendary feats, from training trash-tier hunters to his miraculous healing, making our boy feel awkward. He goes quiet for a moment, weighing the risks of involving himself with such a powerful family's drama. Finally, he decides to cut to the chase, making her think she has actually won him over that easily. But before she can celebrate, he pulls out a tablet, signaling that his help does not come for free. With a sinister grin, he presents his infamous food challenge, proving he is still the same ruthless trainer. The poor woman starts trembling, realizing that lethal cooking was not just a figure of speech in the rumors. It is a tough spot for a third-generation Cheeble who has spent her life dining on the world's finest. Her grandfather, Kim Haechan, built their empire from nothing but remained obsessed with burying his humble origins through food. Because of that legacy, she was raised with a refined palate that is about to be destroyed by Han-soo. Baek So-hyung spent her entire life being pampered with gourmet meals prepared by the world's most elite chefs. Every expensive bite was swallowed with a sense of duty rather than actual enjoyment or passion. Eventually, she just put the cutlery down, realizing that luxury had become a total chore for her. She was completely bored, finding that nothing in the high society food scene could impress her anymore. Looking for a real spark, she eventually finds herself visiting our boy's unassuming little diner for a trial. He serves up a bowl of steaming red soup that looks like it was brewed in a dungeon. She starts trembling, genuinely questioning if this aggressive-looking mess is even safe for a human to eat. While her staff stands guard, Han-soo just waits for her to take the plunge into his madness. He just chuckles when she calls it aggressive, clearly enjoying the look of terror on her face. She stares at the bold dish, knowing her refined taste buds are about to be absolutely wrecked. To her, the soup looks like a literal street thug, ready to beat her down for even looking. The burning steam feels like molten lava, making her wonder if her stomach will survive the first bite. She imagines her dignity crumbling like a trash-tier hunter if she ends up crying like a baby. Refusing to let her reputation die, she remembers the survival tactics passed down by her corporate family. She flashes her high-level capitalist smile, hoping a massive pile of cash can buy her way out. Our boy actually stops to think, making her believe for a second that her wealth might actually work. Turns out, Han-soo finds money utterly boring and rejects the bribe without a second thought. He wags his finger, explaining that solving everything with cash is just too predictable for his taste. Panicking, she pivots to her next plan, realizing that a true leader always uses their connections. She points at her terrified staff member, deciding he's the perfect sacrificial lamb to handle the spicy nightmare. Han-soo gives her a flat refusal, making her wonder why he won't accept her perfectly reasonable bribe. He argues that substitutes make the trial worthless, while she internally curses him for being such a jerk. Our boy makes it clear that failing to eat means their connection is over, leaving her completely dumbfounded. She triggers her short-term foresight, hoping her glowing eyes can find a path through this culinary hell. People forget she's a trained combatant, a high-level awakener, who usually relies on her own refined skills. Her foresight is legendary for keeping her safe, honed through years of meditation and intense mental discipline. She looks ahead to the moment she takes the first bite, bracing for the impact of the soup. The vision shows her dignity melting away as she ends up a crying, dizzy mess from the heat. Back in the present, she starts quivering in fear while Han-soo just enjoys the show. He just chuckles, knowing her pride as an elite will eventually force her to clear the bowl. Even with his experience, our boy Kang-yuk fails the trial because his mental focus just isn't sharp enough. On the other hand, Ye-yoon clears her bowl because she knows failing means a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Success depends entirely on how much you're willing to suffer, and So-hyung is currently reaching her absolute limit. She lets out a ragged breath, her system screaming as the spicy mana begins to circulate through her veins. She starts tying up her hair to get serious, while Han-soo stands back, judging her every single move. Her hands tremble slightly, but she forces herself to maintain the composure expected of a top-tier corporate successor. She tells herself that a real warrior fights on even when the odds of winning are basically trash tier. Her assistant is visibly worried, asking if she's really going to risk her health for a bowl of stew. Even though she looks like a ghost, she mocks the idea of quitting and tells him to get glasses. She firmly grips her spoon, ready to dive back into the culinary hell she's determined to conquer. So-hyung refuses to let this chance slip, knowing her daughter's future is worth more than a little spice. She remembers how special her little girl Yuna is, fueling her resolve with a mother's fierce protective instinct. Taking another scoop, she tells herself she'd do absolutely anything to secure the best for her child. The heat hits like a freight train, making her scream while her assistants watch on in pure horror. Even with tears blurring her vision, she refuses to back down from this trash-tier culinary nightmare. She grips the bowl with both hands, deciding that half measures just won't cut it anymore. Ignoring the pain, she starts chugging the spicy liquid while her staff wonders if she's lost her mind. Our boy Han-soo watches the display, silently acknowledging that she might actually have the guts required. He smirks to himself, realizing that the outcome of this trial was probably decided the moment she started. Outside the diner, the sun shines on a day where a mother's determination finally broke through the limit. Nabi and the slime watch as So-hyung finally hits her limit and goes completely blank from the heat. Her assistant stands there absolutely dumbfounded, unable to believe his boss actually went through with this madness. Looking down at the empty bowl, it's clear she didn't leave a single drop of that liquid fire behind. With her face glowing bright red, she weakly claims it wasn't even that bad despite clearly being cooked. Our boy Han-soo steps in, explaining that there's a very specific reason why some people can handle his cooking. Turns out, the brain pumps out endorphins to counter the pain of spice, effectively nuking any built-up stress. He laughs, thinking about the stress-free trash-tier hunters who could never finish this because they have no burdens. Activating his eye of observation, he decides to take a closer look at what's really going on inside her. She looks completely refreshed now that her massive stress levels have finally been reset by the lethal meal. To reward her for surviving the trial, he presents a massive bowl of shaved ice to cool her down. Han-soo grins while offering a special bowl of shaved ice, wondering if she prefers the alcoholic variety. So-hyun claps her hands in delight, confessing that a bit of liquid courage is her preferred way. Meanwhile, the diner's sign flips over to announce that the second season of his lethal food challenge begins. The scoreboard outside marks a single survivor, proving just how trash-tier most hunters really are compared to her. As the sun begins to set, the quiet diner feels a world away from the chaos of Terra. In the living quarters, little Yoonha and Nabi are having a blast, spinning around in a happy chibi dance. They're both hyped because they finally have a permanent playmate to spend every single day with. Our boy heads to the second floor, wondering if he should start making some renovations for the kid. He realizes the spare room is looking pretty empty, thinking it needs a bit of life to feel homey. Just as he's planning the layout, he feels a sudden tug on his sleeve that catches him off guard. Han-soo looks down to see Specimen Zero clinging to his leg like a needy blue pet. He decides to pick up the little blob, realizing the creature is desperate to tag along with him. With the slime perched happily on his shoulder, our boy prepares to head out for some furniture shopping. Suddenly, a professional official bows deeply while presenting a sleek, gold-trimmed black card across the counter. Han-soo is visibly caught off guard, wondering why he is being handed such a flashy piece of plastic. It turns out to be a legendary VVIP black card from Daemyoung, granting him absolute financial freedom. He questions if this is overkill for furniture, while Nabi and Yoonha watch the fancy exchange with curiosity. The card is a gift from Baek So-hyung, making Han-soo feel the heavy burden of corporate gratitude. Although he usually avoids favors, he pockets the card to avoid being impolite to the powerful woman. He jokes that Earth is much better than Terra, where the kings never gave him anything for his service. Han-soo recalls how trash-tier kings in Terra demanded free labor, unlike the professional treatment he gets now. When the official offers a ride, our boy insists on changing out of his work clothes first. The suit-wearing official is dumbfounded because VVIP status usually means you can wear whatever you want. Han-soo snaps back that he refuses to show up looking like some low-rent slob in front of everyone. He shudders at the thought of looking like those cliché youngsters who dress down just to cause a scene. The official can't help but chuckle at how the world's strongest warrior is so sensitive about his image. They finally arrive at the massive Daemyoung department store, the peak of luxury in the heart of Seoul. The group steps into the high-end furniture section, where everything looks way too fancy for a simple diner. They pass by a colorful display of kids' rooms, filled with toys and beds that catch everyone's eye. Walking with the crew, Han-soo admits he's never actually decorated a room, making Eunha even more hyped up. Eunha proudly reveals her room design, leaving Han-soo completely dumbfounded by her surprisingly high-tier drawing skills. Nabi leans in with a critical eye, wondering what kind of layout the kid has cooked up. It turns out Eunha included a dedicated cat bed, making Nabi realize this room is meant for both of them. The feline warrior feels a bit conflicted, worrying that such a cute setup might soften her hardened combat edge. Han-soo gives the cat a reassuring pat while asking Eunha if she actually wants anything for herself. Being raised by practical parents, Eunha explains she only needs the basics, proving she is cut from the same cloth. Seeing their chemistry, Han-soo suggests they just share the room and pick out the furniture as a team. The suggestion sends both the girl and the cat into a state of absolute hype for their new headquarters. Han-soo watches the duo with a soft smile, while Specimen Zero hitches a ride on his shoulder. Meanwhile, the association official keeps his cool, nodding into his earpiece as he manages the high-stakes shopping trip. Eunha and Nabi dash off into the mall, completely hyped to start their high-stakes furniture shopping spree. Han-soo tells the official to let the duo wander and eat their fill while they wait. Our boy decides to do some browsing of his own, giving Specimen Zero a quick, fatherly pat. The official promises to watch over the kids, allowing Han-soo some rare time to himself. Suddenly, the suit gets a bit sweaty, and mentions that someone has been waiting to see him. Han-soo flinches, already sensing the heavy gaze of a stalker lurking just out of sight. He tells the hidden figure to stop staring before they burn a hole right through his head. The stalker flinches in the shadows, clearly terrified that their presence was sniffed out so fast. It turns out to be Alistair, an old acquaintance who is currently trembling behind a pillar. She immediately bursts into tears and calls him a jerk, leaving our boy feeling totally dumbfounded. Han-soo tries to play it cool, wondering why their previous agreement is suddenly being thrown out the window. Alistair starts screaming at the top of her lungs, accusing him of abandoning her children for a slime. The surrounding crowd starts whispering trash-tier rumors, labeling our boy a deadbeat dad who divorced an elf. He desperately tries to shush her, realizing that a department store isn't the place for this dramatic scene. The elf isn't buying it, claiming he probably just shoved her precious kids into his inventory to rot. Hansu explains he actually gave them to other hunters, but she's still mad about the lack of introductions. He groans as he realizes the artifacts probably went to her for maintenance, which was actually pretty smart. Our boy begs her to reword her insults before the public starts thinking he's some kind of heartless scoundrel. He finally snaps, telling her to stop before people actually start believing her wild and misleading accusations. Alistair just shouts louder, demanding to know how he can be so heartless toward 500 elf children. Hansu reaches his limit and orders his loyal slime to finally shut the loud-mouthed elf up. Specimen Zero happily obliges, launching itself forward and sticking to her face like a wet piece of gum. The surrounding crowd is absolutely dumbfounded, whispering trash-tier rumors about our boy being a deadbeat with 500 kids. He can only cover his face in pure shame, as his reputation hits rock bottom in record time. Looking back at the massive department store, he deeply regrets not just walking away from the start. They eventually move the drama to a nearby cafe to escape the judging eyes of the public. While the slime chills on her head, he asks what a legendary weaponsmith is doing in this city. Our boy explains he is just looking for high-quality wood and tools to craft some custom furniture himself. Alistair just gives a mysterious smile, trying to act cool despite the literal monster sitting on her hair. He scoffs at her predictable behavior, knowing exactly how elves try to hide their embarrassment with cryptic grins. Alistair mentions she has a connection with the department store owner, who hosts exclusive and highly secretive auctions. When she mentions a sacred tree is up for grabs, Hansu realizes he has several legendary branches. She warns him that a mere woodseeker shouldn't even dream of getting close to such a divine prize. To prove her elite status, she flexes a gold membership card that usually takes a year to get approved. Hansu suddenly remembers a certain executive told him his special card works for every service in the building. He looks at his own black card, realizing he might actually have a way into this high-stakes event. They head to the underground auction house, which is decorated like a massive, glowing aquarium filled with exotic fish. While the slime settles on the table, Hansu scans the room to gauge the caliber of the guests. He admits the place looks more like a fancy cafe, prompting Alistair to mock his trash-tier expectations of shadiness. As the slime devours a plate of fries, our boy reflects on how different this is from Terra. Alistair gets annoyed and asks why our boy is looking at her with such a judgmental expression. She's fuming because the guard let him and that suspicious slime in without even checking his credentials. Turns out she was actually hoping to see him get kicked out in total trash-tier embarrassment. Hansu finally realizes why the staff was so polite and reaches into his pocket for the answer. He pulls out a sleek black card, causing a divine glow that catches her completely off guard. Alistair starts trembling as she recognizes the legendary unlimited card that most people think is just a myth. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in her head as she claims to finally know his true identity. She rants that a mysterious guy with this kind of power has to be someone incredibly high profile. Donning a monocle, she confidently declares that he must be the secret son of the legendary Baek Sohyang. Hansu is left absolutely dumbfounded by her logic, wondering how she even reached such a crazy conclusion. Alistair keeps shouting about him being a secret son, making a massive scene in the middle of dinner. She smugly explains that since the couple has been married for 9 years, her deduction is basically flawless. Our boy just stares at her with pure exhaustion, wondering how she can be this confident and wrong. He points out that if he were their kid, he would only be 9 years old right now. This actually makes her pause as she enters a deep state of mental gymnastics to save her theory. She wonders if humans just age faster than elves, but he tells her she looks smarter staying silent. Realizing she is being a total airhead, she tries to play it off as a joke for face. The tension finally settles as the focus shifts toward the massive aquarium wall and the upcoming main event. An auctioneer takes the stage to present a special piece of art to the high society crowd. Everyone turns their attention to a beautiful landscape painting that is about to go under the hammer. The bidding war kicks off as the wealthy elite start throwing around numbers like they are pocket change. Another paddle flies up instantly because apparently, nobody in this room knows the meaning of a budget. The auctioneer finally slams his gavel and announces the item sold to a chorus of polite applause. During the break, our boy sits with his crew, looking completely overwhelmed by the stuffy high society atmosphere. Hansu actually starts tearing up, finding the idea of auctioning orphanage support rights to be incredibly heartwarming. He flips through the catalog and finds a sacred tree with a backstory that hits him right in the feels. Turns out a widow is selling her late husband's air-purifying tree just to help someone else in need. While he praises the event organizer's heart, Alistair remains skeptical about the old man behind the scenes. The elf admits the crowd seems decent enough since they aren't acting like typical trash-tier greedy nobles. She watches the guests mingle, realizing they are happily passing items to those who actually need them. Alistair slams her drink down, completely losing her cool over the auction items. She demands our boy let her have the sacred tree, since he is just making trash-tier furniture. Hansu just twitches, reminding her he has 3 mouths to feed and needs that air-purifying wood. The mastersmith snaps back, claiming a divine artifact like that is way too advanced for some amateur. Our boy just flashes a sly grin, realizing he can turn this heated argument into a profitable deal. He proposes a partnership where he funds the purchase while she does all the heavy lifting and crafting. To seal the deal, he flexes his black card, proving he has the capital to end her bidding war. While he imagines himself as a wealthy mogul, the elf realizes she is basically being signed into labor exploitation. The sudden realization hits her like a bolt of lightning as she stares at her new boss. Alistair reaches out to finalize the agreement, catching Hansu off guard with her sudden greedy enthusiasm. She smirks, thinking the conditions are actually in her favor since she gets to work with divine materials. Our boy just flashes a predatory grin, knowing he's about to drop the real hammer on her. They seal the contract with a firm handshake, though one side is definitely more confident than the other. Hansu immediately sets a brutal 3-day deadline, making the mastersmith flinch in absolute horror. He squeezes her hand, calling out her plan to use her elven lifespan to stall for decades. The mastersmith trembles as he shuts down her escape routes, leaving her with no choice but to grind. She shrieks in pure frustration, realizing her new boss knows way too much about her race's lazy habits. Her scream of pure hatred echoes across the city as she realizes she's officially entered a labor nightmare. A massive portal rips open in Sungwoo's backyard, turning a barren wasteland into our boy's personal project. He starts hauling massive trees through the gate, treating interdimensional travel like a simple afternoon of landscaping. The final trunk lands with a heavy thud as he finishes the physical labor for his new sanctuary. Hansu wipes his brow and claps his hands, feeling pretty good about the progress he's made. He stares up at the massive canopy, realizing that gardening on a planetary scale is a top-tier hobby. Even Specimen Zero pitches in, rocking a straw hat while handling the water supply with a garden hose. While the lake fills up, Yunha and Nabi work diligently to plant flowers and brighten the atmosphere. Amidst the greenery, a small sacred tree begins to glow with a divine and calming pink light. Hansu notes that its presence clears his mind, proving it truly deserves its legendary status. He dreams of reading under its shade, though he's conflicted about eventually turning it into luxury furniture. Hansu clenches his fist, finally deciding on a plan to deal with his latest gardening dilemma. Our boy figures that if one sacred tree is good, just copying the thing will solve everything instantly. He reflects on how raising kids is a nightmare across every world, especially when they won't stop crying. The struggle of keeping them healthy and safe is a riddle that has stumped parents for ages. Turns out, a certain genius from Terra actually found a solution to this universal parenting headache. The logic is simple. If the kid is buff enough to bench press a house, they won't get hurt. Back at the diner, Nabi agrees that this meathead philosophy is exactly how people think back in Terra. The mastermind behind this extreme logic was none other than King Gerald Lampro I. Yunha is sharp enough to guess he issued a royal decree, earning some quick praise from her mentor. The king hired top-tier chefs and magicians to turn his newborn prince into a literal powerhouse. Hansu explains the potion was a miracle cure, making kids so resilient they would never face sickness.
Beaver Sun Ray!
But our boy draws a bombshell, revealing the king was actually theft. Despite the potion's incredible power, the ingredients were so rare that the cost was absolutely insane, making even a king feel the sting. By the time the researchers finished, the prince was already a grown man, making the whole project feel pointless. The recipe was buried in the royal library, left to gather dust as a reminder of a failed obsession. It stayed hidden for ages, until Hansu accidentally discovered the book while exploring the archives back in Terra. He decides to send the kids upstairs to play since the upcoming cooking session isn't for the faint-hearted. Reaching into his dimensional void, he prepares to retrieve the ingredients needed for this legendary, high-tier recipe. He keeps a secret from the little ones, knowing the dish he's about to whip up is truly one of a kind. With a sharp gaze, he locks in, ready to prove that his culinary skills are cut from a different cloth. The dish is called Gerald Landpro, a supplement for kids that doubles as an insane super fertilizer. Our boy drops the first ingredient on the table, a massive red dragon scale that thuds with weight. Hansu knows using dragon parts for baby food would make any king lose his mind in envy. He draws his blade, coating it in a fierce blue aura that hums with concentrated power. With a calm smile, he begins grinding the indestructible scale, using a high-level whirlwind technique. Baek Kangyuk is completely dumbfounded. nearly dropping his tray at the sight of such terrifying blade energy. While others use this skill for simple sharpness, Hansu turns it into a high-speed industrial grinder. In seconds, the toughest material in existence is reduced to a neat pile of fine red powder. Next, he pulls out a massive blue horn belonging to a leviathan, the undisputed king of the ocean. This legendary material is even tougher than dragon scales. But for our boy, it's just another ingredient. Hansu notices someone watching his every move with intense, desperate interest. Yoon Hyung finally breaks her silence, begging our boy to teach her that insane technique. She argues that using god-tier blade energy as a mere blender is a total waste of potential. Hansu just gives her a mischievous grin, clearly enjoying her sudden change in attitude. He demonstrates the whirlwind technique again, making the air scream with raw, concentrated power. The blade moves with such terrifying speed that it becomes a blur of pure destruction. Yoon Hyung is completely dumbfounded, finally grasping the sheer gap between their levels. To her horror, Hansu shuts her down instantly with a cold, flat refusal. He claims he doesn't waste time on rude brats, leaving the poor girl shaking in frustration. Meanwhile, a new challenge is posted, promising legendary gear to anyone who survives his lethal cooking. Hansu starts by grinding down legendary materials that would normally cost a fortune on the open market. Our boy just tosses these priceless powders into a pan like they are nothing but cheap table salt. He knows the real challenge starts now, as the delicate balance of the dish begins to shift. The heat flares up as he tosses the wok, demanding absolute focus to keep the ingredients from burning. He channels his divine mana into the cooking, ensuring every grain is perfectly infused with raw energy. The goal is to burn away every single impurity, refining the mana until only the purest essence remains. While the quality is fine for his monster staff, he realizes it needs more filtering to be safe. He is doing all this just to stabilize Yuna's unstable awakened mana so she can stay healthy. The diner remains quiet under the morning sun, while the master chef works his culinary magic inside. Meanwhile, Yoon Hyung has completely tapped out, dozing off after witnessing the sheer insanity of his methods. The heat intensifies as the final essence of the secret spice begins to crystallize in the pan. Our boy finally breathes a sigh of relief because Gerald Lampro's legendary spice mix is finally finished. As the sun sets over the city, the diner prepares to transition from intense alchemy to standard service. Yoon Hyung wakes up and curiously asks what on earth ravioli is supposed to be. He explains they are basically Italian dumplings while carefully plating the steaming hot meal for his hungry staff. The dish consists of delicate pasta layers stuffed with rich cheese and beef, coated in a savory sauce. He notes that there is not much difference from regular dumplings, referencing how Marco Polo brought the idea. Secretly, he thinks making anything fancier would be a total hassle after the effort spent on the powder. The finished product looks incredible, proving that even his simple meals are far above any trash-tier cooking. Everyone digs in with excitement as he apologizes for the wait, finally feeding his loyal, hard-working team. Hansu pulls out his newly crafted spice, telling the group they must use it every other day. Yuna is completely dumbfounded, wondering if this is the secret ingredient our boy was hyping up earlier. He shakes the bottle with a grin, claiming this magic powder is essential for their growth and health. Yuna gulps in fear, remembering the terrifying way the customers usually react to his special experiments. She envisions the poor association soldiers choking and gagging, realizing his cooking is often a lethal trial. Hoping a small dose won't kill her, she watches as he sprinkles the shimmering dust over her meal. The trio prepares to dig in, trying to stay positive despite the looming threat of Hansu's alchemy. A fork sinks into the pasta, but the tension in the air is thick enough to cut. They take their first bite, and for a split second, time stands still as the flavor hits them. Suddenly, Yuna and the slime scream in agony, realizing the taste is absolutely trash tier and utterly revolting. Nabi starts chewing, and finds the complex flavor absolutely incredible, calling it a truly remarkable experience. He sweats while savoring the taste, noting that it is far from being bitter or even slightly salty. It feels like mana-infused lead, making him wish his grandmother back in Terra could taste this rare treat. Yunha is completely dumbfounded, wondering if the cat actually hates his own grandmother for wanting to share this. While the little girl struggles to keep her food down, the resident waitress digs in without a care. She smirks at the kid's reaction, thinking only true grown-ups can appreciate such a high-tier, complex flavor profile. Our boy activates his eye of observation to see if his lethal cooking is actually providing any buffs. He notices that Nabi was already a beast, so the magical pasta does not change his stats much. Even the little blue slime is jiggling with joy, having grown slightly larger after absorbing the mana-dense meal. However, as he scans the group, there is one person whose reaction has him feeling genuinely concerned. Yuna is tearing up from the trash-tier taste, but Hansu is relieved her mana has finally stabilized. Her hair starts wiggling on its own, a sign that her unique abilities are beginning to manifest. He remembers promising So-hyung he would protect the kid, but now he has other business with the powder. Our boy tells his loyal feline assistant to finish up while he heads out for a quick errand. He travels back to the desolate remains of Gurnia, a world once consumed by a biological disaster. In the middle of the wasteland, he begins watering a fragile sapling he managed to salvage. He figures that is enough hydration for now. But the real magic is about to happen. Han-soo pulls out a mysterious shaker, eager to see if this legendary fertilizer actually works. He starts shaking the glowing dust over the branches, hoping to restore life to this dead world. The plant begins to rustle and glow, reacting to the high-tier mana-infused powder he brought from Earth. Han-soo is dumbfounded, as the sapling suddenly surges with life right before his eyes. The bark cracks under the pressure of pure mana, forcing vibrant pink blossoms to burst through the wood. In an instant, a massive tree towers over the wasteland, proving that legendary fertilizer is definitely top-tier stuff. Our boy realizes he needs to hit up Alistair soon to turn this magical wood into some furniture. He takes a breather, satisfied that he managed to stabilize the kid's mana while securing the materials he needed. Leaning back against the trunk, he enjoys a rare moment of peace after a truly productive day of gardening. Meanwhile, back at the ruins of Incheon Airport, the atmosphere is anything but peaceful as a plane touches down. The arrival boards flicker with flights coming in from Venice, signaling the return of some high-profile individuals. A swarm of reporters gathers at the gates, desperate to catch a glimpse of the latest repatriate to land. As the doors slide open, a heavy combat boot hits the floor, marking the arrival of a new player. Reporters go wild as they spot the high-profile repatriate finally stepping into the terminal. This absolute unit walks through the crowd, his presence alone enough to make the air feel heavy. Meet Awalt, the rank 91 powerhouse known as the Immortal, who usually keeps things locked down in Venice. A brave reporter asks what could possibly bring a heavy hitter like him all the way to Korea. Without missing a beat, he snatches the mic, clearly not in the mood for any polite small talk. He growls that he's only here to hunt down a liar who failed to keep a serious promise. Turns out, an official mock fight is scheduled between him and Baek Kang-hyuk to settle their rankings. The tension is thick as the two hunters face off, knowing their reputations are on the line today. Our boy Kang-hyuk smirks and offers up a legendary artifact, taunting the big guy to not back down. Awalt just stares him down in silence, his eyes promising a world of pain for the young superstar. Baek Kang-hyuk was riding high on his recent rank climb, thinking his new gear made him untouchable, but Awalt quickly humbled our boy, winning their duel and claiming Kang-hyuk's prized sword as the wager. When the big guy shows up at the association to collect, he's told his target is on vacation. He storms into the office, demanding answers from a very exhausted Hwang Ji-hyun about this ridiculous disappearing act. Ji-hyun just sighs, mentally tossing her trash-tier subordinate into a bin because his reputation is honestly that bad. Awalt isn't buying the excuses and gets right in her face, desperate to find where the scumbag hid. She can only apologize for the headache, knowing exactly how unreliable her fellow hunter can be sometimes. Meanwhile, the search leads right to a familiar diner where the supposed runaway is currently lying low. Unaware of the storm coming, Kang-hyuk admires himself in the mirror, feeling like a total superstar in his uniform. Little does he know, his past is about to crash through the front door in just 10 short minutes. Kang-hyuk yawns and lazily notes how his vacation time is finally starting to pile up. Yoon-hyung is absolutely fuming, but our boy just smugly reminds her that he's the senior here. She suppresses her rage, remembering that activating her true power usually means a one-way trip to the hospital. The silver-haired warrior calmly sips his tea while the two trash-tier co-workers squabble like children behind him. He tells Han-soo he's just glad someone else is finally stuck dealing with that annoying superstar. While they have some downtime, he mentions that the military's armored units are currently being worked to death. These heavy mechs are out there shredding monsters around the clock thanks to some newly developed materials. Despite the current peace, the veteran hunter can't help but feel a lingering sense of dread. Watching Yuna and the pet sunbathing, he worries that this is just the calm before a massive storm. His instincts are spot on, as the scarred powerhouse Awalt is already closing in with a heavy stride. The heavy, rhythmic clomp of a powerhouse approaching sends Nabi and Yuna into a state of pure shock. Without a hint of manners, the diner's front door is slammed open with enough force to shatter wood. Awalt storms into the room and immediately spots Baek Kang-hyuk, calling him a total scumbag for his past. Our boy Kang-hyuk starts trembling like a leaf, realizing his past as a thief has finally caught up. The scarred veteran is absolutely livid, screaming that he wants his legendary sword back from the scammer. Though his official codename is the Unbreakable Diamond, almost no one in the industry uses that title. Instead, veterans call him the Zombie because he has a terrifying habit of never staying down in battle. His unique ability lets him absorb any attack, allowing him to sacrifice his body to shatter an opponent's bones. Since he lacks raw offensive power, he is obsessed with farming top-tier items to fix that glaring weakness. Hansu just looks on with pure annoyance, realizing his trash-tier waiter actually promised this guy a legendary blade. Awalt is sweating buckets, forced into a submissive posture, after finally meeting someone who doesn't care about his rank. Our boy Hansu just lets out a heavy sigh, clearly exhausted by the constant idiocy in his diner. He forces both troublemakers onto their knees, scolding them for making a scene right before the dinner rush. Kangyuk tries to argue that this is way too humiliating for a grown man, but his voice is trembling. Even with his back turned, Hansu senses the slacker lowering his arms and prepares another newspaper strike. He puts Yoonhyung on guard duty, ordering her to make sure these two stay put and reflect. Still dumbfounded by the sheer power gap, the scarred veteran asks who the hell this terrifying chef actually is. He flashes back to the moment he charged in, thinking he could easily steamroll anyone in his way. Turns out, Hansu moved faster than a first-order hunter could react, appearing like a ghost between them. The legendary zombie was utterly humbled when a simple newspaper whack sent his world spinning into the floor. Kangyuk mocks the scarred veteran for being totally out of the loop regarding his terrifying boss. Awalt is completely floored when he hears the name of the legendary warrior Hansu is associated with. Our boy Kangyuk keeps bragging about his employment while someone secretly records their pathetic kneeling positions. Suddenly, a shutter click snaps the two troublemakers out of their conversation, leaving them both wide-eyed and confused. Yoonhyung laughs while waving her phone, and Awalt realizes even the waitress is a high-ranking first-order hunter. Looking at the chef's back, the veteran can't believe a god-tier powerhouse is just casually chopping vegetables. He gulps in pure terror, wondering what kind of monster-filled madhouse Korea has actually become during his absence. As the sun begins to set over the city, the atmosphere inside the diner remains incredibly tense. Everyone gathers around the counter, waiting for the final judgment from the man who humbled two legendary warriors. Hansu just scratches his neck, looking like he's finally decided how to deal with this trash-tier mess. Kangyuk slams the table and begs his boss to intervene, while Awalt just sits there nodding along. Our boy Kangyuk screams that he'll never surrender the sword, even when Hansu calmly asks for details. Hansu flinches in pure disgust after hearing some sketchy god of bizarre food actually gifted that weapon. The silver-haired veteran scolds the crying waiter for being dumb enough to wager such a precious item. Kangyuk throws a pathetic tantrum on the floor, making Awalt doubt he'll ever reclaim what was stolen. Suddenly, Hansu turns his attention toward the scarred veteran, making the atmosphere shift in an instant. He offers a deal, showing a food challenge that promises an artifact-level reward for anyone who finishes it. Hansu generously waives the entry fee while Yoonhyung watches with a mischievous glint in her eyes. The challenge features a hellfire stew that looks like a bowl of pure, concentrated underworld agony. While the veteran pummels the crying waiter, Awalt decides this spicy challenge is his only real path forward. Awalt finally nods in agreement, while Yoonhyung snickers at the absolute disaster waiting to happen. Hansu beams with a terrifyingly polite smile, pleased that another victim has fallen for his trap. Our boy Kangyuk crawls off the floor, foolishly hoping his boss is finally showing him some mercy. He flashes a confident thumbs up, babbling about some imaginary bond of brotherhood between fellow Koreans. Hansu immediately shuts that nonsense down with a swift smack to the face using his cleaning gloves. Looming over the pathetic waiter, Hansu makes it clear that his debt isn't just going to vanish. Instead of freedom, Kangyuk gets slapped with 6 hours of grueling manual labor at a local fishing reservoir. He reluctantly grabs his gear, realizing there is no escaping the consequences of his trash-tier gambling habits. Resigned to his fate, the former superstar hunter figures he is just completely out of luck today. He heads out to the designated spot, ready to start his shift of cleaning up the environment. Everyone finishes their meal at the diner, feeling completely satisfied after Hansu's latest god-tier culinary masterpiece. Little Yoonha suddenly spots something shimmering on the grass, her curiosity instantly getting the better of her. She reaches down and carefully grasps a thin, glowing strand that looks far too magical for this world. Staring at the mysterious object, our girl wonders if she has just stumbled upon some kind of hidden treasure. She calls out for some attention, hoping the adults can tell her what this sparkly find really is. Hansu smiles as she scampers over, telling her that she is actually incredibly lucky to find this. He gently takes the glowing strand from her hand to give the rare item a much closer look. Turns out, it is a whisker from an ailuros, a legendary prize known for bringing its owner immense fortune. Since these divine felines almost never shed, finding one is even rarer than seeing a trash-tier hunter succeed. Hansu hands her a small bottle to keep it safe, hoping the charm brings her some well-deserved luck. Yoonha clutches her new treasure, thanking Hansu before heading back inside to admire the gift. As she scampers off, Yoonhyung remains skeptical, wondering if this whisker business is just a fairy tale. Hansu insists it is legitimate, but the master swordsman refuses to be fooled by such childish stories. Our boy just smirks, realizing that some people are just too stubborn to believe in a little magic. Back in her room, the young girl settles in, still preoccupied with the concept of her new charm. Lying on her bed, she starts tapping away on her phone to research the true meaning of luck. She finds that it translates to a happy fate, which only leads to more questions about destiny itself. The complex definitions leave her completely dumbfounded, making her head spin with all these philosophical riddles. Meanwhile, the daily grind at the diner continues as the staff prepares for another busy shift. Baek Kang-hyuk lets out a massive yawn while mopping, only to be startled by a sudden tap. Yuna approaches our boy Kang-hyuk, hoping this high-ranking hunter actually knows something about the concept of luck. Instead of wisdom, he just mopes about his lack of sleep and the endless cleaning duties Sungwoo assigned. She quickly realizes that relying on this trash-tier waiter for philosophical advice was a massive mistake. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoes through the diner, nearly making the poor girl jump out of her skin. Turns out, the legendary unbreakable diamond is currently being defeated by a bowl of Hansu's lethal stew. Feeling worried, she cautiously approaches the trembling giant to see if he needs any medical assistance. Awalt desperately tries to maintain his dignity, insisting the tears are just sweat from the intense spice. Seeing an opportunity, she asks the scarred warrior if he has a better definition for what luck means. He growls that luck is nothing but a scam used by lowlifes to manipulate and trick the innocent. He gestures toward the sleeping Kang-hyuk, warning her never to trust a silver-tongued thief like him. Yunha realizes the scarred giant is still fuming over being scammed by our trash-tier waiter, Kang-hyuk. Hoping to soothe his burning throat, she kindly offers him a cold glass of milk. She bows politely and wishes him a speedy recovery, leaving the confused warrior dumbfounded by her kindness. Suddenly, a damp cloth is slammed onto his bald head with a wet splosh. Kang-hyuk aggressively scrubs his head, claiming he's just helping out since the big guy followed him to Korea. Yunha watches the two bicker about clown colleges and elite universities, realizing they are both absolutely no help. She gasps when she spots Sungwoo outside, hoping the legendary hero can provide some actual wisdom. However, the reservoir manager is busy explaining that while the gate provides water, it isn't exactly free. He screams at the embarrassed hero, demanding to know how one man could rack up such a bill. Turns out, Sungwoo used an entire lake's worth of water just to finish his mountain of chores. Yuna realizes that even the legendary hero is too buried in chores to offer her any real guidance. She decides to pivot, remembering a deep question that has been keeping her awake every single night. Our girl spots Min and Jihyun gossiping over tea, about how Kang-hyuk finally got his trash-tier attitude punished. She usually stays away because they're always busy acting like firefighters trying to quench Kang-hyuk's literal dumpster fires. Seeing them finally relaxed, she decides today is the perfect day to interrupt their rare moment of peace. Jihyun immediately melts and greets the little princess with a smile that's surprisingly soft for a cold-blooded empress. Yoonha gets straight to the point, asking the two high-ranking hunters for their personal definition of luck. Jihyun's eyes turn into money symbols as she describes the thrill of winning a life-changing lottery jackpot. Min shuts her down instantly, calmly explaining that luck is just receiving a blessing without any logical reason. The poor kid is left completely dumbfounded, trying to wrap her head around these conflicting adult perspectives. Min explains that real luck is simply having every single one of your wishes finally come true. Yoonha stares at the small bottle in her hands, wondering if such a miracle could actually happen. She closes her eyes and realizes that despite the chaos, she is surrounded by truly good people. Her mind drifts to her parents, remembering the warmth of the family she misses more than anything. With newfound determination, she tells the hunters her only wish is to see her father again. Far away in a realm of divinity, the grand temple of the cat god stands tall and majestic. The cat god himself chuckles from his golden throne, finding the little girl's pure wish absolutely adorable. He thinks back on the trash-tier humans who only asked for gold or stole his precious whiskers. Deciding this pure heart deserves a reward, the divine feline steps down to grant her heartfelt request. A massive magic circle erupts with a low vroom as he prepares to unleash his reality-bending power. The magic circle flares to life, signaling that the divine feline's reality-warping power is finally taking effect. A blinding pillar of light descends from the heavens, striking the diner with enough force to shake the foundations. As the smoke clears, the association officials are left coughing and completely dumbfounded by the sudden intruder. Hyukjin is hacking his lungs out while his daughter beams at him with pure, unadulterated joy. He drops to a knee, his mind racing as he tries to process this impossible spatial transition. He forces himself to stay calm, desperately wondering what kind of high-tier magic just snatched him away. Suddenly, a glowing timer appears on his hand, warning him that this miracle only lasts for 10 minutes. He looks up to see the cold-blooded Empress and the support leader looking like they've seen a ghost. When a familiar voice calls out to him, he turns around with a look of absolute disbelief. Seeing his little girl in tears, he realizes the divine feline actually granted her wish to see him. Hyukjin pulls his daughter into a tight embrace, his heart racing as she cries out for him in relief. He starts sweating, realizing the association officials are watching this impossible reunion with wide, shocked eyes. Jihyun and Min O'Keefe quickly agree that the president's identity is top secret and cannot be leaked here. Meanwhile, our boy Kangyuk is busy getting into a trash-tier shouting match with the stubborn Baldy, a Walt. To prevent a massive scene, Min O'Keefe snaps into action and uses his coat as a makeshift curtain. Kanghyuk is left completely dumbfounded, wondering why his co-workers are suddenly acting like total lunatics in public. The two officials desperately pretend to shake off dust, making up the most pathetic excuses to hide the president. Jihyun whispers for Hyukjin to sneak into the basement while they provide cover, promising to handle the fallout. They decide that cleaning the coat downstairs is the perfect way to smuggle the VIP out of sight. The duo shuffles away like suspicious shadows, leaving the brawling hunters staring at them in absolute confusion. Kangyuk and Awalt stop their bickering, completely thrown off by the sudden sound of a door slamming shut nearby. A sudden realization hits Kangyuk like a truck, making him jolt in pure, unadulterated shock. He and Awalt start imagining a spicy romance, convinced their co-workers are actually a secret couple. Kangyuk is fuming over being ignored, while Awalt drops a sad truth about his own dating prospects. Down in the basement, the dim light reveals a tense atmosphere far removed from the comedy upstairs. Jihyun and Min O'Keefe take up defensive positions, brandishing their weapons to protect the VIP at all costs. Jihyun glances over with a serious expression, knowing that the secret they've stumbled upon is absolutely massive. A shimmering blue portal appears against the wall, acting as a gateway to a strangely peaceful forest. She realizes Yuna is the daughter of Isaac's president and Daemyung's CEO, a truth she never wanted. Min O'Keefe looks back at her, sensing her internal panic as they dive deeper into this corporate conspiracy. Jihyun is totally geeking out, feeling like a top-tier secret agent, while O'Keefe just tries to stay professional. They decide to lock in and focus on the mission as they prepare to exit the basement. Later that night at the diner, the usual chaos settles into a rare moment of peace and gratitude. Our boy Han-soo watches over Yuna and his weird slime employee as they inhale their dinner. He casually asks the kid if she had a good time hanging out with her busy father earlier. Yuna beams with joy, confirming it was the best time ever despite how short the visit was. She remembers sitting by the water in that hidden forest, telling her dad everything about her new life. But the clock was ticking, and her father's time in that realm was rapidly running out. She didn't want to let go, clinging to him as the reality of their brief reunion finally hit. Even though he had to leave, she knows they'll meet again thanks to Han-soo's mysterious connections. Han-soo thinks Yunha is taking the short visit like a champ, despite the obvious disappointment of saying goodbye. Turns out a parent's love is the best medicine, as her unstable mana finally begins to settle down. With the kids finally settled and eating their fill, Han-soo can finally relax for a split second. But our boy has that look in his eye, knowing it is finally time for the next phase. The morning sun hits the diner, marking the start of another day in this crazy, mana-filled world. Han-soo heads upstairs, his mind already racing with the chores and training schedules for his new disciples. He finds the trio deep in a high-stakes card game, looking completely dumbfounded by his sudden appearance. He just smiles and asks who is hungry for some of his god-tier fried pork cutlets. Meanwhile, out in the city, things are far from peaceful as the usual urban chaos continues to brew. Nabi and the slime end up at an animal hospital, looking like they just saw a trash-tier ghost. Nabi and the slime flinch, as our boy looms over them like a terrifying final boss. Han-soo cheerfully leads Yuna inside, while the pets feel a soul-crushing chill down their spines. They realize too late that their master has something absolutely devious planned for their morning. Turns out, he dragged them to the animal hospital, leaving them feeling completely betrayed and tricked. Meanwhile, Kang-hyuk strolls toward the diner, whistling like he doesn't have a single care in the world. He sports a trash-tier grin, clearly satisfied with how his recent schemes and scams played out. He laughs, thinking about how that Baldy Awalt left empty-handed, while he finally gets a peaceful meal. He bursts into the diner ready to eat, but the atmosphere inside is unexpectedly heavy and grim. He finds Yunha trying to comfort the pets, who are currently drooping in a state of total despair. Nabi and the slime just mutter about how they foolishly trusted the warrior before being sent to hell. Han-soo rubs his temple and finally starts explaining the messy situation to a very confused Kang-hyuk. He admits he lured the pets to the hospital for vaccinations by promising them a delicious lunch. To make up for the betrayal, he took everyone out, but the food ended up being utterly pathetic. The pork cutlet was trash tier and raw inside, leaving the poor pets even more traumatized than before. Kang-yuk and Yuna immediately start tag-teaming him for being a liar, which honestly just fuels Han-Soo's annoyance. Our boy defends his choice, knowing the slime and cat would have bolted if they knew the truth. When Han-Soo mentions the clinics back on Terra, Kang-yuk visibly flinches as some dark memories resurface. Turns out, medicine on Terra is centuries behind, relying on the dumb belief that eating weird stuff builds immunity. Most doctors there are just total quacks who usually leave their patients in a much worse state. Kang-yuk tries to pivot to today's menu, but is left dumbfounded by whatever Han-Soo has planned next. Han-Soo reveals the legendary Iolavis pig, a meat so divine that eating it is considered total blasphemy. He figures this top-tier ingredient will finally make the cat and slime stop sulking over the previous meal. Long ago, a man named Iolavis was sick of choking down the revolting, garbage food served across Terra. He couldn't understand why the gods made enjoying a decent meal a crime when humans naturally crave flavor. Eventually, he gave in to his desires and indulged in a massive feast fit for a king. But the divine punishment was swift, and the poor guy literally transformed into a pig for his greed. Baek Kang-hyuk is absolutely horrified, wondering if they are about to eat a former human, but Han-Soo dismisses it. Our boy explains that the blasphemy label is just a scam the gods use to keep the best meat. He thinks it's incredibly unfair that the gods hoard the purified, gamey-free meat while everyone else eats dirt. While he claims it was a reward for killing the Demon King, he actually just straight up stole it. Baek Kang-hyuk is practically drooling, asking if our boy is finally going to whip up some braised pork. Han-Soo just gives a smug grin, explaining that braising such top-tier meat would be a total waste. When you are dealing with ingredients this legendary, there is only one way to do it: you grill it. The table is quickly loaded with elite-tier side dishes, making the former thief feel his Korean roots. Baek Kang-hyuk is in literal agony from the wait, but Han-Soo tells him to stay patient. He takes immense pride in his homemade kimchi, which he has fermented to absolute perfection for this meal. He even sourced the finest greens and pastes from the Daemyeon group to ensure every bite is divine. Little Yunha brings out the real treasure, a platter of marbled pork belly that puts everything else to shame. Meanwhile, Nabi and Specimen Zero are still sulking, clearly traumatized by whatever trash-tier meal they had before. Yunha worries if they will ever cheer up, but Han-Soo knows his cooking can fix any broken spirit. Han-Soo lifts the thick cut of pork, finally ready to start the real show. Our boy smirks because he knows this legendary meat is about to change their lives forever. The marbled pork hits the grill with a divine sizzle, releasing an aroma that defies logic. Nabi and Specimen Zero are completely dumbfounded, their eyes sparkling as they forget their previous sulking. Little Yunha is practically floating from the scent, while Han-Soo expertly manages the charcoal flames. He glances at his audience, realizing his plan to fix their broken spirits is working perfectly. When he lifts the glistening slab, even the former thief can't help but gulp in pure anticipation. The final spread is a masterpiece, featuring golden pork belly alongside his legendary fermented kimchi. It is finally time to dig in, and the entire group prepares for a life-changing feast. Baek Kang-hyuk and Yunha waste no time, stuffing their faces as the elite flavors overwhelm their senses. Baek Kang-hyuk takes a bite and sees literal angels, realizing this pork is on a whole different level. Our boy and little Yunha are literally shaking, convinced the gods were gatekeeping this meat for themselves. Han-Soo notices the two sulkers and casually asks if they plan on joining the feast or starving. Nabi and Specimen Zero try to look tough, but their watering mouths and shifting eyes betray their resolve. The temptation is too much, so they decide to lower their pride for just a single, tiny taste. As soon as the flavors hit their tongues, the sound of chewing fills the air in a frenzy. They are completely mesmerized, and Han-Soo breathes a sigh of relief that his plan actually worked out. Baek Kang-hyuk enters a divine state of focus, thanking his lucky stars the association officials aren't here. He moves with the speed of a top-tier thief, snatching the best cuts right from under Nabi's nose. Nabi explodes in rage, but the former thief just laughs, claiming it is strictly first come, first served. Yunha scolds the greedy thief for being so mean and not saving a single bite for Seungwoo. Nabi joins the protest, calling him a total meanie while her fur bristles with absolute feline rage. Suddenly, the table goes silent as everyone freezes, their eyes locked onto the little blue slime sitting between them. The interdimensional interceptor actually speaks, calling the thief mean and leaving the entire group completely dumbfounded and speechless. It turns out slimes are common monsters, yet most people treat them as trash-tier creatures not worth researching. These blobs are biological sponges that absorb their environment, changing their very composition to match whatever they consume. In the world of Terra, some are even raised on leftovers to transform into delicious, high-quality dessert pudding. However, those left in the wild swamps absorb filth and rot. eventually turning into walking piles of lethal poison. Han-Soo explains that slimes are masters of imitation, and this little guy has been watching them very closely. By hanging out with the girls, the slime managed to mimic human vocal cords just to join the argument. Han-Soo explains that the slime likely imitated Yunha's voice because it has been around her so much lately. Our boy realizes that while environment matters for kids, a slime's ability to mimic surroundings is truly top tier. Even Nabi is impressed by the little blob's evolution, though the slime keeps playfully repeating its favorite insult. Han-Soo realizes he needs to watch his own behavior before the little guy picks up even worse habits. He makes sure everyone understands the lesson, but decides the slime's vocabulary needs a serious upgrade immediately. Yunha suddenly gets a worried look on her face as she remembers their resident trash-tier waiter's current condition. She asks if the environment also caused Baek Kangyuk's transformation, but Han-Soo just shuts that theory down. Turns out, the superstar hunter has been turned into a literal pig because of his own pathetic greed. Han-Soo scolds the oinking thief, telling him he should have left some food for the rest of them. He explains the legend of the forbidden pork, proving that Baek Kangyuk truly brought this nightmare upon himself. Han-Soo tries to offer a bit of comfort, telling our boy he won't be a pig forever. But the catch is he has to repent for days, leaving the trash-tier hunter absolutely dumbfounded and horrified. Even Yuna can't help but burst into laughter, realizing just how ridiculous the superstar looks in this state. Our boy is completely broken, weeping over the fact that his life has devolved into a literal farm animal. His desperate squeals echo through the neighborhood as he realizes the gravity of his gluttonous mistakes. Meanwhile, over at the Isaac branch, the atmosphere is a lot more professional than the diner's chaotic circus. The silver-haired veteran just chills with a coffee while the pig hero sulks on a bench nearby. He casually asks if the little guy wants to take a trip to China for a change of scenery. Turns out he wants to enter him into a pig-fighting festival, which is the ultimate insult to his pride. Fuming with rage, he realizes that nobody takes him seriously anymore now that he's pink and pudgy. The Isaac staff are having a field day, gossiping about a pork company wanting our boy for an ad. They even have the audacity to show him meat diagrams, leaving the former superstar absolutely fuming with rage. Han-Soo strolls up with a coffee, reminding him that being a pig doesn't mean the work stops. Our boy is dumbfounded when he hears he's out of vacation days and must deploy for the next mission. Han-Soo isn't playing around, his eyes sharpening as he prepares to put this lazy hero to work. Suddenly, the tactical squad creeps around the corner, ready to bag their new four-legged recruit. They snatch him up mid-squeal, ignoring his desperate protests about the sheer insanity of the situation. Han-Soo explains that while the branch manager might be fooled, his own eyes see the truth. Using his observation skill, he confirms the pig's physical stats are still top tier, making him a perfect asset. The former rank 92 hero is officially drafted as a meat shield for the upcoming Gate expedition. 2 days pass, and the diner is back to its usual high-stakes atmosphere under the morning sun. Han-Soo and the regulars are mid-meal when the door creaks open, signaling a new arrival. The repatriate warrior walks in with our boy, who's rocking a suit and shades despite his porky predicament. Yuna and the Empress immediately lose it, snapping photos of the most adorable meat shield they've ever seen. While the girls fangirl, the warrior catches Han-Soo up on the latest chaos from the Gate expedition. He admits that despite lacking a proper taunt skill, the former rank 92 hero has a natural talent. Turns out, his new tiny stature and flashy outfit make him the ultimate target for every monster around. He spent the entire raid sprinting for his life, accidentally becoming the world's first elite evasive tanker. The beasts were so mesmerized by the sight that they completely ignored the rest of the raid team. Han-Soo just smirks, knowing exactly why the monsters couldn't resist chasing such a high-tier snack. While the girls treat the transformed hero like a mascot, Han-Soo explains why humans find him so interesting. Monsters, however, see a walking 5-star meal and will chase that delicious scent to the ends of the earth. The silver-haired warrior mentions the transformation only lasts a few days, which is apparently a problem for his bosses. He leans in, wondering if there is a way to keep our boy in this porky state a bit longer. Han-Soo is completely dumbfounded that someone would actually want to extend this humiliating curse for a research project. Turns out, the association scientists want to bottle that monster-baiting scent to revolutionize how they handle gate raids. Han-Soo realizes that people on Earth have a terrifyingly practical way of looking at legendary magical phenomena. He sighs and decides to make an exception, since his old comrade is the one doing the asking. He leans over the counter and whispers the secret method to keeping the thief in his four-legged form. The warrior is left absolutely shaken, realizing the price of keeping the ultimate bait active is steeper than expected. Deep inside the ISAC lab, the top-tier brainiacs are pulling an all-nighter to analyze the latest anomaly. These specialists are absolutely floored by the data, realizing they have stumbled onto something that defies all logic. It turns out the thief is the ultimate monster magnet, luring every trash-tier beast in the vicinity. The researchers are baffled, because even monsters without noses are charging at the porky superstar like crazy. They start spiraling, wondering if it is some high-tech visual design or a hidden super science frequency at work. Despite their fancy titles, they feel like total frauds, because the mechanics behind the lure remain a mystery. With President Ju Hyuk-jin pouring in astronomical funding to replace human tankers, the pressure to deliver is suffocating. They curse the very existence of magic, seeing it as a law-breaking enemy that spits on scientific logic. Realizing their limits, they decide to swallow their pride and seek help from the mages they usually despise. At least the duration issue is handled, as the researcher notes they have already secured a solution. Back at the ISAC Sector A branch, the atmosphere is as heavy as a lead weight. Our boy, the repatriate warrior, is reaching his breaking point while staring into the abyss of exhaustion. He clutches his head in despair, feeling like he simply can't handle another second of this madness. Just then, a pair of polished shoes approaches, signaling the arrival of someone equally burdened. Turns out it's director Lee Jung-hoon, who offers a cigarette as a small peace offering between tired souls. They share a quiet moment as the smoke drifts into the sunset, reflecting their fading patience. The warrior grumbles about how much longer he has to keep up this ridiculous circus act. Lee Jung-hoon looks like he's aged a decade, admitting they're stuck until the mages finally show up. Both men are so stressed they start bonding over their literal hair loss while the world burns. The director can't help but wonder if this desperate, trash-tier plan is truly their only remaining option. The repatriate warrior sighs in defeat, knowing he must follow the master's orders despite how much it stings. Lee Jung-hoon is absolutely losing it, cursing the sheer absurdity and unfairness of their current trash-tier situation. Inside the facility, the roar of a massive crowd echoes as the main event finally begins to unfold. Our boy Kang-yuk struts out as a dapper pig, while the warrior blames him for this humiliating circus. Turns out the only way to break this legendary pig curse is through genuine repentance and total starvation. However, if the victim stays arrogant and keeps getting worshipped on a pedestal, the curse stays locked in. The warrior is reaching his limit, claiming that praising that pig feels like literal filth crawling on him. Even the cold-blooded Empress Ji-hyun is in on it, giving the pampered pig a massage to fuel his ego. Lee Jung-hoon begs the warrior to stay strong, reminding him that his role in this farce is absolutely critical. He doubles down, insisting the warrior is the only one who can pull off this ridiculous, high-stakes plan. Our boy Jung-hoon keeps up the act, praising the pig while the warrior wonders if he can finally quit. The warrior is absolutely done with this circus, feeling like his dignity is being shredded by the second. As the sun sets on this humiliating day, both men agree that this whole situation is a total nightmare. A few days pass at the ISAC headquarters, where the atmosphere is thick with the scent of high-stakes research. A mysterious guest sips her tea calmly, seemingly unfazed by the chaotic energy radiating through the facility. Lee Jung-hoon looks like he hasn't slept in years, as he explains why such a high-ranking hunter was summoned. Turns out this is the rank 13 superstar known as Soul Eater, and she's actually enjoying the assignment. She sets her cup down with a click, ready to get straight to the business of breaking the curse. The key is utilizing the divine power trapped inside that trash-tier pig form instead of just fighting it. She explains that since you can't overpower a god, you have to soothe the curse with pure tact. Soul Eater explains that they can actually extract the pheromone effect as a physical substance for their research. She admits that explaining the theory is one thing, but actually creating it is a whole different beast. With the superstar's help, the lab rats finally manage to isolate the essence of that trash-tier pig. They move on to the next phase, mapping out a high-tech decoy balloon shaped exactly like our boy. The lead researcher is sweating bullets as he prepares to unveil the final result of their sleepless nights. The whole room erupts in cheers once the project is finished, feeling like they've finally conquered a god. It is officially dubbed the decoy balloon, looking just as smug and annoying as the original thief himself. The higher-ups at headquarters are so impressed that they start handing out massive performance bonuses to everyone involved. Everyone except for Baek Kang-yuk, who is absolutely fuming that the source of their research is getting nothing. Min O'Keefe just brushes him off, jokingly wondering when the local livestock started talking back to him. Baek Kang-yuk looks absolutely dumbfounded after realizing that his lazy lifestyle has turned him into a total lard bucket. A few days pass at the diner, while the association works tirelessly to finalize their latest anti-monster gadget. Han-soo inspects the prototype balloon, wondering if this flimsy thing can truly replicate a trash-tier pig's annoying aura. The veteran warrior explains that the device is meant to be a high-tech self-defense tool for the local citizens. Once inflated, the balloon acts as a perfect lure, drawing every bloodthirsty beast away from their human prey. He admits he is genuinely impressed, since the people of Terra usually lack this kind of practical creativity. Hansu realizes that folks back in Terra prefer solving mental exhaustion with more brutal, muscle-brained physical torture instead. The veteran prepares to head out, though Hansu notes that a warrior of his caliber shouldn't need toys. Before he can leave, our boy decides to drop a casual question that catches his friend completely off guard. The seasoned hunter freezes in place when Hansu asks if things are finally getting romantic with the Empress. Hansu leans in, casually asking if things are finally heating up with the association's cold-blooded Empress. Our boy just smiles, mentioning he happened to spot the two of them at a local cafe yesterday. It turns out Hansu was just enjoying a rare afternoon stroll through the city's busy streets. Suddenly, he froze in his tracks after catching a glimpse of two very familiar faces nearby. He watched from a distance as the veteran warrior and Jihyun walked side by side like a regular couple. Even from afar, it was obvious they were both incredibly flustered and struggling to act natural. Hansu couldn't help but smirk, realizing he had stumbled upon a secret worth its weight in gold. The warrior tries to regain his composure while surrounded by the peaceful, flowery atmosphere of the shop. He takes a long, slow sip of his drink, desperately trying to maintain his cool under Hansu's gaze. Adjusting his disguise glasses, he sighs that this coffee simply can't compare to Seungwoo's legendary brews. The veteran warrior asks Jihyun what kind of counseling she could possibly need from a guy like him. Jihyun just blushes, making him wonder if she's planning to quit her desk job for the front lines. He figures those legendary meals from Hansu must have boosted her combat stats to a scary level. When she reveals it's actually about dating, the poor guy nearly chokes on his own breath from shock. He questions why she'd even ask him, since he's clearly not some romance expert from a trash-tier novel. Thinking fast, he suggests that a smooth talker like Kangyuk would be way better at handling love troubles. Jihyun suddenly slams the table, her face turning beet red as she rejects that idea with pure desperation. Her explosive reaction sends a chill down his spine as he starts connecting the dots in his head. He tentatively asks if this whole dating mess is actually centered around that greedy little pig, Kangyuk. The warrior completely loses it, screaming that the whole situation is beyond insane while Jihyun just wilts. Jihyun tries to maintain her composure, claiming she is just looking at the situation from an objective standpoint. She admits that our boy Kangyuk actually has decent looks and maintains a top-tier image for his advertisements. Even his physique is undeniable, as he keeps up a rigorous training routine to stay in peak hunter shape. Surprisingly, he even has a sharp eye for real estate, making him a wealthy catch despite his recent spending. The veteran warrior remains skeptical, knowing that a man's trash-tier personality and conduct are what truly matter. Jihyun acknowledges that the guy is a total menace, yet her blushing face betrays her true feelings. She's convinced he has a cute side, imagining him as a loyal pet that only listens to her commands. Recalling his solo charge into a dangerous gate, she finds his past heroics to be worthy of absolute praise. The silver-haired veteran stares at her in pure disbelief, wondering how she could be so blind to reality. He watches her gush with excitement and realizes the cold-blooded Empress is officially a goner for that pig. Jihyun immediately throws her hand up, trying to shut down whatever trash-tier logic the veteran is about to drop. The silver-haired warrior sighs, deciding to meddle just this once, since her delusions are reaching a breaking point. He decides to be brutally blunt, preparing to explain why her feelings for that guy are actually a problem. Jihyun stands there looking completely dumbfounded as he suggests she is actually suffering from a textbook case of Stockholm Syndrome. He takes her back to that chaotic night when the sirens were wailing and the police had the building surrounded. Back then, a desperate Kangyuk held her at knife point, creating the exact high-stress environment where twisted mental connections form. Even while holding the blade, our boy looked like he was deeply regretting every single life choice he had made. Instead of being a total menace, he surprisingly sliced through her restraints to set her free from the ropes. As the situation reached its end, he even apologized for dragging her into his mess, showing a humane side. Present-day Jihyun turns bright red, desperately trying to convince herself that she only feels a tiny bit of pity. Hansu points out that catching feelings usually starts with these exact kinds of complicated, lingering thoughts. Jihyun tries to follow his advice, forcing herself to slowly process every interaction she had with the thief. She remembers him being a total trash-tier menace, causing chaos and acting like an absolute fire-breathing brat. But then her mind flips to those rare moments where he looked pathetic enough to actually deserve sympathy. The mental tug-of-war is so exhausting that she just wants to smack some sense into his face. Hansu watches as she suffers a total cognitive breakdown, realizing his psychological warfare is working perfectly. Once she finally stops vibrating from the stress, he pivots to a completely different, much more personal question. He wonders why she would even look at a loser when a top-tier hero like Seungwoo is available. Compared to the perfect hero on his throne, the legendary thief looks like a literal bottom-tier squid. Jihyun drops a bombshell, admitting she doesn't even view the perfect hero as a man. leaving Han-soo dumbfounded. Ji-hyun clarifies that she doesn't view the perfect hero as a potential dating partner at all. She explains that his greatness makes him feel more like a god to be worshipped than a man. Han-soo listens to this logic, but he's clearly got some sharp follow-up questions for her. Our boy bluntly roasts her for choosing a trash-tier thief like Kang-yuk over a literal god-tier hero. Shifting back to the present, the weight of that bizarre conversation still hangs heavy in the air. He tries to play it cool while admitting to the veteran warrior that his assumptions were way off. The silver-haired veteran is genuinely surprised that someone as sharp as Han-soo could make such a mistake. Suddenly, the realization of his own pathetic love life hits Han-soo like a total freight train. He spirals into despair, wondering how even a cursed pig has a situationship while he remains eternally single. The veteran watches as our boy crowns himself the president of singles after 40 years of total solitude. The journey moves to the lush landscapes of Gurnia, where a grueling new training arc finally begins. Our boy introduces a massive, blindfolded bull as the first lethal hurdle for his motley crew of students. This beast is a rank B Gorgon, a creature known for being a total powerhouse back on Earth. Its most terrifying weapon is the petrification beam, capable of turning any living thing into stone instantly. Yoonha diligently takes notes as she learns that the monster's own power makes its head heavy and slow. Han-soo explains that understanding these mechanical weaknesses is the only way to survive such a trash-tier matchup. The real motivation is the promise of a legendary stone meat soup once they harvest the necessary ingredients. He leaves the actual supervision to Nabi, trusting the feline master to keep the kids from getting flattened. Suddenly, the Gorgon charges, forcing Yoonha and the blue slime into a desperate, high-stakes game of survival. While they fight for their lives, our boy just kicks back to enjoy some peaceful, well-deserved fishing time. Han-soo realizes money really makes the world go round while admiring the stunning artificial lake he just acquired. He admits that while he's a naturalist, he couldn't refuse a mother's request to keep her daughter safe. Our boy checks out the top-tier cabin Alistair built using sacred tree wood, feeling pretty satisfied with the result. The water is sparkling and the air is fresh, making the entire area feel like a high-rank sanctuary. He kicks back in his chair, fully convinced that he has finally found a slice of paradise on Earth. Suddenly, a dark purple rift begins to tear through the atmosphere on the cliffs overlooking his peaceful spot. A shadowy figure watches from above, feeling his blood boil as his quiet domain is suddenly disturbed. A swarm of weeping specters rises from the dirt, claiming that the land of the dead belongs to them. The Spectre Lord Cassius is absolutely fuming, wondering just what kind of bastard dares to vacation in his territory. Meanwhile, the Association researchers are completely dumbfounded as their monitors start glitching from the massive surge of energy. The blue energy crackles as the experiments on the biological weapon reach a terrifying and volatile fever pitch. Back in his human days, Cassius was a total nutjob obsessed with turning the slime into his ultimate masterpiece. Even when his own creation turned on him, he just laughed, seeing his impending death as a twisted blessing. He didn't just die, he transcended, reviving as the Spectre Lord to rule over a kingdom of the dead. When a dimensional rift finally cracked open, he thought it was his golden ticket to conquer a new world. But then our boy showed up, and his presence alone started turning the Spectre Lord's grand plans into dust. Han-soo's mere existence began purifying the land, forcing life to bloom where only death once reigned. Cassius is absolutely shaking because he can't even fathom the sheer scale of the power gap between them. He searches for any opening, convinced that even a god-tier monster like this must have a fatal flaw. He realizes Han-soo's weakness is his soft heart, especially since he took in the Planet Eater as a pet. Cassius plots to exploit what he perceives as Han-soo's soft spots, specifically targeting the girl and the cat. He watches Yuna and the little slime dodge a charging beast, convinced they are nothing but easy prey. However, the girl isn't helpless, quickly scavenging a sharp shard to turn the tide of the skirmish. With Nabi cheering her on, she humbles the Spectre Lord, proving even the trainees here aren't to be trifled with. Cassius is left completely dumbfounded, as his tactical advantage evaporates in the face of such unexpected competence. Back at the reservoir, the bobber dips, but the one holding the rod has already lost his patience. The empty chair signals that our boy has traded his peaceful hobby for a much more violent necessity. A sudden, suffocating silence grips the undead king, as he realizes his connection to his domain has been severed. Han-soo manifests like a vengeful god, explaining he's already peered into the monster's soul and found it repulsive. Our boy's gaze turns ice cold as he recognizes the trash-tier villain responsible for the suffering in his comrade's past. Cassius panics, desperately trying to shift his form into something our boy might actually hesitate to strike down. It is far too late for tricks as Han-soo brings down a divine pillar of light. Looking down with absolute indifference, our boy tells the monster that any struggle at this point is useless. The Spectre Lord tries to bargain, claiming the souls bound to him will perish if he is deleted. Hansu doesn't even blink, swinging his blade while stating he has zero interest in hearing trash-tier excuses. A blinding explosion of mana erupts, drowning out the villain's final, pathetic screams of agony. In his final moments, the undead king realizes he completely misjudged the terrifying nature of his opponent. Cassius calls Hansu a devil colder than any monster before his consciousness finally flickers out for good. The oppressive darkness shatters, leaving behind nothing but a clear sky and the scent of purified mana. Our boy stands alone in the quiet field, having scrubbed the world clean of another lingering stain. Hansu notes that the spirits freed from the villain will finally find peace and reincarnation through his blade. He smiles, knowing that appearing as a devil to slay another devil is the mark of a true warrior. As the sun sets over the cabin, the air fills with the sound of everyone thanking him for dinner. Today's special is a steaming pot of Gorgon stone meat bone broth, designed to restore their depleted mana. Yunha and Nabi are absolutely floored, praising the deep and rich flavor of the legendary stone meat soup. Even Specimen Zero joins the feast, chirping happily about how the stone meat is the absolute best thing ever. Our boy isn't letting him off easy though, immediately scolding the lazy slime for forgetting his proper table manners. Looking at the pouting creature, Hansu realizes he still has a mountain of life lessons to teach him. He plans to guide the kid through everything from social etiquette to distinguishing between good and evil. Despite his god-tier power, Hansu feels dumbfounded, wondering if a lifelong bachelor can actually handle being a parent. Hansu is caught off guard when a small voice suddenly interrupts his half-hearted attempt at discipline. Yunha steps up as the self-appointed manners expert, insisting that he needs to scold his pets more effectively. She points out that the slime is grossing everyone out by absorbing soup directly through its gooey hands. Our boy is absolutely dumbfounded when he realizes the little glutton even swallowed the spoon he was using. Losing his patience, Hansu decides on a more physical approach and gives the slime's cheek a bite. He warns the teary-eyed creature that any future bad behavior will be met with the exact same punishment. Just as he thinks he's won, Nabi chimes in with her own brand of feline wisdom regarding parenting. The cat calmly explains that using fear and punishment isn't exactly great for a growing kid's mental health. Hansu can't help but blush, realizing he still has a long way to go as a mentor. As the stars come out, the group decides it's finally time to pack up and head back home. The heavy hitters of the ISAC Regional Union gather to discuss the state of the world. A senior official calls for a statement, putting the spotlight on a certain strategic advisor. Cha Go-yoon steps up to the podium, representing the interests of the massive Daemyeon group. She reminds everyone of their heavy donations, though the return on investment is looking pretty grim. The advisor drops a bombshell, revealing that hunter growth in Sector A has hit a brick wall. Lee Jung-hoon feels the heat as she questions why his sector is failing despite having the legendary restaurant. The branch manager can only offer weak excuses while his career flashes before his eyes. He knows the real reason is the lack of bizarre training meals that usually push hunters to their limits. Meanwhile, our boy is off the grid, focusing on training his disciples while the association loses its mind. The advisor demands better results, leaving the stressed director to wonder how he'll ever get Hansu back. Lee Jung-hoon is absolutely dumbfounded when a sudden burst of laughter echoes through the tense meeting room. The source is Chang Lianhong, the Hong Kong branch manager, who finds the director's public scolding hilarious. He smugly suggests that maybe the legendary restaurant everyone keeps hyping up is actually just trash tier and overrated. The director trembles in fury as the man asks if Korean hunters have simply lost their touch lately. Lee Jung-hoon can't believe he's being berated by a guy who used to be a total triad bastard. Turns out, Chang was hired purely for his management skills despite his shady history in the criminal underworld. Lee Jung-hoon hates that he has to rely on criminals who are actually competent at their jobs. Hess even more pissed that the guy looks younger than him despite being older, causing his hair to fall. The director loses it, vowing to call an emergency meeting the second he gets back to his branch. Meanwhile, the sun shines brightly over the diner where our boy is likely cooking up more chaos. The diner's latest special is the Hellfire Stew of the Underworld, kicking off a brutal new food challenge. Hansu is dumbfounded by the sudden crowd, wondering why things have suddenly gotten so loud and chaotic. A massive group of hunters is currently suffering through the spicy ordeal right in the middle of the courtyard. One of the fluffy assistants explains that this whole mess started because of a direct recommendation from the higher-ups. It turns out the association director's recent breakdown triggered a chain reaction of training through the entire hierarchy. Our boy realizes he has been so busy with the kids that he completely neglected these poor, trash-tier hunters. He watches them struggle and decides that as the world's peacekeepers, they deserve at least some basic care. Hansu looks at the challenge sign and starts reconsidering if this torture is actually necessary for them. If they can't even handle the heat, he figures it is probably best to just take the sign down. Even though it is lethal, These dishes are essential for building the poison resistance needed to survive the coming fissures. Han-soo is genuinely dumbfounded when someone actually shouts that they have finished the lethal meal. Two office worker hunters celebrate their survival, while the bear-like assistant watches them in total disbelief. The elite combat hunters are left speechless, wondering how these desk jockeys managed what they could not. Our boy realizes that the crushing stress of a corporate office might actually be the ultimate training. Even the association director is feeling the heat, proving that mental fatigue is a universal struggle. A stunned combat hunter points out the bizarre, dark color of the office workers' sweat. It turns out the spicy dish is literally purging the toxic waste from their overworked bodies. The rest of the trash-tier hunters realize that finishing the dish requires a specific level of internal pressure. Han-soo decides to end the training season right then and there since the goal was met. He promises to return with an even deadlier menu, leaving the frustrated hunters calling him absolutely cruel. The menu board stands empty, signaling the end of a truly traumatic training session for the exhausted hunters. Han-soo muses that while some succeeded, letting the others just copy them would make the trial pointless. He turns his attention back to his kitchen, wondering what kind of nightmare fuel he should cook next. Unfortunately, the fridge is looking pretty pathetic, containing nothing but some sad greens and basic supplies. He makes a quick decision, knowing he needs much better loot to keep pushing his students' limits. Our boy figures it is time to get his hands dirty and hunt for some legendary grade ingredients himself. The narrative shifts back to the continent of Terra, specifically the sprawling and majestic Loftyus Kingdom. Within the Temple of Light, the followers of Gaia maintain their sanctuary amidst the brewing dimensional chaos. Inside the private office, a man of immense power finds himself defeated by the sheer volume of administration. Renato, a legendary warrior and temple head, struggles with the administrative burden of maintaining his holy order. Renato is barely holding it together when a sudden knock at the door completely ruins his focus. A knight rushes in, making Renato wonder if the Demon King's trash-tier remnants are causing trouble again. Turns out it isn't war, but a bizarre new trend, spreading like wildfire among the kingdom's hunters. Our boy is already drowning in paperwork, and really doesn't have time for some trivial hunter gossip. The knight drops a bombshell, claiming these people are actually anti-traditional mealists, threatening their very way of life. Renato is completely dumbfounded, unable to believe that simple food could ever be considered a form of rebellion. These heinous culinary terrorists are actually seasoning their meals and frying them instead of eating the usual garbage. He sits back, realizing the name of their movement sounds suspiciously like something from another world. The knight explains their philosophy is all about eating food from your own homeland by hook or crook. They are flooding the kingdom with rebellious delicacies like pizza and burgers, turning the local culture upside down. Renato wonders if there is a limit to this madness, since the crops here are totally different. The knight panics and reveals the rebels are already harvesting a dangerous earth crop called potatoes. Renato is completely dumbfounded, the mere mention of that yellow crop sending shivers down his spine. These tubers are dangerous because they are delicious in any form but offer zero magical benefits. He realizes a skilled chef from another world must be leading this agricultural revolution with serious conviction. It is getting worse as even the sons of high-ranking nobles are sneaking off to secret meetings. Renato goes quiet, clearly wrestling with a realization that hits a little too close to home. He finally admits to his subordinate that he actually understands why everyone is turning into a culinary traitor. Our boy bluntly states that the food on their continent is actually trash tier and utterly horrible. He remembers Han-soo crying for kimchi, proving even he once hunted for illegal earth ingredients. Renato slams his hand down, fuming that while earthlings are one thing, the nobles of Terra are another. He rants that eating bizarre food is a mandatory duty, yet they are neglecting it for mere taste. Driven by duty, he demands to know the instigator's location, so he can personally make an arrest. The knight nervously explains that reaching the enemy base won't be easy, even for someone of his status. With a bead of sweat rolling down his face, the soldier prepares to reveal the location's name. Meanwhile, our boy is just chilling and stretching, completely unbothered by the chaos he's causing on Terra. He casually strolls toward a massive portal leading straight into the heart of the infamous Great Labyrinth. This place is a nightmare where gates have fused with the world, creating a permanent, massive dungeon. It is a bottomless pit of despair, famous among hunters for being a never-ending spiral into the dark. The deeper you go, the deadlier the beasts become, with even legendary parties barely scratching the surface. Han-soo enters the labyrinth and is immediately dumbfounded by the bizarre sight greeting him. Instead of bloodthirsty monsters, he finds vendors aggressively peddling butter-grilled potatoes to the passing crowds. Turns out the local delicacies include sautéed goblin, which looks surprisingly gourmet for a trash-tier monster. Even the local hunters are just chilling and grabbing some boba while they wander through the stalls. Our boy is totally lost, because this festive atmosphere is nothing like the hellscape he remembers. Curiosity gets the better of him, so he decides to order a drink from a cheerful stall owner. The merchant hands over a rustic wooden mug, claiming it's the best boba in the entire labyrinth. He takes a cautious sip, wondering if the flavors of Terra have actually improved during his absence. His eyes go wide as he realizes the drink is actually delicious, much to the vendor's delight. He starts overthinking the recipe, knowing tapioca is rare here, and wondering what the secret ingredient is. The secret to these chewy pearls turns out to be processed slime, which is surprisingly clever for this place. Our boy asks how he came up with this, and the merchant admits monster ingredients are usually deadly poison. Turns out a mysterious figure named Chef Albert gave him the tip to use slime as a safe alternative. He takes another sip, wondering who this Albert guy is and why the name sounds so familiar. Looking around the bustling food court, it is clear the labyrinth has turned into a legitimate culinary hub. The dishes look high tier, but he realizes most of these stalls are just using cheap shortcuts to save gold. Sitting among the crowd, he notes that while the food is decent, it is mostly just clever business tactics. Even with this boba, he can tell the difference between a professional chef and a lucky amateur. He knows that using actual Terra plants would make the pearls taste way better than this trash-tier slime. Still, he cannot help but smile, realizing that using slime actually has some unique benefits for the texture. Slimes are the ultimate cheat code, because they are easy to farm compared to detoxing Terra's poisonous greens. Even trash-tier monsters like goblins become high-tier delicacies when they are drowned in sweet sugarcane sauce. The local crowd is absolutely hooked, proving that Earth's flavor profile is winning the war for their stomachs. Hansu realizes that harvesting these ingredients is a straight-up felony and a direct attack on local religions. He finds the whole situation hilarious, wondering how far this culinary rebellion is actually going to go. It turns out this mysterious Albert is the mastermind behind this movement to forcefully create actually tasty food. Deep within the labyrinth's third floor, a frantic messenger urgently calls out for the man himself to take action. Albert stops his work, clearly not expecting any visitors while he is busy perfecting his latest underground recipe. He continues stirring his massive pot of stew, which smells nothing like the bland garbage usually served here. Suddenly, a panicked rebel rushes in to warn him that a very suspicious person is snooping around their hideout. Albert panics, wondering if the temple finally tracked them down to shut their operation. The rebel clarifies it is just a guy eating his way through every single stall in the labyrinth. If it were the temple, they would be praying and purging, not enjoying the illegal street food. Our boy Albert is stunned when the scout claims the intruder is actually handsome as fuck. Albert previously warned that high-profile handsome warriors are usually bad news, and Hansu fits perfectly. Realizing he cannot trust his dumbass subordinates, Albert decides to handle this suspicious glutton himself. Meet Albert Bernstein, the leader of the Shinto Fuji Rebellion, who is secretly a massive celebrity. Back on Earth, he is Albert Simnel, a global superstar with 50 million subscribers on YouTube. He built an empire on cats, food, and gaming, becoming the ultimate king of internet broadcasting. While the world loves his graceful looks, his real self is a revolutionary leader cut from different cloth. Deep in the labyrinth, the flickering torches signal that a very private and dangerous conversation is about to start. Our boy Yang Sunjae is absolutely terrified now that his real name and Korean nationality have been exposed. Albert casually mentions that if this intel ever leaked, it would cause a massive headache for everyone involved. Operating on the second floor, the leader keeps things professional by sticking to his local alias, Albert Bernstein. He figures a fake German name adds a layer of prestige that every top-tier revolutionary needs to succeed. Albert admits he actually prefers his superstar identity, nearly causing young Sunjae to die from pure shock. The man desperately begs for silence, knowing his life depends on Albert keeping these secrets buried deep. Elsewhere, Hansu is just vibing with a snack, totally oblivious to the revolutionary leader stalking him. The scouts point out their target, wondering if this gluttonous intruder is really as dangerous as he looks. Albert realizes his suspiciously handsome, a dead giveaway that he's a high-ranking warrior hiding in plain sight. Hansu spots the hooded figure and calls him out by name, leaving the revolutionary leader completely dumbfounded. Our boy claims he's a massive fan who could recognize that voice anywhere, making Albert sweat absolute buckets. He explains that while browsing the stalls, he felt the unmistakable touch of a professional businessman nearby. Turns out, Hansu recognized the specific quality of the street food as Albert's own high-tier handiwork. Terrified of exposure, the superstar chef begs Hansu to keep his secret identity as Simnel buried deep. He knows that if his double life leaks back to Earth, his reputation will be utterly trashed forever. Hansu just gives him a sly look, clearly enjoying the leverage he now holds over the man. He casually mentions that all this sweet food is starting to make his stomach feel a bit uneasy. Desperate to close the deal, Albert produces a legendary can of cola as the ultimate peace offering. Hansu is stunned to see such a rare treasure, while Albert pleads for his silence with the bribe. Our boy cracks open the legendary soda, the crisp hiss of the can signaling a temporary truce between them. Hansu chuckles and agrees to stay quiet, enjoying how easily he can manipulate the panicked superstar chef. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Hansu claims he has the perfect plan for their next move. They arrive at a sturdy stone tavern, a place where the atmosphere is thick with history and secrets. A polite feline waiter approaches their table, looking incredibly professional in his tiny red vest and bow tie. Albert notes that this area is crawling with former warriors and rare creatures just trying to make a living. Watching the cats haul heavy carts proves they are the real backbone of this entire labyrinth business operation. When asked for a recommendation, the cat mentions that mushrooms are currently the best thing on the menu. Hearing that it is mushroom season sends Hansu down a dark memory lane of his early leveling days. Hansu recalls being a weakling chased by giant fungi, though Albert thinks missing those death-defying days is insane. Hansu casually orders the grilled mushrooms, while his companion watches him with a wary, suspicious gaze. Our boy looks back, wondering why the mood suddenly shifted into something much more tense and awkward. Yang Sunjae starts sweating bullets, terrified that his hidden weakness has finally been exposed to a potential blackmailer. Hansu just leans in with a trash-tier villainous smirk, teasing the poor guy about his secret identity. Completely dumbfounded, Yang Sunjae offers up the cursed Baek Kangyuk as a bribe, begging for mercy. Realizing the joke went too far, Hansu gets serious and clasps his hands to discuss actual business. He proposes a mutual trade of food ingredients, leaving his companion completely baffled by the sudden request. Hansu explains that he needs a steady supply of local goods to keep his diner running smoothly. If he hunted himself, he would wreck the entire ecosystem, so relying on others is just being efficient. In exchange for the goods, he promises to provide some very lucrative conveniences that the man cannot ignore. Hansu casually asks if he wants the temple's relentless attacks to finally come to an end. Yang Sunjae starts sweating bullets, realizing just how much they've done to get on the church's bad side. They've been illegally harvesting crops and selling forbidden recipes, making a fortune while breaking every local law. If the temple's elite knights ever decide to raid them, even former warriors would struggle to survive. Still feeling skeptical, Yang Sunjae wonders if this entire proposal is nothing more than a dangerous trap. He figures that only an idiot would believe a deal this perfect doesn't have a hidden catch. Hansu just gives him a trash-tier smirk, pointing out that he doesn't exactly have the luxury to refuse. The poor guy is left seething, realizing he's been backed into a corner by a master negotiator. He shouts that this is blatant blackmail, but our boy simply calls it a mutually beneficial business arrangement. Far above the chaos, the Temple of Light stands tall, completely oblivious to the shady deal happening nearby. Hansu wraps up his explanation with a laugh, trying to play off the shady deal he just brokered. Yang Sunjae just stares in silence, wondering if our boy has finally lost his mind or just his ethics. Suddenly, Renato explodes in a fit of rage, calling the entire plan a complete abomination to the heavens. His scream is so intense it literally echoes through the halls of the massive Temple of Light. He slams his desk in disbelief, questioning why they would ever sign a non-aggression pact with a bunch of rebels. Hansu just waves his hands, telling the high priest to pipe down and listen to the logic. He explains that a full-scale war would only leave both the Holy Knights and the Labyrinth warriors in graves. Renato finally calms his temper, realizing that protecting the kingdom from further bloodshed is his top priority. Leaning in, Hansu points out that the real problem isn't the rebels, but the greedy nobles pulling strings. He argues that since the warriors are technically outsiders, the temple can simply choose to look the other way. Hansu explains that while the rebels are manageable, the greedy nobles are a completely different tier of headache. Renato snaps back that these Shinto Fuji rebels are just as much of a nuisance for the temple's holy authority. Our boy just chuckles, and agrees that both sides are dealing with the exact same brand of culinary chaos. He suggests a formal sit-down between leaders, though Renato doubts the rebel chief would ever leave his safe zone. Hansu flashes a confident grin and claims he knows the perfect magic word to lure the man out. It turns out that secret password is none other than the legendary name of Albert Simnel. He clarifies that using this specific alias is the only way to get the superstar chef to actually cooperate. Before long, both factions meet in a neutral forest clearing to finally hammer out a peace treaty. The rebels agree to cut off the trash-tier nobles from their supply, effectively starving out the corrupt elite's influence. In exchange, Renato and his knights promise to let the food stalls operate freely within the labyrinth's borders. The treaty is finally inked, covering everything from night patrols to mandatory lessons on Terra's bizarre food culture. Back at the diner, the morning sun signals a fresh start after all that political headache. Our boy gets straight to work, firing up the stove to let a special stone pot simmer. Hansu feels pretty satisfied with the deal, mostly because it secured him some top-tier ingredients. He mentions snagging some rare soybean flour before finally cracking open the lid to check the progress. It's a perfect batch of pine mushroom rice, utilizing monster-grade fungi he managed to source from Albert. Just then, Ji-hyun and O'Keefe wander in, their senses immediately hijacked by the intoxicating scent of the mushrooms. They look like they've seen heaven, practically begging for a bowl of the freshly steamed masterpiece. But they're left totally dumbfounded when Han-soo casually reveals this batch is strictly reserved for the kids. He explains the mushroom's belly won't do them any good, offering a separate, high-potency version tailored for hunters. Min O'Keefe and Hwang Ji-hyun are completely lost, wondering what kind of nightmare mushroom actually possesses a human-like belly. Our boy just chuckles, telling them they really should have expected this kind of madness from him by now. Looking at the ominous purple steam, Ji-hyun realizes this meal will taste nothing like the pine mushrooms she loves. Turns out, these are pine mushroom monsters, sentient fungi from Terra that can grow up to 10 meters tall. These things aren't just plants. They actually box, throwing hands with anyone brave enough to enter their cave. They are smart enough to guard their caps, knowing one solid hit to their weakness is a total game over. Despite having stubby little legs, they can shuffle with enough speed to catch even seasoned hunters off guard. A single punch packs enough weight to send a massive ogre flying through the air like absolute trash. Their only catch is a 10-minute battery life since they rely entirely on photosynthesis to keep the engine running. While the taste is legendary, the bitter head and spicy fists make Ji-hyun panic over the incoming flavor. Ji-hyun frantically argues that kids won't even appreciate the flavor, so the mushrooms would be happier being eaten by her. Han-soo thoughtfully agrees, noting that the bizarre texture usually makes this ingredient a total hit or miss for children. Our boy decides to stir-fry the mushrooms with beef, hoping the meat will trick the kids into eating half. When the bowls are served, the ominous purple steam leaves Ji-hyun and O'Keefe looking absolutely dumbfounded and terrified. They end up completely slumped over in their seats, feeling pure jealousy toward the kids who got the beef version. The next morning brings clear skies and a fresh start for the diner's next wave of culinary madness. A group of tactical soldiers gathers outside to check the new sign for the third season of the challenge. They laugh about how trashed the last season was, especially the legendary bathroom trips that followed the next day. Since the suburbs are still crawling with dangerous gates, this diner is their only safe bet for a mushroom fix. The men debate if eating the mushroom's fists will actually grant them strength, or if it's just another lethal prank. The silver-haired veteran stands outside, wondering if he should aim for the mushroom heads to maximize his gains. Ji-hyun joins him, questioning if the legendary effects of this trash-tier-looking menu are actually for real. She wonders if it is just a temporary doping effect like the overpriced potions sold by the association. The warrior corrects her, explaining that our boy's cooking offers permanent stat growth that puts potions to shame. As they head inside, Han-soo watches the line of hungry hunters grow, knowing the chaos has just begun. Nearby, a young student hunter overhears the conversation and starts plotting his own path to peak performance. He tells Yoon-hyung that this is the perfect chance to finally get smarter and fix his low-tier intelligence. He is convinced that eating the right parts will turn him into a genius overnight, his eyes sparkling. Yoon-hyung just stares at him, completely dumbfounded by how someone could be this delusional about a simple meal. Ignoring her judgment, the boy bursts through the doors and demands a mountain of grilled mushroom heads immediately. Our boy is actually taken aback by the massive mountain of mushrooms this kid is demanding. The brat brags about his grades, claiming he is only buying this for a certain first-order idiot. Yoon-hyung immediately snaps and delivers a heavy-handed correction to the loudmouth student for his blatant disrespect. Her rage makes sense once you see her report card, proving she is definitely struggling with those midterms. The atmosphere at the diner shifts as the first stage of this bizarre culinary challenge officially kicks off. With a steady hand, the chef prepares to serve the dish that everyone has been waiting for. He presents the grilled mushroom fist, looking far more appetizing than any monster part has a right to. The crowd of hunters gathers around, completely dumbfounded by the incredible aroma coming from the simple plate. One brave soul reaches out with his chopsticks, eager to see if the rumors of stat growth are true. The moment he tastes it, the sheer quality of the cooking nearly blows his mind right then and there. The office worker is shocked to find that while the dish is spicy, it makes him feel incredibly energized. The surrounding crowd is completely dumbfounded, wondering if the boss has finally decided to be generous with his portions. Hwang Ji-hyun leans in with intense curiosity, asking the veteran if the meal truly possesses stat-raising effects. Using his specialized observation skill, the seasoned warrior confirms that the food is indeed the real deal. As mana begins imbuing itself into the man's muscles, Ji-hyun realizes these results are worthy of a high-level report. Even with the success, the veteran hunter senses something is off about our boy's unusually secretive behavior today. He realizes the dish looks perfect, yet the actual preparation of the monster part remains a total mystery. Usually, Han-soo performs for his customers, but this time he purposefully kept the cooking process hidden from view. It seems he is utilizing the ancient principle of homeopathy, where eating a specific organ heals that same part. This logic is common practice back in Terra, where the laws of magic often override any sense of modern science. Terra's take on homeopathy is way more direct than anything you would find in a local pharmacy. If a warrior eats the fists of a pine mushroom monster, they literally inherit its nuclear punch ability. This research led to the grilled mushroom fist, though the preparation method is beyond trash-tier logic. Flashback to last night. Our boy was busy in the kitchen while the rest of the world slept. Hansu explains that these monsters are brimming with fighting spirit as he begins the delicate prep work. He brings the blade down with precision, knowing exactly how much force is needed for this specific ingredient. Nabi and Yuna are completely dumbfounded when the sliced pieces start wriggling around like they are still alive. It turns out these mushroom slabs move just like fresh fish fillets, much to the kid's absolute horror. Things get even weirder when he breaks out the blowtorch to apply some serious heat to the meat. The slices actually start brawling with each other, but Hansu calmly assures them this chaos is normal. The mushrooms actually cook themselves by brawling, ensuring every side gets hit by the heat through their violent movements. While Nabi finds the lively ingredients amusing, Yuna and Specimen Zero are absolutely terrified by the wriggling mushroom slabs. Hansu just laughs it off as a cultural difference, comparing the moving mushrooms to live octopus delicacies. Our boy realizes he needs to keep the prep work hidden, especially with the sharp-eyed veteran watching him suspiciously. He finally managed to make monster meat look appetizing enough for the office workers to dig in without hesitation. He watches them closely, knowing that keeping the fighting nature of the food a secret is key to success. The plan is to have them eat different parts through a multi-stage challenge to maximize their stat gains. Later that evening, the kids and the slime enjoy some peace outside while the customers suffer through the trial. One hunter finally hits his limit, slamming his chopsticks down as the intense flavor becomes far too much. They realize the mushroom's lingering taste is a total nightmare, proving even high-tier ingredients have a heavy price. The various parts of the monster mushroom look absolutely repulsive to anyone not used to Terra's bizarre cuisine. The poor office workers are completely dumbfounded by how the flavor profile shifts with every single bite they take. Our boy just hums a tune, secretly amused that they fell for his trap disguised as a generous meal. Someone suddenly calls out to him, catching his attention just as he was enjoying the sight of their suffering. Turns out the veteran hunter cleared his entire plate, leaving the high-ranking official completely shell-shocked by his endurance. Hansu admits that while he expected a decent performance, this guy actually managed to exceed his expectations. He explains that this course is actually a complex code that requires perfect synchronization with one's own mana. If a hunter chooses the wrong piece, the flavor turns into a literal bomb of concentrated, horrid filth. Since the veteran has elite detection abilities, he can sense exactly which parts his body will reject beforehand. Our boy decides to keep the mushroom menu active, knowing this lethal training is exactly what they need. The tactical hunters look like they've seen hell, but Hansu knows even a few bites boost their stats. With the diner's rush finally over, our boy can finally relax and focus on his own life. Yuna, Nabi, and the little slime are just vibing in the park, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Hansu suggests a movie night, and the kids are absolutely hyped to finally get some downtime. A few days pass in the city, but not everyone is having as much fun as our boy. High above the streets, a frustrated guard is reaching his breaking point with his current assignment. He misses the easy days of guarding Yuna, realizing that life under the president is a total nightmare. Turns out the president is a master at overworking his staff, leaving this poor guy completely drained. He stares down at the endless traffic, wondering if this mind-numbing stakeout will ever actually end. He spots a specific truck driver and swears to end the man once he finally catches him. The guard is at his limit, his body aching from the soul-crushing weight of his job. He looks out at the neon lights, deciding that a good meal is his only salvation tonight. He makes his way to the diner, hoping for a moment of peace away from the president. Pushing the door open, he expects a warm welcome but finds something far more sinister. He freezes when he spots a colleague, wondering why the man looks so completely unhinged. The entire room is filled with hunters chanting about mushrooms like they've joined some trash-tier cult. Their screams for mushroom fists echo through the night, making the whole building shake with madness. One guy shoves a plate forward, practically begging him to try the mushroom heads. Another hunter is sniffing the mushroom feet with a look of pure, drug-like addiction on his face. Our boy realizes the atmosphere has gone totally off the rails since his last visit. The veteran hunter stares at the menu, trying to make sense of the chaotic energy filling the room. Suddenly, the little blue slime pops up with the menu, shocking him by actually speaking for the first time. He notices the creature eyeing a basket of candy left by the little girl as a reward for being helpful. Without a second thought, the slime starts munching away, clearly enjoying the sweet prize it worked so hard for. Seeing the little guy so happy makes our boy crack a rare smile, finding some warmth in this madness. But the peace is short-lived when the slime suddenly asks if he is ready to take the next challenge. He looks at the poster for a bizarre mushroom trial, realizing the slime has picked up some weird habits. Instead of running, he thinks this trash tier challenge actually sounds like a fun way to test his veteran limits. He goes all in, demanding the toughest mushroom fist dishes for every single stage of the grueling food trial. Even with his years of experience, he feels a drop of sweat as he prepares for the upcoming meal. Our boy Seo Taiji watches Hansu work, wondering if the legendary hero could solve all his problems. He realizes that with a powerhouse like that, any mission would basically be a walk in the park. However, he remembers the president strictly forbade him from seeking outside help, forcing him to stay solo. The president compared the hero to a magic lamp that vanishes forever once its limited wishes are spent. A sharp sound echoes through the kitchen as Hansu expertly preps the next stage of the trial. Hansu serves up the grilled mushroom fists, while Taiji reminds himself not to bother a legend. Stealing his nerves, our boy picks up his chopsticks to face the trash tier challenge head-on. Time passes in the quiet diner as the weight of the spicy mushroom trial begins to take its toll. Turns out the third stage is a total nightmare, leaving the veteran hunter foaming at the mouth. Hansu cheerfully asks for feedback, but Taiji is just too dumbfounded by the intensity to speak. Taiji reflects on how the first two courses were manageable, but this final dish feels entirely different. Looking at the dark, steamed mushrooms, he wonders why such a small portion feels so incredibly threatening. Taking the first bite, the veteran immediately understands why every other hunter has failed this trash tier trial. By the second mouthful, he genuinely fears for his life while Hansu explains that fear proves his worth. Wiping his face, our boy admits he has heard that facing fear is the only way to win. He knows the theory of a warrior braving the dark, but actually doing it is a different story. Hansu just smiles and assures him that his current mindset is already more than enough to succeed. Taiji is left dumbfounded when the chef confidently predicts he will breeze through his upcoming work without issues. A cold sweat breaks out as he realizes this legendary chef is not just talking about the food. It hits him like a truck that Hansu somehow knows exactly what secret mission he is on. Taiji clutches his head in despair, wondering if he should just swallow his pride and ask for help. He quickly shakes off the thought, deciding to handle his own business before bowing and thanking the chef. Hansu watches him with a knowing smile, clearly satisfied with the veteran's sudden burst of resolve. Just as the warrior turns to leave, Hansu stops him, claiming he has a special gift to share. He presents a pair of handmade mittens from little Yunha, noting that the weather has been getting quite chilly. Our boy is nearly moved to tears by the kid's kindness, clutching the warm gift like a precious treasure. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as Hansu pulls out a suspicious-looking pouch radiating a dark, ominous energy. Despite the creepy aura, the chef promises it will be useful, flashing a smile that feels surprisingly genuine. The diner door clicks shut, leaving the quiet night air to settle over the mysterious establishment. Stepping into the dark, Taiji feels a new sense of purpose, hoping today is finally the day he succeeds. A sudden burst of mana signals the start of our boy's hunt for the city's deadliest urban legend. Taiji pushes his limits, swearing that no one else will fall victim to the infamous dimensional truck today. Meanwhile, a healthy man strolls through downtown, completely unaware of the horror story lurking in the dark. The legend says this predator jumps its prey without warning, vanishing into thin air without leaving a trace. Suddenly, the blinding headlights of Truck Kun roar to life, ready to send another unsuspecting soul to Terra. Hidden away in Sector A, the massive vehicle idles quietly as it prepares for its next scheduled delivery. Inside the cab, the driver realizes he only needs 2 more successful hits to finally complete his mission. Andrew sighs from the soul, exhausted after a decade of work and desperate to finally return home. It has been 10 long years, but he believes his term is almost up and his freedom is near. He recalls his days as a low-ranking priest, hoping these outstanding deliveries will finally earn him a promotion. Truck Kun sits idle under the bridge, but the driver is far from ready for another shift. Andrew breaks down in the cab, sobbing about how much he just wants to go back home. Our boy is completely homesick, weeping like a child as he misses his mother and old life. Suddenly, a strange golden scent wafts through the air, snapping the driver out of his misery. Before he can react, the massive vehicle is jolted by an unexpected and violent force. A powerful hand grips the frame, refusing to let the interdimensional delivery service slip away again. Turns out, a hunter named Taiji has been waiting, using his superhuman strength to pin it down. He grits his teeth, determined to finally end this urban legend and stop the driver here. With a roar of pure effort, he pours every ounce of his mana into one final heave. The legendary Truck Kun is sent flying, crashing into the water as the hunter secures his target. Taiji gasps for air, his body reaching its limit after tossing that massive hunk of metal into the reservoir. Suddenly, he hears a condescending click of a tongue and realizes he isn't alone in the dark. Our boy Andrew strolls out of the shadows, complaining that even an old model truck deserved better treatment. He casually brushes himself off, genuinely mourning the loss of a vehicle that still had plenty of miles left. Taiji is absolutely dumbfounded, asking if this trash-tier driver really thinks his truck is the biggest problem right now. Andrew just smirks, confidently stating that he can vanish whenever he feels like it, leaving the hunter behind. Taiji isn't having any of it, gritting his teeth as he prepares to unleash his true combat gear. Light erupts as he suits up, vowing to finally arrest this legendary hit-and-run offender once and for all. Andrew remains annoyingly calm, claiming he was merely a humble worker following the orders of the Terra priesthood. He narrows his eyes, finally connecting the dots that this persistent hunter has been tailing him for days. Taiji senses a familiar scent of home, realizing the driver is carrying a glowing artifact from Terra. Andrew warns that if the hunter keeps interfering, he'll be forced to use his true, lethal skills. Our boy Andrew suddenly sheds his disguise, tossing his mechanic's jumpsuit aside like it's total trash. He prepares for war, tightening his gear as his muscles ripple with a power he's been hiding. Taiji stands there dumbfounded, finally connecting the dots as he sees the sacred markings on the driver. This isn't just a driver, but a Muyesung, a legendary monk who specializes in divine close-quarters combat. Andrew glares with newfound intensity, mocking the hunter's confidence before the real beatdown begins. He shifts into a combat stance, vowing to make the persistent hunter regret ever crossing his path. These monks are cut from a different cloth, using forbidden techniques to channel god-tier energy through their bodies. With divine power literally carved into their skin, these warriors are the ultimate nightmare for any ordinary hunter. Andrew channels divine spells to buff himself, turning his body into a holy wrecking ball. He combines these spells with martial arts forged in blood, ready to end this trash-tier dispute. The sounds of their brutal exchange echo through the night as the real fight finally kicks off. Our boy Andrew and Taiji trade blows at blinding speeds, neither side willing to give an inch. Taiji grits his teeth, realizing his opponent's strength is far beyond what any normal driver should possess. Andrew effortlessly tracks every movement, his eyes cold as he prepares to punish the hunter's arrogance. He launches a counterstrike with enough force to shatter bone, proving these monks are truly built different. Taiji is left dumbfounded, his instincts screaming that he won't be able to dodge this incoming disaster. A massive impact sends shockwaves through the air as the monk's fist finally connects with the hunter. Andrew remains unfazed, his expression showing that this beatdown is just another day at the office. Taiji skids across the asphalt, his body reeling from the sheer weight of that last impact. He gasps for air, his lungs burning as he tries to process the monster standing before him. Andrew just watches him with a bored expression, noting that the hunter is being surprisingly persistent. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but our boy realizes his opponent is leagues above his level. If it weren't for his high-tier enchanted armor, he'd be nothing more than a stain on the road. Despite the shame of relying on gear, he knows he just needs to stall for reinforcements. Andrew catches on to the plan, finding it troublesome that this muscle brain is actually using his head. He recalls how Taiji used superhuman strength to toss that massive truck like it was a toy. The monk realizes that every hit he landed earlier was being offset by that hidden physical ability. Taiji clenches his fist, focusing his mana to prove he's not done with this fight just yet. Andrew decides he has wasted enough time and prepares to end the entire confrontation with a single, decisive strike. Taiji freezes in place the moment he hears the monk invoke the name of the goddess Gaia. As the cross on Andrew's back begins to glow, our boy realizes he is facing a truly forbidden power. He desperately tells himself to move and dodge, but his instincts are screaming that it is already too late. The pressure radiating from the monk is so intense that Taiji finds his entire body has become completely unresponsive. This terrifying paralysis reminds him of the time he ate those lethal steamed mushrooms from Hansu's diner. Andrew roars that this is the end, channeling a massive amount of divine energy into his final approach. He unleashes the wrath of the mother goddess, instantly penetrating our boy's defenses and inflicting him with absolute fear. Everything starts to fade as Taiji realizes his enchanted armor is useless against a strike of this magnitude. A massive shockwave ripples through the city air, signaling the conclusion of their lopsided battle. Taiji slumps against the wall, his lungs burning as he realizes his trash-tier defense couldn't stop that divine strike. Andrew stands over him, admitting that he went a bit overboard and drained too much of his precious power. Realizing the commotion will draw unwanted eyes, the monk decides it's time to make a quick getaway. He vanishes into the night, leaving our boy broken and unconscious on the cold pavement of the city. Suddenly, Taiji's eyes snap open as he senses someone approaching his battered body from the shadows. It turns out Yoon Yoonhyung was lurking nearby, admitting she watched the whole beatdown without actually stepping in. She introduces herself as a top-tier hunter from Isaac and demands to know who this bloody mess is. As her companion joins her, They check on the fallen warrior to see if he's still among the living. They find his identification, confirming that he's a professional bodyguard working for the powerful Daemyeong group. While Yoonhyung is dumbfounded by the discovery, the student hunter helps her confirm that this is indeed Taeji. Yoonhyung realizes they need to squeeze the truth out of him regarding that mysterious truck driver. Looking at the bloody mess on the floor, she decides they have no choice but to wait for him. The student hunter notes that the attacker's speed was insane, making a pursuit nearly impossible for them. Suddenly, a faint smirk creeps across our boy's battered face despite the blood pooling in his mouth. Both hunters are caught off guard when the supposedly unconscious bodyguard begins to stir and reach for something. He fumbles through his suit, his movements sluggish but deliberate as he searches for his hidden trump card. Yoonhyung's eyes light up as she realizes the fallen warrior might have been one step ahead all along. Turns out Taeji managed to plant a tracker on the monk, proving he isn't just some trash-tier meat shield. During the heat of battle, the divine pressure of the goddess's wrath had initially frozen him in pure terror. However, the sheer trauma of the chef's lethal mushroom cooking was so intense it actually broke the spell. Taeji realizes that winning this fight is impossible, so he decides to play the long game instead. Rather than wasting energy on a futile defense, he braces himself to take the monk's devastating blow. In that split second of contact, he manages to secretly plant a tracker on the powerful attacker. As the night settles over the city, the silent signal begins its work from the shadows. Andrew sprints away into the darkness, completely unaware that his every move is now being monitored. The micro-tracker pulses with light, firmly attached to the unsuspecting monk's back as he flees the scene. Back at the site, the device screen flickers to life, showing a precise red dot moving through the streets. Yoonhyung and the student hunter stare at the map, realizing they finally have a lead on their target. She can't help but smirk, impressed that the battered bodyguard actually pulled off such a high IQ move. With the mission accomplished, Taeji finally lets himself drift into unconsciousness, knowing he did his job. Taeji lies there dazed, realizing that throwing the first punch might actually land him in some legal trouble. The student hunter steps up, handing over the gear needed to finish this chase once and for all. Yoonhyung catches her blade with a sharp click, ready to show why she is a top-tier hunter. Known as the Black Hawk, she prepares to hunt down the monk who dared to cause this mess. High above the city, a mysterious figure watches the unfolding drama from the edge of a rooftop. Our boy Hansu is just chilling with some popcorn, enjoying the show like it is a blockbuster. He knows that using forbidden skills comes with a heavy price, especially when divine power is involved. Andrew is absolutely gassed, stumbling through the back alleys as his stamina hits rock bottom. The fight with Taeji took way more out of him than he expected, leaving him completely vulnerable. With Yoonhyung closing the gap at high speed, the monk's time on the run is officially over. Hansu stares over the city, reflecting on the countless times he replayed this moment since his return. He admits he spent years dreaming of finally ending the monk with his own two hands. The memory of being sent to Terra 40 years ago is still a fresh, burning scar in his mind. He can still see that devilish smile on Andrew's face as he sat behind the wheel that day. During those 4 decades of hell, he lost count of how many times he killed that bastard mentally. Turns out the guy is a repeat offender who forcibly sent over 100 people to that nightmare world. However, our boy knows the real villains are the gods of Terra, who pulled the strings from the start. While the people of Earth handle the monk's punishment, he decides to hunt down the masterminds behind it all. A massive surge of blue mana swirls into a dimensional rift, signaling the start of a new war. Hansu smiles at the portal, warning those trash-tier gods to be ready for what is coming their way. The residence of the trash-tier gods of Terra, Olympus, looms grandly above the golden clouds. While the rulers of the sea and underworld stay away, every other divine parasite calls this place home. Our boy stares at the familiar architecture, realizing his long-awaited return to this den of snakes is finally happening. He briefly wondered if he was overreacting, but standing here makes the old rage boil over once again. The memories of their insults, scams, and constant belittlement during his warrior days hit him like a physical blow. Clenching his fist, he decides that letting these frauds slide isn't an option. Today, they finally pay the bill. Deep inside the palace, the high gods sit comfortably on their thrones, completely unaware that their nightmare has arrived. They look absolutely dumbfounded as the doors fly open, unable to believe a mere human reached their sacred domain. The gods mistake him for the other hero, but Hansu just calmly asks if they have been well. An arrogant god steps forward to crush the intruder, but our boy isn't even flinching at the divine pressure. Ares gets right in Hansu's face, screaming about how a lowly warrior dares to enter their home. Our boy just lets out a chilling smirk, clearly unbothered by the trash-tier god's pathetic display of power. Ares is left dumbfounded by the lack of fear, realizing his divine pressure isn't doing a single thing. Hansu tightens his grip on a rolled-up document, treating it more like a club than simple paper. He decides that a thorough beating is the only language these arrogant frauds will actually understand. Meanwhile, high atop Olympus, the Grand Temple stands as a silent witness to the growing divine panic. The high gods gather for an emergency meeting, their usual arrogance replaced by a sense of impending doom. Athena lets out a weary sigh, knowing her fellow deities have finally pushed their luck too far. She brings up the ultimatum from the other hero, warning them that their time is officially up. Every single isekai truck must be recalled from Earth today, or the gods will face total annihilation. Ares slams the table in a fit of rage, finding the entire situation absolutely ludicrous. He fumes at the idea of gods backing down just because a mere warrior threatened them. Athena isn't having it, and tells him it's worthless listening to a fool who lost his divinity. Ares shakes with pure humiliation, still nursing the nasty black eye our boy gave him earlier. Zeus lets out a heavy sigh, begging the hot-headed god to stop picking fights during this crisis. He turns to Athena, asking her to calculate exactly how much divine power they'll lose from this. She explains that Earth warriors are top tier, requiring triple the recruits from other worlds to compensate. Fortunately, she's already scouted some trash-tier dimensions filled with orcs and monsters to fill the gap. However, fulfilling the hero's second condition of returning everyone currently on Terra is a total nightmare. Athena shoots a deadly glare at Zeus, reminding him he's the one who ignored her warnings before. Zeus is practically shriveling up on his throne, realizing that sending every Earth warrior back is way too expensive. Athena slams her hand down, insisting they use this mess to finally fix Terra's broken religious system. She argues that revamping their faith is the only way to stabilize their dwindling supply of divine power. She glances over at the supposed mother goddess, who's currently shaking like a leaf under the pressure. Turns out, this blonde beauty isn't the real deal. She's actually just a minor flower goddess named Flora. In this world, divine power is basically godly cash, and it's all fueled by the belief of puny humans. Since everyone on Terra worships Gaia, the gods needed a face to keep the power flowing into their pockets. Because the original Gaia kicked the bucket ages ago, they've been using Flora as a literal puppet stand-in. Zeus just scoffs, telling her that changing a whole religion takes years and they need a quick fix now. Athena can only sigh in frustration, forced to swallow her pride while the boss demands the impossible. Athena is fuming, demanding to know what the big boss plans to do about the treasure our boy swiped. Zeus is absolutely losing it, wondering why of all things, that specific item had to be taken from them. She keeps laying into him, asking what he was thinking when he made such a reckless promise to Hansu. Meanwhile, back at a quiet cabin in Gurnia, things are looking a lot more peaceful for our protagonist. Hansu is grinning because he managed to snag nectar, a legendary 6-star mead brewed from the World Tree. He admits he was just trying to rattle the gods a bit, but he ended up getting incredibly lucky. Turns out, he spotted Hermes trying to sneak away with the goods during the chaos and intercepted the messenger. Since Zeus previously lied about being out of rewards, he couldn't even complain when Hansu claimed his prize. Now, our boy decides it's finally time to see if this divine drink actually lives up to the hype. He takes a massive gulp, eager to feel the raw power of the gods flowing through his system. Hansu takes a sip and is immediately dumbfounded by the sheer quality of the divine brew. Our boy realizes it tastes exactly like the purest honey he's ever had in his life. While most mead is ranked by sweetness, this legendary nectar exists in a tier of its own. Suddenly, he feels a massive surge of life force revitalizing every single cell in his body. He notes that for someone with divine status, the effects are nothing short of miraculous. However, his expression darkens as he realizes this stuff is far too dangerous for any ordinary human. If a trash-tier hunter tried this, their body would literally explode from the overwhelming mana pressure. It's a total dilemma since only a god-tier vessel can survive drinking what turns men into gods. Since Hes the only one who can handle it, he decides to pour himself just one more cup. As night falls, Min O'Keefe finally tracks down the cabin, unaware of the divine party happening inside. Min O'Keefe is stoked because he finished his shift early and is craving a legendary meal from the master. He reaches the spot only to find a closed sign, which is weird since the lights are clearly on. Our boy decides to let himself in anyway, wondering why the place is locked up during peak dinner hours. Hansu turns around with a flushed face, looking like he has been having way too much fun tonight. He welcomes the hunter while holding a massive mug, surrounded by a feast that would satisfy any god. Min O'Keefe starts sweating, immediately picking up on the chaotic energy radiating from the legendary gladiator. Despite the obvious hiccups and spinning eyes, Hansu insists he is perfectly sober and feeling just fine. The poor hunter is left dumbfounded, realizing his boss is absolutely hammered on some dangerous divine-tier nectar. Outside the quiet cabin, the sunset paints a peaceful picture that hides the drunken madness unfolding within. Even Specimen Zero has reached its limit, looking like a bloated balloon after devouring a mountain of food. Yoonha pets the slime while wondering why her usual uncle is acting so strange and flushed tonight. Ju Hyukjin tries to play it cool, telling his daughter there is absolutely nothing to worry about. He chalks the whole scene up to simple drunken behavior, despite his own internal panic starting to rise. Sitting at the massive feast, the powerful president can only sigh at his ridiculous and unexpected current predicament. He realizes just how bad this looks, sweating as he contemplates the absolute chaos back at headquarters. It turns out Han-soo snatched him right from his office, insisting a father belongs with his child. The sudden realization of his second kidnapping hits him hard, leaving the elite leader completely and utterly stunned. Little Yoonha feels the awkward tension and shyly clutches her slime friend, hoping her dad isn't too upset. Hyukjin eventually closes his eyes and decides that fighting against a literal god-tier gladiator is just a waste. As the sun sets, he resolves to treat this forced family reunion as a much-needed vacation instead. Deep in the lake, Nabi notices the water has turned sparkly and the fish are acting totally dazed. Our feline friend spots a glowing vase leaking mana and sighs about always cleaning up Hansu's messes. Meanwhile, the night settles over the diner where the real chaos is just getting started. Inside, a massive spread of elite-tier food is laid out because good booze deserves even better snacks. A drunken Hansu questions if the president finds the Terra-style feast a bit too much for his taste. He insists the ISAC leader is way too skinny and needs to shovel down every last bite. Pointing at the absolute unit Taiji, Hansu claims anyone else looks like a trash-tier anchovy in comparison. Hyukjin is completely dumbfounded and can only sweat while agreeing to keep eating to avoid any trouble. He realizes our boy is currently unstoppable and sighs at the sheer absurdity of his forced vacation. Resigned to his fate, the president picks up his chopsticks and decides to just enjoy the god-tier meal. Hyukjin takes a bite and is dumbfounded that the sweet and sour sauce actually complements the deep-fried meat perfectly. He looks over the table and sees trash-tier combinations like chocolate pizza and marshmallow corn cheese looking strangely appetizing. The sheer calorie count is terrifying, and he knows the cold-blooded empress would lose her mind over this spread. Our boy Hansu is clearly wasted and starts rummaging around because he is suddenly feeling a bit thirsty. He pulls out a massive jug of dwarven firewater that looks like it could melt a literal dragon. Hyukjin watches in pure horror as Hansu starts chugging the liquid fire like it is just a refreshing soda. Fire literally breathes from his mouth as he explains that this high-proof dwarven booze is just his version of water. Completely hammered, Hansu insists that if a drink does not knock you out, it basically counts as hydration. Hyukjin desperately bites his tongue because he knows arguing with a drunk god-tier monster is a recipe for disaster. If Hansu loses his cool while intoxicated, the entire planet might actually split in half from the sheer fallout. Hansu is totally hammered and asks if being a hunter has been tough lately. Min O'Keefe starts reflecting on the current state of the industry and his own recent struggles. He explains that high-tech mechs and guilds like the Red Tigers are handling most of the heavy lifting. This shift has forced him into constant sparring sessions against other humans instead of just hunting monsters. Monsters are easy because they rely on raw stats, making their predictable weaknesses a breeze to exploit. Humans are a different breed of headache, using advanced shields to block every single projectile he throws. Hansu just nods along and suggests that he simply needs to attack in a way they can't block. Our boy reaches into his dimensional storage, looking for something way too overpowered for a simple training session. He pulls out the harp, a legendary blade famous for decapitating anyone it touches regardless of their defense. Min O'Keefe is absolutely dumbfounded, realizing Hansu just handed him a weapon that could end a life instantly. Min O'Keefe realizes this is the actual harp used to slay Medusa, a literal divine tier weapon. He is shaken because even the Global Association only manages to keep 2 of these in their entire vault. When he tries to decline, Hansu casually offers up other legends like Graham or Durendal like they're nothing. Although he is dying to accept such a power-up, he forces himself to stay disciplined and refuse the gift. It turns out Hansu becomes a literal giving tree when drunk, desperately trying to offload his legendary hoard. The night of drunken chaos finally ends as the morning sun clears the sky. Our boy slowly wakes up, his vision blurry as the reality of a massive hangover starts to set in. He winces while scratching his head, feeling like his brain was put through a trash-tier blender. Confusion hits him hard when he notices he somehow ended up sleeping on the roof of the diner. He just lets out an awkward laugh, realizing he suffered a total blackout from the previous night's festivities. Hansu realizes that the divine nectar was potent enough to kill any trash-tier human instantly. Our boy sits on the roof, his stomach doing backflips as the morning sun starts to burn. He admits that feeling this kind of human pain is actually a refreshing change of pace. For a former gladiator, even a splitting headache feels like a luxury he hasn't felt in years. He decides to just lie back and bask in the sun, enjoying the peaceful morning vibes. Down below, the diner stands still, hiding the aftermath of the most chaotic party in history. The kitchen is a total disaster zone, littered with the remains of Hansu's drunken culinary madness. Traces of legendary dishes are scattered everywhere, showing just how much food was wasted last night. Ju Hyukjin is passed out and drooling, looking like he went 10 rounds with a god-tier hangover. Nabi is absolutely livid, cursing her luck for being the only one left to clean the mess. The clock is ticking down, and Nabi realizes she only has 10 minutes before the doors officially open. Instead of giving up, she decides this is the perfect time to show off her legendary feline efficiency. With the soul of an Aileros burning within her, she gears up for a high-speed cleaning spree. She becomes a literal blur, handling dishes and floors simultaneously with the grace of a master martial artist. In record time, the entire place is sparkling, looking like the trash-tier mess from before never even happened. The massive effort leaves her completely drained, slumped over the counter while her energy levels bottom out. Just as she catches her breath, she remembers the looming nightmare of preparing breakfast for the hungry crowd. Suddenly, her sharp senses pick up a familiar, annoyingly peaceful vibe coming from somewhere high above her. Our boy is just lounging on the roof, completely oblivious, and enjoying what he calls a lazy day. Even if the boss is slacking, the guests are coming, so she prepares to face the morning rush. Nabi steps up to the cutting board, determined to show off her legendary culinary skills for the morning. Outside, the sun rises over the diner as the atmosphere shifts from cleaning to high-stakes hospitality. Our boy watches calmly as the counter fills up with the city's most influential and powerful players. The president of ISAC holds his sleeping daughter and the slime trainee while his wife enjoys the peace. Min O'Keefe looks like he is about to have a total meltdown just sitting near such elite company. He flinches when he realizes the president is looking right at him, making the air feel incredibly heavy. The tension becomes thick enough to cut with a knife as both men clear their throats in unison. Min worries that a meal with the president and his family will give him the worst indigestion ever. The president realizes that the hunter is just as dumbfounded by this awkward social situation as he is. Suddenly, the kitchen erupts in flames as Nabi begins her high-heat cooking, catching the guests completely off guard. Nabi goes full master chef mode, shouting her feline cooking chants while tossing the wok with expert precision. The president and his wife finally relax, remarking that the cozy atmosphere feels just like being at home. Poor Min O'Keefe is drowning in misery, wishing he could have skipped this high-pressure dinner entirely. Our boy notices the couple's formal speech and asks why they still use honorifics after years of marriage. The president explains it is a long-standing habit from their dating days that their daughter now mimics. His wife expresses her deep gratitude for the chance to finally enjoy a peaceful meal as a family. Hansu just laughs nervously, knowing he has officially run out of the divine nectar for future visits. He catches the team leader's eye, realizing the man is still visibly shaken by the night's intense events. Our boy offers a sincere apology for the trouble, and Min admits that he definitely suffered through it. To make amends, Hansu prepares a special compensation that leaves the exhausted hunter completely dumbfounded. Hansu presents the harpe, a legendary blade used to behead Medusa, claiming it perfectly suits the hunter's style. Our boy looks on as the team leader completely loses his mind over the sudden god-tier gift. Min panics and asks if he's still drunk, but Hansu insists this divine weapon is the perfect match. The poor guy is sweating bullets, terrified of the consequences of bringing such a legendary artifact into the light. Hansu radiates a terrifying pressure, basically forcing the hunter to accept the gift while the family watches on. Min realizes that accepting this means he'll be worked like a dog without a single vacation for years. Our boy's intense gaze makes it clear there's no turning back, urging him to take it immediately. With a trembling hand, the team leader finally grips the hilt of the legendary divine weapon. He breaks down in tears of mixed joy and terror, officially becoming the newest owner of the harp. The president watches with a smirk, noting that the ranks of the elite First Order just grew larger. Nabi trots over with a fresh tray, announcing that the special meal is finally ready for the weary hunters. The spread looks incredible, featuring carp prepared 3 ways, all supposedly sourced from the legendary Lake of Nectar. Hansu is completely dumbfounded, wondering why on earth his feline assistant is mentioning such a divine location. He recalls the shimmering, golden waters of Gurnia, a place that looks more like a dream than reality. Back then, our boy watched in awe as massive fish literally leaped out of the glowing, nectar-filled reservoir. He couldn't help but question if these were just common tilapia or some bizarre breed of flying fish. To be sure, he took a quick taste, testing the golden liquid to see if it was the real deal. It turns out the water is indeed nectar, though it lacks the divine punch he expected from the gods. Regardless, the resulting sashimi provides insane health boosts and a flavor profile that is simply out of this world. Hansu realizes that even a tiny portion of this nectar fish still packs a serious, intoxicating punch. He immediately thinks of his old party members who were miserable after a divine order banned them from drinking. Our boy plans to send them a gift later, but first, he must ensure the kids don't touch it. He sighs, noting how lucky they are to drink freely while he has to maintain his professional composure. Looking at the shimmering reservoir, he accepts that he'll have to stay sober for the foreseeable future. Suddenly, a faint, rhythmic whispering begins to echo directly into his ear, breaking his peaceful moment. Hansu grows irritated, scratching his ear while wondering which bastard is bothering him with prayers this time. As evening falls over the diner, the distant chanting continues to resonate through the air. It turns out someone is offering prayers to a new, golden deity of swords, victory, and bizarre food. Baek Kangyuk is kneeling before his golden idol, desperately praying for Min O'Keefe to fail his upcoming exams. Hess actually crying, begging the heavens to ensure the guy never manages to surpass his current rank. After finishing his 9th round of petty prayers, our boy gets ready to start the 10th set. Suddenly, Min O'Keefe appears out of nowhere and smacks him across the head with a wooden beam. Hez furious that the blonde idiot ignored his calls and the doorbell just to pray to a statue. When questioned about the weird cult, Baek Kangyuk insists this golden deity governs victory and bizarre food. Min O'Keefe doesn't care about the nonsense and demands that he sign a very important document immediately. It turns out he needs his superior's approval for a first-order promotion, much to the blonde's dismay. Hansu creeps up from behind, suggesting that a promotion to first order would suit a glory hound like him. Hansu asks when the simulation test starts, clearly enjoying the chaos he has stirred up. Min O'Keefe sighs, explaining that recording harp stats takes time before he can officially begin. Our boy then teases him about publishing a photo book if he actually manages to win. He even offers expert advice on the concept, imagining a flashy magazine cover for the sharpshooter. When Hansu suggests a nude concept, Min O'Keefe finally snaps and prepares to test his new weapon. Meanwhile, at the ISAC branch, everyone realizes the team is doomed if their star leader gets promoted. Hwang Jihyun reports that the simulation results are grim because the squad is far too reliant on Min. She points out that his rare combination of command and combat skills makes him completely irreplaceable. Lee Jung-hoon admits he saw this coming and already prepped 4 second-order hunters to fill the void. The backup plan is a total disaster because the new recruits ran off after seeing the First Order's power. Lee Jung-hoon asks what the odds are of Min O'Keefe actually losing his upcoming promotion match. Hwang Ji-hyun admits the chances are basically zero, realizing the sharpshooter has become a complete monster. Turns out his new divine weapon, harp, is a conceptual blade designed to slice necks with absolute certainty. Since Min specializes in precision throwing, the director wonders if anyone on Earth can even stop him now. Ji-hyun explains that only someone with a high enough status can hope to resist the weapon's unavoidable concept. This status is a complex mix of levels and raw power that most trash-tier hunters could never achieve. Both officials realize they are powerless to stop the inevitable promotion that will gut their support team. Lee Jung-hoon suggests keeping the squad together, but they still have to deal with the debt-ridden Baek Kangyuk. Lee Jung-hoon decides it's time for a change, wanting to see how a different team dynamic works. He drops the hammer, deciding that the only way forward is to officially kick the thief out. By the next morning, word of the sudden dismissal has already reached the wrong ears. Our boy Baek Kangyuk bursts into the office, absolutely fuming about the disrespect he's just been shown. The branch manager just sighs, telling the former superstar to keep his voice down and show some manners. He can't help but feel exhausted as Baek screams about being removed from the very team named after him. Jung-hoon wonders if this guy has any good traits, while Baek insists his massive anti-fan base counts as popularity. Shaking off the headache, the director moves on to the real reason for this sudden restructuring. Turns out, Min O'Keefe ended his promotion match in 3 seconds flat thanks to that broken harp blade. Jung-hoon bluntly admits that Baek isn't special, and anyone could lead a team of ranged dealers. He reveals that his previous praise was just a lie to get the thief to cooperate back then. Before the former superstar can explode in rage, the director places a firm hand on his shoulder. He pivots, claiming he wants to build a squad that truly only a guy like Baek can handle. With a suspicious smirk, he promises this new team exists solely to support Baek's unique talents. Turns out the big plan is an anthro team, leaving Baek completely dumbfounded by the furry lineup. Later that day, the scene shifts back to the diner where the air is thick with disbelief. Over a quiet drink, the details of the manager's bizarre offer finally come to light. Hansu listens to the nonsense, wondering why anyone would think this furry squad is a good idea. Baek is absolutely reeling after realizing he has to scout his own squad for this trash-tier mission. Hansu just calls him an idiot for falling for the director's trap, making our boy feel totally targeted. Feeling a massive headache coming on, the chef asks what kind of impossible favor the thief wants now. Baek drops a total bombshell, demanding a return trip to Terra despite the monster-filled gates right here. He knows regular monsters just want to eat him, so he plans to recruit sentient beastmen instead. Hansu warns him that smuggling a whole team of therianthropes across dimensions is a logistical nightmare. Our boy claims Hell used the power of religion to succeed, essentially declaring himself a holy man. The chef watches in stunned silence as Bach insists his status as a nice believer makes anything possible. Surprisingly, the thief actually walks the walk, praying constantly and giving his hard-earned cash to local orphans. Hansu reflects on how much the lazy thief has actually grown since joining the diner crew. Seeing his genuine determination, the chef finally gives in and agrees to open the way. He tells the thief to make sure he brings back some decent gifts for the younger trainees. Our boy immediately reverts to his trash-tier habits, plotting to swipe everything from the king's treasury. Hansu realizes he hasn't changed a bit and warns him to stop treating Terra like a personal piggy bank. A swirling vortex of blue mana erupts in the room, tearing a hole straight through the dimensions. The chef offers a simple farewell, hoping the idiot manages to survive his own reckless ambitions. Flashing a confident smirk, the legendary thief prepares to reclaim his title in the world of Terra. He charges into the portal with a shout, ready to turn the entire kingdom upside down once again.